Chapter 1 The Arrival of Transmigrated. Miss, please wake up. Don't frighten your servant. A young voice laced with anxiety and fear intruded upon Meng Qianning's thoughts, deepening her sense of bewilderment. Bezelent, the pain radiating through her body die overwhelming, and the sound of Simeonu eeping nearby pushed her to thebring cough despair. As soon as King Lian heard those two words, she instinctively ceased her sobbing, sensing that Miss had indeed spoken. She hurriedly approached the bed, observing the figure lying there, and upon confirming that Meng Qianning had moved, her heart finally settled. Thank goodness, Miss, you are fine. How wonderful! King Lian exclaimed, her voice quivering with delight. As Meng Qianning Gopinet Hirias and was about to respond, a sharp itch surged through her head, and suddenly, an influx of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. After a considerable moment, Meng Qianning finally unraveled the bizarre new memorias it appeared she had transmigrated into the body of a namesake Hieriso Fonoblefamo after hero. However, instead of rejoicing, she felt a deep dismay, for the original owner of this body was a lovesick fool. A scatterbrain whose reckless decision to hate the misguided advice of a fled her to a royal hunting ground, and the sealed her fate. Miss, are you all right? King Lian asked hesitantly, her gaze followed with concern as he noticed Meng Qianning's furrowed brows. Struggling to sit pan scanning her surroundings, Meng Qianning realized that, by her standards, the furnishings were lavish and abundant. Evidently, the original owner had been cherished. Yet, given her current predicament, it was perplexing that such treasures remained untouched. Soon, however, she felt a sense of ease through her memories. She learned that she was the beloved granddaughter of the patriarch of Ming family, and knew not a red to vertly calling her, even if Simeo behaviors were undeniably irksome. Where is grandfather? She inquired, her brow furrowed at the thought of Tilder ho Hadelway sheltered and adored her. The master has gone out to visit friends and is not home. King Lian replied gently after a moment of hesitation. Her gaze landed on King Lian. The maiden admirable Elua had consistent lit offended hair against Ithurses Kimisand would events of her greatly for her sake. King Lian, please fetch Mazam healing medicine, Meng Qianning requested, a sense of distaste swelling within your for this fragile body thought couldn't even withstand it in. What she did not realize, however, was to ordinary discomfort felt magnified in this body, transforming what would be mere prick into amic marinton sensation. King Lian nodded eagerly, adjusting the quilt for Meng Qianning before darting gut off to room. Once King Lian had left, Meng Qianning close at highs, reflecting in past events. It was the original owner's infatuation with third prince, Xuan Yuan Hao, that had led her to the royal hunting ground, where she had been attacked by a magical beast while searching for him. From her memories, she could still recall the cold disdain reflected in that memorable gaze. Their race and share remained unharmed was like Elijah to that individual sparing her for her grandfather's sake. Ironically, it was laughable that the original owner harbored such genuine feelings for him, only to receive a bitter outcome in return. As for that Zokalt's sister, a sardonic smile played upon her lips and twirled off scheming. Oni inevitablyrius with tonsos, and patience would serve her just fin. At present, her immediate priority was to restore her health and her gun to formidable skill she possessed. If thighs weak but are main feeble, she would stand little against a yon formidable. With resolve, Meng Qianning began to formula T-plan, eager to implement it once her body healed. She also King Lian in her training, as the maid's unwavering loyal timidite difficult for her to abandon preciously, though she could no talo when yon to hinder her progress. Those people are truly outrageous. If it weren't for Mistachus as the master's granddaughter, they wouldn't they've even consider regiving with elixir. King Lian pouted with palpable dissatisfaction. As he unceremoniously tossed a healing pill into her mouth, Meng Qianning glanced at Arthur with mild amusement. Don't let it get to you. They will ultimately pay for their insolence. In just a short span of time, Meng Qianning felt the pain in her injuries considerably lessen. Clenching her fist, she felt a gratifying sense of well-being. At that moment, she marveled at the efficacy of the contemporary remedies if given the chance. She'd like to learn how to concoct them herself, ensuring she would not need to depend on others in the future. Remarkably, within a merit ways all hair wound she had healed completely, prompting her to elevate her training regimen. King Lian joined in my training, Meng Qianning state earnestly before commencing her routine. Of course. King Lian replied without a moment's hesitation. Although uncertain of what the training would entail, she understood that their mistress' intentions were for her own good. The past 2 days had made it abundantly clear that the current mistress was no longer Semephrvalaugia and Gladiov to past. She now exuded confidence and vitality, a transformation that King Lian found impressive and inspiring. A bright smile flashed in Meng Qianning's as she cherished King Lian for her unwavering support, Asnometer what she proposed, the made stewed be her without question a quality she found invaluable. Thus resolved, Meng Qianning to Kinglian with her, running through the expansive courtyard, which, by virtue of the original owner's favored status, weighs impressively large as several meters around, and excellent vinual for conditioning her stamina. As they were set forward, Kinglian had borne a thebrunt her cherio fardship sandwasquatefit, Butevan should be gonto Felix Haustion after Rafulaps. Yet, seeing Meng Qianning push thruff, she couldn't bring herself tossed up until her mistress sought last slow to cower after Thetenthlap, gasping to sife overcome by an asthmat tack. Miss. Why are we. Running Lakethis? Kinglian panted, thwart stumbling utina disoriented manner, her cheeks flushed and hair matado her forehead with sweat, rendering her radlicates spectacleofix house to beauty. Chapter 2. Change begins with training. Wiping the sweat from her brow casually, she gasped intermittently, this is to enhance our own strength. Even if we cannot cultivate battle energy, we must not be underestimated. If she were truly a worthless being without battle energy, then the legend of her invincibility in her past life would not exist. Qinglian gazed at Meng Qianning with a mix of understanding and confusion. Not fully grasping her words, yet aware that her mistress had her best interests at heart. Initially, Qinglian believed this was the most rigorous training she could endure, but days later, as she acclimated to the previous regimen, the real trial began. Meng Qianning had long arranged for a gravity ring to be made. Simple running, when combined with the gravity ring, was enough to leave Qinglian gasping for breath, yet seeing Meng Qianning donning an even heavier load, she found the words of exhaustion stuck in her throat, gritting her teeth and trailing behind Meng Qianning as they circled the courtyard. First, they merely ran, but eventually, they began to practice punches. Qinglian's initial confusion morphed into astonishment. Now, when Meng Qianning engaged in actions that defied understanding, she no longer questioned her. She recognized her mistress's unparalleled capabilities. After spending more than half a month in the courtyard, Meng Qianning decided to take Qinglian out to explore the world. Along their journey, although the servants greeted Meng Qianning with bows, their demeanor lacked respect. Indeed, many gazed upon her with disdain. This contempt deeply displeased Meng Qianning. Causing her brows to furrow, Qinglian cast a worried glance at her mistress. Are you all right, miss? I'm fine. They will regret it sooner or later. Although these servants did not bully her outright, they showed her no respect, often ignoring her entirely unless her grandfather was present. Meng Qianning believed that despite the original owner's poor reputation, it couldn't be that dreadful. However, upon venturing out, she realized just how terrible it truly was. As many spoke ill of her. Please don't be angry, Mississippi. Observing Meng Qianning's serene expression, Qinglian feared her mistress might be upset and hurriedly offered comfort. Meng Qianning patted Qinglian's shoulder and spoke nonchalantly. These people are not worth my anger. The more they chatter now, the more swollen their faces will become later. We shall simply watch. Qinglian nodded vigorously, fully understanding her mistress's meaning. She knew well that the current Meng Qianning was nothing like the past. The former was of a completely different caliber than the present, who was formidable indeed. Let us go and see what lies beyond. Meng Qianning's intent was to gather information. She wouldn't allow those people to dampen her spirits. Following closely behind her, Qinglian's curiosity led her to observe her surroundings. Previously, she had few opportunities to venture out, as Meng Qianning was often embroiled in schemes, chasing after the third prince alone, only to be ridiculed in the end. The thought of it unsettled Qinglian. Nangongjin glanced at the indifferent figure beside him and remarked with a smirk, "How, it seems your fiancé hasn't been pursuing you lately." Xian Yuanhao cast a dismissive glance at the provocateur, expressing his disdain. Do you fancy her? Then she's yours. Nangongjin was caught off guard by Xian Yuanhao's retort. Accepting such a gift was out of the question. Xian Yuanhao furrowed his brow. A look of conflict in his eyes. Troublesome indeed. It was exceedingly troublesome that he had no affection for the foolish girl. Yet due to his future prospects, he was compelled to become engaged to her, a union he found utterly humiliating. Nangongjin laughed dryly, momentarily at a loss for words. You needn't say a word. I know what to do. Hence his remark about trouble. He was reluctant to visit the Meng family, yet had no choice but to comply. Meng Qianning casually entered a tavern, selecting a spot in the main hall for herself and Qinglian. However, as soon as they settled in, trouble came knocking. When did this young master's seat get occupied? I was unaware. An irate voice rang in Meng Qianning's ears. Raising her gaze to assess the intruder, she coolly replied, "Ah, so this is the esteemed young master's designated seat." Surveying the surroundings, she noted that most patrons were merely affluent individuals. Those of status and rank would never deign to dine downstairs. This young master, who claimed ownership of the seat, was clearly of some pedigree. His assertion was laughable enough talk. Are you waiting for me to take action? Seeing his subordinates hesitate to act, the spoiled young master grew impatient, kicking one of them with fury, exchanging glances. His companions recognized the disdain and annoyance in each other's eyes, yet ultimately yielded to his demands. Witnessing their shifting expressions, Meng Qianning felt a sense of scorn. These individuals were asking for trouble. After enduring rigorous training for over half a month, she wondered what results would manifest. She hoped they wouldn't disappoint her. As the henchmen of the spoiled young master lunged at them, both Meng Qianning and Qinglian simultaneously delivered a kick. Their movements remarkably synchronized, however. Qinglian's strength paled in comparison to Meng Qianning's, as evidenced by the ease with which Meng Qianning sent her assailant crashing against the wall. Chapter 3. Who Seeks Death? Onlookers initially assumed these two exquisite young ladies would surely suffer defeat, yet to their astonishment, they revealed themselves as formidable fighters, their fierceness sending shivers down the spines of even those who possessed martial prowess. "You shameless woman, how dare you strike me? Do you know who I am?" The nobleman, furious at seeing his lackey sent sprawling, pointed an accusatory finger at Meng Qianning. Meng Qianning shot him a sardonic glance, retorting, "You, a grown man, do not even know your own identity, yet you expect me to?" It was absurd. She merely wished to eat and gather information, yet this man sought to provoke her, as if he were the son of a powerful figure. "Is that so? Under the emperor's gaze you dare act this way? Is there no law left?" Meng Qianning, unfazed, spoke coolly. "Law? I am the law." The young nobleman must have been delusional to utter such a statement. Those accompanying him were mortified. His words could lead to severe consequences. None of them could bear the repercussions. Meng Qianning nodded knowingly. "Oh, I see now. Your family embodies the law then? Are they plotting a coup?" Though phrased as a question, the bystanders followed her reasoning. Indeed, if this young master claimed to be the law, did it not imply that his family sought to usurp the throne? The gravity of such a charge prompted those closest to him to retreat hastily. It appears the He family truly harbors ambitions. Otherwise, how could He Weiqing utter such words? Nan Gongjin remarked sarcastically, bemused at how a spoiled child dared to make such claims. Xian Yuanhao let out a cold laugh. "Let us descend and see just how audacious he dares to be." With a smile plastered on his face, Nan Gongjin followed closely behind Xian Yuanhao as they exited the private room. As they reached the stairway, everyone present believed He Weiqing was doomed. To declare oneself the law before the third prince was an act of sheer folly. Upon spotting the two figures at the stairway, Meng Qianning cast a cursory glance before turning away. Among them, the man clad in black finery was her so-called fiancé He Weiqing. "You possess an audacity beyond measure." Xian Yuanhao's voice carried authority as he regarded the perspiring nobleman. He Weiqing had only spoken casually. He had not anticipated the presence of royal figures, especially the highly favored third prince. Was fate conspiring against him? "Your Highness, I pay my respects," He Weiqing stammered, kneeling in trepidation. "I cannot accept such a greeting," Xian Yuanhao replied coldly. He Weiqing's face paled at the realization that this matter would not resolve easily. His gaze darted around until it settled on Meng Qianning, his eyes lighting up as he weakly pointed at her. "Your Highness, it is all this woman's fault. She forced me to say it." "She forced you?" Xian Yuanhao retorted incredulously. "Do you take me for a fool? Or is your hearing impaired?" Meng Qianning approached He Weiqing, looking down at him with disdain. "Do I appear easily bullied? Had it not been for her previous display of strength, many might have perceived her as a delicate flower, ripe for exploitation, yet the memory of her sending a 7-foot man crashing into a wall lingered in their minds. Who would dare label her as weak? He Weiqing trembled, but Meng Qianning paid him little mind. Her gaze icy as she continued, "Did I instruct you to declare yourself the law? Did I hold a knife to your throat? Your fluency in such words suggests you have uttered them before. Abusing your status to bully others, I presume? Indeed, the young women of Ling City have likely suffered at his hands more than one can count. What is it but the privilege of having a powerful father?" The people nearby murmured in agreement, fully aware of their lack of status to confront He Weiqing. Yet the presence of the third prince here rendered their fears inconsequential. Meng Qianning cast a fleeting glance at the speaker, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips. It is wise to refrain from excessive arrogance, lest one inadvertently draws their family into the fray. Initially, Meng Qianning had intended to teach this fool a lesson. But observing the current situation, it appeared that she need not intervene. Others would naturally handle him. That if Xian Yuanhao could not deal with such a person, she would indeed question his capabilities. Miss Qinglian approached with concern, relieved to find her mistress unharmed. Otherwise, how could she explain it to the old master? Yet, the effectiveness of her training was undeniable. In the past, Meng Qianning would not have dared to confront a man of such stature, let alone kick one out. Now the exhilaration of being able to do so was indescribable. Let us depart. As for this noble youth, I trust the third prince will see to him surely. The royal authority cannot be so easily disregarded. Without awaiting Xian Yuanhao's reaction, she turned and left, paying no heed to the curious gazes that followed her. Xian Yuanhao furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with her, though he could not place where he had seen such an enchanting woman before. He pondered, yet still found no recollection of her in his mind. Shaking off the thought, he deemed this not the moment for such distractions. Pressing matters awaited his attention. He Weiqing lay crumpled on the ground, consumed by a singular thought. It was over. I in the past, no matter his misdeeds, his father had always cleaned up after him, which had emboldened him over time. He had spoken such words before, but never had he encountered the third prince or a woman like Meng Qianning, who dared to oppose him. Chapter 4. The transaction. Once outside the tavern, Meng Qianning promptly dismissed the incident from her mind. While Qinglian furrowed her brow in concern, "Miss, I am somewhat anxious." She glanced apprehensively at her mistress. Although her opportunities to venture out were few, she knew well who He Weiqing was, the only son of Lord He, cherished no less than Meng Qianning was by her grandfather. Furthermore, his maternal family wielded considerable power. If this matter were to implicate her mistress, it could spell trouble. Meng Qianning was fully aware of Qinglian's worries. Yet such concerns were unfounded. The He family was likely to be in peril now under the emperor's gaze. He Weiqing had declared himself above the law, and with so many witnesses, had the third prince not been present, the situation could have turned dire. But as fate would have it, the third prince had indeed heard his words. Could the emperor simply let this transgression pass? Such an affront to imperial dignity could lead He Weiqing's father to wish for a son he did not have. Should this situation escalate, it could very well be perceived as treason, a fate the He family would desperately seek to avoid. However, the resolution rested upon the actions of the so-called Lord He. One could only hope for a satisfactory outcome. Qinglian nodded, somewhat grasping the gravity of the situation. Though not fully comprehending, she understood that the He family's self-preservation would prevent any repercussions for her mistress. With that thought, she felt a sense of relief. Let us proceed to the blacksmith shop. Meng Qianning led Qinglian to the forge, intending to craft suitable weapons for herself and her companion. After a thorough search, she discovered a seemingly run-down establishment tucked away in a corner. Approaching, she inspected the wares displayed on the shelves, finding them to be quite commendable. "What can I forge for you?" A young man, bare-chested and wielding a hammer, approached Meng Qianning from behind, speaking in a low voice. Turning to face him, Meng Qianning narrowed her eyes. This individual was not to be underestimated. "Are you capable of forging anything?" she inquired, scrutinizing him closely. The young man seemed taken aback. "You wish to craft something?" It was unusual for delicate young ladies to seek out a blacksmith, and his surprise was evident. Meng Qianning nodded, producing a piece of paper from her sleeve and handing it to him. "Can you forge these 2 daggers?" He smirked, taking the paper. Initially, he intended only to glance at it, but the design captivated him immediately. These were military daggers from her previous life, a pair of varying lengths. "Did you conceive this design yourself?" The young man regarded her with excitement. The daggers, though simple in appearance, would prove invaluable in close combat. "Yes, I merely wish to know if you can forge them," Meng Qianning replied, her patience wearing thin as she watched him. The young man nodded rapidly. "Of course, but it will take some time." "That is acceptable. Do you possess any mysterious iron? If so, I would prefer to use that. If not, please forge 2 sets for me first, and I will return with the iron." Ordinary iron would not yield the same quality as mysterious iron, but given that both she and Qinglian lacked suitable weapons, she would refrain from being picky. After a lengthy pause, the young man looked at her earnestly. "Did I have a proposition for you, Mississippi? Pray, enlighten me," Meng Qianning replied, intrigued, her eyebrow raised. Clearing his throat, the young man spoke earnestly. "Would you consider selling me this design? I shall forge 2 sets of the finest daggers for you at no charge. What say you?" Meng Qianning regarded him with curiosity. The fervor in his eyes suggested he was genuinely interested in purchasing the design. It seemed her instincts had not led her astray. This man was indeed remarkable, perhaps even affiliated with a powerful faction. Though it was of no concern to her. "That is acceptable, but what price do you propose?" She did not lack for funds, yet she appreciated a fair transaction. It would not do to rely solely on her grandfather's generosity. After some contemplation, he offered 100,000 taels of gold. This sum equated to 1,000,000 taels of silver. A remarkably generous offer, reinforcing her belief that this blacksmith was indeed connected to a substantial power. "It is a deal. Regardless of your affiliations, I trust you will keep this design confidential." Though she had agreed to sell, She felt it prudent to express her expectations. The young man regarded her with surprise before nodding. Of course, I understand how to manage this. Very well, I shall retrieve the gold when I come for the daggers. Please attempt to provide it in gold notes, as carrying gold itself is rather cumbersome. Meng Qianning spoke casually. Rest assured, miss, I will handle it appropriately, he assured her, noting her refined attire suggested she hailed from a prominent family. Though he could not fathom how she had conceived such a design for daggers, however, that was of no concern to him now that the transaction was finalized. The young man entered a residence quietly, unnoticed by those inside, who continued with their own tasks. Where is the master? He inquired eagerly of a figure at the study's entrance. I am there. What is it? The guardian at the door glanced at him with mild annoyance. Disregarding the man's demeanor, the young man nodded hastily. It is urgent. Come in, the voice from within called out. Indifferent to the exchange, the young man hesitated briefly before entering, bowing respectfully before the man seated at the desk. What is it? The man asked, casting a brief glance upward before returning to his reading. The young man quickly knelt. Today, 2 young ladies visited the shop. They wished to forge a type of dagger. I took the liberty of purchasing the design. The man looked at him without speaking, while one of his companions interjected with disapproval. Qingshan, have you lost your senses? A dagger forged by a girl is hardly worth your investment. Qingshan shot a glare at the intruder. Humph, do not underestimate her, Jifeng. You ought to examine the design before making such judgments. He carefully retrieved the paper from his breast pocket, handling it as if it were a precious treasure, which surprised Jifeng, who had never seen Qingshan treat anything with such care. As Jifeng extended his hand to take the design, it vanished from Qingshan's grasp, now in the possession of the man at the desk. He casually opened the document, and Mo Juntian marveled at the exquisite design of the dagger. Such a weapon would be highly effective in close combat. Agree to the terms laid out by the young lady. The sudden utterance left Jifeng wide-eyed, for he knew that his master had never shown interest in anything before. Now, to his astonishment, she was intrigued by a mere piece of parchment. His curiosity about the design of the dagger depicted on it was palpable. A staggering 100,000 taels of gold, along with the commission of 2 sets of mysterious iron daggers for them. Qingshan recoiled slightly, anxiety gnawing at him. He wondered if his master would execute him for proposing such a grand expenditure. However, Mo Juntian merely nodded, instructing him to select the mysterious iron from the storeroom, to forge their daggers first, and then to equip each member of the Jifeng guard, including themselves. Understood. Qingshan was exhilarated, for he was aware that the storeroom housed many treasures, particularly the coveted mysterious iron which he adored. Jifeng gazed curiously at Mo Juntian, unable to restrain himself from inquiring, what manner of dagger is it? Master? Mo Juntian cast a glance at Jifeng and handed over the blueprint. Upon seeing the design of a large and a small dagger, Jifeng was rendered speechless. He felt compelled to apologize for his previous comments. He had spoken thoughtlessly. Such daggers were simply exquisite, and with them, the close-quarter combat prowess of the Jifeng guard would undoubtedly soar. Meanwhile, Meng Qianning remained oblivious to the machinations at play, her attention fixated on the insincere woman before her. Smirking coldly. Ninger, why do you regard your sister in such a manner? Are you still upset with me? I am here to apologize. Despite her words, Meng Baihan's demeanor hardly conveyed genuine remorse. She stood there, akin to an arrogant peacock, evoking nothing but disgust. Meng Qianning regarded her with a sardonic smile. Apologize? Then you ought to present yourself in a manner befitting an apology, were it not for your actions. The original owner of this body would not have met her demise. Your feigned demeanor is utterly revolting. Meng Baihan, who had been awaiting Meng Qianning's comforting words, was left astounded by her retort, her expression a comical display of disbelief. Ninger, cease your nonsense. I am well aware of the third prince's whereabouts. Should you incite my displeasure? The implication of Meng Baihan's words was clear, yet it was rather foolish of her to assume Meng Qianning remained the same as before. Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow, addressing Meng Baihan's sister. Allow me to impart a lesson. One does not court disaster and expect to escape unscathed. Without awaiting Meng Baihan's response, she struck her across the face. Stunned, Meng Baihan could not fathom why this so-called worthless fool dared to lay a hand on her. Who granted her such audacity? Meng Qianning, you are courting death. Throughout her life, she had been pampered by her father due to her exceptional talent, with her brothers deferring to her. Yet now she found herself bested by a mere waste of space, an affront to her pride. Meng Qianning scoffed. Who is truly courting death? We shall see. Meng Baihan, do you think your misdeeds have gone unnoticed? You drugged my food to inhibit my ability to cultivate battle energy and deceived me into the hunting grounds, seeking to end my lifetime. And again, If I do not resist, then I am indeed the fool. Meng Baihan gaped at Meng Qianning, incredulous at how she had come to know of these transgressions. If word of her actions reached their grandfather's ears, her fate would be sealed. She understood that regardless of her talent, should she become entangled with Meng Qianning, it would be she who met her. "Do not speak nonsense. What evidence do you possess?" She reminded herself to remain calm. Only she and her father were privy to these events, and Meng Qianning could not pursue justice without proof. "Evidence? I am the evidence," Meng Qianning retorted. "Meng Baihan, if you wish for your deeds to remain hidden, you ought to refrain from committing them. Did you truly believe you could execute your schemes flawlessly?" She had no desire to engage in further banter with Meng Baihan, instead launching a punch at her. While it did not inflict significant harm, after all, Meng Baihan was a formidable great fighter. Meng Qianning was determined not to hold back, seeing that Meng Qianning was pulling her punches. Meng Baihan seized the opportunity, channeling her energy to charge at her. Against any other adversary, Meng Qianning might have needed to strategize, but against Meng Baihan it was unnecessary. With a deft maneuver, she sidestepped the attack, seized Meng Baihan's arm, and delivered a swift kick to her abdomen, sending her sprawling. Approaching the fallen Meng Baihan, Meng Qianning squatted beside her, gazing at the woman curled up and clutching her stomach. "Do not provoke me again, or I shall not be so courteous." With that, she grasped Meng Baihan's collar and hurled her away. "Oh, and feel free to inform your father, but consider carefully who will ultimately emerge victorious." Though their actions seemed discreet, traces could be uncovered with effort. She was not afraid to act against Meng Baihan. Rather, she was biding her time, for there remained an item in Meng Baihan's possession, one gifted to her by the original owner's mother. As Meng Baihan was thrown aside, her consciousness began to wane. She could not comprehend why a waste like Meng Qianning had suddenly become so formidable. She herself was a high-level fighter, on the cusp of becoming a great fighter, yet she had been bested by Meng Qianning. A disgrace beyond measure. Chapter 6. Who will prevail? Meng Qianning, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Meng Baihan seethed through clenched teeth after uttering those words. She succumbed to unconsciousness, entering in a haughty manner yet exiting in utter disgrace. This was the current state of Meng Baihan. "Miss, will there be any repercussions for striking her?" She was acutely aware of Meng Baihan's significance in the eyes of the second master, now that her mistress had physically assaulted her. It seemed somewhat unjustifiable, especially to the extent of the beating. However, Meng Qianning was unfazed. "Those who err must face consequences. I have endured much suffering because of her. This is merely interest. If it were not for the item still in her possession, do you think I would let her off so easily?" "Miss, I will protect you from now on," Qing Lian proclaimed earnestly, her gaze fixed upon Meng Qianning. Although it was unexpected, knowing her standing in this young girl's heart brought Meng Qianning satisfaction. However, they would find survival on this continent exceedingly challenging given their current strength. Qing Lian was unconcerned by such matters. To her, whatever her mistress said was law, and she knew Meng Qianning would never harm her. "You wild child, how dare you strike my daughter?" As they discussed continuing their training, an enraged voice erupted from outside. Qing Lian's complexion paled. Her fears had been realized. Meng Qianning yawned nonchalantly, dismissing the newcomer with indifference. Meng Qiang, her second uncle, was a high-level battle emperor, a figure of considerable strength, yet ultimately, he was nothing more than a minor player. "What brings you here, second uncle?" Meng Qianning inquired lazily, adopting an air of nonchalance that infuriated Meng Qiang. Meng Qianning regarded him as if he were a curious specimen. "Second uncle, you must be mistaken. I am a well-known waste. How could I possibly harm an already accomplished high-level fighter like my sister? Besides, if I recall correctly, my parents only had one child. How could I have been unaware of their having another daughter?" Meng Qianning held Meng Qiang in contempt. He was far from a noble man, rather a petty character. Meng Qiang, while trusting his daughter's words, could not fathom how Meng Qianning, who was supposedly devoid of any battle energy, could have inflicted such injuries on his daughter. "What? You still doubt me?" "Indeed it is true, Meng Baihan has always been the one to bully others. When has she ever been the victim? Now she is injured and falsely accuses me. If I could injure her, I would consider myself fortunate." Though Meng Qianning's tone was flat, her words struck harshly in Meng Qiang's ears. Meng San, observing the tension, stepped forward, his expression darkening as he believed Meng Qiang sought to intimidate Meng Qianning. He approached her protectively, scrutinizing her for any signs of injury before finally relaxing. "What brings you here? Have I not made it clear that no one is permitted in Ninger's courtyard?" To shield Meng Qianning from harm, Meng San had issued strict orders. Only a select few were allowed entry. "Is there a problem with my visiting my niece's courtyard?" Meng Qiang retorted. anger boiling over as he watched Meng San protect this wild child without inquiry. Meng Qianning cast a sidelong glance at Meng Qiang, responding calmly, "There is no issue. Second uncle merely came to label me a wild child and an illegitimate offspring. Nothing more." Did I in stark contrast to Meng Qianning's calm demeanor. Meng San was seething with rage. Wild child? Illegitimate offspring? How dare you insult my precious granddaughter? With a swift motion, he struck Meng Qiang across the face, disregarding his furious expression as he thundered, "How dare you say Ninger is a wild child? She is your beloved niece, and yet you dare to speak so disdainfully, claiming you have done nothing wrong. Should I discover that you have bullied Ninger, you shall no longer stay in this household. I shall demand you leave at once." Meng San's temper is not typically foul, yet when it comes to matters concerning Meng Qianning, his anger is certainly ignited, especially upon hearing his own son insult his granddaughter as a bastard. The rage that swells within him is palpable. Meng Qiang looks at Meng San in disbelief. Is he truly to be cast out merely for speaking ill of that girl? How biased can a father be? Father, your favoritism is glaring. Honor is 1,000 times better than her. Yet you scarcely glance in her direction, fixated only on indulging this worthless child, simply because she is the daughter of that short-lived wretch. Before Meng Qiang can finish his tirade, Meng San strikes him, this time without holding back, as evidenced by the blood that spills from Meng Qiang's lips. In this life, Meng San's Achilles heel is solely his deceased son and this granddaughter who is perpetually bullied. Now with his son branded as a short-lived ghost and his granddaughter labeled a waste, all in his presence, how could he possibly refrain from fury? Meng Qiang, your very existence is a source of my vexation. So what if I show favoritism? As long as I protect her, you lot continue to torment her. If I were not to coddle her, would she even survive to this day? Do not presume I am oblivious to your antics. I am far from senile. Should I choose to pursue this matter, both you and your daughter would find it difficult to absolve yourselves. He is aware of all that transpires within the Meng household. He simply chooses to feign ignorance at times, hoping to grant them opportunities for redemption, yet they seem utterly disinterested, persisting in their misdeeds, which truly disheartens him. Chapter 7. I did not deceive you in her memories. Meng Qianning has never witnessed Meng San so enraged, not even when she defied his wishes, resulting in her own injuries. While he may have been upset then, it was never to this extent. She has always known that Meng San holds her dear, yet seeing him express his affection and protectiveness in his own manner stirs an indescribable feeling within her heart, warming the long lonesome spirit of her past life. Meng Qiang clutches his chest, feeling the pain, suddenly realizing the gravity of his words. Glancing up at his father, whose rage could incinerate him, Meng Qiang's already pale visage grows even more ghastly. Begone from this moment on. I do not wish to see your face again. Meng San's voice, gritted with teeth, reaches Meng Qiang's ears. The latter gazes up at his father in disbelief. Is he truly willing to forsake him for this bastard child? Very well indeed, he muses, grasping the depths of his father's bias. Only now does he fully comprehend Meng San's favoritism. Struggling to rise to his feet, leaning on one hand, Meng Qiang coldly regards his father. Father, I will ensure you regret this. Has he not always claimed to be inferior to that short-lived ghost? Now, he intends to show Meng San that he is not merely lesser, but far superior. As Meng Qiang departs, the once imposing figure of Meng San slouches, a shadow of despair looming over him. How could he not care for his own son? Yet why can his second son not defend Ninger? A child without parents? Grandfather, are you all right? Although Meng Qianning cannot fathom the turmoil within Meng San, she senses his discomfort. Meng San gazes at her, releasing a heavy sigh. It is nothing, as long as you are well. Grandfather is fine. Meng Qianning's hand falters as she observes Meng San's nonchalant demeanor, leaving her momentarily speechless. Rest assured, grandfather, I will be fine. Gently brushing her long hair aside, Meng San exhales deeply. Ninger, let go of the third prince. He is not your true match. Please heed your grandfather's advice. Such words have been uttered countless times, yet each occasion has left Ninger displeased, trailing after Xian Yuanhao regardless. Ultimately suffering injuries, he no longer wishes to witness such a sight. Feeling Meng San's affectionate and cautious demeanor, Meng Qianning cannot help but lament the past. What kind of granddaughter would allow such a wonderful grandfather to worry for her? Grandfather, do not fret. It will not happen again. I am myself. He is he, and we share no relation. Although she had caught a fleeting glimpse of Xian Yuanhao before, while he is undeniably handsome, his character leaves much to be desired, rendering him unappealing to her. Initially, Meng San does not grasp Meng Qianning's words and even feels a twinge of disappointment. However, upon realizing her intent, he gazes at her with excitement. Ninger, do you truly mean that? Indeed, if I had not learned from my past, I would deserve to be fed to magical beasts, Meng Qianning quips, evoking a sharp glare from Meng Senator. She smiles, knowing that a single reassuring word can ease the elder's heart. Previously, when Meng Qianning was wronged, Meng San would rush to her aid, only to be halted by her insistence. Especially when he sought to confront Xian Yuanhao, she would intervene at all costs. But now, finally, his granddaughter has come to her senses. How he chooses to address Xian Yuanhao will depend on his own judgment, should Xian Yuanhao fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. Meng San will not let the matter go. Grandfather, do not let yourself be angered by unworthy individuals. Observing Meng San's fury, as if he could obliterate Xian Yuanhao, Meng Qianning sighs in exasperation. When will her grandfather grow a little wiser? Meng San, hearing her, regards Meng Qianning with suspicion. You are not still thinking of that scoundrel, are you? Why else would you still linger on thoughts of him? Or are these words merely to placate me? Rolling her eyes in exasperation, Meng Qianning retorts, Grandfather, what are you thinking? How could I possibly still be infatuated with such a man? The former Meng Qianning may have acted foolishly, but I am no longer that person. She wishes to avoid prolonging this topic, merely nodding to indicate her understanding. Grandfather, I know what to do regarding this matter. Do not seek trouble with him. For he and I are no longer connected. Meng San opens his mouth, intending to say more, yet upon seeing Meng Qianning's resolute demeanor, he refrains, merely sighing heavily as he gazes at her increasingly radiant beauty. If only his son and daughter-in-law were still alive, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Ninger bears a striking resemblance to them, her features mirroring those of his daughter-in-law, even surpassing them in beauty. He wonders where she may be now. Grandfather, what troubles you? Meng Qianning observes the sorrow and longing etched across Meng San's brow, prompting her to inquire. Gently stroking her hair, Meng San sighs. I merely miss your father and mother. Meng Qianning is taken aback, her expression peculiar. My father and mother? What kind of people were they? Could you share some stories? Meng San chuckles warmly. If you wish to know what they were like, visit the library. Their belongings are all stored there. His son and daughter-in-law were remarkable individuals, leaving behind treasures of exquisite quality, yet fate, in its jealousy of talent, claimed their lives while they were still young. Rolling her eyes in frustration, Meng Qianning recalls that the former Meng Qianning was not fond of reading. Asking her to visit the library would be akin to an impossibility. Chapter 8. Do not strike the dog in front of its master. I understand. Meng Qianning sighs, recognizing that visiting the library may not be such a bad idea. For her, the most pressing matter is to quickly comprehend the structure of this world so she can better prepare herself. Meng San casts a glance at Meng Qianning, relieved to see no sign of discontent. It appears his granddaughter is genuinely intent on reforming her ways. Watching her walk towards the library with Qing Lian, Meng San's previously cheerful countenance darkens ominously. Although Ninger wishes to let bygones be bygones, he is unwilling to simply let matters lie. What Meng San intends remains unknown to Meng Qianning. As she becomes captivated by the library's contents, particularly the treasures collected by her parents, which are of immense value to her. Miss, it is time for your meal. You have not eaten in 3 days. Qing Lian gazes at her mistress with exasperation, witnessing the intensity with which she immerses herself in her studies, seemingly oblivious to everything else, while she is grateful for her mistress bringing her to the library. She wishes she would not be so absorbed. After all, they need nourishment. Raising an eyebrow, Meng Qianning recalls the figure she recognizes, someone associated with the third prince, but it holds little significance to her. Passing by Lu Yi without even a glance, her indifference is perfectly natural. However, in Lu Yi's eyes, it is a shocking affront. Previously, whenever she saw him, Meng Qianning would eagerly seek news of the third prince, behaving like a puppy eager for attention, yet now she disregards him entirely, leaving him bewildered. Meng Qianning, stop right there. Lu Yi bellows, humiliation and fury coursing through him. Both Meng Qianning and Qing Lian halt. Turning to face Lu Yi, before Meng Qianning can respond, Qing Lian slaps Lu Yi. What are you? How dare you speak to my mistress in such a manner? What station does she hold? And what station do you hold? While Meng Qianning may not hold a grudge, Qing Lian certainly does that. In the past, when the mistress was insulted by this man, she could not abide it. And now he dares to attempt further humiliation. He will have to consider whether she will allow it. In disbelief, Lu Yi gazed at Qing Lian, who in the past had been so timid that she scarcely dared to speak. Today, however, she had the audacity to strike back at him. Lu Yi mused that he must have forgotten to consult the almanac before venturing out. Otherwise, how could he have been disregarded and then assaulted? How could he not feel indignant? He could have approached the third prince to seek justice. The actions of his subordinate, who so brazenly disregarded social hierarchies, were a disgrace to the third prince himself. He was eager to discover who had truly been ignored. Louis felt his teeth grind in frustration at Qing Lian's words, yet he found himself powerless against her. After all, she was correct. Despite being a close aide to the third prince, he was merely a servant, while Meng Qianning was the esteemed young lady of the Meng family, a figure of significance even beyond Meng Baihan. If this were to reach the ears of the old master Meng, it would be his demise. Recognizing that it was the fault of his subordinate, he humbly requested Meng Qianning's forgiveness. No matter how unwilling Louis was, he had to swallow this humiliation without complaint. Meng Qianning cast a glance at Louis, preoccupied with her departure, and asked, "Is there something you need?" This was a message sent by the third prince through his subordinate. Concealing her disdain, Louis opened the box, expecting Meng Qianning to curry favor with him as she usually did. However, this time he was mistaken. Meng Qianning not only ignored him but also disregarded the medicine within the box. She gazed at the flower-like object resembling a snow lotus, curling her lip in disdain. Was the third prince truly so stingy as to send her such a paltry gift? Discarding the item, she turned away without sparing Louis a glance, taking Qing Lian inside with her. Once the two departed, the two individuals who had been secretly protecting Meng Qianning appeared before Louis in his astonished gaze. One held the box while the other seized Louis and simultaneously discarded both him and the item outside. They preferred the current version of their young lady. The previous one had lived in too much restraint. Regardless of the discarded person and medicine, Meng Qianning enjoyed a luxurious morning bath under Qing Lian's attentive care. A sensation that was utterly delightful. First, let us visit grandfather, then we shall go to the blacksmith shop we went to before, Meng Qianning said, changing her attire while speaking to Qing Lian. Understood. Mississippi. When they arrived at Meng Sen's residence, he was animatedly listening to the butler, his expression radiant with joy, clearly evident to anyone observing. Grandfather, what were you discussing with the butler that has you so cheerful? Meng Qianning inquired as she settled beside Meng San, pouring herself a cup of tea. Seeing his treasured granddaughter, Meng Sen's heart swelled with happiness. Just moments ago, he had heard the butler recount how the third prince's envoy had been thrown out by Ning Er, which had delighted him for quite some time now. He felt reassured that she had indeed let go of her previous burdens. Without further ado, he shifted the conversation to her experiences in the library. How did your time in the library fare? Meng Sen asked, deliberately avoiding the previous subject. Meng Qianning smiled, remaining silent as she gazed at him. Grandfather, I plan to take Qing Lian out for a while. Very well, you two have been cooped up in the library for several days. It's time for some fresh air, Meng Sen replied with a chuckle, readily granting his consent as the pair enjoyed their time together. On the other side, Meng Chang and Meng Baihan seethed with anger. It was well known that Meng Baihan had been harshly reprimanded by Meng San for wanting to visit the library. Yet Meng Qianning had freely spent days there. How could she not feel resentful? Father, I cannot accept this. What right does that good for nothing have to receive the best, while I cannot even set foot in the library? Grandfather is far too biased, Meng Baihan exclaimed angrily, her pretty face slightly contorted with rage. Chapter 9. Their first encounter. Meng Chang too felt the sting of Meng Sen's favoritism, but what could he do? Meng San was the head of the family, and his word was law. Rest assured, Han Er, I will not let this slide. That worthless girl has no right to what she possesses. All of it rightfully belongs to you, Meng Chang declared coldly, resolved to reclaim what he believed was his daughter's due. Despite her reluctance, Meng Baihan felt compelled to heed her father's words. She knew that her antics could never surpass his limits, lest his affection for her dissipate. After sharing a meal with Meng San, Meng Qianning and Qing Lian departed from the Meng residence and made their way to the secluded blacksmith shop. Upon entering, they found Qing Shan at work. As soon as he noticed Meng Qianning, he hastily set aside his tools and prepared tea for her. Are my items ready? She asked, her purpose for visiting not being tea, but to retrieve her belongings. Picking up one item, she opened the box to reveal two daggers, one large and one small. Satisfied, Meng Qianning nodded. Excellent, this is precisely what I sought. Truly remarkable. Examining the daggers closely, she noted that they rivaled the military knives she had previously wielded, perhaps even surpassing them due to Qing Shan's use of superior dark iron. Miss, there is also this, he said, opening another box that held not only a dagger but also a stack of gold notes. Glancing at the pile, Meng Qianning tucked the items away as if they were mere hundreds rather than millions. Now that we have what we came for, we shall take our leave. They needed to prepare for their journey to the monster forest. Qing Shan nodded, watching them depart. Once they were gone, another figure emerged, None other than Embody master, find out who she is. This was the first time Embody had taken an interest in a woman. And indeed, she was quite extraordinary. Qingshan cast a curious glance at Embody but did not question his intent, producing a whistle from around his neck. Embody blew a series of notes before ceasing. Not lingering at Qingshan's shop, he strolled in the direction Meng Qianning had taken, meandering aimlessly. After leaving Qingshan's, Meng Qianning and Qing Lian visited a pharmacy to purchase various healing medicines. Observing her purchase of an abundance of remedies, Qing Lian curiously asked, "Miss, why are you buying so many healing medicines?" She was not foolish enough to believe her mistress had been injured, so she wondered about their intended use. "These medicines will be useful. Once you become familiar with the use of these 2 daggers, we shall proceed to the monster forest," Meng Qianning replied with utmost seriousness. "The monster forest? Miss, what do we intend to do there?" Although a hint of fear lingered in her heart, Qing Lian refrained from voicing any objections, instead expressing curiosity about Meng Qianning's purpose for venturing to such a place and no need for extensive preparations. "Just bring 2 sets of change of clothes and some healing pills." Meng Qianning waved her hand dismissively. Her indifference did not extend to Qing Lian, who wondered how they would manage without provisions. Realizing that Qing Lian had not absorbed any of her instructions, Meng Qianning allowed her to prepare, thankful that she had found a treasure trove in the library, including a space ring left by her parents. Though the space was not vast, it would suffice for their needs. However, the idealistic notion clashed with reality when Meng Qianning beheld the extent of Qing Lian's preparations. "What is all this?" she exclaimed, exasperated. Qing Lian had gathered a plethora of clothing, food, and even shoes among other assorted items. Most absurdly, she had even packed Meng Qianning's jewelry. With her lips twitching, Meng Qianning shot Qing Lian a look. "Qing Lian, we are going for training, not a vacation. What purpose do these useless items serve? Moreover, how do you expect us to carry all this?" Meng Qianning felt exasperated. Could the girl not act more sensibly? They were not embarking on a leisurely trip. Qing Lian blinked, seemingly realizing her folly, and awkwardly chuckled. "Miss, would you like to review what I took and decide what to leave behind?" Meng Qianning rolled her eyes. Only taking a few food supplies, which left Qing Lian feeling somewhat disappointed. Over the next few days, the pair practiced with their daggers. When Qing Lian finally expressed her confidence in her skills, they informed Meng Sen of their departure from the Meng residence. After considerable time, they reached the entrance of the monster forest, where others had already gathered, one of whom struck Meng Qianning as particularly peculiar. Among all the individuals she had encountered since arriving in this world, this man was the only one who exuded an oppressive aura. "What a formidable individual," Meng Qianning muttered under her breath. Realizing that she could no longer afford to delay her quest for strength, in the presence of such power, she feared she might perish before even having a chance to act. Qing Lian glanced at the man in surprise. "Is that the king?" Meng Qianning turned to her. "Do you know him?" Shaking her head slightly, Qing Lian frowned. "I do not know him, but I have heard of him. His name is Embody, the only prince of the Southern Yu who possesses unique abilities. He is quite recognizable. His stunning features, unfathomable strength, and most notably, his long deep purple hair." Listening to Qing Lian, Meng Qianning focused her gaze on Embody. Although she only caught a glimpse of his profile, she could not deny that he was exceptionally handsome. Clad in purple finery that seemed tailored just for him, his sharply defined features bore no extraneous expression. As if sensing her scrutiny, he turned to meet her gaze. In that moment, Meng Qianning was captivated. Embody possessed the most beautiful violet eyes, deep and mysterious, leaving an indelible impression of his striking visage. Chapter 10. The fine line between heaven and hell. As Meng Qianning assessed Embody, he too scrutinized her in return. This was the first time he had observed Meng Qianning from such proximity, and recalling the information gathered by Qing Shan, he pondered whether this person was indeed the infamous good-for-nothing young lady of the Meng family. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was truly difficult to ascertain who the real fool was. With a casual tilt of his head, he acknowledged her, but Meng Qianning had already taken the lead, entering the monster beast forest with Qing Lian, soon captivated by the medicinal herbs within. Completely forgetting about the extraordinary Embody outside, as their figures gradually faded from view, a distinct smile flickered in Embodyan's eyes. What expression would Xianyuan wear upon discovering such a dazzling woman? Regret, perhaps? Or remorse? However, it seemed there still existed a marriage contract between them. He contemplated finding an opportune moment for Xianyuan to take the initiative in calling off the engagement. Embodyan's voice was cold, eliciting a silent twitch from Jifeng, who thought to himself, what kind of nonsense was this? Love for the house extends to the crow. The thoughts of the master and servant bore no relevance to Meng Qianning, who was currently fixated on the herbs beneath the trees. "Miss, can these all be used?" Qing Lian inquired, somewhat perplexed by the herbs, but noting the gleam in Meng Qianning's eyes, she instinctively understood their significance. Realizing they must be of great value, Qing Lian smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. For her, simply being able to accompany her lady was a stroke of fortune, and she had no desire for these items. The two of them continued to gather usable herbs, and before long, they had nearly exhausted the nearby resources. "Miss, shall we venture deeper?" "Of course, with so many herbs here, there must be even more within." For most, the monster beast forest was both paradise and hell. With good fortune, one might become wealthy overnight, but with ill luck, one could lose their life within these woods. Qing Lian nodded, following closely behind Meng Qianning as they delved deeper. Encountering several edible beasts along the way, all of which were dispatched by Qing Lian. Although she had never skinned or gutted a beast before, she could not bear to let Meng Qianning do such things. So she merely learned by observation. Meng Qianning, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. Qing Lian was commendable in many respects, yet this reluctance was a flaw that it seemed she needed to adjust Qing Lian's mindset. After all, she was not some delicate young lady. Well, when out in the wild, one must not be overly particular. If we happen to get separated, I might starve, though the reality was not quite so dire. Qing Lian hesitated, reflecting on Meng Qianning's words. If she were no longer by her side, what would she do? With such thoughts, Meng Qianning's intentions remained unspoken, but Qing Lian still took it upon herself to handle the more arduous tasks. She skewered the monster meat on branches to roast, occasionally sprinkling it with flour. Qing Lian, curious, inquired, "Miss, what is that you are sprinkling?" "It smells delightful. A seasoning powder that enhances the flavor of the meat." When deciding to venture into the monster beast forest, Meng Qianning had prepared well, bringing ample spices along, for she had no intention of consuming bland food. After a short while, the aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air, causing Qing Lian to swallow hard, her gaze fixed on the meat over the fire. "Miss, this meat smells heavenly." Meng Qianning smiled, flipping the meat and scoring it with her dagger to allow for better seasoning. "We shall be able to eat shortly." Just as the two planned to share the roasted meat, a delicate voice interrupted them. They exchanged glances, turning toward the source of the sound to find Xianyuan Hao and his sister. Xianyuan Shui, adorned in black garments. Meng Qianning couldn't help but think if this was what they called fate's irony. "Hand over your roasted meat," Xianyuan Shui exclaimed, her eyes immediately landing on the golden brown delicacy. Casting a disdainful glance at Xianyuan Shui, Meng Qianning mused whether this person was mentally deficient. Did she not realize where they were? This was the monster beast forest. Was it truly wise to act so brazenly? Calmly, she retrieved 2 plates, slicing the roasted meat into portions and arranging them neatly, offering one to Qing Lian, who began to eat while Meng Qianning followed suit. Xianyuan Shui, initially expecting gratitude for her demands, was taken aback when the two simply continued to eat. "How audacious! Do you know who I am? How dare you ignore me?" Xianyuan Shui had never endured such indignity. Meng Qianning glanced at Xianyuan Shui, responding coolly, "I do not know who you are. I only know there is an arrogant girl before me. This is the monster beast forest, not your home, young lady. It would be wise for you to temper your arrogance." Though she did not mind confronting these individuals, she felt no fear should it come to that. Xianyuan Shui trembled, pointing an accusatory finger at Meng Qianning, as if she wished to devour her whole. "You dare! If my courage were any less, I wouldn't be here," Meng Qianning retorted nonchalantly. Observing as Qing Lian finished her plate and cut more for herself, Meng Qianning ignored Xianyuan Shui entirely once more. "Swear enough." Before Xianyuan Shui could protest, Xianyuan Hao interjected, not wishing for his sister to embarrass herself over something as trivial as food. "Ladies, surely you cannot consume all that roasted meat. Why not sell us some?" Xianyuan Hao regarded Meng Qianning, having noted that her attire was rather modest and recognizing her as the one who had embarrassed He Wei Cheng previously. Meng Qianning met Xianyuan Hao's gaze, scoffing, "Why would I sell it to you? Shouldn't I keep it for myself? Or do you lack the hands to roast your own?" She had little tolerance for those who sought to obtain something without effort, even when they offered money in exchange. Xianyuan Hao furrowed his brow. Never before had anyone dared to treat him with such disdain. "You have quite the nerve. Do you know who my brother is?" Xianyuan Shui, incensed that the two women were disregarding her brother, seethed with anger. This woman was utterly ungrateful. Meng Qianning cast a cool glance at Xianyuan Shui, rolling her eyes in an unrefined manner. "I am hardly a fool. How could we not know of the third prince?" Xianyuan Hao, her words, while seemingly filled with admiration, dripped with unmistakable sarcasm upon closer inspection. Chapter 11. Can face be eaten? Xian Yuanhao's brow furrowed as he regarded the woman before him, puzzled as to when he had offended her to warrant such a response. All his life, due to Meng Baihan's influence. Meng Qianning had adorned herself flamboyantly, as if terrified of being forgotten. Her once pretty face had been so heavily painted that it was scarcely recognizable previously. In the hunting grounds, she had been a sight of disarray. And Xian Yuanhao could hardly connect this person to the one he detested. Miss, let us depart. Qing Lian thought of the past hurt Xian Yuanhao had caused her lady and could not simply stand by while Meng Qianning was bullied by him. Meng Qianning nodded in agreement. Let us go. Watching as Meng Qianning and her servant walked away, Xian Yuanhao furrowed his brow tightly. This woman truly was audacious. Did she not fear the repercussions of her insolence? Though Xian Yuanhao could swallow his pride, Xian Yuanshui was not so inclined. Her expression darkened as she glared at the retreating figures. Meng Qianning seethed inwardly, wishing fervently that she would not encounter those two again. Eat. Xian Yuanhao handed Xian Yuanshui some provisions from his spatial ring, reminding her that their outing was not merely for pleasure. After having inhaled the fragrant aroma of roasted meat, it felt like torture to force Xian Yuanshui to consume such rations. After one bite, she discarded the dry food onto the ground. Miss, are you all right? Qing Lian observed her lady with indignation. It was clear that the two were the same person, yet now that Meng Qianning appeared ethereal and unearthly. The third prince had taken notice. How ridiculous was it that he now wished to form connections with her after having disregarded her for so long? Meng Qianning shook her head. What could possibly be wrong? Rest assured, Xian Yuanhao does not interest me. He is beneath me. Such superficial men were unworthy of being Meng Qianning's partner. Qing Lian nodded earnestly. That is indeed true. In the past, she might have thought that marrying Xian Yuanhao would be advantageous for her mistress, but now it seemed an insult to Meng Qianning. All right, let us not dwell on such matters. We shall proceed deeper. There should be more monster beasts as we go further in, so we must remain cautious. As for the crystal cores from the beasts, keep what you collect for yourself. You can sell them for expenses later. Although Meng Qianning did not care for the money she provided Qing Lian, she believed that those who labored for their rewards would cherish them more. Qing Lian would never squander anything entrusted to her. Qing Lian nodded earnestly, indeed wishing to save some money, though it was not for herself but for Meng Qianning. The two ventured further. Gathering herbs they found suitable, but as they delved deeper, Meng Qianning spied even more enticing plants, prompting her to abandon some of the previously gathered ones. Looking at the herbs strewn across the ground, Qing Lian lamented. What a pity indeed. However, the ring has become somewhat inadequate. Meng Qianning also feels a great sense of regret. If she had known the herbs contained within, she would not have gathered so many ordinary ones from the periphery. Nevertheless, she has retained quite a few, as these herbs can serve as practice material, can't they? A thunderous roar from a beast suddenly echoed nearby, causing both women to exchange glances, each recognizing the looming danger reflected in the other's eyes. Meng Qianning's gaze fixated on the two creatures. One was a 6th-tier Liyun leopard, and the other a golden-haired howler, equally formidable. It seemed that the earlier sound had originated from the golden-haired howler. Miss, what should we do? Qing Lian whispered urgently in Meng Qianning's ear. Meng Qianning's eyes remained fixed on the two beasts, dust swirling around them, and she detected a faint scent of blood. Clearly, one of the beasts had been injured. Patience is required. She needs the Liyun leopard's crystal core, and the golden-haired howler is of course a valuable prize as well. However, given their current strength, it seems implausible to confront these two 6th-tier beasts. Qing Lian nodded in agreement. Both of them observing the fierce battle unfolding before them with a furious roar. The Liyun leopard lunged at the golden-haired howler, its sharp claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Meng Qianning understood that should these claws strike, the golden-haired howler would either perish or suffer grave injuries, especially as they were infused with spiritual energy. The golden-haired howler, however, was not to be caught off guard. It leaped aside, evading the attack while delivering a powerful blow to the Liyun leopard. The injured beast found itself in a dire predicament, its expression filled with frustration as it let out a low growl, casting a resentful glance at the small creature behind the golden-haired howler before retreating into the distant forest. Upon witnessing this, Meng Qianning felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Qing Lian, it's up to you now. Remember to protect yourself carefully. Their purpose in coming here was to train, and with the Liyun leopard already wounded, she believed that if Qing Lian was clever enough, she would be able to capture it with ease. Qing Lian nodded gravely, concealing her presence as Meng Qianning had taught her, quietly pursuing the Liyun leopard. Left behind, Meng Qianning observed the golden-haired howler, which had collapsed on the ground after the Liyun leopard's departure. Frowning, she noted that the golden-haired howler's injuries appeared more severe than those of the Liyun leopard. It likely endured its wounds in a desperate attempt to protect its young. A small golden cub approached the golden-haired howler, gently licking its fur with a tiny tongue. The golden-haired howler gazed at its offspring, extending its tongue to caress the cub's small head. Suddenly sensing a presence approaching, it struggled to rise from the ground upon realizing Meng Qianning's presence, yet despite its efforts it could not succeed. Nevertheless, the golden-haired howler remained vigilant, emitting low growls of warning from its throat. With a soft sigh, Meng Qianning was reminded of the elderly Meng patriarch still at home, feeling a pang of compassion. Chapter 12. A final request. Ignoring the golden-haired howler's hostility, Meng Qianning reached out to gently stroke its head, her tender touch laced with evident compassion, her clear black and white eyes devoid of greed. Sensing Meng Qianning's emotions, the golden-haired howler let out a low whimper, carefully placing its cub before her, its gaze darting between the two, filled with a pleading urgency. Do you wish for me to take care of it? Meng Qianning felt a fondness for the golden cub, yet she recognized it was not hers to claim. If she were to seize the child while the mother was gravely injured, such an act would be beneath her dignity. The golden-haired howler nodded, its eyes brimming with reluctance as it watched its young one frolic nearby, its gaze innocent and pure. Had it not been for the recent birth and its weakened state, it would not have found itself in such dire straits, nor would it have entrusted its offspring to a human. Yet, this human exuded warmth, instilling a sense of safety. Her eyes reflected no greed, only concern, devoid of ulterior motives, filled solely with compassion. The golden-haired howler whimpered again, a note of despair in its voice, evoking a deep sense of sorrow in Meng Qianning. She reached out to stroke the golden-haired howler's head, assuring, "Do not worry. I will care for it well, ensuring it comes to no harm." The golden-haired howler, reassured by Meng Qianning's earnest promise, nodded gratefully, its eyes gradually closing as its breath began to fade. "Is it all right?" Although it was her decision to send Qinglian after the Luyun leopard, seeing the blood on Qinglian's attire filled her with an inkling of regret. Qinglian casually shook her head, reveling in her newfound strength. Though she could not yet cultivate battle energy, the fact that she could slay a 6th-tier Luyun leopard was something she had once deemed unimaginable, producing a crystal core. She presented it to Meng Qianning. "Miss, this is what you sought." Meng Qianning secured the crystal core in her ring with her dagger, then smiled. "Let us bury this golden-haired howler." She gazed at the creature, its body growing cold. The two women worked together, taking an hour to dig a proper grave for the fallen beast. After a brief rest, Meng Qianning cradled the small golden cub, examining it closely. She quickly realized it bore little resemblance to the golden-haired howler, its fur not purely golden but tinged with silver, and its eyes a striking gold with hints of what breed could this be. "From now on, you shall be named Jinglan." Meng Qianning gently stroked the cub's soft head, delighting in its texture. The little creature nuzzled against her hand, silently seeking affection, then turned to the mound of earth, emitting soft whimpers as if questioning why its mother lay buried there. The trio did not linger in the area, quickly departing deeper into the forest, though Meng Qianning soon found herself regretting this decision. Not far ahead, they encountered a massive serpent, and in the face of this creature, the two women and their cub appeared to be little more than a morsel. "Damn it, why is this serpent's hide so thick?" Her dagger, forged from mysterious iron, failed to leave even a scratch upon the serpent's body. Had it not been a fine weapon, it would have surely been rendered useless by now. "Miss, what should we do?" Qinglian wiped the beads of sweat from her brow, her worry evident. This colossal serpent was clearly beyond their capacity to combat. If they attempted to flee now, their demise would be swifter. Meng Qianning observed the serpent, which reared its head skyward, her expression darkening. "It's fine. Its hide may be thick, but I refuse to believe its eyes are equally so. That if there were one vulnerable spot on this serpent, it would undoubtedly be its two massive eyes." Qinglian glanced at the serpent and nodded in agreement. "Miss, I will distract it. You find a way to slay it. Be careful." This was not the moment for hesitance. It was prudent to eliminate this beast first. Xian Yuanxue truly regretted her decision. Had she known the dangers of this monster forest, she would never have come. There were no delectable treats, no exquisite dresses to admire, and no opportunity for a relaxing bath. Everything about this place was driving her to madness. Were it not for her elder brother's presence, she would have perished long ago. "Brother, shall we take a break?" After such a lengthy journey, she felt utterly exhausted, while her brother appeared unfazed, coldly regarding his younger sister. He regretted heeding their mother's advice to bring her along. It was simply adding to his burdens. "If you wish to rest, do so on your own. We must acquire the Earth Dragon Serpent's crystal core as quickly as possible." Their purpose for this journey was to find the Earth Dragon Serpent. Yet after so many days, they had seen neither it nor any other serpents. Although Xian Yuanxue felt immense dissatisfaction, She dared not voice it, obediently following behind Xian Yuanhao, lost in her thoughts. Your Highness. There are sounds of battle ahead, and it seems to involve the Earth Dragon Serpent. Louis, Xian Yuanhao's companion, exclaimed excitedly, feeling fortunate to have encountered them. Upon hearing the name Earth Dragon Serpent, Xian Yuanhao could no longer maintain his composure and hastened towards the direction Louis indicated. Xian Yuanxue stomped her feet in frustration at the spot, yet she dared not voice her grievances, trailing behind him. However, when their group arrived at the scene of the battle, they were utterly stunned. What was happening? The two women they had encountered earlier had seemingly incapacitated the Earth Dragon Serpent's eyes. One of them wielded a dagger, suspended high in the air, the only support being the dagger embedded in the serpent's eye. The Earth Dragon Serpent thrashed its head violently. Having lived for so long, it was the first time a human had inflicted such damage upon it. An infuriating humiliation. Meng Qianning had long been aware of their presence. Her legs entwined around the serpent's body, gripping her dagger and forcing it upward. I'll show you how thick your hide is. I will flay it off you. Such a thick hide would be a waste not to use as armor. She wondered if the serpent had tendons, for if it did and they were of good quality, perhaps she could craft a whip to play with. Chapter 13. The struggle for power. Xian Yuanhao had indeed noticed. But what captivated his attention more than the Earth Dragon Serpent was the woman atop it, dressed in white, speckled with traces of blood. She resembled a red plum blossoming in winter, stunningly beautiful yet exuding an air of icy cruelty. Such a remarkable woman was worthy of being his wife, while Meng Qianning, that useless girl, was utterly unworthy. The potent energy of battle surged through Meng Qianning's hands as she struck towards the dragon serpent, which hung motionless before her. Despite being aware of the presence of others, she disregarded them entirely, leading to Xian Yuanxue's palm landing squarely on her back. The excruciating pain jolted Meng Qianning into action. She instinctively bent her leg and delivered a swift kick, sending Xian Yuanxue crashing to the ground. However, her moment of triumph was short-lived, as Xian Yuanxue's expression contorted into one of sheer agony. The pain radiating from her back served as a stark reminder of her injuries, prompting Meng Qianning to unleash her fury and sever the dragon serpent's head into a fist-sized white crystal core fell into her grasp, which she promptly stowed away in her spatial ring. The sudden turn of events left Xian Yuanhao and the others momentarily stunned, only to react when the massive body of the dragon serpent thudded to the ground. Louis was the most agitated among them. Damn it, the crystal core has been snatched away. Louis's claim of theft was rather presumptuous, as he failed to consider that the dragon serpent had been vanquished by Meng Qianning and her servant, making the entirety of the creature their rightful spoils, not to mention the core itself. As the creature's remains wobbled to the ground, Qinglian hurried to Meng Qianning's side. Miss, are you all right? She had witnessed the brazen princess's attack on her mistress and feared that Meng Qianning had sustained serious injuries. Yet, Meng Qianning was less concerned about the severity of her wounds than the realization that without her fighting energy, she was at a significant disadvantage. Fighting without it was undeniably painful. Xian Yuanhao, recovering from his shock, shot an angry glare at his sister and rushed to Meng Qianning's side, anxiously inquiring, "Are you okay?" The weasel pays a New Year's visit to the chicken with ill intentions. My mistress's predicament is entirely your doing. Spare us your feigned sympathy. It's utterly nauseating, Qinglian retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Xian Yuanhao. She was not oblivious to the unmasked affection he harbored for her mistress. A gaze that grated on her nerves. Meng Qianning, however, bestowed not even a glance upon Xian Yuanhao, focusing instead on retrieving 2 healing pills, consuming one herself and offering the other to Qinglian, with a fierce glare directed at Xian Yuanhao. Qinglian followed closely behind Meng Qianning as they attempted to leave, only to be obstructed by Lu Yi and his companions. Hand over the dragon serpent's crystal core, or we shall not hesitate to be unfriendly. Though Lu Yi perceived deep affection in Xian Yuanhao's eyes, he regarded a woman as inconsequential compared to the crystal core of the dragon serpent. Possessing the core would grant the prince the ability to seek Lord Tianxin's assistance in refining medicinal materials, significantly enhancing his power, thus preventing him from being overshadowed by another. Meng Qianning calmly regarded Lu Yi, finding his ignorance amusing. The core resides within my spatial ring. If you possess the audacity, come and seize it yourself. The treasures she cherished were not for others to covet. One cannot simply stand idly by, hoping to gain from the efforts of others without consideration of her willingness to share. Unfazed by Xian Yuanhao's warning glare, Lu Yi's fighting spirit surged to its zenith. Meng Qianning observed an ethereal blue glow emanating from him, indicating his water-based battle energy. She sighed inwardly, acknowledging the undeniable advantages that came with possessing such energy. Just narrowly evading Lu Yi's attack, Meng Qianning pushed her speed to the limit, swiftly maneuvering behind him to strike mercilessly at his neck with her dagger. That's enough. Xian Yuanhao's face darkened, his displeasure evident as he glared at Lu Yi. He understood that Lu Yi's intentions were for his benefit, yet this woman was the object of his affection. How could he permit Lu Yi's bullying? He had come to realize that despite her apparent lack of battle energy, both she and her mate had managed to slay the dragon serpent, a fact that astonished him. Lu Yi, undeterred by Xian Yuanhao's admonition, intensified his assault, forcing Meng Qianning to grapple with the escalating challenge. Xian Yuanxue, having regained her footing, rejoined the fray alongside her covert guards. Although they lacked the estir, Xian Yuanhao took a few steps forward, wishing to offer assistance, but was met with Qing Lian's vigilant glare. "Do not approach and disturb my lady." Although she was unaware of the situation regarding the lady, she could discern from her physical condition that she was enduring unimaginable agony. In that moment, both parties found themselves in a stalemate. If she continued in this manner, she would either be burned alive or frozen to death. Mo Juntian had not anticipated that his next encounter with Meng Qianning would occur under such dire circumstances. It must be said that this young girl was exceedingly foolish, daring to swallow the core of the earth dragon snake whole. Did she truly comprehend what the earth dragon snake's core entailed? A chilling voice startled everyone present. Xian Yuanhao's group remained wary of Mo Juntian and his swift companion, while Qing Lian harbored concerns about how the king would save her lady. Mo Juntian approached Meng Qianning, gently touching her wrist, where he felt an icy coldness, as if it were colder than a millennium of frozen ice. What else had she consumed besides the earth dragon snake's core? Mo Juntian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This was not the condition one would expect after ingesting the core. From that brief contact, he discerned that aside from a lingering trace of toxins, her condition was not critical. Even more astonishing was the powerful energy seemingly contained within her, yet somehow obstructed from being utilized, and her meridians were expanding infinitely. Refining one's essence and marrow was a rare fortune, and this young woman was indeed fortunate. She might be turning misfortune into blessing. Seizing such a remarkable opportunity, she must have ingested some detoxifying herbs. But the rest is beyond my knowledge, Qing Lian remarked, shaking her head in Qing Lian's eyes. The king was well versed and surely knew how to rescue her lady, which left her unguarded against Mo Juntian. This infuriated Xian Yuanhao. Just moments ago, she had been so cautious of her, and now she was currying favor with his sworn enemy. How could he not be enraged? Chapter 15. The King's Gift. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Juntian retrieved a pill and brought it to Meng Qianning's lips. To be good. Take this. Seeing Meng Qianning tightly bite her lip, refusing to swallow the medicine, he could not help but frown. His gaze tinged with helplessness. Whether she heard his voice or not, she opened her mouth and consumed the substance, disregarding whether it was edible. With a faint smile, Mo Juntian placed his hand on her back and began to channel his energy to calm the turbulent aura within her. 1 hour, then 2. Not a single person present was willing to depart, their eyes fixed on the once unconscious Meng Qianning, whose breathing gradually steadied, and her twisted expression softened upon opening her eyes and feeling a hand on her back. A casual glance revealed the identity of the person. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life." Mo Juntian raised an eyebrow. "This king remembers." Meng Qianning's lips twitched. She was at a loss for words regarding this man. However, it was only natural to owe him a debt of gratitude for saving her life. Though her injuries had healed, she had not forgotten how they had come to be. Was it mere brute force? She was eager to witness how Lu Yi and his companions would attempt to seize her life. She would ensure they regretted ever entering. Meng Qianning gazed ominously at Xian Yuanxue. Her countenance dark and foreboding. Xian Yuanxue shook her head repeatedly, acutely aware that her fate was no longer in her own hands, and judging by Meng Qianning's demeanor, it was evident that she held no fear of her royal status. Indeed, as Xian Yuanxue attempted to utter a word, Meng Qianning sheathed her dagger and delivered a powerful punch to her. The resounding crack echoed, signaling to all that Xian Yuanxue's bones were surely broken. Mo Juntian chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. The little girl strikes quite fiercely. Casting a glance at the grinning figure beside him, Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow. To harm me is to invite 100-fold retribution. She had never considered herself a virtuous person, nor did she believe in enduring grievances silently. That was simply not her style. Rubbing her chin contemplatively, Mo Juntian nodded. Those who are bullied yet do not retaliate are nothing but fools. Meng Qianning was momentarily taken aback. She had presumed that this man might defend Xian Yuanxue. Given their somewhat intertwined fates, Mo Juntian, you should silence yourself. Already in excruciating pain, she could hardly bear to hear such words from him. With a chilling glare directed at Xian Yuanxue, before she could fully comprehend the situation, Xian Yuanxue was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. resulting in even more fractures when has it ever been the case that others could meddle in my affairs? The icy, penetrating gaze fell upon Xianyuan Shui, causing her, in her agony, to shiver. How could she forget that the most untouchable man in all of Nanyue stood before her? The consequences of crossing him. Xianyuan Hao furrowed his brows and approached Emojun Tian. Your Majesty, that is my brother's sister. And so what? Emojun Tian replied, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Meng Qianning felt a cold sweat break out. How had the dynamics of this encounter shifted so dramatically? Yet, she could not deny the undeniable charm of Emojun Tian. He was indeed a true man, a rarity. Meng Qianning regarded him with the admiration of a young girl. Your Majesty is truly formidable. The admiration was not hers alone. Qinglian beside her also shared the sentiment. Meng Qianning nodded in agreement, recognizing both his prowess and his striking looks. Xianyuan Hao's expression darkened considerably. He was perpetually overshadowed by this outsider. He knew all too well where his father's loyalties lay in any conflict between himself and Emojun Tian. Many a time, he questioned whether he was truly the Emperor's biological son, for the dynamic between him and Emojun Tian resembled that of ordinary father and son. Regardless of the magnitude of trouble Emojun Tian caused, he would receive unwavering support, irrespective of fault. Were it not for Emojun Tian's intervention, Jifeng and the others would have long since sought to teach Xianyuan Hao a lesson. Is that so? I shall await your move. The contempt was palpable. It was not that Emojun Tian held Xianyuan Hao in disdain. Rather, Xianyuan Hao offered little of merit to earn his respect, clenching his fists tightly. Had there not been a sliver of rationality within him, Xianyuan Hao would have surely engaged Emojun Tian in combat. My lord, are we simply to let them go? Jifeng inquired, his frustration evident. What does it matter whether we release them or not? Emojun Tian replied cryptically, casting a glance at Meng Qianning, who he believed would prefer him to handle the situation. During this time, Meng Qianning had learned from Qinglian about Emojun Tian's actions, and the scene she witnessed upon awakening compelled her to approach him. Thank you, Your Majesty, having thanked me once already. Here is something for you. It will be beneficial. Do not linger too long in the monster forest. As it is ill-suited for you, we have matters to attend to. With that, he vanished from her sight, leaving Meng Qianning once more in awe of his formidable presence. Jifeng cast a conflicted glance at the item in Meng Qianning's hand, ultimately following suit, though he could not fathom why his master transformed in the presence of Miss Meng. Appearing so amiable, Meng Qianning looked down at the fruit in her hand. Was this not the Hongying fruit? A legendary fruit said to enhance fighting spirit, yet she possessed no fighting spirit herself. Why would the king give her such a valuable item? Unbeknownst to Meng Qianning, what she deemed priceless was, in Emojun Tian's eyes, merely an ordinary fruit. Miss, did the king not mention that after consuming the earth dragon serpent's core, if you endure, you may cultivate fighting spirit? Qinglian remarked timidly. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Should that be true, it would be a fortuitous development. Upon reaching the forest's edge, she suddenly remembered her small companion. Qinglian, where is Jinglan? Miss, I thought you had forgotten about this little creature, Qinglian chuckled, gesturing to the small animal nestled in her arms. Chapter 17. Annulment of engagement. Armed with the items brought by Qinglian, Meng Qianning began to apply makeup to her face, quickly transforming her appearance. Not only did her looks change dramatically, but even her demeanor shifted. Had Qinglian not witnessed it firsthand, she would have surely believed she had mistaken her for another. How could someone so beautiful become so unrecognizable? Observing Qinglian's astonished expression, Meng Qianning knew her efforts had succeeded. This new visage bore little resemblance to her original self, lacking beauty and indeed appearing quite grotesque, much like the former Meng Qianning after sending Qinglian away. Meng Qianning entered the gathering, where many faces were filled with disdain upon her arrival. Isn't that the useless young lady of the Meng family? It seems she hastened here upon hearing the third prince's arrival. The third prince is truly unfortunate to be betrothed to such a person indeed, echoed the collective voices, and though Meng Qianning heard them, she paid them no mind, as her focus lay elsewhere. The third prince. The exaggerated tone caused a shiver to run down her spine as she rushed to the front, gazing at Xianyuan Hao standing at the entrance. A fleeting coldness flickered in her eyes before swiftly morphing into a lovesick expression. Nearly drooling in infatuation witnessing such a sight, Xianyuan Hao felt nothing but revulsion, perplexed by his sister's behavior. How could Meng Qianning possibly be the one to take action against her? If she possessed even a fraction of the beauty of that other woman, marrying her might not be so intolerable. Yet, gazing upon this hideously transformed face, coupled with her love-struck demeanor, filled Xianyuan Hao with an overwhelming sense of disgust. Were it not for pressing matters, he would not wish to linger there for another moment. Meng Qianning, unconcerned with Xian Yuanhao's thoughts, approached him with a sickeningly sweet expression. Brother Hao, are you here to see me? I am so happy. She reached out to tug at Xian Yuanhao's sleeve. Only to be met with his disdainful evasion. Feigning sorrow, she lowered her head, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Xian Yuanhao, one day she would make this man regret his actions. Seeing Meng Qianning in such a state only reinforced Xian Yuanhao's convictions. This woman could not possibly be the enchanting figure he had envisioned. She was unworthy even to carry the shoes of that other. This is the annulment letter. Xian Yuanhao, suppressing his disgust, threw the document at Meng Qianning. Silence fell over the crowd as they turned to stare at Meng Qianning, expressions tinged with glee, especially Meng Bihan at the doorway, who appeared to revel in the anticipation of Meng Qianning's breakdown. When Meng San emerged, he was taken aback to see his precious granddaughter adorned in such a ghastly manner, clutching something in her hands. What is this, Qianning? An annulment letter, Meng Qianning replied casually, showing no concern. Meng Bihan approached Meng San, feigning sorrow. Grandfather, the third prince has just given my sister the annulment letter. She has been cast aside. As she spoke, she pretended to wipe away tears, yet to Meng San and his granddaughter, her antics were utterly repugnant. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, including Xian Yuanhao. What was happening? Why was Meng San so elated? Shouldn't he be furious? It seemed as if everything had spiraled beyond their control. Today Meng San was exceedingly joyful, overjoyed in fact, because his beloved granddaughter had finally severed ties with that prince. This news thrilled him beyond measure. It was not his fault, of course. Previously Meng Qianning had chased after Xian Yuanhao, only to be hurt and ridiculed. Now that they were no longer connected, he no longer feared for his granddaughter's heart being rekindled. And how could that not bring him joy? Meng Qianning's lips twitched as she observed Meng San. Even if he was happy, he ought to temper his enthusiasm. Grandfather, your image, your demeanor. Please do not be so boastful, lest others think we disdain the third prince, Meng Qianning remarked, her mouth twitching. The words elicited exasperated glances from those around them. Was this truly the same person who had once chased after the third prince? Moments ago, they had mocked her for being cast aside, yet witnessing her reaction and Meng San's, it was evident that they were indeed disparaging the third prince. Xian Yuanhao regarded Meng Qianning's rapid transformation with a grim expression. How could this woman change so swiftly? Her indifferent demeanor reminded him of the woman he had encountered in the monster forest. If one looked closely, it was indeed possible to see the shadow of that woman within her. But was that truly feasible? The most delighted by the annulment of the engagement were none other than Meng Bihan, for it signified an opportunity for her. The only thing that vexed her was Meng Qianning's apparent lack of reaction, as if she were utterly unperturbed, which greatly irked her. The third prince, Meng Bihan, approached Xian Yuanhao. Attempting to convey something to him with a cold glance at Meng Bihan, he shifted his gaze to the grand gates of the Meng residence, ultimately gesturing for everyone to depart. He would surely uncover the truth in due time. Meng Qianning, you would do well not to let this prince discover that you have deceived me. Grandfather, do not become too complacent. Meng Qianning helplessly rubbed her forehead, although she was delighted to have resolved the marriage engagement. Could her grandfather refrain from staring at her with such a beaming smile? It placed an immense pressure upon her. Meng San chuckled heartily, and after his laughter subsided, he moved beside Meng Qianning, gently ruffling her hair. Qinger, Xian Yuanhao is not worthy of you. In the past, when you were infatuated with him, your grandfather was powerless to intervene, but now that you have let go, I am truly happy. From now on, no one will dare to bully you, and nothing could bring me greater joy. Chapter 18. The reason for the withdrawal. Xian Yuanhao spoke indifferently, suddenly recalling the expressions of the grandfather and granddaughter. And a wave of displeasure washed over him. His mother, the esteemed concubine, noticed her son's discontent and inquired with curiosity, didn't you claim to dislike Meng Qianning? Why aren't you pleased now that the engagement has been called off? She had orchestrated this meeting solely for the purpose of annulling the engagement, entirely unrelated to her discussions with Xian Yuxue. Xian Yuanhao furrowed his brow as he recounted the attitudes of Meng Qianning and her grandfather. Upon hearing that the persistent Meng Qianning had accepted the annulment without a word, the esteemed concubine was taken aback. Mother, what do you think they are plotting? Xian Yuanhao had never encountered such perplexing behavior. Reflecting on the past Meng Qianning and the present, he sensed that something had changed unbeknownst to him. The esteemed concubine smirked derisively. Do not worry about this matter. I have seen enough of such games of desire and retreat. Although the esteemed concubine was displeased, she nodded. However, pay close attention to your father, and ensure your sister's injury does not go unavenged. Find out more about that woman. The esteemed concubine was already aware of Xian Yuxue's injury. Though it was related to the monarch, she laid the blame squarely on the mysterious woman, as they could not confront the monarch directly. I understand. Mother Xian Yuanhao nodded in agreement. As for whether his thoughts aligned with those of the esteemed concubine, only he could know. Watching her son depart, the esteemed concubine's expression darkened. Her daughter would not be so easily wronged, whether at the hands of that woman or the monarch. After conversing with Meng San for a while, Meng Qianning entered the library. Among the pile of items left by her parents, she discovered a book on cultivating fighting QI. As she opened it, she was captivated by its contents, becoming so engrossed that she spent the entire day seated in the library. The more she read, the more she enjoyed it. When she felt a faint surge of energy while practicing the techniques described in the book, the exhilaration was indescribable. After her practice, she opened her eyes and gazed at her hands, a delightful smile gracing her lips. How wonderful! I will surely put in my utmost effort. Previously unable to cultivate, she had not paid it much heed, but now that she could, she was determined to delve deeper. After finishing one book, she perused others, ultimately returning to the first one, and also found a book on alchemy. Closing the door to her room, she set the book aside and meticulously studied it. Once she felt sufficiently prepared, she gathered several herbs and a cauldron to commence her practice. For several days, Meng Qianning did not leave her room, informing Qing Lian and the others that no one was to enter her quarters while she was concocting elixirs. One day, as Qing Lian and the others prepared for their usual training, Meng Bihan appeared at the courtyard entrance. The three exchanged glances and positioned themselves at the threshold. Qing Lian regarded Meng Bihan with unwavering composure and stated, "Miss, I apologize, but my lady has instructed that no one is to enter, regardless of who it may be. Get out of the way. How dare a lowly servant block my path?" In the past, Meng Bihan had enjoyed a favorable reputation among the servants, but after being soundly beaten by Meng Qianning, her demeanor shifted. In her foul mood, she began to bully the servants, which elicited considerable resentment. Qing Lian, observing Meng Bihan, spoke with a grave tone, "Even if the master were to come, we would not allow entry unless my lady herself grants permission." How audacious! Who gave you the gall? Previously, she could enter the courtyard at will, but now finding herself obstructed was intolerable for Meng Bihan. One of her handmaids, eyes gleaming, looked at Qing Lian in feigned anger. Upon hearing her maid's words, Meng Bihan realized the disrespect shown to her. "You dare speak to me like that?" "Yes, Mississippi." The maid approached Qing Lian menacingly, while the two brothers beside her prepared to act but were restrained by Qing Lian. Just as the maid was about to strike, a loud explosion erupted from Meng Qianning's quarters, startling everyone, especially Meng Bihan. The explosion drew attention from many, including Meng Senator. That noise came from Qing'er's courtyard. "Let us investigate," he remarked, hastily making his way over with the steward. By the time he arrived, a crowd had gathered at the entrance. Meng San, looking at Qing Lian and the others, anxiously inquired, "Was that explosion from here? How could there be so many people if it wasn't he?" Qing Lian sighed. It appeared even the master had come, and the commotion caused by the young lady was indeed significant. "Yes, it indeed originated from my lady's room." Though reluctant to divulge this, Qing Lian felt compelled to tell the truth in the presence of the master. Meng San's complexion paled. What had that reckless girl done to cause an explosion? That troublesome girl cannot remain tranquil for even a moment. Chapter 19. Refining a pill, blowing up a furnace. Although Meng San's words were somewhat harsh, worry was evident in his eyes. When would this granddaughter of his learn to ease his concerns? Meng Qianning stared at the charred remnants of the cauldron, glancing at the few remaining Baiyun pills in her hand, her lips twitching in dismay. It was painful to realize that the losses far outweighed what she had salvaged. As she packed the remaining pills and prepared to exit, the uproar outside caught her attention, causing her to furrow her brow. Who could be causing trouble now? Stepping outside, she was met with an overwhelming crowd, including Meng San and Meng Chang, along with their daughter. Meng Bihan, meanwhile, harbored malicious thoughts, wishing that Meng Qianning had perished in the explosion. Feeling somewhat awkward, Meng Qianning approached Meng San and expressed her exasperation. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Upon seeing her sooty face and innocent demeanor, Meng San's anger flared, and he shot her a fierce glare. "What mischief have you been up to now? One might think you were demolishing the house." "Well, it was rather akin to demolition, though perhaps not quite so loud," Meng Qianning awkwardly replied, acutely aware that the gathering at her door was indeed a result of the recent explosion. Grandfather, I assure you I did nothing untoward." Meng Qianning attempted to deflect the situation with a light-hearted comment. However, this time, Meng San was not so easily appeased. He glared at her with frustration. "You insolent girl. Do you think you can fool me? Speak plainly, what were you doing in there to create such a ruckus?" This girl could never remain still for a single day. To this, Meng Qianning adopted an even more innocent expression. Looking earnestly at Meng's senator grandfather, I truly did nothing wrong. I was merely refining medicine and had a little explosion. That's all that I promise, everything is fine. Though Meng Qianning spoke casually, her words left the assembled crowd utterly dumbfounded. What had she just said? She had merely been refining medicine and caused an explosion. Since when had the Meng family's infamous uselessness taken up alchemy? Qing'er, you can refine medicine? Meng San asked incredulously. If she truly possessed the ability to refine medicine, it would be a remarkable asset, and who would dare to bully her again? Meng Qianning nodded, as if concerned that Meng San would not believe her, and presented the 5 Baiyun pills in her hand. Upon seeing the pills, everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, they were Baiyun pills, known for their healing properties, and there were 5 of them. They were at a loss for words, utterly amazed by their lady's prowess. Amid the cheers of the crowd, only 2 faces bore deep frowns, those of Meng Qiang and his daughter, especially Meng Bihan. Gripping her sleeves tightly, she felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Why had Meng Qianning suddenly learned to refine medicine? Surely, it was a deception, yet she appeared sincere. Her standing in the family had already been high. And now with the ability to refine medicine, what place would she hold in the household? No, she would not let this matter rest so easily. Meng Qianning cast a sidelong glance at Meng Bihan, a sardonic smile curling at her lips. This woman truly never learns, does she? Yet, considering the old man's delight, she decided to overlook their transgressions and grant them forgiveness this once. Meng San, observing the handful of elixirs in Meng Qianning's palm, was on the verge of bursting into laughter, his unwrinkled face blooming like a flower. Well done, my dear. In the future, feel free to explode your courtyard as you please. Should you destroy it, Grandpa shall provide you with a new one. His words elicited a collective eye roll from everyone present, including Meng Qianning herself, especially Meng Qianning, who had only blown up the furnace due to her initial lack of control, who genuinely wants to destroy things at will. Wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. Meng San gazed at the elixirs in hand. His joy intensified, however, upon noticing the many onlookers around him. His expression darkened. All right, everyone, return to your tasks. And should anyone dare speak of today's events, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As he spoke, he cast a warning glance at Meng Qiang and his daughter, clearly seeing through their intentions. The Meng family members nodded in agreement. Having a young lady skilled in alchemy could only bring them benefits, as they would surely have access to excellent elixirs in the future before long. The only ones remaining at the entrance of Meng Qianning's courtyard were Meng Qiang and his daughter. Meng Bihan surveyed the courtyard, her expression darkening. Father, I refuse to accept this. Why must that illegitimate child garner everyone's attention? Grandfather doted on her excessively before, and now that she can refine elixirs, who knows how much more affection she will receive. This family will likely have nothing good left for me. Previously, when Meng Qianning had no skills, Meng San, despite his kindness towards her, still had to consider the feelings of the family, but now that Meng Qianning had become an alchemist, it was a monumental boon for the entire clan. If Meng San were to bestow anything upon her, the elders would have no grounds for protest. Meng Qiang, too, felt a pang of dissatisfaction, having been overshadowed by his brother before. Now his daughter was similarly eclipsed by the daughter of his rival. Clearly, his daughter was not only beautiful but also possessed a natural talent for cultivation, far superior to Meng Qianning. Yet now Meng Qianning had become a coveted alchemist. Rest assured, Honor, that Meng Qianning won't live long. Meng Qiang said ominously. Qing Lian and Qing Mu, lurking in the shadows, felt their tempers flare upon overhearing the conversation between the father and daughter. Were it not for Meng Qianning's insistence on handling certain matters herself, they would have charged out in a rage. After recounting the exchange, Meng Qianning did not feel anger. Instead, she chuckled, leaving Qing Lian and the others puzzled. Perhaps the young lady was simply bemused? There is no need for such glances. I'm merely awaiting their actions. If they do not strike, how can I justly retaliate against them? Even though Meng San had not elaborated on the past dealings with Meng Qiang, she had gleaned bits from Qing Lian's words. Meng Qiang had constantly set traps for her father, and now his daughter was doing the same for her. Could she truly say they were deserving of each other? Chapter 20. Regret sets in. Qing Lian and Qing Mu exchanged glances, ultimately rolling their eyes in disdain. She had anticipated this outcome, yet their fates did not concern her. If they refrained from provoking the young lady, they would surely encounter no trouble. However, should they act foolishly, whatever befell them would be their own doing. What did you say? Is it true? Xian Yuanhao rose from his chair, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded the woman seated opposite him. Had he truly heard that the so-called waste had become an alchemist? crafting healing elixirs such as the Bai Yun Dan in notable quantities. His expression darkened upon recalling that he had just annulled his engagement with Meng Qianning. Only for her to suddenly possess such skills. It is indeed true. Many from the Meng family have witnessed it, Meng Baihan replied, her eyes lowered as she spoke earnestly, though her heart sank at the sight of Xian Yuanhao's reaction. She pressed on. Once he learned of this development, he would undoubtedly seek trouble with Meng Qianning, and soon many would become aware of her newfound prowess as an alchemist. A wicked smile crept upon her lips as she awaited the moment to see Meng Qianning's downfall. With confirmation of the news, Xian Yuanhao's demeanor grew colder. He cast a glance at Meng Baihan before abruptly standing and exiting without a word. Watching him rush away, Meng Baihan's eyes sparkled with triumph. She was eager to see how Meng Qianning would respond. Xian Yuanhao made his way to the palace, seeking out his mother, the Empress Dowager. What troubles you, my son? You seem quite agitated, she observed, furrowing her brow in discontent. Mother, Meng Qianning can refine elixirs, he declared, his expression grim. The sound of shattered porcelain echoed as the Empress Dowager stared at him in disbelief, recognizing his distress. She realized she had not misheard. Is this news accurate? Xian Yuanhao nodded, affirming indeed it was Meng Baihan who informed me, claiming many in the Meng family bore witness, despite understanding Meng Baihan's intentions. He found himself genuinely angry and regretful. Marrying an alchemist would only bring him benefits, not drawbacks. How fortunate for him. The Empress Dowager clenched her fists, her expression darkening. She had never expected that such an insignificant character would turn out to be an alchemist. Xian Yuanhao could not deny it, remaining silent. In the past, he might have entertained the possibility, but now he found it hard to fathom she had thrown his gifts back at him, and when he sought to annul their engagement, she had accepted with calm composure. Everything had shifted without his notice. What are you pondering, my son? The Empress Dowager inquired. Noticing his silence though displeased, she conceded that if the young woman possessed such utility, marrying her as a secondary consort might not be such a bad idea, though the position of primary consort was out of the question. Regardless of the Empress Dowager's thoughts, Xian Yuanhao turned and left. Arriving at the entrance of the Meng residence, where the guards greeted him respectfully upon hearing the news, Meng Sen's previously cheerful demeanor darkened in an instant. What does he want? The master will soon find out. The steward replied with a smile. Frowning, Meng San, though reluctant, proceeded to the front hall, where Xian Yuanhao awaited him. Old Master Meng, I could never presume to have His Highness bow to me. What brings you to the Meng residence? The implication was clear. Their family had severed ties with him, so what was his purpose for coming? Did he still wish to embarrass them further? Xian Yuanhao's expression stiffened, a flicker of shadow crossing his eyes before vanishing. Where is Meng Qianning? He inquired directly, bypassing pleasantries. Meng San chuckled coldly. My granddaughter's whereabouts seem unrelated to your highness. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, your highness provided her with a letter of annulment. Am I mistaken? His demeanor grew colder. How shameless could this prince be, inquiring after Meng Qianning after severing their engagement? He couldn't swallow his indignation. Taking a deep breath, Xian Yuanhao reminded himself to remain calm. After suppressing his anger, he turned to Meng. Senator, I have matters to discuss with her. You may convey your message to me. There is no need to seek her out. Meng Sen was not foolish enough to allow him to disturb his precious granddaughter. Since Meng Qianning began her alchemical endeavors, she had remained in her chamber, concocting numerous potions, many of which she had contributed to the family, while keeping a few for herself. This is a matter between her and me, Xian Yuanhao replied, his agitation evident. Without seeing Meng Qianning, he could not confirm the truth of the matter, and this vexed him greatly. Meng Sen regarded Xian Yuanhao coolly. What is your relationship with her? Do you have unfinished business? Xian Yuanhao found himself at a loss for words. Could he really proclaim that he was her former fiancé? If he did, he was certain Meng San would dismiss him outright. Miss, the third prince has arrived and wishes to see you. Qing Lian quickly conveyed the news to Meng Qianning. Meng Qianning nodded in acknowledgement, reclining in her chair, her eyes gently closed, leaving one to wonder whether she had fallen asleep or was simply resting. Why would he come seeking you when the engagement has been annulled? Qing Mu asked, perplexed. With a slight smile, Meng Qianning mused. What could he possibly want? I can hazard a guess, but does he truly believe I am still the same person I once was? She is truly filled with resentment at this moment, lamenting why it is Meng Qianning who possesses the ability to concoct elixirs rather than herself. If it were her, she would undoubtedly become the consort of the third prince. The third prince has arrived. At Meng Qianning's gesture, Qing Mu and the others allowed Meng Bihan to enter, even going so far as to approach Meng Qianning's side. gazing at that exquisitely beautiful face, one that remained stunning even without makeup. Her hatred intensified. She wished to mar that visage that if it were disfigured as it once was, surely no matter how much the third prince valued her, he would never marry her, would he? But what does it matter? Meng Qianning cast a casual glance at Meng Bihan and remarked nonchalantly, what relevance does the arrival of Xuanyuanhao hold for her? Why does this woman come here to speak? That sorrowful demeanor, who is it meant to impress? Those unaware might think she has stolen her man. Meng Bihan, caught off guard by Meng Qianning's words, had expected her to excitedly rush to the hall to find Xuanyuanhao. Yet she did not, far from it. Instead, her expression remained indifferent, as though she were unacquainted with the visitors. In that moment, Meng Bihan found herself at a loss for words, feeling both envy and resentment as she observed Meng Qianning's leisurely demeanor. Meanwhile, Xuanyuanhao's face had darkened to the hue of ink, while Meng San appeared exceedingly pleased, seemingly oblivious to Xuanyuanhao's ire, wearing a grin on his face that if the third prince has matters to discuss, let him speak. I shall not consent to any request to meet Qianning. Meng San suddenly lost the desire to see Xuanyuanhao, nor did he wish to witness his hypocritical demeanor. Xuanyuanhao gazed coldly at Meng San. This was the first time someone dared to confront him in such a manner. Were it not for his intent to uncover the truth, he would have gladly departed, yet he would not let Meng San off easily. Some words he would only utter in her presence since he was unwilling to relent, let them remain at an impasse. Meng San furrowed his brow tightly, only to suddenly break into a smile. Since you wish to see Qianning, I shall grant you that. Come with me. Xuanyuanhao looked at Meng San with astonishment at the sudden shift in his stance, a troubling sensation stirring within him, compelling him to want to turn and leave. Following Meng San to Meng Qianning's courtyard, Meng Bihan did not exit upon seeing the two enter. Her complexion paled, and she hastily knelt on the ground. Your Highness, I have come to pay my respects. Rise. Xuanyuanhao observed Meng Qianning still reclined on her chair, revealing only a profile so familiar that it made him hesitate to gaze upon her full face. Qianning, the third prince has matters to discuss with you. Meng San looked at Meng Qianning with affectionate eyes, casually taking a seat beside her. Meng Qianning opened her eyes, turning to regard the man beside her. Grandfather, do not assume I am unaware of your thoughts. Being seen through by his own granddaughter, Meng San felt no anger. Instead, he rubbed his nose and chuckled softly. The moment Meng Qianning turned her head, Xuanyuanhao beheld her face, and it was unmistakably the very woman he had encountered in the monster forest. Meng Qianning, it is truly you. Of course it is, third prince. Noting Xuanyuanhao's expression of disbelief, Meng Qianning spoke with a smirk. Xuanyuanhao's countenance shifted through various shades. He had never anticipated that Meng Qianning was the woman he had sought for so long. She was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, yet he could not fathom why she had once chosen to disguise herself in such a frightful manner. Little did he know Meng Qianning's previous appearances were the handiwork of Meng Bihan, who claimed that the third prince preferred such a guy as Meng Qianning. Harboring feelings for the third prince, had allowed Meng Bihan to alter her appearance as she pleased. However, she now found herself grateful for it. Otherwise, obtaining the annulment of their engagement might not have been so effortless. You deceived me. At this moment, Xuanyuanhao could only feel that he had been duped. This woman, so stunningly beautiful, had chosen to present herself to him in such an unattractive manner. It was infuriating. Now, with revelations of her alchemical prowess, coupled with everything that transpired in the monster forest, he had no hesitation in suspecting that Meng Qianning had begun to cultivate battle qi. Rising leisurely from her chair, arms crossed, she observed Xuanyuanhao with a leisurely air. Deceive you? The third prince seems to overestimate himself. I have no interest in trickery. If blame must be assigned, it lies solely with your own narrow vision. Not everyone can remain indifferent in the face of an exceedingly unattractive visage while showering it with affection. Everyone is, after all, drawn to appearances. She would say nothing of the sort. But what was this situation? To accuse her of deceit over his own lack of discernment was simply outrageous. Xuanyuanhao glared at Meng Qianning, yet found himself at a loss for words. He had always detested her previous appearance. Who could have known that beneath such an unattractive exterior lay such unparalleled beauty? Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. How could you possibly know? My grandfather only learned of it yesterday and ordered that no one was to divulge the information. I am quite curious about how you came by this news. As she spoke, Meng Qianning's gaze often darted toward the silent woman. Her lips curling into a sardonic smile, Meng San glanced at Meng Bihan, noticing her complexion had suddenly turned pale, and a plan began to form in his mind. Clearly, they had underestimated the weight of their words. Xuanyuanhao felt as though today was the most humiliating day of his life. The woman he had cast aside had now transformed into the one he had sought for so long, while the person he despised had become a respected alchemist. One surprise followed another, leaving Xian Yuanhao with a frosty expression. Meng Qianning, you truly excel at deceiving me time and again. How have I deceived you? What have I deceived you of? Your wealth or your affection? Meng Qianning replied nonchalantly. Men are like this. They think that once they are cast aside, others can do nothing. Xian Yuanhao regarded Meng Qianning coldly. And after a prolonged silence he turned to leave. He would not let this matter slide after all. Could the Meng family's power rival that of the royal family? With a decree issued, what could they do? With that thought in mind, Xian Yuanhao felt a little lighter, while the expressions on Meng Qianning and Meng Sen's faces grew considerably less pleasant. Chapter 22. The monarch's forced marriage. Watching Xian Yuanhao depart, Meng Sen's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within them. His departing gaze left him feeling quite displeased. It seems my grandfather is about to face trouble, Meng Qianning remarked with a hint of exasperation. Given Xian Yuanhao's demeanor, it seemed he intended to seek the emperor's decree for marriage. However, they had only just annulled their engagement. For Xian Yuanhao to resort to such tactics seemed rather inappropriate. I understand. Qianning, you need not worry. Focus on your own matters. I will manage this. Meng Sen's expression darkened. To publicly present a letter of annulment only to later seek marriage was to assume that their Qianning could be taken lightly at will. Meng Qianning nodded with a smile, sensing that this matter was unlikely to be so simple. Upon returning to the palace, Xian Yuanhao made his way to the study to seek an audience with his father, where he encountered Mo Juntian. His expression shifted slightly as he observed Xian Yuanzhan's elated demeanor, wondering what they had discussed to elicit such joy. Son pays his respects to father. Xian Yuanhao suppressed his thoughts and knelt respectfully. Xian Yuanzhan, suppressing his smile, casually replied. Rise. Such disparate treatment was apparent to anyone not dull-witted. Xian Yuanhao's downcast eyes harbored resentment. He could not comprehend why his father favored this unknown illegitimate child so much, bestowing upon him a title of nobility while constantly thinking of him. However, what brings you here? Xian Yuanzhan noticed his son remained silent with his head bowed, a slight frown forming on his brow, hinting at his displeasure. Suppressing his thoughts, Xian Yuanhao knelt once more. I request that father grant me a marriage decree. A marriage decree? For whom? Xian Yuanzhan was already displeased by Xian Yuanhao's prior unilateral annulment of the engagement with Meng Qianning. Now he was curious to know whom he wished to marry. The Meng family. Meng Qianning. Nonsense. Xian Yuanzhan slammed his palm on the table. If he had sought to marry someone else, that would have been one thing. But the fact that it was Meng Qianning, he had publicly annulled their engagement in front of so many people and now sought a marriage decree. Did he truly consider this a trivial matter? Most importantly, the elder of the Meng family was already exceedingly displeased with this incident. Although he had not voiced his discontent, it had been made abundantly clear in various ways. If he were to agree to this marriage, the elder would certainly become distant, leading to complications later on. I beg father to grant this wish. Xian Yuanhao had not anticipated his father would react with such anger. He had assumed the request would be met with agreement, especially since his father had been furious during the annulment. Xian Yuanzhan glared coldly at his son, who had once garnered his satisfaction, but recent actions had left him deeply disappointed, particularly the unilateral annulment of the engagement. Grant, when you unilaterally annulled the engagement, did you consider today? How is it that upon discovering she is not the same as before, you are reluctant to cast her aside? Do you think the dignity of the Meng family is something you can trample upon at will? Xian Yuanzhan's voice was icy. The secrets of the Meng family are known to very few, and he was among them. The Meng family was not a family of officials, yet he had to tread carefully. What does that matter? Having a marriage alliance with the royal family is already a mark of respect for them. Xian Yuanhao retorted defiantly. They are merely a family with some wealth, they possess no power. What can they do? Xian Yuanzhan was taken aback by his son's words, his forehead throbbing with anger. Your Highness need not be agitated. Juntian has come to see you today not merely for idle conversation. Just as Xian Yuanzhan was about to lose his temper, Mo Juntian unexpectedly spoke, his voice indifferent, yet Xian Yuanhao detected a subtle strangeness. Xian Yuanzhan looked at his nephew in confusion. Jun, do enlighten me, what brings you here? Did he truly believe he could contest with him? Without needing to know the outcome, Xian Yuanhao was already aware that his desire to wed Meng Qianning would be thwarted. For it was always the same, whenever he sought the same object as Mo Juntian, Xian Yuanzhan invariably favored Mo Juntian. Are you serious, Jun? Regardless of his son's expression, Xian Yuanzhan regarded Mo Juntian earnestly. He had attempted on numerous occasions to find a wife for Meng Qianning, yet the latter had consistently refused. To his surprise this time, it was Meng Qianning who initiated the conversation. After pondering for a moment, Xian Yuanzhan nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall issue the decree. He then took up his brush and began inscribing the imperial edict, entirely oblivious to Xian Yuanhao beside him. Although he had anticipated such a conclusion, hearing his father utter those words ignited a fury within him. Father, you always do this. What is it about him that warrants such favoritism? Meng Qianning is merely an unknown bastard. Under normal circumstances, Xian Yuanhao would never have voiced such sentiments, but today he was provoked, and thus he spoke out upon hearing Xian Yuanhao refer to Meng Qianning as a bastard. Xian Yuanzhan's anger erupted instantaneously. He unleashed a wave of aura and struck Xian Yuanhao across the face with a sweeping gesture. Who permitted you to speak in such a manner? Was it Chang Guofei? Xian Yuanzhan was well aware that the women of the harem harbored grievances regarding his affection for Meng Qianning, and they whispered amongst themselves. However, he had chosen to ignore it. Yet now, someone had the audacity to voice such words in his presence, and that person was his own son. Xian Yuanhao had never witnessed his father in such a furious state, especially for someone seemingly unrelated. How can I not speak? He is, after all, of unknown parentage. Although Meng Qianning's visage remained inscrutable, Xian Yuanzhan recognized that he was indeed incensed. Meng Qianning nodded, turned and departed, not casting a single glance back at Xian Yuanhao, his gaze growing ever colder, filled with unnameable thoughts. Once Meng Qianning had left, Xian Yuanzhan's expression darkened, and his eyes bore a chilling glare upon Xian Yuanhao. This son had truly disappointed him beyond measure. Chapter 23. The betrothal. After exiting the imperial palace, Missouri Juntian wore a chilling smile upon his countenance. Xian Yuanhao. Did he truly believe he could go unpunished? Or that he remained as easy to bully as before? Xian Yuanzhan contemplated the imperial decree he had just inscribed, letting out a soft sigh as he rolled it up and handed it to the attendant beside him. Go to the Meng residence and also fetch some items from the storeroom to take along. As you command, Your Majesty. Shortly thereafter, a servant hurriedly approached Meng Sen's courtyard, breathlessly relaying, Lord, the decree has arrived. You and Miss Qianning are to receive it. Meng San was taken aback, his expression darkening. It appeared that Xian Yuanhao could no longer wait. The decree had been issued in such a short time. Could it be the emperor's intent? He ordered the servant to summon the young lady, regardless of whether this was the emperor's wish. The decree must be accepted, and what followed would be a matter for another time. Before long, Meng Qianning arrived with Qing Lian. Upon seeing Meng Sen's furious demeanor, her heart warmed. This was the essence of kinship. The two entered the main hall, each harboring their own thoughts. By the time they arrived, Meng Chang and Meng Baihan were already present. Observing the two, particularly Meng Baihan, Meng Sen's countenance darkened further. He had come to firmly believe that Qianning possessed the ability to concoct elixirs, and it was this granddaughter who had spoken to Xian Yuanhao. Despite her youth, Meng's son had grown to resent her, attributing all misfortunes to her. Meng Baihan gazed at the man holding the decree. Even in her ignorance, she recognized him as the esteemed Xiao Yan, a favored aide of the emperor, surveying the treasures laid out in the hall. She realized their immense value. Chief Steward Xiao. Meng's son nodded, refraining from displaying any displeasure, for one ought not to scowl at those bearing gifts. Meng Qianning, receive the decree, Xiao Yan announced, lifting the edict high. With a sense of resignation, Meng Qianning knelt. Meng Qianning receives the decree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Miss Qianning of the Meng family, possessing both beauty and wisdom, is destined to be united with the monarch. A marriage is bestowed upon her. Thus it is decreed. Xiao Yan read aloud the contents of the edict, leaving both Meng San and Meng Qianning momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, incredulous. Had they misheard? It was not Xian Yuanhao, but rather Meng Qianning. In Meng Qianning's heart, her impression of Meng Qianning far surpassed that of Xian Yuanhao. Thus, the prospect of being wed to the monarch did not seem so intolerable. Meng Sen's spirit soared. Among the royal family, he held the greatest esteem for that mysterious prince, known for his integrity and uprightness. Miss Meng, seeing the astonished expression on Meng Qianning's face, Xiao Yan pondered their assumptions. They likely believed it would be the third prince. Meng Qianning quickly regained her composure. I thank the emperor for his grace. She reached out to accept the edict from Xiao Yan's hand, her fingers gently tracing its surface, her gaze drifting into the distance, lost in thought. These items are bestowed upon Miss Meng by the emperor, Xiao Yan remarked, gesturing to the treasures before them with a smile. Meng Qianning examined the array of exquisite items, each one a treasure of immeasurable worth. I am grateful to the emperor. While wealth may be deemed trivial, Her curiosity about the emperor's intentions piqued. After reading the edict, Xiao Yan exchanged a few pleasantries with Meng San before taking his leave. Meng San watched as a multitude of treasures were transported to Meng Qianning's courtyard. Meng Baihan observed the treasures being carried away, a sense of bitterness swelling within her. Why had it come to this? Why was Meng Qianning to be wed to the monarch? The thought of the monarch stirred a faint blush upon her twisted features. He was an existence beyond even Xian Yuanhao's reach, akin to a deity. No woman had ever dared approach him. Yet now, he had consented to the emperor's decree, marrying Meng Qianning. Why did reality diverge so drastically from her expectations? Was it not presumed that Meng Qianning would remain unmarried? Instead, she not only secured a marriage but to such an exalted figure. It was profoundly frustrating. After Meng San and the others departed, Meng Baihan threw herself into her father's embrace. Father, I am so aggrieved. How could it turn out this way? Wasn't Meng Qianning supposed to be the laughingstock of everyone? Meng Baihan could not comprehend why Xian Yuanhao had failed to secure Meng Qianning as his bride, nor why Chang Guifei had allowed such an occurrence, unbeknownst to her. Chang Guifei was entirely unaware of the matter at hand. Ji Feng stood behind his master, observing the smile adorning Mo Juntian's face, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Was it truly necessary since earlier his master had remained in a state of mirth? Had it been in the past, he would have assumed his master was unwell, for he had never before displayed such continuous laughter. Ji Feng's mouth twitched. The medicinal herbs within the royal residence were treasures, yet they were being sent to Miss Meng. Although he felt quite reluctant, witnessing his master's demeanor, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Sometimes it took sacrificing a few treasures to gain something greater. Regardless of how formidable Miss Meng might be, she would ultimately be their future princess, so it was prudent to be generous towards one's own. Nevertheless, Ji Feng still gazed at the diminishing stock of medicinal herbs with a pained expression. Mo Juntian was well aware of Ji Feng's feelings, yet he chose to remain silent. They may not grasp the rationale behind delivering medicinal herbs to Meng Qianning, but he understood that Meng Qianning was indeed a skilled alchemist. If a few herbs could forge an alliance with a talented alchemist, it would be a boon for them. Meng Qianning blinked at the pile of herbs before her, finding amusement in recalling Ji Feng's pained expression upon his departure. These herbs must be quite exceptional. She began sifting through them and was delighted to discover many rare items she had previously sought without success. With these herbs in her possession, she could concoct numerous fine elixirs, thereby increasing her appreciation for Mo Juntian and the palace. Upon learning that Xian Yuanzhan had betrothed Meng Qianning to the monarch, Chang Guifei's face contorted in rage. Once again it was that bastard. Each time it was the same. This time her son had been injured by the emperor due to that bastard. She would inevitably settle this score with him. Chapter 24. The assassination. Upon observing Xian Yuanhao's pale visage, and recalling the physician's words, Chang Guifei's eyes glinted with malice. Those who could not be of use to them must perish. Xian Yuanshui, having nearly recovered from her injuries thanks to the healing elixirs, hurriedly brought others with her to visit Xian Yuanhao upon hearing that her brother had been harmed by the emperor. Brother, are you unwell? Xian Yuanshui inquired with concern, though her brother was often stern with her. It was undeniable that he had treated her well. Xian Yuanhao glanced at his sister and shook his head. He was fine, for his mother possessed ample good medicine, yet he felt a sense of discontent. Rest assured, my son, what you cannot possess, I shall ensure that no one else obtains. Chang Fei, understanding her son's thoughts from his expression, hastily offered words of comfort. Xian Yuanhao nodded, resolutely determined to eliminate Meng Qianning. With Mo Juntian already formidable, acquiring a pill master would undoubtedly amplify his power significantly. Xian Yuanshui gazed at her mother and brother with confusion, pondering what they were discussing. Why could she not comprehend a word? The mother-son duo, aware of Xian Yuanhao's bewilderment, chose not to divulge the details, subtly shifting the conversation instead. That night, as Meng Qianning lay in a deep slumber, she suddenly opened her eyes. A glint of coldness flashing within them, she had been pondering why Xian Yuanhao had shown no reaction. It turned out he intended to silence her. Silently slipping out of bed, she donned her clothes. A dagger already poised in her hand. Soon, a faint sound emanated from the doorway. Upon glancing over, she noticed a dagger attempting to disengage the door latch. Once the latch clattered to the ground, several figures clad in black entered the room. To avoid attracting the attention of the Meng family, they refrained from using their fighting energy, opting instead for daggers, considering Meng Qianning merely a waste. Unworthy of their full powers, however, they underestimated her as the blade swung toward the bed. They were met with nothing but emptiness. Startled, they realized they had been discovered. Hastily, they summoned their fighting energy to flee. But Meng Qianning would not grant them such an opportunity. Since you have come, you might as well stay. Did they think they could come and go as they pleased in her domain? Just as she was about to channel her energy, one of them discovered that their powers were inexplicably stifled. Damn it, we've been poisoned. Clever indeed, it is poison, Meng Qianning remarked, lightly applauding as if commending the man. They scrambled to devise an escape plan, their previous intent to kill Meng Qianning now overshadowed by their desperate need to survive. They realized time was of the essence, with the Meng family likely on their way. And their powers rendered useless, they were left with mere physical skills. With a cold smile, she mused, trying to escape? It won't be that simple. As the group retreated and deliberated their exit, Meng Qianning appeared behind them, swiftly kicking one of them out. The sound of his body crashing against the door and window roused the other three figures in the courtyard. Upon seeing the black-clad intruders, Qing Lin and Qing Mu exchanged glances, their eyes widening in surprise. Seize them! Who dares to lay hands on our young miss? As they spoke, their fighting energy surged, fists colliding with the assailants, with the assistance of the Qing brothers. Meng Qianning felt no urgency, merely observing the ensuing skirmish. Though the intruders lacked energy, their skills were undeniably formidable. Regrettably, they were not her allies. Speak, who sent you? Before long, Qing Lin and Qing Mu each apprehended an intruder. Qing Lin locking a hand around one's throat. The captured man met Qing Lin's gaze. Realizing he would not survive this encounter, he bit down on a concealed poison tooth and succumbed. The same fate befell the other captured man at Qing Mu's hands, leaving three remaining foes. They could not allow these three to die. However, as soon as they fell into their grasp, they were already dead, inciting their ire. Meng Qianning shrugged, remaining silent, yet Meng San noticed the tension. Damn it, they actually dared to come. That I cannot rely solely on Qing Lin and the others. I will arrange for a few shadow guards to accompany you tomorrow. The shadow guards were an asset of the Meng family, though few were aware of their existence, and they reported directly to Meng San, answering to no one else. Very well, ensure you get some rest. And you too protect the young miss, Meng San instructed the brother seriously. Understood. Without needing further encouragement, Qing Lin and his brother were determined to safeguard Meng Qianning, having long regarded her as their mistress. The events in Meng Qianning's courtyard were known only to Meng San and Mo Juntian. Quite audacious, sending 4 individuals to the princess, Mo Juntian remarked coldly. He had received word early that morning of an assassination attempt on Meng Qianning the previous night. Yet all assailants had been killed. Although her companions possessed some skill, he remained uneasy. Understood, Ji Feng acknowledged, recognizing his master's displeasure. Shortly thereafter, Ji Feng returned with 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women. The men were at the high tier of the battle emperor rank, while the women were somewhat lesser. At the mid-tier of the battle king rank, however, one of the women was skilled in poison, and the other excelled in domestic arts, indicating their purpose was to care for someone like Meng Qianning. From this day forth, your mistress is the princess. That if she flourishes, you shall thrive. If she suffers, you shall perish. Do you understand? Mo Juntian's gaze was icy as he addressed the 4. Yes, master, they replied, having been in training and this being their first assignment. The 2 men were somewhat indifferent, while the women felt elated, finally seeing the light of day. Chapter 25. An unexpected visit. Ji Feng and the 4 appeared before Meng Qianning, causing her some confusion. Greetings, princess. After sizing them up, Meng Qianning rolled her eyes in exasperation. Rise. Did your lord send you for a reason? Ji Feng nodded, gesturing to the 4 behind him. The lord has sent them to protect the princess. Realization dawned on Meng Qianning. It seemed Mo Juntian was already aware of the previous night's incident, and he had acted swiftly, even selecting her guards. Please convey my gratitude to your lord. Meng Qianning was not one to be overly sentimental. She could sense the 4 possessed commendable abilities, though she was uncertain of their exact prowess. Ji Feng smiled and bowed to Meng Qianning before taking his leave. Once he departed, she regarded the 4. What are your names? Subordinates possess no names. We humbly request the princess to bestow names upon us, they replied respectfully, exchanging glances. From this day forth, their mistress would be the princess. Their previous names were but aliases, no longer applicable. Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow, realizing that Mo Juntian had indeed chosen individuals of no small stature for her, likely akin to shadow guards. From left to right, Qing Yan, Qing Luo, Qing Luan, Qing Yang. She glanced at them, having already spoken the names aloud. If you dislike them, feel free to change. Thank you for the names, princess, they expressed joyfully, satisfied with their new identities. Meng Qianning smiled, pleased they were content. Yet, she pondered whether she should probe into their backgrounds. What are your abilities? What are your specialties? She inquired curiously. Meng Qianning remained silent, knowing their skills were noteworthy. Yet she had not anticipated that individuals at the high tier of the battle emperor rank would be sent to her, nor did she sense the depth of their capabilities as Qing Yan had described. From now on, Qing Luan and Qing Yang shall serve as my personal maids. As for Qing Yan and Qing Luo, one shall operate in the open and the other in the shadows, assisting me in training Qing Lin and Qing Mu, and Qing Lian shall accompany Qing Luan to learn some skills. In no time, their roles were assigned, and they were all quite content. Ultimately, Qing Luo chose to remain in the shadows, shunning conversation and preferring solitude, while Qing Yan, possessing a broader skill set than Qing Luo, would assist Meng Qianning openly. The two young maids, Qing Luan and Qing Yang, were the most thrilled, as being in the open was a tremendous joy for them. They could accompany Meng Qianning whenever she ventured out. The three young women, all of similar age, quickly grew familiar with one another, while the four men found ample conversation to share, leaving Meng Qianning unburdened. As the seven became acquainted, Meng San arrived, observing the four unfamiliar faces with curiosity. Qianning, who are they? They were sent by Mo Juntian, Meng Qianning replied candidly, providing a brief explanation upon hearing her words. Meng San was immensely pleased with his son-in-law, recognizing that he must have known about the assassination attempt on Qianning, hence dispatching individuals for her protection. This was indeed commendable. Meng San discerned the strength of the four. The shadow guards he had intended to send would have been inferior, prompting him to abandon that plan to avoid embarrassment. Having acknowledged this, Meng San turned to leave, content to allow his granddaughter to cultivate her relationship with her husband. Qing Lian and the others nodded and followed Meng Qianning, while the remaining four began their training. Upon reaching the entrance to the royal palace, they were halted, after Meng Qianning identified herself. The guards allowed them through without question, even providing a guide, which piqued her curiosity. She found it rather easy to enter the royal palace. What she did not realize was that Mo Juntian had already instructed them to allow her unhindered access. Upon arriving at the entrance to Tianlan courtyard, the guide halted. Princess, this is the residence of the lord. Without his permission, I cannot allow entry. Meng Qianning nodded, waving her hand to indicate he could leave, and proceeded inside. Upon entering, she was immediately enamored with the courtyard, which far surpassed her own in beauty. The crowning glory was a vast lotus pond, adorned with an array of colors, the blossoms thriving splendidly. Do you like it? As she stood by the water's edge admiring the lotus flowers, Mo Juntian approached and quietly inquired. The familiar voice prompted Meng Qianning to instinctively turn, gazing at the strikingly handsome man beside her. She pursed her lips, feeling a twinge of envy at how favorably the heavens had bestowed upon him. For his appearance was enough to elicit her admiration. Mo Juntian bestowed a subtle smile as he stood beside Meng Qianning, both admiring the lotus flowers in the pond. He had merely cultivated them for their aesthetic appeal, never anticipating that she would take such delight in them. Thank you, she said. Mo Juntian found himself momentarily taken aback. The four individuals you provided me with are truly remarkable, Meng Qianning remarked, turning to him with a serious expression. Mo Juntian chuckled, realizing she was referring to this matter. It's merely a courtesy. I'm glad you appreciate them. To him, the four were simply protectors of her well-being, so it was unexpected that she would come to the royal residence to express her gratitude, tilting her head while observing the smiling figure beside her. Meng Qianning produced several small vials. This is for you. What? It's crafted from the medicinal herbs you gave me, potions for healing just in case. Although she was aware of Mo Juntian's esteemed status, and that he likely possessed numerous such items, she still offered him the elixir she had just formulated. As he watched her delicate, fair hand holding the porcelain vials, an inexplicable warmth stirred within him. When his fingers brushed against hers, the gentle heat was quite pleasing, evoking no sense of revulsion. Meng Qianning struggled to suppress her own peculiar feelings. Was it merely her imagination, or did she feel less like herself in his presence? Taking her hand, Mo Juntian led her toward the study. Despite her attempts to break free, she ultimately relented, allowing him to guide her. Upon entering the study, he released her hand and began to search the shelves, finally unearthing a book tucked away in a corner. It was a tome on alchemy he had acquired by chance, and now that his princess had developed an interest in it, he deemed it fitting to present it to her. Receiving the book from Mo Juntian, Meng Qianning's heart raced as she recognized the title. Flipping through its pages, she was thrilled to discover it contained recipes and techniques for alchemical creation. This was a treasure indeed. Her studies in the Meng family had been somewhat incomplete, and she never expected such a boon during her visit to the royal residence. Thank you. Chapter 26. Another imperial edict. Mo Juntian smiled, and Meng Qianning found herself captivated by the dazzling expression. If another were to gaze at him so, they might find themselves in dire straits. Yet her adoration brought him a sense of satisfaction. Acting on impulse, he lightly grazed her delicate nose with his fingertip, teasing little infatuation. Qing Lian exchanged glances with her companions, then bowed to Mo Juntian before departing the royal residence. Unbeknownst to Meng Qianning, Mo Juntian's spirits remained unusually high throughout the day, further solidifying her esteemed position within the palace. Watching Meng Qianning's endearing demeanor, Qing Lian could not suppress a quiet chuckle, thinking her mistress was simply delightful. Upon hearing the muffled laughter, Meng Qianning turned to see Qing Lian covering her mouth in mirth, feigning indignation. "How dare you laugh at me? Qing Luan, show her some color." Qing Luan and Qing Ying giggled, stepping forward to tickle Qing Lian, who quickly cried for mercy. "What did you say? All the dispatched men have perished?" Chang Guifei stared incredulously at her shadow guards, unable to fathom how such calamity could befall her. Meng Qianning was but a mere incompetent, and she was well aware of her subordinates' capabilities. Yet now uncertainty gnawed at her. How could this be? Xian Yuanhao sat nearby, his gaze icy. "They are still alive? Not only that, but they've eliminated the guard sent by my mother. What secrets does that woman harbor?" He pondered. "We'll discuss my mother's involvement later. If we cannot eliminate her, we must find another way to bend her to my will." Observing Chang Guifei's anger, he furrowed his brow. "How do you intend to proceed?" Chang Guifei inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Isn't there still Meng Baihan from the Meng family?" Xian Yuanhao smirked. Meng Baihan was a member of the Meng clan and possessed the ability to cultivate combat energy. Surely, the Meng family would not deny her any needed elixirs as long as Meng Qianning concocted potions for the Meng family. Meng Baihan would reap the benefits if Meng Baihan became his ally. The potions would naturally be available to him as well. Chang Guifei quickly grasped Xian Yuanhao's intent. That is indeed a plan, but Meng Baihan and Meng Qianning do not share a strong bond. Would Meng Qianning provide her with potions? Chang Guifei remained skeptical. Rest assured, regardless of her disdain for Meng Baihan, she is still a member of the Meng family. Meng Baihan is the royal consort. Meng's son must give her face. No matter what, Xian Yuanhao was aware that Meng Baihan was not favored by Meng's son. But if her status were to change, what would it matter if she was not liked? Xian Yuanhao shrugged, indifferent to whether Meng Baihan became his primary or secondary consort. His concern lay solely in the benefits he could obtain through her. He nodded in agreement, without Chang Guifei's prompting. He would have pursued the same course of action, remembering all too well the injuries he had sustained after their discussion. Chang Guifei proceeded to the imperial study and soon emerged with a smile. Once again, Xiao Yan bore an imperial edict to the Meng family, this time bestowing a marriage arrangement upon Meng Baihan, when she learned she was to become the secondary consort of the third prince. She was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by overwhelming joy. What did it matter if she were a secondary consort? The third prince currently had no woman at his side. If she could bear him a son before another woman married him, the primary consort position would surely be within her grasp. This thought filled Meng Baihan with exhilaration. Meng Chang shared in this joy, elated at the prospect of becoming the father-in-law to the third prince. Throughout the day, father and daughter could hardly contain their smiles, observing their delight. Meng San merely shrugged, remaining silent. He held a strong dislike for Xian Yuanhao, yet was thoroughly pleased with Jun Mo Tian. When Meng Qianning learned of this news, she merely smiled mysteriously, pondering whether it was feasible for Meng Baihan to procure the Meng family's elixirs. Certainly, that was an impossibility. Not long after the second imperial edict was issued, the entire capital was abuzz with the news that both daughters of the Meng family had entered the royal fold, one as the prince's consort and the other as the secondary consort. The stark contrast in their statuses led those who harbored animosity toward Meng Baihan to relentlessly belittle her, causing her earlier joy to fade. Reflecting on this, Meng Baihan began to feel the weight of her circumstances. Realizing that her status had been overshadowed by Meng Qianning, when Meng Qianning received her marriage decree, the emperor had lavished numerous treasures upon her. In contrast, her own decree was merely a token gesture. Lacking the same grandeur and quantity, considering the emperor's apparent bias against her, Meng Baihan wondered if this indicated his dissatisfaction with her. Why, she mused, did she receive such disparate treatment? Meng Qianning was undoubtedly aware of Meng Baihan's altered circumstances. Having heard whispers of the rumor circulating outside, however, while she acknowledged the gossip, she saw no need to address it. Suppressing a cold laugh within Xian Yuanhao, Meng Baihan was but a pawn. Any expectation of receiving favor from him was futile. Moreover, how her life would unfold after marrying Xian Yuanhao remained to be seen. With her eyes flickering with intrigue, Meng Qianning discovered a newfound interest in the unfolding drama. Eager to witness the eventual outcome for Meng Baihan. Chapter 27. Jealousy. Despite the emergence of two prominent figures within the household, Meng Qianning maintained an unusually low profile, skillfully avoiding any visitors. He could not concern himself with Meng Bihan and her father, but when it came to Meng Qianning, he had no desire to engage with those harboring ulterior motives. What troubles you, my dear? Meng Qianning inquired, having finally managed to share a meal with his granddaughter, only to notice her less than pleasant demeanor. A flicker of disdain crossed Meng Qianning's eyes. Grandfather, please instruct Meng Bihan to refrain from visiting my courtyard. If she wishes to flaunt her status, let her do so elsewhere. She needn't come to me uninvited each day. Meng Bihan would parade before her, boasting about the people she encountered and the gifts she received, only to follow it up with condescending remarks that the prince paid her no heed. Initially, Meng Qianning could dismiss these as mere nonsense, but as the frequency increased, her patience waned. She had no time to indulge Meng Bihan's antics. With a hint of amusement in his eyes, Meng San chuckled softly, shaking his head. I am aware of the situation. I won't allow them to disturb you further. True to his word, Meng Bihan ceased her visits to Meng Qianning's courtyard. Nonetheless, she still overheard snippets of news regarding Meng Bihan, none of which held any significance for her. Miss, what do you think of this dress? Qingying asked earnestly, presenting a water blue gown fashioned from the exquisite fabric awarded to Meng Qianning upon her betrothal. Such fine material was a rarity for her. Meng Qianning glanced up from her alchemical tome at the beautiful dress, noting the delicate embroidery of fragrant ginger flowers adorning it. It was lovely. Understated yet elegant, which endeared it to her. It is splendid. Put it away for now. We shall venture out shortly. There was a particular herb she lacked within her alchemical compendium, and she wished to search the royal residence for it. If it was unavailable, she would then seek it in the beast forest. Qingying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she realized an outing awaited them. As they approached the grand entrance with three individuals in tow, they fortuitously encountered Meng Bihan, who was making her way into the residence while facing Xianyuan Hao. Upon spotting Meng Qianning, she couldn't help but smile with a hint of pride. Meng Qianning, indifferent, averted her gaze and departed with Qinglian and the others. Her lack of concern, however, did not extend to the others, particularly to Qingyang and her companions. In their eyes, their princess was the epitome of nobility, and how dare this inconsequential woman provoke her? Before either could make a move, a lavish carriage came to a halt at the Meng family entrance, and a slender hand emerged from within. Meng Qianning squinted at the figure stepping out of the carriage, raising an eyebrow. What brings you here? Are you forbidding me from visiting you while you neglect to come to the royal palace? Ever since that day when the girl obtained Don Lu, she had not set foot in the royal residence, which had greatly displeased Mo Juntian. Stealing a glance at him, Meng Qianning offered an awkward smile. Oh, come now, don't be so uptight. I was just about to seek you out. Raising an eyebrow at the person before him, Mo Juntian remarked bluntly, I see you've run out of herbs, and that's why you came looking for me. Caught in her own thoughts, Meng Qianning bashfully touched her nose. I was short a few ingredients while refining medicine, so I thought I might check if you had any. And if I don't? Mo Juntian raised an eyebrow. If not, I shall venture into the monster beast forest, which is abundant in herbs. Meng Qianning replied nonchalantly, completely disregarding Mo Juntian's rather displeased expression. She playfully tapped her smooth forehead. Your boldness is commendable, but have you not learned from your previous lesson? Had I not been there, you might have succumbed to poison or even met a more tragic fate. Rubbing her forehead, Meng Qianning glared at Mo Juntian, muttering in discontent, that was merely an accident. An accident? Who was it that carelessly ingested the core of the earth dragon serpent? Please do not tell me it was unintentional. Mo Juntian thought helplessly, aware of her reckless nature. With her misstep being brought up, Meng Qianning was left speechless, pouting slightly, appearing somewhat aggrieved by the time Mo Juntian arrived. Xianyuan Hao and Meng Bihan had already witnessed the closeness shared between the two, their hearts filled with resentment, especially Xianyuan Hao, who felt that everything should have belonged to him. Observing the charming demeanor of Meng Qianning in front of Mo Juntian only fueled his hatred further. In truth, Meng Bihan had affections for Mo Juntian, and witnessing his kindness towards Meng Qianning ignited a fierce jealousy within her. Sister, you truly lack shame, flirting with a man in front of so many people. Her words caused both individuals at the entrance to simultaneously darken their expressions, particularly Mo Juntian, whose displeasure was palpable. Who lacks shame here? Is it not you, who shamelessly flaunts your relationship with another, as if afraid the world might remain unaware? Besides, he is my fiancé. Is it not natural for us to share a close bond? Are you envious? Grasping Mo Juntian's hand, she silently quelled his anger. Casting a disdainful glance at Meng Bihan, was this woman out of her mind? If there were no ties between her and Mo Juntian, Her words might hold some weight, however, given their engagement. What was wrong with having a good rapport? Why should it concern her? If she couldn't stand it, she ought to look away. Meng Bihan was rendered speechless by Meng Qianning's rebuttal. Indeed, Meng Qianning was the legitimate future princess, and her words had undoubtedly offended many to be by virtue of their statuses. Meng Bihan was merely a consort to a prince, while Meng Qianning held the title of princess, given Mo Juntian's favor. Who could say how things would unfold in the future? It dawned on her that her previous remarks were rather thoughtless. Meng Qianning coldly smiled. Let us go find grandfather, not wishing to behold the two with their stony expressions. She tugged at Mo Juntian and proceeded inside, not sparing Xianyuan Hao and the others a single glance as they passed. Meng Bihan trembled slightly, acutely aware of the fury emanating from Xianyuan Hao. Shooting her a cold glare, he found himself at a loss for words. He had once thought her quite clever, yet now she seemed utterly foolish waste. He muttered under his breath. Before storming off, he had come today to strengthen ties with the Meng family. But all his plans had been thwarted due to Meng Bihan's actions. Meng Bihan watched Xianyuan Hao leave with resentment. Though she realized he was using her, the stark reality stung painfully when laid bare before her. Chapter 28. A heartwarming moment. Grandfather, he is your grandson. Meng Qianning rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just how pleased could her grandfather be with Mo Juntian? Ever since his arrival, the old man had not ceased to smile, as though he had just won a lottery worth 50 million. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Mo Juntian's eyes as he inquired, Qianning, are you feeling jealous? As Meng Qianning attempted to sip her tea, she found herself choking, ultimately sputtering it out, only to be further embarrassed. Look at you, such an adult, and you still choke on water, he remarked, lightly patting her back, though his tone held a hint of reproach. His gaze was filled with concern. Sitting nearby, Meng Sen observed their interaction with satisfaction. He had always been pleased with Mo Juntian, and witnessing their camaraderie only heightened his approval. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Meng Qianning shot a fierce glare at him, feeling indignant. Were it not for his sudden comment, she would not have choked. Jealous? Of what? I am not. Mo Juntian, obediently closing his mouth at her gentle touch, surprised Meng Qianning standing at the entrance. Meng Bihan watched as the seemingly aloof Mo Juntian absorbed Meng Qianning's reprimand without retaliation, his expression tender as he regarded her, stirring a deep envy within her as she stepped inside. Seeing the enchanting smile on Mo Juntian's face, Meng Bihan couldn't help but daydream, if only she were the princess, perhaps she could elicit such warmth from the prince. This thought spiraled uncontrollably in her mind, leaving her entranced, a look on her face that did not escape Meng Sen's notice, who felt a surge of displeasure. Is something the matter? His stern voice jolted Meng Bihan back to reality, and she noted the dark expression on Meng Sen's face, realizing he had discerned her thoughts. All the better, she thought, a smirk gracing her lips. She believed her beauty and poise rivaled that of Meng Qianning, and surely the prince would take notice of her. Greetings, your highness. Meng Bihan approached Mo Juntian, her voice sweet and delicate. Any ordinary man would be loath to see her mistreated in such a manner. Yet unfortunate for her, the man before her harbored a deep disdain for women. Gazing down at Meng Bihan, Mo Juntian was not pleased with the blatant intentions in her eyes. As her hands reached for his garments, he stood abruptly, delivering a swift kick that sent her sprawling. Miss Meng, have some self-respect. Meng Bihan was sent flying to the entrance, and Meng Cheng, who had intended to chat with Xianyuan Hao upon hearing of his arrival, was taken aback to witness his precious daughter emerging from the house, blood trickling from her mouth. Huan, what happened? Who dares lay a hand on you? I shall avenge you. He had only one daughter, blessed with beauty and talent, and seeing her bullied like this stirred his paternal instincts. The three inside heard the commotion, especially Meng Cheng's vow to avenge Meng Bihan. He carried her inside, but due to Mo Juntian's position, he did not see him, only Meng San and Meng Qianning. You again, Qianning? What did my daughter do to provoke you into resorting to such violence? He had witnessed the kick and knew that had it been any harder, his daughter would have been rendered incapacitated, unable to cultivate or even care for herself. Were it not for Meng Sen's presence, he would have made Meng Qianning regret her actions. Did you see with your own eyes that I harmed her? Meng Qianning retorted, having grown accustomed to her uncle's blind favoritism. Meng Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not indeed seen yet. Who else would dare lay a finger on Bihan if not her? Who else but you would dare? Meng Qianning shot back defiantly. Her nonchalant demeanor provoked Meng Cheng's ire, prompting him to lunge at her with claw-like fingers, just as his hand neared her throat. A chilling aura filled the hall, and from the shadows emerged Mo Juntian, his face darkened with fury, his eyes blazing with a murderous intent. How dare you lay a hand on my fiancée? Meng Qianning. You have quite the audacity. Setting aside the fact that Meng Bihan was not harmed by Meng Qianning, what if she had been? He would certainly protect her. Meng Qianning froze, realizing the prince was present. Despite rumors suggesting he held no affection for Meng Qianning, how had the situation shifted so drastically? Was he truly going to defend her? Gritting his teeth, Meng Qianning stood his ground against Mo Juntian's pressure. Speaking defiantly, defend her? What of it? What of this shameless woman Meng Bihan? Is her life not worth anything? Meng Qianning could hardly contain her amusement at Mo Juntian's boldness, while Meng San beamed with satisfaction. Thinking, yes, this son-in-law grows more admirable by the moment. Uncle, do you wish to know why my cousin has ended up in such a predicament? Before Meng Qianning could utter a word, Meng Qianning, with an air of mystery, remarked playfully, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she spoke, exuding an undeniable charm in her every gesture. Meng Qianning was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, why? Why is that? It was because she intended to seize Juntian's attire, casting a rather distasteful gaze upon him. That if the third prince were to discover that his future concubine was so infatuated with another man, the repercussions would undoubtedly be dire. Meng Qianning, with an amused demeanor, continued her banter, while the man beside her wore a broad smile, finding joy in the sound of his name on her lips. Meng Qianning was utterly astonished by the turn of events. He had heard the rumors surrounding the monarch, who was known to disdain the company of women. Any woman who dared to approach him would either meet with misfortune or injury. If what Meng Qianning claimed was indeed true, then Meng Bihan would be suffering the consequences of her own actions. He cast a stern glare at the tearful Meng Bihan. Uncertain of what to say, he had come with the intention of stirring trouble, only to find himself in a predicament. Father, it hurts so much, Meng Bihan lamented, her eyes welling with tears as she caught sight of Meng Qianning's disappointed expression. Sensing her distress, Meng Qianning sighed heavily. This matter is Han Er's fault. I hope you will not hold it against her. Beyond this apology, he had no other recourse, yet his humility left Meng Qianning and the others feeling rather uncomfortable. Chapter 29. To the academy. Meng San shot a cold glance at Meng Qianning, admonishing him, if you cannot speak properly and lack decorum, do not embarrass yourself. Remember your station and do not covet what does not belong to you. Despite his apparent ignorance, Meng San was acutely aware of many things, particularly Meng Bihan's feelings for Mo Juntian. Meng Qianning's expression darkened, while Meng Bihan turned pale. Was her grandfather implying that she was shameless? Grandfather, you are being excessive. Struggling against her pain, Meng Bihan looked at Meng San with tear-filled eyes, an accusatory glimmer in their depths. Excessive? You who are oblivious to your own lack of shame, dare to call me excessive? How can the Meng family produce descendants like you? Meng San was displeased by Meng Bihan's lack of remorse and her audacious words, which only made his responses harsher. Biting her lip, Meng Bihan let her tears flow. She appeared as a fragile beauty, yet no one present felt sympathy for her, given her recent misdeeds. Why do you not criticize Meng Qianning for doing the same? Grandfather, you are biased, Meng Bihan seethed, glaring at Meng Senator. Did Meng Qianning not exchange flirtatious glances with men? Why was she being singled out? Sooner or later, she would make them regret their treatment of her. Meng San rolled his eyes in disdain. Are you blind or simply foolish? Ning Er and Tian Er are betrothed. Their affection is not your concern. This was the second time Meng Bihan had overlooked such a matter in a single day. Was it fair to suggest she had a problem with her intellect? Han Er, enough that I shall take you to tend to your injuries. Meng Qianning interrupted her before she could voice further protest. Sensing the warning in his gaze, Meng Bihan fell silent. She could not afford to anger her father further, lest she suffer the consequences. After the two departed, the tense atmosphere in the hall slightly eased. As Meng's son produced an enrollment application. Grandfather, what is this? Meng Qianning inquired, regarding the document in his hand. This is the enrollment application for the Combat Academy. I wish for you to attend. With Meng Sen's discernment, he had realized that Meng Qianning had the potential to cultivate combat energy, which brought him immense joy. To go, Ning Er. There is someone at the academy you will surely find intriguing. Mo Juntian suddenly recalled a figure, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Who? Meng Qianning asked, her curiosity piqued. The person who could elicit such a reaction must be extraordinary. Mo Juntian smiled gently. Lord Tianchen. Meng Sen was taken aback, then chuckled. Tian Er is correct. Lord Tianchen is a saint-level master, and more importantly, he is a renowned alchemist. If you can receive his guidance, your alchemical skills will undoubtedly flourish. Indeed, however, Lord Tianchen seldom appears at the academy. Whether you encounter him depends on your luck. Mo Juntian stated nonchalantly as Meng Qianning listened to their conversation. Her curiosity about the so-called Lord Tianchan grew, and she found herself less resistant to the idea of attending the academy, after glancing over the enrollment application and noticing the admission date. She was somewhat surprised. Grandfather, it's in 2 months? Yes, but that is ample time, as you must traverse the monster beast forest to reach the combat academy. This is a requirement for every new student. Meng San expressed with concern for his precious granddaughter. The monster beast forest was treacherous, and he was reluctant to send her there, yet he felt powerless to prevent it. Meng Qianning's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been planning to explore the monster beast forest anyway, feeling as though fate was favoring her. I understand, grandfather, have no worries. I shall be fine. Meng Qianning grinned, appearing carefree. Mo Juntian and Meng San exchanged glances, both recognizing the unmistakable sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Moments later, Mo Juntian spoke. Grandfather, Ning Er will accompany me to the royal palace for the next few days. I have matters to discuss with her. Given that she was to traverse the monster beast forest, he intended to ensure she had the means to protect herself. Their intention was for her to attend school, not to meet her demise. Meng San nodded, suddenly recalling something. Your second uncle's daughter will also be attending. Ning Er, you should handle that as you see fit. Upon hearing that Meng Baihan would also be there, Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow in surprise but brushed it off. She would simply avoid provoking her, though she knew that would be a tall order. After dining at the Meng household, Meng Qianning was taken away by Mo Juntian, who led her to the royal palace's storeroom. Upon entering, Meng Qianning was taken aback by the opulence surrounding her, staring in disbelief at the treasures carelessly strewn about as if they were mere trifles. How wealthy is the royal palace? She thought, feeling a pang of regret. These are merely mundane items. Come, let me show you something else. Mo Juntian, noticing her astonishment, spoke dismissively, yet his words caused Meng Qianning to cough in disbelief. Mundane items? Well, the man beside me certainly does not seem mundane. As they ventured deeper into the storeroom, Meng Qianning's astonishment grew. The royal palace's collection likely surpassed even the national treasury. Select whatever you desire. We shall retrieve other items first, Mo Juntian said, seemingly aware of her interests. Are you not concerned I might take everything? Meng Qianning inquired. Suppressing her excitement, Mo Juntian glanced at her. Displaying an air of generosity, take whatever you like. If you do, I can always acquire more. What is mine is yours. Meng Qianning smiled faintly, her regard for Mo Juntian warming. Indeed, what is yours is mine. And what is mine remains mine. You indeed. Mo Juntian said nothing more in response to her peculiar logic, merely affectionately ruffling her hair. After walking for what felt like an eternity without reaching the innermost part of the storeroom, Meng Qianning found herself pondering just how vast it was. As she mused, Mo Juntian led her into a stone chamber, where a solitary stone platform stood, adorned with an exquisitely ornate box. What is this? She asked, approaching the platform. Releasing her hand, he opened the box to reveal a pair of rings, one resembling a dragon and the other a phoenix, instantly captivating her. These are storage rings. One is for each of us, Mo Juntian explained casually, taking her hand and pricking it before doing the same to himself. As their blood mingled, he let 2 drops fall onto the rings. As if infused with life, the rings flew to their respective hands, and upon testing, Meng Qianning realized that they were far more advanced than her own ring. Chapter 30. Departure. Seeing Meng Qianning engrossed in examining her new ring, Mo Juntian couldn't help but chuckle at her delight. Wow, such a vast storage space! She exclaimed, astonished by the capacity. Mo Juntian smiled without comment. The gifts he offered were far beyond the ordinary. Now let us step outside and see what else you might desire. Interrupting her moment of joy, he guided her onward, selecting various items she might find useful. He gathered an abundance of fine fabrics, saying, have Qingyang make you several outfits. It would be unwise to venture into the forest without proper clothing. Having been there himself, he knew all too well how perilous it could be. In addition to the fabrics, he collected precious elixirs. Though she was an alchemist, she currently lacked the means to concoct them, so it was prudent to stock up. Naturally, medicinal herbs were also essential. After thoroughly exploring the storeroom, Meng Qianning managed to fill her ring with numerous practical items, which pleased Mo Juntian immensely. Meng Qianning nodded, realizing that she had been wandering aimlessly for quite some time and was now feeling a bit hungry. The two of them left the storeroom and made their way to Mo Juntian's courtyard. On her previous visit, Meng Qianning had not entered Mo Juntian's room, so when she stepped inside this time, she was momentarily taken aback. The room was truly extravagant, adorned with the finest and most luxurious items, evoking a sense of envy and jealousy within her. She turned and leaped into Mo Juntian's embrace, grabbing his face and playfully kneading it, exclaiming, "Where on earth did you acquire so many splendid things?" Mo Juntian held her close, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Where do you think they come from? Perhaps you should discover the answer for yourself. Meng Qianning strained to listen. Mo Juntian abruptly changed the subject, leaving her in suspense. A couple of beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. She suspected that the person before her must have been switched out by someone, otherwise, how could he be so playful? Having spent a few days at the royal palace, Meng Qianning had gained some understanding of Mo Juntian's wealth. She jokingly remarked that he would never have to worry about food or clothing again, to which Mo Juntian merely patted her head in response. During these days, aside from enjoying time with Mo Juntian, he had also shared a wealth of knowledge regarding fighting techniques, which undoubtedly delighted Meng Qianning, as it assured her that her time in the monster beast forest would not be dull. Let us go find Grandpa, Mo Juntian suggested. Glancing at the people inside, he had little interest in engaging in idle chatter with them. All right, Xian Yuanhao, now identified as Meng Qianning's brother-in-law, had every right to say such things. Yet Meng Qianning rolled her eyes in annoyance. What made him think they wanted to talk to her? Nonetheless, Xian Yuanhao's words made it impossible for them to leave. The two exchanged glances. Mo Juntian nodded, and Meng Qianning pouted in discontent as they walked inside together. Observing the unusually fitting pair, Xian Yuanhao narrowed his eyes, having noticed Meng Qianning's evident impatience. Yet, he was unconcerned. This woman would eventually be his. So he had nothing to worry about. Sister, I heard from Grandpa that you are also going to the fighting academy. The sudden inquiry from Meng Bihan broke the silence that had enveloped them. Meng Qianning casually nodded, her attention fixated on the long fingers of Mo Juntian, completely disregarding Meng Bihan's intentions, which was not reciprocated. Meng Bihan's expression turned frosty, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she thought to herself that she would see just how formidable Meng Qianning truly was after leaving the Meng family. Why don't you join us when the time comes? It would be nice to have someone to look out for you. No need. Juntian is also going to the monster beast forest, so I'll go with him. Not wishing to accompany Meng Bihan, Meng Qianning firmly pulled Mo Juntian closer to her, raising an eyebrow at him, an unspoken understanding passing between them. When did I say I was going? He questioned. Do you have any objections? None. Their silent exchange, perceived by others as a flirtation, left several individuals fuming with frustration. Grandpa. Meng Qianning nodded, and Mo Juntian greeted him as well. Ignoring the others, Meng San sat beside Mo Juntian, engaging him in conversation, their closeness inciting dissatisfaction from Meng Bihan and her father. When the third prince visited, there had been no such warmth. Now with Mo Juntian present, he beamed like a blooming flower. As they conversed, Meng Qianning found herself unable to interject and could only listen until the discussion wound down, at which point she spoke up. Grandpa, I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. So soon? Meng Bihan exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Meng Qianning. Meng Qianning shot her a glance but remained silent, turning to explain to Meng San. Grandpa, I have matters to attend to in the monster beast forest. I plan to gather some medicinal herbs. The herbs he had previously sought were nearly depleted. Though the royal palace had some, she couldn't take them all, as they needed them too, didn't they? Really? With Tian'er there, I can rest easy. Meng San nodded in satisfaction. The overlooked Xian Yuanhao then spoke up. Why don't we join you? I wonder if my sister would welcome us. Not welcome, Meng Qianning replied without a second thought. Xian Yuanhao's expression grew awkward, his gaze at Meng Qianning filled with irritation. This ungrateful woman. I want to spend time alone with Juntian. What business do you have meddling? Brother-in-law? Meng Qianning stated emphatically, the term brother-in-law dripping with sarcasm for Xian Yuanhao. Meng Bihan watched her father anxiously, wringing her hands in concern for Xian Yuanhao. Had it not been for her desire to trouble Meng Qianning, she wouldn't have wished to accompany her. Yet, seeing Xian Yuanhao's demeanor suggested that he too was keen on seeking medicinal materials, which implied that she would be involved in alchemy. The monster beast forest was bound to be rife with such opportunities. And he certainly wouldn't let them slip away. Chapter 31. Together or apart? Xian Yuanhao, rejected, wore an unpleasant expression, yet his lips curved slightly. Regardless, we are still family. It would be entirely reasonable to travel together. Or is it that you look down upon us, Qianning? Meng Qianning narrowed her eyes, well aware of Xian Yuanhao's brazen demeanor. Since my sister wishes for us to join, then let us go together. Just as Meng Qianning was about to voice her dissent, Mo Juntian intervened, catching her off guard. His expression indicated he too did not wish for their company, so why did he agree? Xian Yuanhao regarded Mo Juntian with surprise, his thoughts mirroring Meng Qianning's as he wondered whether this man had ulterior motives for acquiescing to his request. Motives? Mo Juntian indeed had his own, a fleeting glimmer of cunning crossing his gaze. Too swift for anyone to notice, Meng Sen glanced at Mo Juntian, puzzled by his thoughts but chose to remain silent, merely cautioning him to take good care of Meng Qianning. Meng Bihan's eyes held a complex expression as she observed Xian Yuanhao. Once everyone had departed, she approached him. Are we truly going to travel with them? Why not? Xian Yuanhao replied casually, his gaze fixed on the door, not sparing a glance for Meng Bihan. Father, the third prince intends to accompany Meng Qianning, likely for the sake of her alchemy skills. If only I could also master alchemy, she mused. If she could, her status would no longer be that of a mere secondary consort but rather that of a prince's wife. Observing his daughter's thoughts, Meng Qianning felt a pang of sympathy, reassuring her, Bihan, do not worry. What is yours will always be yours, and no one can take it away. He spoke earnestly, looking deeply into her eyes. Meng Bihan leaned against her father, nodding, I knew you were the best. Father. 2 days were ample time for them to prepare everything. Early in the morning, Xian Yuanhao arrived at the Meng residence, with Meng Bihan still seated beside him. Though this time she said nothing, merely waiting quietly. In Meng Qianning's room, Mo Juntian chuckled softly as he watched her sleep soundly, seemingly oblivious to the fact that today was the day of their departure. His finger traced the contours of her exquisite face, finally resting on her closed eyelids, the very eyes that had first captivated him. Feeling a disturbance on her face, Meng Qianning shook her head. Burying her face further into Mo Juntian's side, her childlike demeanor eliciting a laugh from him. Jinglan, don't cause trouble. Who else do I want? She mumbled drowsily upon hearing her words clearly. Mo Juntian's expression darkened. The earlier mirth dissipating, he knew all too well who Jinglan was, the mischievous golden-haired beast that constantly vied for his attention, becoming insufferably smug whenever it succeeded. Just the thought of that golden-haired creature made Mo Juntian feel a primal urge to assert dominance. Suddenly sensing danger in her dreams, Meng Qianning jolted awake, her eyes still hazy with sleep. Turning toward the source of the disturbance, she was met with Mo Juntian's gaze, which instantly displeased her. What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Mo Juntian raised an eyebrow, inwardly acknowledging that she was likely still dazed from sleep. Meng Qianning tilted her head, scrutinizing him for a while before it dawned on her. I seem to have forgotten something. Her lips twitched slightly, so she was aware that she had forgotten something. It was indeed a surprise that she hadn't completely forgotten everything. Qianning, today is the day we depart. Have you forgotten? Mo Juntian leaned against the headboard, observing the reluctant figure on the bed. Meng Qianning froze, then with a startled cry, leaped out of bed. How could she have overlooked this? They were supposed to head to the monster beast forest today. In her flurry to get ready, Meng Qianning completely forgot that she was wearing the camisole nightgown made by Qingyang, which barely covered her thighs. As she had just woken up, the shoulder straps had slid down considerably, leaving little to the imagination. Mo Juntian's gaze fell upon her fair skin, an inexplicable feeling swelling within him. He recognized that he was somewhat angry. Was she really this careless? If it weren't for him being present, would she have acted so recklessly? Lost in a mix of emotions, Mo Juntian remained unaware that Meng Qianning's lack of modesty was simply a testament to her comfort and trust in him. Otherwise, she would have awoken at his entrance in a fluster. Meng Qianning hastily changed her clothes, her tousled hair making her appear even more chaotic as she rushed to the bronze mirror, struggling with her disheveled locks. She found herself at a loss. Just as she was about to seek Qinglian's help, Mo Juntian picked up a comb from the table and began to style her hair himself. Dazed, Meng Qianning watched him through the mirror, unable to articulate her feelings as she observed him carefully arranging her hair. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of happiness washed over her. After Mo Juntian helped her style her hair, Meng Qianning remained in a daze, her foolish demeanor delighting Mo Juntian. Silly girl, if you like, I will help you with your hair in the future. This is what you said. Meng Qianning turned to Mo Juntian and replied earnestly, yes, I said it. But it has nothing to do with you. Mo Juntian smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, with a playful giggle. Meng Qianning went to wash up and then pulled Mo Juntian outside. By the time they reached the hall, Xian Yuanhao was already growing impatient. Upon seeing Meng Qianning and Mo Juntian walking hand in hand, he felt a surge of displeasure. Meng Qianning, you really have a high opinion of yourself, daring to keep me waiting for so long, he scoffed, his gaze fixed fiercely on their intertwined hands. If he hadn't exerted great effort to control himself, he might have rushed over to separate them. Blinking in confusion, he asked, what are you doing here? When did I make you wait? Perhaps unaware of her surroundings. The just awakened Meng Qianning seemed a bit dazed, entirely unlike her usual sharp self. Xian Yuanhao shot her a glare, his voice cold as he questioned, you haven't forgotten that we were supposed to leave together, have you? Meng Qianning tilted her head, thinking for a moment before finally recalling, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten, sister. It's best not to be so arrogant. Xian Yuanhao's words were interrupted by Meng Baihan. Her tone as frigid as ice. Chapter 32. No one asked you to come. Meng Qianning glanced at Meng Baihan but said nothing, instead devouring the food Mo Juntian had given her. After the meal, she grabbed Mo Juntian and headed outside, completely ignoring Xian Yuanhao and the others. This time, Qing Luan accompanied Meng Qianning, familiar with herbs and able to assist her. After 2 hours, they arrived at the outskirts of the monster beast forest. Gazing at the lush trees and sensing the spiritual energy emanating from the forest, Meng Qianning's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Perhaps the forest would yield unexpected rewards. They walked and paused along the way, and since Meng Qianning's spatial ring was sufficiently large, she need not worry about lack of storage, thus collecting a considerable amount of commonly used herbs. Mo Juntian patiently waited for her, sometimes even standing by to lend a hand, a demeanor that drew disapproving glances from those nearby. Sister, these are merely ordinary herbs. Do you really need to treasure them so much? Truly a country bumpkin, easily impressed by everything, Meng Baihan remarked disdainfully. Ignoring Meng Baihan's taunts, Meng Qianning continued to dig for herbs. Suddenly, as if hearing something, she crouched down, straining to listen to the ground. After a while, she looked up at Mo Juntian with a serious expression. Juntian, take me away from here. Qing Luan, follow closely. There was something ominous approaching rapidly in their direction, and in great numbers. If they couldn't evade it, trouble would surely follow. Mo Juntian also heard the sound, his expression growing serious as he wrapped an arm around Meng Qianning's waist and hurriedly fled in another direction. Watching the two disappear, Xian Yuanhao snorted coldly, grabbing Meng Baihan's arm as they sought to follow the pair. However, not long after they left, a swarm of ants the size of wild chickens passed through the area, leaving destruction in their wake. When they encountered a monster, it was instantly overwhelmed. When it reappeared, it had become nothing but bones. Meng Qianning, perched on a tree not far away, watched this scene unfold, a chill running down her spine. They had fled just in time. Otherwise, they would have been doomed. As she felt relief, she suddenly noticed the direction the ants were headed had shifted. Now aligning with her own path, directly opposite her. Based on her knowledge of ants, these lethal little creatures typically only changed direction when they encountered water. Otherwise, they would not divert. Yet now they had inexplicably turned, and their speed had increased significantly. Juntian, it seems something is drawing those ants. Should we go take a look? Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on the distant commotion, where trees were falling incessantly. Mo Juntian glanced at her, noting the eagerness in her eyes. If you wish to go, you must ensure your safety. I know, but I have you, don't I? She was oblivious to the extent of his prowess. At this moment, who else could she rely on if not him? Mo Juntian nodded, assuring her of his protection as the two chased after the ants. Meng Baihan, exasperated, exclaimed, "What exactly are you two doing? We're supposed to be heading to the academy, not playing around." Meng Qianning, nestled in Mo Juntian's embrace, shot a glance at Meng Baihan and casually remarked, "I didn't ask you to follow. If you're too busy, you can leave on your own." She was determined to discover what was captivating those ants, which were rushing toward something with reckless abandon. Turning to Xian Yuanhao, she was about to speak when she noticed him trailing behind them, which only fueled Meng Baihan's frustration. She could only follow helplessly. Through Mo Juntian's shoulder, Meng Qianning spotted the two following them and pouted unhappily. They really are like a persistent shadow. Well, I just need to devise a way to drive them away. It was exceedingly simple to make someone leave in the monster beast forest. Meng Qianning's eyes sparkled with mischief as she looked at Mo Juntian, her expression bright as a twinkling star. The swarm of ants came to a halt and Mo Juntian lifted his gaze to the gradually stopping ants. Frowning as he spoke, Meng Qianning turned. But when she saw one among the ants, her lips twitched. "Had I known, I wouldn't have been so curious. What happened? Did you see the blood-red ant? That's the blood ant king. It's quite troublesome." Meng Qianning had only read about the blood ant king in books, never expecting to encounter one in reality. Mo Juntian glanced at the blood ant king, which was similar in size to the other ants. Raising an eyebrow, "Did you not want to walk with them? This is a perfect opportunity. Since the blood ants were indeed troublesome, they could use it as a cover." Meng Qianning's eyes lit up. How had she not thought of that? She wrapped her arms around Mo Juntian's neck and planted a playful kiss on his cheek, grinning mischievously, entirely oblivious to the dazed expressions of those around them. "Juntian, I recall that the saliva of the blood ants is a valuable ingredient for alchemy, and it seems quite effective. Should we try to steal some?" Meng Qianning fixated on the blood ant, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "What would you do with something like that?" It's filthy. Saliva. Just the thought is disgusting. You really want to steal it? Are you out of your mind? Qianning remarked. Rolling his eyes, Meng Qianning pouted, realizing that having such a thing in her possession would indeed make her feel queasy. While the two deliberated over the blood ant, Xian Yuanhao and Meng Baihan caught up. Though Meng Baihan appeared somewhat pale, indicating she had rushed to keep up, her expression was unpleasant, but she dared not voice her grievances to Xian Yuanhao, only seething silently at Meng Qianning. I say, sister, you know where this place is, right? If you want to seek death, please do it alone and don't drag us along. The sight of Qianning's concern for her only deepened her resentment. Why should she enjoy such attention when she could not? Meng Qianning scrutinized Meng Baihan for a prolonged moment before finally responding, I didn't invite you to follow, you chose to come. If you wish to leave, I cannot stop you. Your legs are your own. Meng Qianning would not be swayed by such tactics. Had she invited her to accompany her to her doom? Certainly not. Chapter 33. The angered blood ant. If one chose to follow and then complained, what could she do? It was utterly unreasonable. You. Well then, if you don't want to stay here, just leave. Xian Yuanhao interrupted Meng Baihan with visible impatience. His eyes conveying a clear warning stiffening, Meng Baihan averted her gaze from Meng Qianning, her hands clenching into fists. She would not let this slide so easily. Meng Qianning sensed the lingering gaze behind her but instinctively chose to ignore it. Juntian, what do you think will happen if we provoke that blood ant? Meng Qianning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recalled that blood ants were rarely seen, and each one was typically accompanied by a blood soul herb. A precious find. Juntian remained silent, gently patting Meng Qianning's head. If you desire it, I will help you retrieve. Juntian had also thought of the same thing. Although he found the so-called treasure, the blood soul herb, unremarkable, he understood Meng Qianning's enthusiasm. Meng Qianning bit her lip, torn in indecision but ultimately resolved. I want. Juntian nodded, then remarked about the blood ants. There exists a beast known as the anteater, which specializes in consuming ants. I know, but where would we find an anteater now? Although I don't understand why the blood ants have gathered all these ants, my intuition tells me it's not for a good reason, she replied, feeling a bit melancholic. Moreover, even if there were anteaters, how long would it take for them to consume so many ants? Juntian sighed, patting Meng Qianning's head again, bemused by her lack of insight. With such a vast number of ants releasing their scent, could they not attract an anteater? Rest assured, you shall soon find out. Juntian does not intend to clarify matters, and it is perhaps best to wait in silence. Meng Qianning glanced at Juntian and nodded. Although she was unaware of his intentions, she trusted that he would not bring her harm. Thus, she stood by, gazing vacantly at the blood ant. Or more precisely, the blood soul grass beside it. Xian Yuanhao, standing nearby, naturally heard their conversation. His brow furrowed tightly as he cast a disapproving glance at Juntian. How could you allow her to take such risks? Are you not aware of what the blood ant is? Casting a sidelong glance at Xian Yuanhao, Juntian remained silent, choosing to focus on the blood ant in the distance. Effectively ignoring him. A flicker of amusement crossed Meng Qianning's heart. She found Juntian's actions quite commendable, as it was precisely what was needed. The situation had rendered Xian Yuanhao's countenance rather grim, his eyes betraying a clear fury, while Meng Baihan, standing beside him, appeared somewhat pale, instinctively clutching Xian Yuanhao's sleeve. It seems something is approaching us. That if Meng Baihan could sense it, Meng Qianning certainly could as well. If her instincts were correct, it was indeed a formidable creature. Could it truly be an anteater? Meng Qianning's eyes lit up. If that were the case, their endeavor would require little effort. Juntian nodded. The anteater relies on its sense of smell to locate food. With so many ants gathered, if it cannot detect them, the only explanation is that its sense of smell is compromised. With a twitch of her lips, Meng Qianning chose to disregard Juntian, her gaze fixated on the source of the vibrations. Before long, a colossal beast emerged, trampling numerous trees in its wake. Rubbing her eyes, Meng Qianning mechanically turned her head to observe the anteater, then the swarm of ants, her lips twitching incessantly. Is this truly an anteater? Indeed, do you not know? A hint of amusement flashed in Juntian's eyes. Would he admit that he intentionally withheld the anteater's description from Meng Qianning? A few beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. It appeared she had overthought the situation. This enormous anteater would undoubtedly deal with the insignificant ants with ease. With the anteater's arrival, the gathered ants grew restless. The blood ant remained relatively calm, while the others trembled incessantly, their legs scurrying in a state of panic. The anteater was a 6th-tier magical beast. While these ants were at best 4th or 5th tier, facing a human, they might prevail through sheer numbers, But now they confronted an anteater of a higher tier, which posed a significant challenge. The anteater let out a roar, causing the ants to retreat in terror as it advanced towards them. Its long tongue lashed out, ensnaring dozens of ants in its maw. After several such strikes, a third of the ant swarm was swiftly diminished. The blood ant, witnessing this scene, was filled with rage, emitting a furious roar as a white liquid erupted from its mouth. Ant acid. Although the anteater was the natural enemy of ants, it moved rather slowly, which put it at a disadvantage compared to the ant's agility. Thus, under the relentless assault of the overwhelming ant acid, it was unable to evade and became heavily coated in the substance, even without direct experience. Meng Qianning could sense the corrosiveness of the ant acid, as evidenced by the anteater's current state. In a furtive motion, she tugged at Mo Juntian, and upon catching his gaze, subtly indicated the blood soul grass. Mo Juntian, with a resigned expression, released her hand as she swiftly dashed toward the blood soul grass. The slender, blood-red leaves comprised exactly 9 petals, unmistakably the blood soul grass. After glancing around to ensure the blood ant had not noticed, Meng Qianning hurriedly uprooted the blood soul grass and stowed it in her spatial ring, then raced back toward Mo Juntian. The moment the blood soul grass was taken, the blood ant sensed the theft. Pivoting to spot Meng Qianning fleeing, instead of pursuing the anteater, it let out an enraged roar, its once blood-red body morphing into a dark crimson hue. Observing this transformation, Mo Juntian's heart sank. This blood ant was evidently the king among its kind. As its body turned black, its speed became alarmingly swift. Ning air. We must flee. With one arm around Meng Qianning's waist, Mo Juntian gathered his fighting spirit and sped away. Noticing Mo Juntian's urgency, Xian Yuanhao glanced back, his expression darkening as he cursed under his breath. How had they provoked such a creature? With no time to ponder further, he clasped Meng Baihan and raced after Mo Juntian and Meng Qianning. Though formidable, Xian Yuanhao was no match for Mo Juntian, and his speed significantly lagged, causing him to lose sight of them after a short while. Damn it, Xian Yuanhao seethed. What was this predicament? They had attempted to steal a chicken only to lose a rice grain. Were it not for Meng Qianning, he would not have been trailing them and would not now be fleeing from a relentless swarm of ants. The thought of those two incited a surge of resentment within him. Chapter 34. The search for the item. After an indeterminate period of running, Mo Juntian finally halted, gently placing Meng Qianning down and looking at her with a bemused expression. Why so cheerful? Of course. I'm just wondering whether those two might be devoured by the blood ants, Meng Qianning replied with a mischievous grin. Initially, she had been able to see Xian Yuanhao following them, but gradually, he had been outpaced by Mo Juntian. The speed of the blood ants was remarkable, and she had a feeling that Xian Yuanhao and Meng Baihan were facing a dire fate. This has nothing to do with us. Come, let us proceed. As for the fate that awaited Xian Yuanhao, Mo Juntian truly did not care. Even if he were to perish, it bore no consequence to him. As he had not laid a finger on him, Meng Qianning blinked. You are correct. We have done nothing, indeed, nothing at all. This very notion of having done nothing had led to Xian Yuanhao being pursued by the blood ants. Had they taken action, the consequences would have been dire indeed. As they ventured toward the heart of the magical beast forest, each time they encountered a magical beast, Mo Juntian would suppress his aura, allowing Meng Qianning to engage with those beasts that were far superior to her. His heart ached, yet he felt powerless. His Ning heir was not the type to yield to protection. She aspired to grow stronger, and he would permit her to do so. This time Meng Qianning faced a 9th-tier flowing cloud leopard, whose speed surpassed even that of the blood ant in its frenzied state. While Meng Qianning had only just begun her training in fighting spirit from the shadows, Mo Juntian watched as Meng Qianning deftly rolled to evade the leopard's attack, his brow furrowing as he contemplated intervening. But he refrained upon witnessing the determination in her eyes. The flowing cloud leopard's roar grated on Meng Qianning's nerves, but she seized the opportunity to dart forward, delivering a powerful kick to the leopard's side, propelling it a considerable distance away. I'll teach you to roar, she exclaimed. Not granting the leopard a moment's respite, Meng Qianning relentlessly kicked it, as if engaging in a game of soccer. Only when the flowing cloud leopard lay nearly defeated did she finally pause, crouching to regard the feeble creature with a cold scoff, reminding it that it ought to consider whether it possessed the capability to bully her. As she prepared to turn away, the flowing cloud leopard erupted in a surge of azure light, its aura rapidly ascending. It was about to advance in tier. A 9th-tier flowing cloud leopard was on the brink of death yet was evolving into a holy tier magical beast. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, Meng Qianning's ears rang painfully, and she bitterly realized that she should never have entertained the notion of sparing the leopard. Now, the beast's overwhelming presence rendered her nearly immobile. The flowing cloud leopard stood before her, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent, for this human had nearly slain it. Although it had ascended to the holy tier, it did not mean it would forego revenge. With a powerful leap, the leopard surged toward Meng Qianning, its sharp claws poised to strike Dai in that critical moment. A more formidable aura erupted. "You dare, wretched beast!" Mo Juntian's speed surpassed that of the flowing cloud leopard. And in an instant, he had Meng Qianning safely in his embrace. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, he was finally reassured that she remained unharmed. Meng Qianning wrapped her arms around Mo Juntian's neck, silently conveying that she was unscathed despite his formidable presence. He trembled in that moment, perhaps from fear, and even now, remnants of apprehension lingered within him. "That I am fine," truly gently patting Mo Juntian's back. Meng Qianning offered her soothing words. Mo Juntian gradually loosened his grip, lowering his gaze to meet hers, and leaned down to kiss her softly. Wishing to silence her chatter, Meng Qianning's eyes widened, her hands instinctively pushing against him. Sensing her resistance, Mo Juntian tightened his hold around her waist while cupping her face, deepening the kiss. It was not until Meng Qianning's breath became unsteady that he finally released her. Resting his forehead against hers, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "Ning air, do not make such mistakes in the future." Had Meng Qianning not spared the flowing cloud leopard, the situation would not have escalated to this point. "I understand," she nodded, acknowledging her error in judgment. Had he struck down the flowing cloud leopard in its weakened state, such turmoil could have been avoided. "I understand now." The flowing cloud leopard lay upon the ground, its body trembling incessantly. How could it have anticipated the presence of such a formidable adversary, one whose strength remained an enigma? Surrender or perish. Mo Juntian regarded the leopard before him, his voice cold and imbued with authority and cruelty. The leopard struggled momentarily, but could not break free. The oppressive aura surrounding it seemed even more pronounced than before. It emitted a low, mournful cry, a sound laced with reluctance and despair, as if resigning itself to submission. "Bring forth the soul orb," Mo Juntian commanded, indifferent to the leopard's plight. The creature glanced up at him, its resolve hardening as it prepared to flee, even at the cost of its own life. Observing the leopard's futile attempt to escape, Mo Juntian scoffed. "You overestimate your abilities." The leopard had believed it could make a safe retreat, yet had scarcely taken a few steps before an unseen barrier encircled it. "If you wish for death, then so be it." With Mo Juntian's words, Meng Qianning witnessed the leopard's anguished roar, its body marred by numerous gaping wounds, as though it had been savaged by a razor-sharp blade. In its final moments, the leopard regretted its choices. Had it submitted, might it have survived? Having offered it but a single chance, Mo Juntian had no intention of granting a second. Meng Qianning watched in horror as the leopard was torn into shreds. Yet she remained silent. Her thoughts mirrored Mo Juntian's. One opportunity was sufficient, no more, no less. If it failed to appreciate that chance, then it deserved its fate. However, after the leopard's demise, Meng Qianning retrieved the crystal core it had dropped. The core of a saint-level magical beast was a rare treasure not to be squandered. "Let us depart." Meng Qianning secured her belongings and approached Mo Juntian, suddenly struck by a thought. She turned to him. "You have been repeatedly venturing into the magical beast forest. What exactly are you seeking?" Their first encounter had been in that very forest, and now he accompanied her once more. Unbeknownst to her, he had likely visited countless times before, suggesting a singular purpose. Mo Juntian was undoubtedly in search of something. He gazed skyward, a faint sigh escaping his lips before he replied. "I am in pursuit of a particular herb." "What herb?" "Dragon lian grass." What do you require that for?" Meng Qianning furrowed her brow. If her memory served her right, dragon lian grass was a remedy for the soul. What could he possibly need it for? Mo Juntian appeared oblivious to her question, lost in thought, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable sorrow that unsettled Meng Qianning. "Qianning, should you one day discover that my true identity is not as splendid as it appears, would you still regard me in the same light? Would you continue to worry for me, to fear for my safety?" This was the first time Meng Qianning had witnessed such vulnerability in Mo Juntian. No matter the time or circumstance, he had always seemed exalted in her eyes. Yet now, he appeared bewildered and at a loss, as if harboring greater unease than she'd. "Mo Juntian, what is your purpose in seeking dragon lian grass?" In the past, Meng Qianning would have comforted him, but for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an unwavering insistence to understand his motives. He grasped her hand as they walked, explaining, "I am searching for more than just dragon lian grass. I require various herbs. What I truly seek is the soul-gathering pill." "The soul-gathering pill? What is that?" Meng Qianning inquired, perplexed by this new development. She had never heard of such a thing. Mo Juntian offered a faint smile. The soul-gathering pill is akin to a divine elixir, capable of mending shattered souls. I see. Yes, my companion once suffered grave injuries while rescuing me, leaving its soul fractured. I have been searching for dragon lian grass for quite some time. His voice grew hoarse as he recalled his slumbering partner, evoking a sense of compassion in Meng Qianning. So, it is for your companion. She pondered aloud, but can a fractured soul still survive? Yes, with the soul-gathering orb it can be gathered, yet it cannot be repaired. Only the soul-gathering pill possesses that power. Imogen Tian sighed. He had nearly acquired all the other herbs he needed, with only dragon lian grass remaining. However, after years of searching, he had no leads, only knowing it existed within the magical beast forest, with its precise location still a mystery. Meng Qianning gazed up at Imogen Tian, who seemed a stranger to her in that moment. As that companion particularly important to you? Yes, it was a gift from my mother, a divine beast known as the nine-tailed fox. When it was injured, my strength was still feeble. Ironically, that incident afforded me some fortuitous opportunities, enhancing both my strength and aptitude. Imogen Tian spoke with self-deprecation, acknowledging that his companion's current state was a consequence of his own actions. As long as you have Qianning by your side, everything will be well. Feeling her sympathy, Imogen Tian gently caressed her lustrous hair. Indeed, I shall assist you. She had yet to finish reading the tome he had provided, and perhaps she could discover alternative methods. Moreover, the so-called Lord Tianchun of the Fighting Qi Academy was renowned as a pill saint. Surely he would possess a solution. Imogen Tian smiled slightly. I am aware, and I am not in haste. Qianning, do not attempt to stray from my side. Of course, I shall remain. Meng Qianning nodded. It was best to avoid opposing Imogen Tian at that moment and to acquiesce to his wishes. Having received the answer she sought, Imogen Tian released her hand. I must take my leave soon. I can only remain with you for 3 more days. Where are you going? When Meng Qianning posed this question, Imogen Tian fell silent, a struggle evident in his eyes as he deliberated whether to disclose the truth. Qianning, you may not find that place to your liking, he said delicately, as even he held little fondness for it. Let alone a young lady. Meng Qianning detected something amiss in Imogen Tian's demeanor. He had never exhibited such expressions before. You must tell me what sort of place it is. How can you presume to know that I would not like it? She replied, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Imogen Tian sighed. It is a realm rife with slaughter and debauchery. The place he intended to go was one where strength reigned supreme. As long as one possessed sufficient power, they could act without restraint. Few knew of it, yet its inhabitants referred to it as the City of Exile. The denizens of that city were often outcasts, rejected by society, an eclectic mix of individuals that does not sound too terrible. It should be quite intriguing. As Imogen Tian elaborated, Meng Qianning felt a thrill of excitement. Such a place seemed too enticing to pass up. What was he so conflicted about? Imogen Tian stared at her in astonishment. Was she truly unafraid? Her face radiated eagerness, as if she longed to embark on the journey immediately. Qianning, you what of it? I have encountered my fair share of slaughter and debauchery. There are matters I cannot fully disclose to you just yet, but I promise to share them in time. Once I do, you will understand. Meng Qianning sighed. Was a mercenary king afraid of bloodshed? What a ludicrous notion. Although her demeanor had tempered since arriving at this place, it did not mean she had forgotten her past. She had likely taken more lives than he. Imogen Tian sensed that Meng Qianning harbored secrets yet untold, yet he bore no resentment. She had pledged to confide in him eventually. In that case, I shall take you with me next time. As she appeared to relish the prospect, he felt no further concern. They should first prepare to gather resources in that place. Meng Qianning nodded enthusiastically. The City of Exile? I am suddenly quite fond of the idea. Let us proceed. I know of a location where the Tianzhu fruit you seek grows. I have seen it flourish in a certain area, yet it has never held much importance for me, until now. Meng Qianning eagerly agreed. The Tianzhu fruit was indeed among the herbs she required. Imogen Tian had been gone for an entire day, and Meng Qianning felt a sense of unease wash over her. Solitude was dull, and even the herb she once cherished now seemed lackluster. She leaned against a tree, lost in thought. After several days of frustration, Meng Qianning finally received news from Imogen Tian. Revitalizing her spirits, Qing Luan observed her mistress with an exasperated smile. It was evident that the princess was utterly captivated by the prince. After all, what was all the fuss over a mere letter? Unaware of Qing Luan's thoughts, Meng Qianning was engrossed in her treasure hunt. After traversing a considerable distance, she paused to rest against a tree, listening intently for any nearby sounds. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. There were footsteps approaching, many of them, and they seemed formidable. Qing Luan, someone is coming, and in great numbers. They feel quite powerful, Meng Qianning remarked thoughtfully. Yuan narrowed her eyes at Meng Qianning. This was not the first time. Although her strength surpassed Meng Qianning's, her perceptiveness was lacking. The latter had an uncanny ability to sense danger before it arrived. Should we avoid them? Hide? Why must we hide? Don't even mention hiding. She is quite eager to see what all these people have come for. Yuan curled her lip, already anticipating this outcome. She knew her master would not be frightened at it. Turns out it's merely for the spectacle. The two sat in place, roasting food over the fire while awaiting the arrival of the others. It wasn't long before the group Meng Qianning sensed appeared before them, their eyes glistening hungrily at the meat on their fire. With eyes cast down, Meng Qianning remained silent, while a young girl from the opposing group approached her, looking pitiable and exuding an air of sorrow. "Excuse me, could you spare me a bit of your roasted meat?" the girl asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Meng Qianning regarded the girl with a bemused smile. While her initial impression was that of innocence and charm, beneath that facade, Meng Qianning perceived a sinister edge. Twirling a fruit in her hand that Yuan had found, Meng Qianning replied, "Why should I share my food with you? If you have so much, why can't you spare me a little?" The girl pouted. Displaying a face of indignation as if she had been wronged, Meng Qianning smirked sarcastically. "Why should I share just because you demand it? What kind of logic is that? I would be honoring you by eating your food. So do not push your luck." The young girl seemed to bristle with anger, likely spoiled and unaccustomed to rejection, her displeasure evident. Meng Qianning lightly tapped her cheek with her finger, her gaze cool as she addressed the girl. "Overstepping. I am not one of your kin and have no obligation to fulfill your whims. If you were genuinely innocent and charming, what would it matter if I shared a little food? Yet, this girl is not as simple as she appears. What are you doing, Julinger?" Yuan interjected sharply, her voice laden with warning. She swiftly positioned herself between Meng Qianning and the girl, her eyes vigilant, though she had never traversed the outside world. She was no stranger to this individual. In fact, she was well acquainted with the profiles of many, especially after reviewing the data alongside Meng Qianning. "Yuan, do you know her?" "No." Yuan shook her head. Meng Qianning opened her mouth, eager to question how, if she was unknown, the girl knew her name. "Miss, this woman belongs to the Longyuan Pavilion." It was as if Yuan had sensed Meng Qianning's thoughts, as she began to elucidate. Meanwhile, Julinger's innocent smile vanished, her eyes now filled with murderous intent. "Oh? So my reputation precedes me?" Yuan cautioned, "Miss, be wary. This woman excels in the use of poison and a contest of pure strength. I am confident I am no lesser than Julinger. But with poison, I cannot guarantee my safety, even though I too am skilled in its use." Meng Qianning stroked her chin thoughtfully. "I see. But what exactly is the Longyuan Pavilion? It seems to be a formidable force. Yet I have never heard of it." Yuan inhaled deeply, recounting the details of the Longyuan Pavilion. In summary, the Longyuan Pavilion gathers talents from various nations, many of whom are employed by them. "And what if one does not wish to be utilized by the Longyuan Pavilion?" Meng Qianning inquired, a question suddenly forming in her mind. Observing Julinger's haughty demeanor piqued her curiosity. "Is it true? So the Longyuan Pavilion amassed its current power through coercion?" "Essentially, yes. The Longyuan Pavilion is divided into several factions, each overseen by an elder, and Julinger is a disciple of one such elder. In the eyes of others, Julinger's status was quite exalted, but to Yuan it was merely ordinary, incomparable to Meng Qianning. Julinger squinted at the unremarkable woman before her, taken aback that a mere maid possessed such extensive knowledge about the Longyuan Pavilion. Additionally, she sensed a kindred spirit in this woman. "Miss, the elder instructed us not to cause trouble on this outing." Just as Julinger was about to speak, a guard behind her interrupted. Julinger glared frostily at him. Yet he remained unfazed, as though her ire meant nothing to him. Humph! With a cold snort, Julinger departed swiftly, much like she had arrived. Meng Qianning felt indifferent to Julinger's departure, yet Yuan sensed something amiss. "What's wrong?" Meng Qianning queried, noticing Yuan's frowning expression after Julinger's group had left. "Why did Julinger leave so abruptly?" Yuan pondered deeply, struggling to comprehend. "Why is she upset about their departure? They left without a word, and she seems displeased. Based on Julinger's attitude towards you earlier, she has taken an interest in you. Typically, those whom she notices are either grievously harmed or even killed. She would not let this go so easily. Or does she have some ulterior motive? Given that only I am accompanying you on this trip, I must remain vigilant. If anything were to happen to you, I would be culpable beyond redemption." Chapter 37. Internal strife. Knowing she acted out of concern for her well-being, Meng Qianning remained silent, contemplating the direction Julinger had taken. "Yuan, let us follow them." Julinger had seemed intent on confronting them, yet she left upon hearing a single remark from her companion. This struck Meng Qianning as peculiar. Were they truly here with a purpose? Qingyuan, feeling exasperated, watched her master rush toward danger once again. From the auras of those individuals, it was clear they were not adversaries she could contend with. She truly did not want her master to take such risks. Gently patting Qingyuan's shoulder, Meng Qianning chuckled at her distressed expression. Don't worry, I'm just going to observe. Did I won't provoke any trouble? Rolling her eyes at Meng Qianning, Qingyuan scowled, pulling the hand off her shoulder. Miss, have you ever truly adhered to that promise? She knew her well enough. Meng Qianning had a knack for seeking out trouble, and she found it hard to believe that her master would refrain from stirring up conflict. Embarrassed, Meng Qianning rubbed her nose. Wondering why her honesty was met with skepticism and the end, Qingyuan could not resist Meng Qianning's insistence and followed her toward Julinger's location. During their journey, Qingyuan initially worried they might be detected by Julinger and her group. However, she soon realized that even with Meng Qianning beside her, she could not sense her aura, indicating that Meng Qianning's stealth skills surpassed her own. This realization left Qingyuan feeling both defeated and relieved. At least Meng Qianning was safe. Are you certain the item is located here? After some time, Julinger surveyed her surroundings, her impatience creeping in. Yes, based on our investigation, it should be right here. The guard who had previously restrained Julinger nodded, meticulously scanning the area for any clues. Upon hearing this, Julinger's expression lightened as she followed the guard in search, continuing for an hour or two. Qingyuan, what do you think they are searching for? They've been at it for so long. Meng Qianning furrowed her brow, curiosity bubbling within her. She remained silent, observing Julinger and her companions, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Let us wait. We will eventually discover what it is. Qingyuan shot Meng Qianning a disapproving glance and sat beside her, realizing that her mistress only seemed to exhibit restraint in the presence of the prince. Their wait extended into the late afternoon. While Meng Qianning remained quiet, someone in Julinger's group grew impatient. Julinger glared at the man who was searching with his head down. Didn't you say it was here? Why can't you find it? The guard, being chastised, wore a grim expression but did not retort. I am still looking, searching. You've said that for an entire day. I warn you, if you don't find it soon, you'd better leave. Remaining in such a desolate place for so long without results vexed her. She preferred to stir up trouble for others, relishing the fear in their eyes. Casting a glance at Julinger, the guard replied coldly, regardless of what the miss intends to do, you should consider the elder's orders. If we fail to fulfill them, not only will we be in danger, but you too will bear the consequences. Does she truly believe herself so important? If it weren't for the elder, who would care about this ruthless woman? Qingyuan, do not use the master to intimidate me. Even if the master were here, I would not be afraid. The one called Qingyuan scoffed, clearly unaware of the true nature of her master. I have said all I needed to say. Whether you heed my words or not is your concern. Not mine. Having voiced his concerns, he distanced himself from whatever Julinger might do next. Julinger pointed an accusing finger at Qingyuan, fury radiating from her. Did this man truly believe she would not retaliate? Merely the thought of her master's sinister visage made Julinger feel a twinge of fear. She dared not jest with her own life, yet her pride prevented her from seeking assistance. Thus, she remained in a stalemate with Qianlan, who, fortunately, had ceased her verbal onslaught and turned to converse with a few others before departing in another direction. The companions who had accompanied Julinger scattered, leaving her solitary in the clearing. Julinger stamped her foot in frustration, resolving that once this matter concluded, these individuals would come to understand the consequences of offending her. From a distance, Meng Qianning and her companions observed the unfolding scene. With Meng Qianning offering a scathing remark, it seems this so-called Julinger is not all that impressive. It appears that not everyone from Longyuan Pavilion holds her in high esteem. Julinger was known for her ruthless and venomous demeanor, often eliminating new members of Longyuan Pavilion. Due to her talent and her master's influence, the members turned a blind eye to her misdeeds. As long as she did not cross them directly, however, they harbored a deep-seated disdain for her, which they refrained from expressing due to her status. Qingyuan nodded in agreement with Meng Qianning's words. When they perused the materials on Longyuan Pavilion, she had taken notice of Julinger due to her notorious proficiency with poison. Upon witnessing Julinger treat human lives as mere playthings, she held a low opinion of this so-called genius of Longyuan Pavilion. Now I understand, and no wonder those people, while appearing to respect her, harbor contempt in their gazes. It is not difficult to imagine that many within Longyuan Pavilion would wish her dead. What should we do now, miss? Qingyuan inquired hesitantly, glancing at Meng Qianning. Contemplating with her chin resting on her hand, Meng Qianning observed Julinger, who was throwing a tantrum, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Qingluan, do you know which poison Du Xianer is most adept at? Meng Qianning's question momentarily stunned Qingluan, but she soon comprehended, internally lamenting her mistress's cunning nature. Indeed, one should never offend her. Chapter 38. Sowing discord. Qingluan was well aware of the poison favored by Du Linger. Having studied it previously. Qingluan, come here. Meng Qianning beckoned as Qingluan approached. Meng Qianning whispered something in her ear, causing Qingluan's eyes to sparkle with excitement, transforming into bright little stars. Just wait and watch the show. Mississippi. Qingluan grinned mischievously, vanishing from Meng Qianning's sight, while she herself concealed her presence. Leaning against a tree to observe Du Linger after venting her frustrations, Du Linger approached one of the individuals in the group, and upon witnessing their expressions, Meng Qianning's smile widened. Fortune seemed to be on their side. When Du Linger reached Qianlong and the others, she noticed their faces were notably grim, and one among them appeared to be missing. You are too ruthless, Du Linger, Qianlong remarked, her countenance dark and foreboding as Du Linger approached nonchalantly. Du Linger furrowed her brow, silently regarding Qianlong. She recognized that Qianlong despised her, even loathed her, yet had never spoken to her in such a tone, let alone addressed her by name directly. How have I overstepped? Qianlong? Du Xianer felt a surge of anger rise within her. Since entering the monster beast forest, she had endured their disdain, and now they sought to provoke her further. Did they truly believe her to be so easily bullied? Qianlong's icy gaze remained fixed on Du Linger. Du Linger, we understand your dissatisfaction, but do you not realize the gravity of the situation? You dare to harm your own. Du Linger was taken aback, her expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. What are you saying? I do not comprehend. What do you mean by claiming I have harmed my own? Even if she relished the act of killing, she was acutely aware that this was not the moment to act against them. She preferred the demise of women over men. Qianlong's lips curled into a derisive smile, her gaze filled with scorn, making Du Linger exceedingly uncomfortable. In the past, you were bold enough to take responsibility for your actions, yet now you shrink from admitting them. Qianlong's voice dripped with icy contempt and bloodlust, seeing Qianlong in such a state. Du Linger was instantly incensed. If you claim that someone was killed on my account, produce your evidence. Evidence? If you desire it, I shall provide it, Qianlong scoffed, gesturing for two individuals to bring forth a corpse, disfigured and mottled in shades of purple and black. Du Linger's complexion turned ashen at the sight of the deceased. Qianlong's mocking laughter echoed in her ears. What is the matter, Du Linger? Are you at a loss for words now? This is your favorite poison, bone-corroding powder. Its effects require no explanation, do they? Du Linger thrived on witnessing others writhe in agony. The more they suffered, the more she reveled in their torment. This bone-corroding powder, concocted a year prior, initially left no visible mark, but later transformed the victim's body into a ghastly purple-black hue, eradicating their bones entirely. I have never used it. Although proficient with this poison, it was not she who had employed it. She had never encountered this initially. She had no intention of acquiring the medicine from the poison spirit, but later realized that if her supply was abundant, it would only convince Qianlong and the others that she was not the culprit. Thus, she decided to procure the medicine. Miss, shall we continue? Qingluan inquired, observing Meng Qianning. Two individuals had already perished, and their trust in one another had been utterly shattered. Should another life be lost, it was likely they would turn against each other. However, Meng Qianning shook her head. No, that is unnecessary. Why? Qingluan expressed her confusion. Meng Qianning smiled faintly, knowing her motives. If another person were to die, it would seem deliberate. They no longer trusted the poison spirit, harboring hatred towards her and remaining vigilant. If she were to act now, it would merely grant the poison spirit an opportunity to defend herself. We shall see how it unfolds, Meng Qianning replied nonchalantly. Feeling both curious and bored as she accompanied them with a significant time remaining before school resumed, she sought some form of engagement to stave off her boredom. Naturally, if she could procure what they were searching for, it would be even better. Qianlong scrutinized the poison spirit for a while, snorting disdainfully. It is best that the matters concerning the poison spirit align with your claims. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits. He dared not take drastic measures as he was determined to avenge his brother. This was the first time the poison spirit had been threatened so overtly, causing her countenance to darken considerably. Yet, at this moment, she was at a loss for words and could only endure their disrespect. Following the deaths of two individuals from poisoning, Qianlong resolved not to act separately any longer, preserving their strength while keeping a close watch on the poison spirit. Should she commit another transgression, they would not hesitate to show her no mercy. Qingluan furrowed her brow at this scene. Miss, that man does not seem as enraged as one might expect. He was not devoid of anger but rather was very rational. He understood this was not the time for settling scores, and the poison spirit's identity instilled a degree of trepidation in him. When Qingyuan mentioned the poison spirit's identity, Meng Qianning recognized that this matter was far from simple. They needed to stoke the flames further, but how to do so would depend on the opportune moment. Qingyuan nodded, continuing to observe Qianlan and his entourage. No further deaths occurred, which provided Qianlan with some reassurance. However, their vigilance towards the poison spirit intensified as this thought crossed their minds. They hastened their movements, accelerating their search. It appears this poison spirit is not as foolish as one might think, Meng Qianning remarked from the shadows. What do you mean by that, miss? Qingyuan queried, perplexed. Meng Qianning shook her finger playfully. If I divulged it, it would lose its charm. With an exasperated glance at Meng Qianning, Qingyuan huffed but remained silent, her gaze lingering on the poison spirit. Qingyuan's adorable demeanor elicited a chuckle from Meng Qianning. Indeed, she was still but a child, completely oblivious to the fact that she was actually much younger than Qingyuan's. Qianlan's group broadened their search. They eventually stumbled upon a cave, their faces alight with evident joy. This prompted Meng Qianning to wonder if they had indeed uncovered what they sought. Hence their expressions. Miss, it seems they have found something, Qingyuan remarked, frowning after trailing them for so long. Would the miss truly return empty-handed? Meng Qianning nodded silently, her gaze fixed on the cave, instinctively sensing that whatever lay within was perilous, though she could not ascertain the nature of the danger. The items are inside. Everyone proceed with caution, Qianlan instructed, glancing at his companions, his tone serious. The others nodded, cautiously approaching the cave, while the poison spirit appeared remarkably calm, which seemed highly suspicious. Nevertheless, Qianlan and his group remained oblivious and continued their advance. Qingyuan, it appears we are about to witness quite a spectacle, Meng Qianning declared, her interest piqued. What do you mean, miss? Qingyuan inquired, puzzled by her lady's cryptic words. Did the miss have some scheme in mind? Yet, she did not seem to exude that air. Brother, the temperature within is exceedingly high. We cannot enter, one of them said as they approached the cave entrance, met by a wave of searing heat that felt as if it could evaporate them all. Qianlan sensed the overwhelming heat as well, understanding that should they venture inside, they would surely meet a gruesome fate. However, if they refrained from entering, fulfilling the elder's directive would prove troublesome. What should they do? As the group deliberated, the poison spirit moved, not towards her companions but directly towards the cave entrance. Seeing the poison spirit's actions, Qianlan furrowed his brow, yet as she appeared unfazed, he felt a twinge of curiosity about her lack of fear towards the heat. Chapter 40. Self-destruction. Amidst Qianlan's bewilderment, the poison spirit advanced step by step into the cave. Contrary to what Qianlan and the others believed, she was not impervious to the heat. Rather, she suppressed her reactions, as evidenced by her scorched hands, which bore testament to the intensity of the flames. Just as she crossed the threshold, a piercing scream escaped her lips as her body was violently propelled backward. Qianlan and the others turned to gaze at the poison spirit, whose garments were now tattered, revealing severely burned skin, her face particularly marred by the flames. They did not revel in her misfortune. Instead, their brows knitted in concern. They had believed the poison spirit could endure, yet the outcome was far from their expectations. Now, not only was obtaining the treasures within a challenge, but even entering the cave seemed fraught with peril. Reflecting on the elder's prior warnings, Qianlan's eyes brightened as he approached the poison spirit. He crouched beside her, observing the wretched state of the poison spirit. Did you bring the item the elder gave you? The poison spirit weakly opened her eyes, a flicker of confusion passing through them before realization struck. Damn it, how had she overlooked that? She retrieved a pill and consumed it, her injuries healing significantly, though her face was likely irreparably damaged. What is that? Qingyuan queried uncertainly. It appears to be a cold ice stone, Meng Qianning replied, her gaze fixed on the cold ice stone in the poison spirit's grasp, her eyes gleaming with interest. It seemed to be quite a valuable item. As Meng Qianning contemplated whether to eliminate the poison spirit to seize the treasure, Qingyuan dismissed it. The prince possesses many of these, and even superior ones. Hers is merely the least impressive. Meng Qianning remained speechless at Qingyuan's disdain. It was perhaps best she said nothing, for if this girl were to learn of her intentions regarding the cold ice stone, she would undoubtedly mock her. What do you intend to do, poison spirit? Qianlan inquired irritably as he observed her advancing towards the cave with the cold ice stone in hand. The poison spirit ignored Qianlan, determined to claim the treasure for herself. Watching her vanish into the cave, Qianlan's expression twisted in frustration. Without the cold ice stone, they could not enter, leaving them helplessly watching from the outside. Be cautious, Qianlan warned. I have a bad feeling about this. Understood, The others nodded in unison. With the recent deaths and the poison spirit's meticulousness, their trust in her had waned significantly, unbeknownst to the outside observers. The poison spirit focused intently on the blazing fire spirit herb at the center of the cave, her heart racing with exhilaration. At last, this treasure was within her grasp. "Miss, shall we just wait here?" Qingyuan asked Meng Qianning, perplexed, genuinely uncertain of her lady's intentions. Meng Qianning grinned mischievously. "If someone is willing to do the hard work for us, why should we toil?" Qingyuan sighed, realizing this was the inevitable outcome. "But miss, isn't this akin to robbery? Is that truly acceptable?" Meng Qianning paid no mind to Qingyuan's concerns, instead observing the individuals outside. It seemed their discord had intensified to a critical point. A little more provocation would incinerate the poison spirit completely. The poison spirit reached for the blazing fire spirit herb. Yet the moment her hand made contact, a searing pain shot through her. Glancing down, she saw her hand had been burned, the severity of the injury worse than before. Stunned by this turn of events, the poison spirit was left bewildered. Hadn't her master claimed that possessing the cold ice stone would allow her to harvest the blazing fire spirit herb? Why had circumstances changed? Facing such uncertainties, the poison spirit began to panic. Was she to abandon the herb? Yet, recalling its immense value, she gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as she grasped the blazing fire spirit herb and plucked it from the ground. Once removed, the flames that had surrounded it extinguished, revealing an ordinary-looking herb, albeit one with a fiery red hue. The poison spirit did not rush to exit. Instead, she applied a high-quality ointment to her wounds and consumed several healing pills. Once her injuries seemed sufficiently mended, she finally made her way out. As she approached the cave entrance, a flicker of malice danced in her eyes. "Qianlan, since you dare to disrespect me, do not blame me for my ungraciousness." With that thought, the poison spirit emerged from the cave, not bothering to conceal the herb, for how could she deceive Qianlan and the others if she did? Upon seeing her emerge with the herb, Qianlan and his companions wore broad smiles. "Did you obtain it? That is splendid news." Qianlan exchanged a glance with her companions, scrutinizing Julinger yet finding nothing amiss. Before turning to leave, however, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As they pivoted, Julinger struck with ferocity, her azure energy surging forth. "You shall all meet your demise." Upon hearing her voice, Qianlan and her group finally grasped the truth. Julinger had long harbored murderous intent, and her earlier demeanor was merely a ruse to lower their guard. Qianlan, possessing significantly greater strength than Julinger, swiftly shielded himself and the others as her powerful blow descended. Despite his efforts, he sustained grievous injuries. "What do you intend to do, Julinger?" Qianlan seethed, his gaze piercing with malevolence. "What do I intend to do? Qianlan, do you truly believe I would spare you after your blatant disrespect? My pride will not be trampled by anyone." The consequences of doubting her should have been anticipated. After all, had they not accused her of murder? Thus, she would embody the very title they had bestowed upon her. Blood escaped Qianlan's lips as Julinger's words incensed him. His cold glare fixed upon her, as if he might strike her down at any moment. Meng Qianning clicked her tongue, utterly astonished by Julinger. Her aptitude for assassination was indeed impressive. "The elders will not let you off easily." "Not let me off easily? Once you are all dead, who will be left to pursue me?" Julinger laughed heartily, mocking Qianlan's foolishness. Did he truly think she would leave behind evidence for the elders to trouble her? Chapter 41. Murder and robbery. Qianlan's gaze was laden with malice as he regarded Julinger. They had underestimated this woman and her ruthlessness. "Miss, are we truly not going to intervene?" At this moment, Qingyuan, witnessing Meng Qianning's calm demeanor, grew anxious. Meng Qianning smiled playfully, her eyes filled with exasperation as she replied, "Qingyuan, why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm not worried. Or do you have feelings for that fellow named Qianlan? If that's the case, I shall certainly assist you in rescuing your beloved." Rolling her eyes at her mistress, Qingyuan suddenly realized that having an overly amiable master could be quite troublesome. "Mistress, you handle it. I shall not interfere." "Interfere? You must be out of your mind," Meng Qianning remarked, sizing up Qingyuan with a teasing demeanor. "It is your prerogative to have feelings for someone. I shall not mock you." "So rest assured." Qingyuan longed to ask, "Mistress, may I strike you?" Yet she knew that should she dare to act against Meng Qianning, the repercussions would be dire. As the two conversed, the situation nearby seemed to escalate. "Do you think that mere strength is everything? You are now in my grasp." Julinger cackled, her laughter brimming with arrogance and malice. Qianlan, blood staining his lips, glanced at his companions, his heart heavy with regret. "This is all my fault. Had I not brought you all along, you would not be in peril now." Qianlan was consumed with remorse. He had merely wished for them to complete their task smoothly, never foreseeing such dire consequences. Senior brother, we understand your intentions. This enchantress will inevitably meet a fate far worse than ours. Poisoned, they could not wield their energies, reduced to merely exchanging words. Julinger's eyes turned icy. How dare they label her a witch? She would show them what a witch truly was. Am I a witch? Julinger approached the one who had spoken, a smile gracing her face, her expression reminiscent of the innocent charm Meng Qianning had first witnessed. Yet, this faade only heightened Qianlong and his companion's vigilance. Suddenly, the one who had insulted Julinger cried out in agony, writhing on the ground in sheer torment, inciting outrage among the onlookers. Meng Qianning glanced skyward, as if lamenting the delay, then emerged from her hiding place, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. What a splendid performance, a self-inflicted massacre. Qingyuan, this show is truly impressive and I'm glad you appreciate it. Mistress, Qingyuan replied, batting her eyelashes obediently. The unexpected sound startled Julinger and her cohorts, who turned to face the newcomers, those two they had encountered earlier. So it's you. I was inclined to spare you, yet here you are. Presenting yourselves willingly, Julinger sneered, discarding her previous plaything as she approached Meng Qianning and her group. Meng Qianning did not even glance at her, waving her hand at Qingyuan, who grimaced but complied, moving to Qianlong's side to administer a pill to each of them. What have you given us? Qianlong, drained of strength, could only glare at Qingyuan, his voice cold. Just a bit of poison, Qingyuan retorted, rolling her eyes. If it weren't for the mistress's orders, do you think I would waste such precious antidotes on you? Thank you for saving our lives, mistress. Just as Qianlong was about to speak, one of his companions exclaimed in delight, realizing that the pills they had consumed could indeed counteract Julinger's poison as they regained their strength. Julinger's expression darkened. Everyone present, save for Meng Qianning, possessed far greater power than she did, especially Qianlong. What was she to do now? Attempt to flee? It was too late. While they were poisoned, she had ample opportunity to escape. Yet she had chosen to seek revenge, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Now that they were cured, did she truly believe she could evade them? Such notions were nothing short of delusional. Indeed, it was over. Meng Qianning nodded solemnly. Julinger cast a frigid glare at Meng Qianning, her eyes brimming with palpable hatred. You wretched girl, you dare to thwart my plans. With a sharp slap, a distinct imprint appeared on Julinger's face, inciting her fury, which clouded her judgment, prompting her to recklessly attack Qingyuan with a cold snort. Qingyuan was unperturbed by the woman's fury. She swiftly evaded Julinger's attack and coldly regarded her, gathering her energies into a formidable strike that landed squarely upon Julinger. The pain Julinger felt this time surpassed anything she had endured in the cave. She gritted her teeth, pondering the use of poison, but upon witnessing Qingyuan neutralize her toxins, she realized that using poison was futile. Qingyuan, do not destroy what I desire, Meng Qianning interjected, alarmed to see Qingyuan intent on obliterating Julinger. Qingyuan blinked innocently, glancing at the ring on Julinger's finger, and the next instant, she vanished and reappeared beside Julinger, whose anguished scream echoed as her finger was gruesomely snapped at the joint. Qianlong's companions recoiled in shock. How could someone who appeared so gentle turn so violently brutal? The ease with which she broke fingers left them questioning how her mistress had trained her. You vile woman, my master will never forgive you. Julinger gasped through her pain, cursing. Qingyuan scoffed, her voice laced with disdain as she retorted, forgive you? He should first discover who was responsible for your demise. Julinger's gaze shifted desperately to Qianlong and his companions, her eyes pleading for mercy, hoping they might intervene out of loyalty to her master. Yet, all she met with were cold stares devoid of compassion, only hatred reflected back at her. Qianlong, may you all suffer a fate worse than death. That if I perish, my master will not spare you either. Julinger trembled in fear. She did not wish to die and hoped to leverage her master's influence to compel Qianlong and his group to act. Chapter 42. The Fiery Stone. Meng Qianning observed her companions blinking in surprise. Were they about to leave Longyuan Pavilion? Yet, wasn't the treatment there rather favorable? No, you cannot treat me this way. My master is the Grand Elder. You must save me. Faced with the specter of death, Julinger wailed pitifully, her desperation palpable. Qingyuan cast a scornful gaze at Julinger, her laughter chilling as she remarked, this is the consequence of daring to offend my mistress. As Julinger attempted to escape, Qingyuan's resolve hardened. Her energy coalesced into a blade that pierced Julinger's chest, while Qianlong and his allies could only watch in horror, with wide eyes and blood trickling from her lips. Julinger felt a profound sense of injustice. Why had it come to this? Her future had been bright, yet it had all come crashing down. I cannot accept this. With those final words she breathed her last, her eyes remaining wide open in shock. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard of Longyuan Pavilion, An elder fell into madness upon witnessing the shattering of his disciple's life plaque. Who is responsible for my disciple's death? After dispatching Julinger, Qinghuan turned to Qianlan and his group. Will you not take vengeance for Julinger? Why should we avenge her? Qianlan inquired, a smirk curling his lips as he regarded Qinghuan with confusion. Seeing their indifference, Qinghuan felt relieved. They truly would not disclose this incident. Meanwhile, Meng Qianning's interest lay not in their grievances but in the cave, which seemed to have cooled considerably. What exactly were you seeking? Unable to fathom the answer, Meng Qianning fixed her gaze upon Qianlan, hoping he would elucidate the matter under different circumstances. Qianlan would have kept his lips sealed, yet now that their ties to Longyuan Pavilion had been severed, revealing the truth posed no risk. That it is a blazing fire spirit mushroom. That a blazing fire spirit mushroom. Is that for real? Meng Qianning's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, a blazing fire spirit mushroom is indeed a rare treasure. However, what astonished her even more was another item, the stone that nurtures the spirit mushroom. Indeed. Ha ha ha, this is simply marvelous. Meng Qianning suddenly burst into laughter, prompting the others nearby to exchange puzzled glances. What has gotten into her? Has she gone mad with joy? Unfazed by their thoughts, she dashed into the cave, slowly making her way toward the stone pedestal, her gaze fixed intently on the stone. Unbelievably, it truly is the blazing stone. The blazing stone is far more precious than the blazing fire spirit mushroom. If fashioned into a weapon, it would surpass even dark iron in value. Drawing her dagger, she began to carefully excavate the stone. When Qinghuan entered, she found Meng Qianning diligently unearthing the stone, unable to suppress a twitch of her lips. Is this truly her young lady? My lady, what are you excavating this stone for? Qinghuan inquired curiously. Without lifting her head, Meng Qianning commanded, Qinghuan, come help me dig. With no other option, Qinghuan took out her dagger and began assisting Meng Qianning in the excavation, all the while asking, what exactly is this? My lady? It's the blazing stone. What? The blazing stone? Qinghuan was equally astonished. Such a rare treasure unexpectedly appeared here, which was truly astonishing. Meng Qianning nodded, finding it hard to believe herself. Who would have imagined that a place like this would harbor a blazing stone? No wonder there exists a blazing fire spirit mushroom here, and this very cave must be the reason for such warmth. Qinghuan couldn't help but sigh, feeling somewhat reflective. Her lady truly seemed to be knowledgeable about everything. Why are you still here? Meng Qianning asked, puzzled. She had thought they would have left when she emerged. Qianlan pursed her lips, gazing seriously at Meng Qianning. My lady, we wish to accompany you. Accompany me? Are you mistaken? Meng Qianning asked, somewhat incredulous. In their eyes she was merely an ordinary fighter, so why would they wish to follow her? The others nodded in unison, with Qianlan earnestly stating, in these 2 hours, we have come to terms with our situation. Our lives were saved by you, my lady, so we wish to accompany you. Meng Qianning was utterly speechless. What was this all about? She had no desire to bear the burden of Qinghuan while also carrying them along. Don't you think freedom is preferable? Freedom is indeed wonderful, but we would rather follow you, my lady. That I have a feeling that being by your side will lead us further. Qianlan spoke earnestly. Although her strength was currently insignificant, the air of authority she exuded was not something just anyone could possess. Hence, she made the decision to follow Meng Qianning, and the others were persuaded by her. Meng Qianning looked at Qianlan incredulously. Are you out of your mind? You prefer to be bound rather than enjoy freedom? Qianlan remained silent, merely gazing at Meng Qianning, her resolute eyes causing Meng Qianning to helplessly rub her forehead. Fine, but I won't have useless people under my command. That we pay our respects to you, my lady. Qianlan knelt on one knee, and although the other 3 were reluctant, they followed suit. Meng Qianning narrowed her eyes as she scrutinized the 3 behind Qianlan. Their strength was commendable, yet their pride was excessive, and their desire to follow her was not entirely sincere. That as she approached them, looking down from her elevated position, she stated, your expressions tell me that you hold me in contempt. The 3 stiffened, one of them raising their head. Isn't that the case? You are merely a fighter. Why should we submit to you? To earn our submission, one must possess the requisite strength. Meng Qianning laughed heartily. Her gaze filled with mockery. Am I the one compelling you to submit? It doesn't seem so, does it? The 3 turned pale. It seemed they had indeed been misled. Their senior had assured them that following her was a wise choice. Yet they could not fathom what future lay in following a mere fighter. Observing their disdain, Meng Qianning suddenly exuded a potent aura of killing intent, one that could only be possessed by someone who had long danced on the precipice of death. It was astonishing that such a fierce aura emanated from a girl of merely a decade or so. Chapter 43. Subjugation. Qianlan glanced at her 3 junior brothers, a slight smile curling at her lips. They were all capable, yet their arrogance had led them into this predicament, which might serve as a valuable lesson. With this thought in mind, she feigned ignorance toward their pleas for help. As Meng Qianning's aura intensified, so too did the fear within the hearts of the three. A female fighter possessing such overwhelming presence. Was this the reason their senior had submitted to her? No, it must be for another reason. What could it be? The three were utterly perplexed, yet when they glimpsed the look in Meng Qianning's eyes, they began to understand. At that moment she resembled a sovereign ruling over all, perhaps as their senior had claimed. Following her could indeed lead them to greater heights. They exchanged glances, their attitudes undergoing a complete transformation. We pay our respects to you, my lady. Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow, sensing that she had successfully won their allegiance. Yet to ensure their complete submission, she needed sufficient strength to intimidate them further. Rise. From now on, you shall follow Qianlong. As for what you will do thereafter, that remains uncertain. For now we shall leave this place. Meng Qianning cast a glance at the three before speaking. Understood. The group proceeded toward the edge of the forest, encountering numerous low-tier magical beasts along the way. However, due to Meng Qianning's prowess, the three were united in their determination to shield her from harm. Fearing for her safety, this continued for several days until they came across a 9th-tier brown bear. Meng Qianning, moving ahead of them, charged toward the bear. My lady, be careful. The three called out in alarm. But Qingyuan remained silent, a cold smirk playing on her lips. These three arrogant fools would soon learn what true strength entailed. Even she, in the presence of her lady, could not gain the upper hand, let alone them. Yet, they had the audacity to view her as a delicate flower. Meng Qianning had been suppressing a surge of anger for days, seeking an outlet, and the arrival of the brown bear provided the perfect opportunity. Renowned for its formidable defenses, its thick hide rendered it difficult to injure. Yet Meng Qianning expected no less. With a flick of her wrist, 2 daggers of varying sizes appeared in her hands. Qianlong sensed a shift. Meng Qianning wielding the daggers was an entirely different entity than the one without. With daggers in hand, she exuded a palpable aura of killing intent, one far more potent than that which had previously intimidated the three. Even from a distance they could feel it. Exchanging glances, they realized they had underestimated their mistress. However, if she wished to demonstrate her capabilities, they were eager to witness her prowess. Meng Qianning paid no heed to their thoughts. Leaping onto the back of the brown bear, sensing her presence, the bear roared, its massive claws swiping toward her head. Just as its claws were about to strike, Meng Qianning managed to inflict a wound upon it. Though the bear possessed remarkable defenses, the addition of fighting energy to her daggers enhanced their destructive power, easily penetrating its defenses. However, this particular brown bear proved to be rather tenacious. Its injuries quickly healed as if they had never existed. Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow, surprised at the bear's remarkable healing capabilities, and then smirked. So, it also possesses strong regenerative abilities. She was eager to discover whether her destructive force was superior, or if the bear's healing was more formidable. Utilizing her speed, Meng Qianning left behind deep, bone-exposing wounds in her wake. Though the wounds healed rapidly, her attacks were even more relentless, inciting immense fury within the bear. It had never before been wounded to such an extent. With a deafening roar, the bear's aura surged, deepening the coldness in Meng Qianning's gaze. This bear seemed to be seeking a fight. Loud, are we? Meng Qianning said ominously. Upon hearing her words, Qingyuan felt a chill run down her spine. She recalled the last time Meng Qianning had spoken similarly, resulting in a tragic fate for the flowing cloud leopard. Just as Qingyuan had anticipated, the others bore witness to Meng Qianning's fury. The energy coursing through her daggers transformed, augmenting their destructive potential. With a thunderous cry of pain, the bear covered its head with its massive paws, fear glimmering in its eyes, as it clearly hadn't anticipated such terror from a mere human. Meng Qianning remained unperturbed by its thoughts, her fists raining down like a storm upon its body. By the time she ceased her assault, the brown bear was barely clinging to life, appearing as though it were on the verge of death. With a cold huff, she found the scene all too familiar. However, this time she would not repeat the same mistake. With a swift stroke, she extracted the bear's crystal core, the gruesome sight eliciting laughter from Qianlong. While the three onlookers swallowed hard, their lady exhibited a rather violent demeanor. They were thankful it wasn't directed at them. Otherwise, their lives would have likely been forfeited long in light of Meng Qianning's remarkable battle. The other 3 individuals were thoroughly convinced by her prowess. When she commanded them to move, they did so without hesitation. When she instructed them to fight, they ensured that their opponents would not survive. Their obedient demeanor elicited an unrestrained laugh from Qianlong. After spending such an extensive period together, how could he be unaware of their thoughts? However, imparting a lesson upon them was beneficial. preventing future troubles for Meng Qianning. "Let us depart," she stated, preparing to leave after securing the crystal cores. Yet, after taking just a couple of steps, her attention was drawn to a peculiar tree hollow that seemed to conceal something intriguing within. "Miss, what is it?" Qing Yuan inquired, noticing Meng Qianning's unwavering gaze at a specific spot. Meng Qianning shook her head, her eyes still fixed on that location. "Let us investigate." Curiosity triumphed over reason. And she approached the tree hollow from the outside. It appeared to be an ordinary tree hollow, but upon entry, she discovered an entirely different realm. This seemed to be the previous lair of a brown bear, cluttered with various items, predominantly honey produced by the queen bee. Ning Mengyao unapologetically collected these treasures, surveying the area for any anomalies. Yet, Meng Qianning felt an unsettling sensation, sensing that the spiritual energy here was more potent than elsewhere. She just had yet to ascertain the reason. Chapter 44. The Hollow. "Miss, this place feels rather peculiar. The spiritual energy is excessively abundant." Qing Yuan appeared to have sensed the oddity as well. Assisting Meng Qianning in her exploration, seeing their actions, Qianlan and the others felt compelled to join in the search, albeit uncertain of what they were seeking. After thoroughly scouring the cave, Meng Qianning still failed to uncover the desired item. What could this signify? Did it imply that the essence of spiritual energy was not contained within this tree hollow, but rather beneath the ground? Such a notion seemed absurd, yet Meng Qianning found herself inexplicably inclined to believe it. If it were indeed underground, what might it be? With this thought in mind, Meng Qianning urged Qing Yuan to unleash her power. Striking the ground with all her might, although puzzled by her intent, Qing Yuan complied, channeling her full strength into the earth. The ground, unable to withstand the immense force, began to collapse, and the six of them plummeted downward. The deeper they fell, the more abundant the spiritual energy became, further convincing Meng Qianning that the source of such energy lay below. Time became irrelevant as they remained enveloped in darkness. Eventually, a glimmer of light emerged, and upon landing Meng Qianning was astounded. The spiritual energy here surpassed that of the outside world by dozens of times. To cultivate in such an environment would surely yield rapid progress. However, more importantly, this subterranean chamber was teeming with spiritual herbs and grasses. "Miss, there are so many treasures here," Qing Yuan exclaimed, observing the abundance of items that would incite frenzy if presented in the outside world. Meng Qianning nodded, glancing around with newfound excitement. "Do you know what Longyan grass looks like?" Both Qing Yuan and Qianlan nodded in affirmation, while the other three shook their heads. Having never heard of it, Qing Yuan described the appearance of Longyan grass. Meng Qianning prompted. "Longyan grass is green, but its leaves resemble dragon scales. Mature leaves bear a small black dot at the tip, resembling a dragon's eye," Qing Yuan recalled thoughtfully. Meng Qianning nodded, glancing at Qianlan, who confirmed the information with a nod, instilling her with confidence. "You must search for Longyan grass. It is essential for Juntian. Since we have encountered so many rare treasures here, it stands to reason that such a plant must exist as well." The five took their leave in different directions, while Meng Qianning leisurely roamed, collecting any medicinal herbs she came across to store in her ring. Suddenly, she heard a series of squeaks. Looking around, she spotted a small white creature squatting before her, animatedly gesturing as if trying to communicate. However, Meng Qianning found herself utterly unable to comprehend the creature's words. Bending down, she picked up the little white mouse, questioning, "How did you end up here? Are you just an ordinary mouse?" The mouse squeaked in protest, as if rebutting the notion of being an ordinary rodent. After scrutinizing the little creature, Meng Qianning solemnly replied, "Regardless of the angle, you undeniably appear to be a mouse." Her blunt observation caused the small mouse to stumble back into her palm. Gently poking the feigning mouse, Meng Qianning playfully warned, "Don't play dead. Do you believe I won't roast you for dinner?" The mouse's eyes flew open, shaking its head vigorously while squeaking incessantly, although she could not decipher its words. Meng Qianning surmised it was likely protesting that mice were not palatable. She placed the mouse back on the ground and offered it a pill. Upon seeing the medicinal pill in her hand, the mouse's eyes brightened and it squeaked excitedly before swallowing the pill whole. "All right, go play now." The mouse, however, clutched at her clothing with its tiny teeth, tugging her toward a specific direction. Meng Qianning gazed at the mischievous little creature. Bemused and uncertain of its intentions, reluctantly, she followed the small mouse, only to be unexpectedly captivated by another sight. The cave was adorned with a pristine white substance. Based on her knowledge, this was known as eternal frost jade, which could be fashioned into a pendant for enhanced strength and vitality. Sleeping atop it while cultivating would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Moreover, she perceived some form of liquid flowing within, which, if she was not mistaken, was frost jade essence. In comparison, frost jade seemed trivial, as the essence, when utilized for the first time, could not only enhance one's power but also expand meridians, proving highly beneficial for future cultivation. Such a valuable treasure would be a shame to leave behind. Resolutely, Meng Qianning retrieved a dagger and a fine jade vial. Approaching the eternal frost jade with a determined thrust, she struck it, and after several attempts, she finally succeeded in creating a small opening. This small breach was sufficient for her needs. As long as the frost jade essence could flow out, the little mouse sat beside her, observing her actions with wide eyes, while its tiny paw managed to grasp the surface of the frost jade. Meng Qianning, who had expended considerable effort to create a small hole, soon found paw prints appearing on the surface as the frost jade essence flowed forth. Meng Qianning's lips twitched with amusement. She produced a vial to collect the essence, and from that substantial piece of frost jade, she successfully filled 2 entire vials. This was a remarkable boon. Once everything was concluded, Meng Qianning turned to the little white mouse and earnestly said, "Help me cut this open. I need a larger piece." The mouse tilted its head, its small brain bobbing, and with a few swift motions of its tiny paws, the frost jade crumbled like tofu. Cascading downwards. Witnessing this, Meng Qianning felt thoroughly satisfied. It seemed that the little mouse indeed had its uses. After storing the frost jade in her ring, Meng Qianning stared blankly at the contents within. Wasn't that the long yen grass Qing Luan had mentioned? Yet, why was it growing within the frost jade essence? Moreover, it appeared to have undergone some transformation, likely enhancing its efficacy. She retrieved a piece of frost jade, instructing the little mouse to hollow out the center, creating a box to contain the long yen grass, which she then stored in her space. Finally feeling at ease. Chapter 45. What is this? Surveying her surroundings, it seemed there were no more treasures left. Just as Meng Qianning was about to exit, the little mouse grasped her attention once more, lowering her gaze at the seemingly unreliable yet surprisingly dependable creature. She asked with a serious expression, "What is it?" The mouse squeaked insistently while pointing at a specific spot. Following its direction, Meng Qianning noticed what appeared to be a door. "Do you want me to go in?" She pondered aloud, her expression conflicted as she regarded the mouse with increased urgency. The mouse squeaked again, prompting Meng Qianning to reluctantly approach the door. Expecting it to be difficult to open, she was surprised when it swung open effortlessly with a gentle push. Upon entering, she found herself in a stone chamber, with the little mouse perched on her shoulder. The walls of the chamber were adorned with intricate murals, causing her brow to furrow in confusion. What are these? Instinctively, she reached out to touch an object depicted in one of the murals, a shuttle resembling those used in ancient weaving. However, she sensed there was more than met the eye. Strangely, she also spotted an image resembling the mouse on the wall. Realizing she had not been mistaken, she turned to the little mouse, her brow furrowing. "Do you not tell me you have any connection to the mouse depicted in these murals?" The mouse merely squeaked in response, neither confirming nor denying, further deepening Meng Qianning's suspicion. What was this place? And why were there so many peculiar artifacts present? As Meng Qianning found herself utterly perplexed, a little mouse extended its tiny paw to gently tap her, gesturing towards a specific spot on the mural. Instinctively, Meng Qianning's hand reached out to that very location. However, in that fleeting moment of contact, she vanished from the stone chamber and entered an alternate realm. In this space, there was nothing but a round white orb. What purpose could this orb possibly serve? Curiously, she inquired as she grasped the orb in her hand. The little mouse blinked its bright, round eyes, seemingly at a loss for words, and could only direct Meng Qianning's attention to the stone pedestal where the orb rested. Lowering her gaze, Meng Qianning noticed that nothing was inscribed upon it, save for 3 characters at the place where the orb was positioned. Soul orb. A soul orb? Whose soul does this belong to? What use could this peculiar little mouse have in urging her to take this item? One question after another flooded her mind, overwhelming her senses. "Little creature, do enlighten me about the purpose of this object," she implored. Yet, it dawned upon her too late that this little mouse was incapable of speech, leaving her momentarily speechless as she regarded it. "How could I have forgotten that you cannot speak?" she muttered in discontent. The mouse chirped and gazed at Meng Qianning, noticing her confusion with a roll of its eyes. It slid from her shoulder to her hand, biting down on her finger with determination, its tongue eagerly lapping up the blood that trickled forth. In that moment, a magnetic, melodious voice resonated in her mind. "With thy blood, a pact shall be forged to share life and death." Meng Qianning's eyes widened as she fixated on the little mouse, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she noticed a contract mark materializing beneath her feet. If her memory served her correctly, this was a life-binding contract. Staring at the diminutive creature before her, Meng Qianning exclaimed, "You little rascal, have you truly bound a life contract with me? What purpose do you serve?" Gazing at the mouse perched upon her shoulder, her eyes widened in astonishment. "What? You can speak now?" the mouse explained. "Since we have entered a life contract, my master can now hear my words." Meng Qianning nodded in understanding, extending her hand toward the little mouse with the soul orb in her grasp. "What is this? What purpose does it serve?" Upon sighting the soul orb, the mouse grew serious and communicated into her mind. "Master, you can refine this object." "Refine? How does one accomplish that?" Meng Qianning regarded the mouse with curiosity. The mouse glanced at her, its expression conflicted, before finally stating, "Master, try to connect with the soul's power within using your own soul energy." Meng Qianning tilted her head in contemplation, closed her eyes, and attempted to reach out to the soul energy within the orb. To her surprise, she found that it required little effort to establish a connection. The visions that flitted before her were few, and deciding not to delve deeper, she began to absorb the soul energy from the orb, transforming it into her own strength. When she finally opened her eyes after what felt like an eternity, she discovered a qualitative shift in her soul energy. Seizing the opportunity, she placed some cold jade marrow in her mouth, savoring the spiritual essence within. With the enhancement of her soul energy, coupled with the aid of the jade marrow, Meng Qianning's strength surged, and by the time she ceased her efforts, she had ascended to the intermediate stage of combat spirit, her fighting aura now a vibrant emerald green. Gradually opening her eyes, she examined her hands, exhilarated by the newfound sensation. "This feels absolutely splendid," she declared with satisfaction. "Chirp chirp, let us depart," the mouse squeaked. Since the little creature so enjoyed its chirping, Meng Qianning decided to name it Gigi, finding the name irresistibly charming. "Gigi, what a delightful name," she chuckled. The mouse regarded her with a look of disbelief, toppling over in her palm as if utterly defeated, prompting Meng Qianning to laugh heartily. "All right, I was merely teasing you. How about the name Mou instead?" she suggested, unable to suppress her laughter at the mouse's snowy fur. Chapter 46. A hasty retreat? As the light faded, the eldest elder and his companions beheld an empty space before them. Fixating coldly on the deserted tree hollow, the eldest elder's expression darkened ominously. "Pursue them," he commanded, but he could not fathom that a mere combat spirit would escape his grasp. If he allowed such a thing to occur, it would be a blow to his dignity. The others exchanged wary glances, compelled by the eldest elder's stature to pursue despite their trepidation. Eventually, he found himself alone, venturing into the hollow and scrutinizing the surroundings for any suspicious signs. Yet finding none, could it be that there were no treasures here, as that girl had claimed, and that they had simply advanced in strength? Yet the aura that had emanated from the area was distinctly different, and they had only emerged after the spiritual energy had dissipated. He understood all too well what that signified. Either the treasures had been taken or they were being deceived. Regardless of which scenario was true, it would suffice to reprimand those audacious youngsters. The thought that he had been unable to intercept them only deepened the frown on the eldest elder's face. Why the time Mou could no longer endure and came to a halt. Meng Qianning and her companions had already distanced themselves by a kilometer. Reflecting on this distance, Meng Qianning sighed heavily, a sense of resentment brewing within her. Resentment for her insufficient power. Had she been stronger, she believed she could have easily bested that old man. Mississippi Qing Luan observed the gloom etched across Meng Qianning's features, worry creeping into her heart. Meng Qianning shook her head. "Yes, nothing. We must train diligently. Otherwise, we will always be the ones fleeing, which is not only humiliating but also puts us at a disadvantage. It hasn't been long since we arrived in this place, and I have already learned that in this world, strength is the true authority." "Indeed," Qing Luan and the others responded gravely, while Mou, weary, lifted its gaze to her and murmured sleepily, "Master, I am so tired." Meng Qianning looked down at the little mouse, its bright eyes now swirling in a spiral pattern, evoking both affection and amusement. Shaking her head in resignation, she whispered softly in its tiny ear, "Sleep now." Mou nuzzled against Meng Qianning's palm, ultimately succumbing to slumber. With a sigh, Meng Qianning gazed at the peacefully sleeping Mou before turning to the others. "Let us move." This place appeared untouched by others, and the surrounding atmosphere felt subtly altered. She couldn't quite pinpoint the source of her unease, yet she sensed something was amiss. "Miss, be cautious. This place is quite eerie and likely harbors supreme-level toxins. In most forests, one would expect a cacophony of sounds, rustling leaves, chirping insects, and the calls of small animals. Yet now there was not even the slightest sound of creatures, which indicated something unusual about this area. Qing Luan is right. This place is indeed perilous." Qian Lan, who had spent much time training in the forest, felt an oppressive weight as they approached. As though his heart were being tightly gripped without needing to be told, Meng Qianning understood. She had traversed similar territories in her previous life and felt little trepidation as long as they were not confronted by ancestral-level beings. I know my limits. Let's proceed, she stated calmly, surveying her surroundings. Following Meng Qianning, Qing Wuan and Qian Lan exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their disbelief that it seemed their mistress regarded this place as her own garden. Nevertheless, there were certain benefits to this land for Meng Qianning. The abundance of medicinal herbs, all of excellent quality, was something she could not overlook. With a newly available medicinal field, she was determined to gather as much as possible. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to this space. As she scavenged, her voice suddenly fell silent, and she turned to glance behind her. Was it merely her imagination, or did she feel a pair of eyes fixated upon her? The sensation sent chills down her spine. Sensing Meng Qianning's unease, Qing Wuan and the others, who had been assisting her, looked on in confusion. Miss, what troubles you? Meng Qianning searched fruitlessly for any useful insight, only to find that the unsettling presence had vanished. It's nothing. Let us continue on our way. This place did not sit well with her. Although the abundance of herbs was appealing, she could not shake the feeling of being watched. Miss, what is troubling you? Qian Lan asked, perplexed by her sudden shift in demeanor. Hadn't they been foraging for herbs just moments ago? Meng Qianning took a deep breath. I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching us. And that sensation of being observed lingers still. Were it not for this unsettling gaze, I wouldn't have overlooked so many valuable herbs. Alas, it seems I must let this opportunity slip away. In the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on the spot where Meng Qianning and her companions had departed, emitting a chilling sound that reverberated through the tranquil woods, creating an eerie atmosphere. As they ventured deeper, Meng Qianning felt the intensity of that gaze amplifying, eventually becoming so palpable that it seemed to hover right beside her. Yet, her composure remained intact, allowing her to shield the three individuals accompanying her from the oppressive sensation. Their expressions began to dull, their movements turned rigid, resembling marionettes under an unseen puppeteer's control. Miss, what has happened to them? Qian Lan inquired, concern lacing his voice as he observed his three junior brothers. Meng Qianning silently regarded the two ensnared by the dark mist. Biting her lip in frustration, they must be trapped within an illusion. Their current state likely stems from witnessing something within that realm. Casting a glance at the three, she marveled at the dramatic shifts in their countenances. How astonishing it was to behold such versatile expressions. One wore a facade of vanity, another exhibited a mix of grievance and sorrow, while a third appeared solitary and withdrawn. The last bore an expression marked by anguish and terror, leaving Meng Qianning to ponder what horrors they had encountered. And how come you are unaffected? Qian Lan regarded his mistress with a hint of skepticism, pondering whether her character was of such high caliber that she remained unscathed. I do not know, Meng Qianning replied, her frustration evident as she chewed on her lip. The sensation of being unable to control the situation was utterly intolerable. It was clear she must quickly seize control of these matters. Otherwise, their predicament could become dire. Turning her gaze about, she sought the elusive eyes lurking in the shadows, but despite her prolonged search, they remained hidden. The frustration of sensing their presence yet being unable to locate them was unbearable. Miss Qian Lan observed his three junior brothers with growing concern. He possessed some knowledge of their past experiences, initially believing that this incident would pass, but now he understood that it was far from over. These buried memories had resurfaced due to this fortuitous encounter, erupting with newfound intensity. While searching, Meng Qianning kept a vigilant watch on the trio. She noticed one individual's greed becoming increasingly pronounced, causing her brow to furrow slightly. An expression mirrored by Qian Lan. Should he fail to escape the illusion, he would lose his chance to pursue Meng Qianning. After an agonizing wait, the other two managed to extricate themselves from the illusion. Albeit in a disheveled state, it was evident they had undergone significant change compared to before. Satisfied by their progress, Meng Qianning nodded. Knowing only one remained trapped, however, their hopes were soon dashed. He had not only failed to escape but had sunk deeper into the illusion, as evidenced by the rapture etched across his face. Miss, this Qian Lan gazed at him, at a loss for words, yet Meng Qianning had already surrendered her hopes for the last individual. It appears he cannot escape the illusion. What has a Meng encountered? One bystander, observing the still entranced figure, asked with astonishment. Although Meng Qianning had not witnessed it firsthand, she could glean something from a Meng's expression. Power, wealth, status, these were the only forces capable of eliciting such avarice and obsession. Silence enveloped Qian Lan and the others as they contemplated a Meng's transformation. They had once understood him, yet now it became painfully clear that they had known him not at all. Had they truly known him, he would not have succumbed to such a fate. It seems he is unlikely to emerge. Meng Qianning mused. Indifferent to their sorrow, Qianlong closed his eyes, reopening them with newfound resolve. Once he emerges, let him depart. Though reluctant to voice such sentiments, he understood all too well that no one desired a subordinate so easily swayed by temptation. If betrayal was to be avoided, decisive action was necessary. You needn't say it, I would do the same. He no longer belongs by my side, she stated resolutely, her mind already made up. The other two opened their mouths to speak but fell silent upon seeing Qianlong shake his head. Meng Qianning noticed their subtle exchange, casting a glance at them. If you remain loyal to me, I shall not treat you unjustly. Had you failed to emerge today, I would have made the same decision. I do not require a subordinate with weaknesses. For mere money to betray one's own, that is wholly unacceptable. With a sigh, they acknowledged that it was fortunate the mistress had provided them with clarity. It was better to refrain from overthinking. They could only hope that he would extricate himself from the illusion. The five lingered in place for an extended period, awaiting Ming's emergence, but instead, the illusion dissipated. The sudden loss of what he had gained left Ming on the brink of despair. In his eyes, his brothers and his mistress vanished. My money, my status, those two simple phrases revealed the depth of his encounters, prompting disheartened shakes of the head from Qianlong and the others, who had held on to a glimmer of hope. The madness reflected in Ming's demeanor caused Meng Qianning to furrow her brow. At that moment she felt grateful for this place, for had it not been for this circumstance, she might have unwittingly nurtured a hidden danger beside her. Enough, Meng Qianning thundered, her voice cutting through the chaos as she observed Ming frantically searching for something. Ming turned, bloodshot eyes glaring at Meng Qianning and her companions, his face contorted with rage. Did you steal my money? Return it to me. With that, he lunged at Meng Qianning with a look of disgust. She kicked him away, her gaze icy. Qianlong, let us leave as you wish. Mississippi faced with Ming's transformation, Qianlong felt utterly disillusioned. Was wealth and status truly so critical that they could corrupt a person to this extent? As they departed, one of the smaller members inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Why has Ming become like this? Is money truly that important? They had initially joined Longyuan Pavilion for the abundant resources for cultivation. With monetary gain being secondary, however, Ming's current state left them feeling profoundly unsettled. Sun Qian nodded, somewhat understanding the situation, but he recognized that from this point forward, they would have no ties with Ming. As long as you comprehend, I will provide you with the finest resources for your cultivation. Meng Qianning felt satisfied with the three. Their characters were commendable. Having reached a mutual understanding, Sun Qian and the others chose to disregard Ming, acknowledging that whatever events unfolded in his future were no longer their concern. As they journeyed onward, foraging for medicinal herbs while discreetly scouting for the lurking eyes, Meng Qianning noted that the eyes remained. Though their presence had weakened considerably, were she not vigilant, she might have overlooked them entirely. Chapter 48. The poisonous scorpion. As they traversed deeper into the woods, Meng Qianning and her companions gathered a wealth of valuable items. Yet their unease only intensified. The area they found themselves in was dense with foliage. Under normal circumstances, this would not pose a problem, but the absence of birds and insects was disconcerting. It was well known that such humid environments were ideal habitats for insects. Yet this place harbored none. Meng Qianning and Qianlong heightened their vigilance, particularly Meng Qianning. Miss, it seems we have been going in circles, Qinghuan remarked, surveying their surroundings with uncertainty. Had she not noticed the items they had inadvertently discarded earlier, she might not have identified the issue. Meng Qianning nodded silently, having noticed the same. Yet, there were no immediate solutions. They could only proceed step by step. What shall we do now, miss? Qianlong inquired, his brow furrowed. This place was exceedingly strange. It would be prudent to leave sooner rather than later. After a brief moment of contemplation, Meng Qianning spoke. Close your eyes and walk. The eyes can deceive, but the heart cannot. Trust your instincts and you shall find a way out of this place. Before long, the others grasped Meng Qianning's intent. Still they held hands. Meng Qianning led the way, followed by Qinghuan, with Qianlong and the others arranged in sequence. With their eyes shut, Meng Qianning navigated by intuition, and when she sensed a glimmer of light, she opened her eyes. As she beheld the scene before her, Meng Qianning exhaled in relief. All right, we have made it out. Qianlong and the others opened their eyes, their expressions brightening. Indeed, their mistress possessed remarkable abilities. Meng Qianning smiled, urging them forward. There was no time to waste. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from an unknown source, causing Qianlong to frown as he turned to Meng Qianning. Miss, something is approaching. Meng Qianning nodded, acknowledging his intuition. Let us wait here. If whatever it is has come for us, we shall confront it. However, when Meng Qianning beheld the creature advancing towards them, An unsettling sensation washed over her. It was a colossal scorpion. Its barbed tail arched ominously behind it, glinting with a chilling light that spoke of potent venom. With a throbbing headache, Meng Qianning turned to Qing Luan and the others, exasperatedly inquiring, "Is there any way to deal with this?" Qian Lan's lips twitched. This was a sacred-ranked magical beast. If it were merely a single one, it might have been manageable, but there were countless of them. At a loss for words, Meng Qianning stared at the swarm of scorpions, a sense of unease prickling at her skin. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that one among them had been following them on their journey. "You humans are quite formidable," one of the scorpions remarked earnestly, blocking their path, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. Meng Qianning found herself at a loss for words. What did it mean by formidable? They had barely escaped from their clutches, however. Observing the demeanor of the scorpions, they seemed not to seek trouble with them. This thought provided her with a modicum of relief. "Why have you brought us here?" Meng Qianning curiously asked the Scorpion King. With a weary sigh, the Scorpion King spoke, his tone tinged with resignation. "I have been observing you and noticed your gathering of herbs, hence I wish to inquire if you possess an alchemist among you? And if we do?" Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow at the Scorpion King, realizing why they bore no hostility towards them. They sought assistance. After a lengthy silence, the Scorpion King continued, "For many years, our kind has suffered. Newly born scorpions struggle to survive. In recent years this has become increasingly dire. Out of 10 offspring, perhaps only one might endure, if any at all." The Scorpion King nodded, then, as if fearing their refusal, hastily added, "Regardless of whether you can cure our young, we will assist you in leaving this place. This territory is ours, and ordinary individuals cannot exit without our guidance, lest they become trapped here." Meng Qianning pondered for a moment. She did not believe the Scorpion King would lie. After all, magical beasts held their progeny in high regard. The untimely demise of their offspring was a profound blow, and their desire for the young scorpions to survive was wholly understandable. Moreover, she recognized that they truly could not find their way out alone. Considering the benefits and drawbacks, Meng Qianning resolved to choose what would serve her best, especially since the Scorpion King had promised assistance even if they failed to heal the young. "All right, I accept your proposal," she nodded. Mississippi Qing Luan regarded Meng Qianning with disapproval, wary of the scorpion's possible deceit. Meng Qianning, shaking her head in resignation, replied, "The world of magical beasts is far more straightforward than that of humans. In their eyes, strength reigns supreme, and they value gratitude. They do not act as humans do." Indeed, Meng Qianning spoke the truth. Magical beasts, as she described, would not provoke humans unless disturbed, though there were exceptions, with some being bloodthirsty. Upon hearing her words, the Scorpion King's eyes sparkled with amusement. This human had proven him right. "Come aboard. Your pace is dreadfully slow." The Scorpion King beckoned, lowering himself to the ground for Meng Qianning and her companions to mount his back. Had they relied on their own feet, they would have taken an eternity to arrive. Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat slighted. Yet, avoiding the arduous journey was a blessing in disguise. With a leap, she positioned herself atop the Scorpion King's back, and Qing Luan and the others followed suit. As they settled, a rumble echoed from the ground, and the surroundings swiftly retreated, moving at an astonishing speed. Meng Qianning rolled her eyes, finally understanding why the Scorpion King had deemed their movements sluggish. In comparison to the scorpions, their speed was indeed lacking. Before long, Meng Qianning's gaze shifted as the Scorpion King led them into a valley unlike any other. This valley was filled with massive stones, and caves dotted the rocky edges, evidence that this was the abode of the scorpions. Chapter 49. A bit too early to rejoice, Meng Qianning had long noticed figures standing outside. A slight smile crept upon her lips, realizing that their conversation had been overheard since her second uncle was already outside. Why had he not entered? Just as Meng San was about to speak, Meng Qianning interjected, "What brings you here?" Meng San gazed at Meng Chong with a sigh, confirming what Jun Tian had said. This Meng family was no longer the same as before. "Father, did you summon me for something?" Meng Chong asked earnestly. Suppressing his emotions, Meng San's gaze turned cold as he regarded the father-daughter duo, eventually resting upon Meng Baihan, whose demeanor sent a shiver down her spine. "Grandfather Datunner sent someone over. Did you receive any message?" Meng San inquired, his tone flat. Meng Baihan was about to deny it when she noticed Mo Jun Tian sitting beside Meng Senator. "Grandfather, I only wished to know if you were informed." What was said?" Meng San's eyes bore into Meng Baihan, his expression dark and foreboding. This was the first time she had witnessed him so grim, aside from when they had told him Meng Qianning had died. Meng Baihan trembled, unable to utter a word, just as Meng San approached, raising his hand and striking her. Meng Bihan, who taught you to spout lies when addressing your elders? You both told me that Ninger was dead and even dared to obstruct the message from Tiana. Your audacity grows ever bolder. As Meng Sen's anger mounted, he struck Meng Bihan, while Meng Chang could only seethe in silence, glaring at Meng San with a look that could kill. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Am I mistaken? Look at what you both have done. What have we done? It seemed Meng family's second master wished to see evidence. Mo Juntian raised an eyebrow at Meng Chang's defiance. His gaze icy and laced with threat. Meng Chang fell silent, realizing he could not utter another word. Mo Juntian possessed evidence. Who gave you the audacity to send assassins after the princess consort? Mo Juntian strode towards Meng Chang and Meng Bihan, his imposing aura growing stronger, causing them to kneel in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Spare us! Spare us! When you sent over a dozen Dozun experts to deal with Ninger. You should have anticipated this day. Mo Juntian's voice was cold as he suddenly squatted down, placing his hand on Meng Chang's shoulder. A Meng Chang's scream pierced the air as Mo Juntian crushed his shoulder. Hearing Meng Chang's anguished cry, Meng Bihan trembled even more, her voice quaking. I am the consort of the third prince, you cannot harm me. Previously, Meng Bihan had harbored inappropriate thoughts towards Mo Juntian. But now, all such notions had vanished. Faced with such a terrifying man, she feared that even marrying him would not guarantee her safety. Mo Juntian chuckled coldly, gazing down at Meng Bihan. Xian Yuan Hao. Even if he were here in person, it would be but a mere flick of my finger to dispose of you. Allow me to take care of this. Just as Mo Juntian was about to act, Meng Qianning reflecting upon the inevitability of my demise, I realize that once I am gone, you shall become the sole heiress of the Meng family, no longer impeded by my presence. It is akin to this instance, where merely dispatching someone has led to your eagerness to inform grandfather of my passing. Do you truly wish for my death? Meng Bihan uttered not a single word. Yet Meng Qianling remained unfazed, her gaze fixed coldly upon Meng Bihan. Upon hearing Meng Qianling's remarks, Meng Sen's countenance darkened, for it became evident that despite his protective efforts over the years, Qianling had endured considerable suffering. I was wrong. Qianling, please spare me, Meng Bihan implored, shaking her head vigorously as tears streamed down her face. Her pitiable demeanor indeed evoked an unwarranted instinct to protect her, though it held no value for them. While eavesdropping on the conversation between Meng San and the others at the door, she had assumed that the family was on the brink of fracturing, and she would ascend as the rightful heiress of the Meng family. However, the truth was far from her expectations. It was merely a figment of their own desires, a premature celebration of their hopes. Grandfather, I realize my mistakes. I am also your granddaughter. I beg you to spare me. Noticing Meng Qianling's lack of response, Meng Bihan understood that Qianling would not relinquish her easily. Thus, she shifted her focus entirely onto Meng San, who in this moment might be inclined to extinguish her life himself. Chapter 50. The spiritual medicine space. The little mouse's mouth twitched in a human-like manner. Why was it referred to as Mayu? How about you choose between Gigi and Mayu? Meng Qianling suggested with a playful smile. Pinching the little mouse's ear, the little mouse gazed up at Meng Qianling's mischievous grin and replied, I think I'll stick with Mayu. Though its appearance resembled that of a mouse, it was far from one and had no intention of being called Gigi. As Meng Qianling exited the cave with Gigi in tow, the entire space began to tremble, causing her considerable concern. Qingwan and the others, upon seeing Meng Qianling emerge, wore expressions of palpable relief. Miss, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Since you have refined the soul pearl, this place will also acknowledge its master. Mayu explained to Meng Qianling that it recognizes its master as well. You cannot be mistaken? Meng Qianling queried, skepticism evident in her voice. Mayu nodded, elaborating that this location was a self-contained space, a spatial ring capable of preserving living beings, which had manifested here in search of a master. Meng Qianling nodded in understanding, so that is how it is. But how do we exit? As soon as her words fell, she found herself standing before the grand tree once more, with a ring adorning her finger, one that rivaled the one bestowed upon her by Mo Juntian. Upon closer inspection, Meng Qianling found herself quite pleased. It is indeed remarkable. Mayu shot her a disapproving glance. Is that all you can say? Remarkable? Just as they stepped out of the tree hollow, they encountered a throng of individuals outside, many of whom were formidable experts. Meng Qianling narrowed her eyes, pondering their intentions. What are they up to? Surely, they have taken the treasure. Upon spotting Meng Qianling and her companions, some hastily inquired, how did you end up here? Others, boasting their prowess, questioned her rather impolitely without deigning to respond to them. Meng Qianning turned her attention to those encircling the tree hollow. I would like to ask what you are doing here. A month ago, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted here, which compelled us to arrive. Yet, no matter the means, we have been unable to enter, one of them explained over the course of that month. They had seen no one enter, and now, with the emergence of someone from within, it was clear that the treasure must have been seized. So that is the case, Meng Qianning mused. No wonder there are so many people here. It is the treasure that draws them. Hand over the treasure. Someone shouted angrily at Meng Qianning. Anything capable of emitting such powerful spiritual energy must be an extraordinary treasure that we must obtain. Meng Qianning regarded the individual before her with a bemused smile. Treasure? Qingyuan, did you see any treasure? No, Qingyuan and the others shook their heads in unison. You see, no one has witnessed any treasure, Meng Qianning stated coolly. The outsiders were incredulous and some glared at Meng Qianning. They are with you. How could they not support you? Since you choose not to believe, there is little I can do. That we were merely training in the forest and happened upon this breakthrough opportunity. Hence our presence in the tree hollow. Now that we have succeeded, we must depart. Should you wish to seek treasure, feel free, Meng Qianning answered nonchalantly, beckoning Qingyuan and the others as she prepared to leave. The crowd regarded her with skepticism, seemingly deliberating the veracity of her words, some having noticed the spatial ring adorning Meng Qianling's hand. Did you not trust them? The moment they emerged, the spiritual energy dissipated, indicating they must have concealed the treasure within that ring. Indeed, unless you show us what is within the spatial ring, we shall not relent, one individual boldly proposed. Meng Qianling chuckled lightly. You wish to see my possessions? Do you believe you have the right? Though her ring contained numerous valuable items, she doubted they would live to see them. If you refuse to show us, then you shall not leave here. Those individuals' expressions darkened at Meng Qianling's words. After much commotion, a figure emerged from the crowd, the most powerful among them, a Peak Dozun little girl. It would be prudent to reveal the treasure. Otherwise, be wary of losing your life before enjoying it. The newcomer, the Grand Elder of the Longyuan Pavilion, warned, nearing a breakthrough to Doshang. Despite the calmness on her face, Meng Qianling's mind raced with thoughts on how to handle the situation. To compromise was not in her nature. How dare you pressure me for what you cannot find? Do you truly believe you have the opportunity to deceive me? Meng Qianling retorted, her words half-hearted yet devoid of doubt. The Grand Elder's unwavering gaze bore into Meng Qianling. And suddenly, he burst into laughter. Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Killing you will suffice to ascertain whether the treasure is in your possession. As his words fell, the Grand Elder launched his attack. Meng Qianling deftly evaded his strike and turned to her companions. Do not let anyone escape. Understood. Though Meng Qianling was merely a high-tier Doling, the disparity in their strengths made her feel helpless against the Grand Elder. Yet, yielding was not an option she could entertain. Mayu perched on Meng Qianling's shoulder, observing her with concern. Master, this individual is formidable. You are not his match at present. That I am well aware, but I have no choice. Meng Qianling replied with a bitter smile. Mayu pondered for a moment before looking at her with seriousness. Master, I have a method to help you all escape. Really? Meng Qianling felt a flicker of hope. Slightly relieved, yet subconsciously overlooked the peculiarity in its tone. Mayu, please help us leave. Mayu nodded and instructed Meng Qianling to gather everyone together. As the group assembled, a white light enveloped them, causing the Grand Elder and his companions to instinctively shut their eyes. When they opened them again, the 6 individuals and 1 beast had vanished. Unfazed by the scorpion's hostility, Meng Qianling merely smiled, curiously asking the Scorpion King, where are the little scorpions now? The Scorpion King sighed. Leading Meng Qianling to a location even larger than the previous cave. Upon entering, she was greeted by a multitude of little scorpions, each lacking vitality, following the Scorpion King deeper, without needing to be prompted. Meng Qianling began examining the little scorpions, discovering that they were poisoned. Scorpions typically possess venom only in their stingers, yet these little scorpions were entirely envenomed, and the toxins were lethal to them. How are they? Are they all right? The Scorpion King inquired, concern etched on his face as he gazed at his feeble subjects. Meng Qianling furrowed her brow, her worry palpable. These little scorpions had clearly been poisoned from birth, for the quantity of toxins within them was unfathomable. Allow me to take a look at yours first, she suggested, her thoughts forming as she proceeded to examine the adult scorpions. She found that while they too bore some toxins, they were not fatal and appeared to be assimilated within their systems. These little scorpions are indeed poisoned, Meng Qianling stated solemnly. The Scorpion King, taken aback by the revelation of his offspring's condition, looked at Meng Qianling in disbelief. How is that possible? Common toxins have no effect on us. Meng Qianning shot the Scorpion King an exasperated glance. Of course they don't affect you. These individuals are still merely children. They are utterly incapable of assimilating the toxins within their bodies, which is why they succumb to poisoning. Is there a remedy for this? Upon hearing this, the Scorpion King felt a sense of agreement with the statement. With a resigned sigh, Meng Qianning nodded. As long as they consume an antidote pill, they will be fine. However, to truly resolve the issue, that is not sufficient. What do you usually feed the young scorpions? Meng Qianning recognized that particular herb, known as snake scorpion grass, which is highly toxic. But why would it be fed to the young scorpions? Our young scorpions consume this upon birth, and we partake in it as well. Yet we suffer no ill effects, while the young scorpions do. The Scorpion King spoke with a hint of disappointment, realizing that this was the reason their young scorpions did not survive to adulthood. Meng Qianning shot the Scorpion King a disapproving glance, incredulous that anything could be given to the young scorpions. Come, take me to see where the snake scorpion grass grows. Only by identifying the source can we find a complete solution. The Scorpion King nodded and led Meng Qianning out. They had not traveled far before they stumbled upon a vast expanse of scorpion grass, beneath which lay some verdant green grass, resembling ordinary grass. Upon seeing these plants, Meng Qianning comprehended the situation entirely. The young scorpions required the verdant grass, not the snake scorpion grass. The Scorpion King and his kind were simply unaware, thus they fed the young scorpions the wrong herb. You have been misfeeding the young scorpions, Meng Qianning remarked, her mouth twitching in disbelief at the Scorpion King. Misfeed? How could that be? The Scorpion King responded skeptically, asserting that scorpions naturally consume snake scorpion grass, making it impossible for them to have erred in feeding the young ones. Exasperated at the Scorpion King's disbelief, Meng Qianning held the two types of grass together. Do you see how similar they are? The Scorpion King and the other adult scorpions examined them closely, discovering that the two types indeed bore a striking resemblance. Handing one of the plants to the Scorpion King, Meng Qianning suggested, "Try eating it. And you will understand." After casting a glance at Meng Qianning, the Scorpion King placed the grass in his mouth. Once he swallowed it, he became convinced of Meng Qianning's words, as this grass proved to be far more beneficial than the snake scorpion grass. He felt a newfound strength coursing through his body. So we truly have been mistaken, the Scorpion King lamented. Realizing that they had indirectly caused the demise of the young scorpions, Meng Qianning comforted him, patting his body with a hint of resignation. Do not be disheartened. There are still many young scorpions, and they will be fine as long as we uncover the cause. Those young ones will undoubtedly thrive. Moreover, the snake scorpion grass does have its uses. I do not even know how to express my gratitude. The Scorpion King sighed softly, gazing at Meng Qianning. Meng Qianning shook her head. If the Scorpion King is uncertain about how to thank me, then do provide me with some of your scorpion venom and the snake scorpion grass, would you? The fusion of these two substances, along with some toxic herbs, could yield a treasure for concocting potions. Upon hearing this, the Scorpion King nodded without hesitation. Certainly. Meng Qianning produced 2 vials, and the Scorpion King and his companions began to fill them with venom. Once they had completed this task, they also took Meng Qianning to gather the snake scorpion grass. Just as they were about to depart, the Scorpion King gifted them several treasures they had previously acquired. Under the Scorpion King's guidance, Meng Qianning and her companions finally exited the eerie silence of that ghostly realm. Observing the newly revealed path, Meng Qianning felt a sense of satisfaction. At last, we are free, Scorpion King. We shall take our leave for now. We will return to visit you when the opportunity arises. Although the Scorpion King's dwelling was not particularly splendid, the young scorpions were truly adorable, and she found herself feeling a twinge of nostalgia as they departed. The Scorpion King smiled warmly. You may come whenever you wish. We shall always welcome you. It was only after Meng Qianning and her companions had disappeared from view that the Scorpion King and the other scorpions took their leave. Through this encounter, the Scorpion King recognized that not all humans are driven by greed. Chapter 52. What a coincidence! After bidding farewell to the Scorpion King, Meng Qianning and Qianlong ventured toward the direction indicated by the Scorpion King. Before long, they encountered a group of individuals who had come to the beast forest for training. They appeared to be students. Miss, I believe I have spotted the third prince, Qingyuan whispered into Meng Qianning's ear. Meng Qianning nodded, having also noticed him, but now was not the time for such matters. Why are they here together? From their appearance, it seems that he is among the leading figures of the group. Qingyuan shook her head, sensing that the strongest among them was the individual at the rear, while Xianyuan Hao and Xianyuan Shui walked in the midst of the group, an arrangement that reminded Qingyuan of those so-called sycophants. Miss, we've been walking for quite a while. It's time to procure some food. Qianlong glanced at the individuals across from them before turning to Meng Qianning. Meng Qianning nodded, instructing Qianlong and Sun Qian to hunt for some prey while she and Qingyuan settled down in a flat area. Miss, I will gather some firewood, Qingyuan stated earnestly. Meng Qianning agreed. They had performed such tasks numerous times before, so she did not refuse. Does this woman truly harbor no feelings for him at all? While Xianyuan Hao was lost in thought, Xianyuan Shui pointed an accusatory finger at Meng Qianning, exclaiming, "You wretched waste, how dare you be here?" Lazily lifting her eyelids, Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow at Xianyuan Shui. "Who is the waste you speak of?" "The waste is you," Xianyuan Shui retorted without a second thought. It seems that the princess is quite aware of her own shortcomings." Before Meng Qianning could respond, the strongest member of their group could no longer contain his laughter. Having inadvertently found himself entangled with the two siblings, Xianyuan Shui's spoiled demeanor had caused considerable trouble for them, and on several occasions, her blind arrogance nearly led them all to doom. Thus, upon hearing such remarks, he could not help but speak up. "Mo Qianxiao, what is your attitude?" Xianyuan Shui turned and glared at the speaker, her expression darkening as she realized the implications of his words. Mo Qianxiao shot Xianyuan Shui a scornful glance. "Others may treat you as a princess and indulge you, but I certainly will not. If not a waste, then what are you if you only bring trouble?" Upon hearing Mo Qianxiao's words, Meng Qianning felt a flicker of admiration for him. Xianyuan Shui's cheeks flushed crimson with indignation, and just as she was about to retort, Xianyuan Hao interrupted. Sure enough, however, Mo Qianxiao showed no regard for Xianyuan Hao's authority and simply moved to sit beside Meng Qianning. "Where are you headed?" "I refuse to accompany you, for I do not wish to risk my life with a waste and a lackey." Mo Qianxiao's words insulted everyone present, yet they found themselves unable to retort. Initially, Mo Qianxiao had been their captain, and they had pleaded for him to take them on, but upon meeting Xianyuan Hao, their allegiance shifted, and their captaincy was usurped by him, relegating Mo Qianxiao to the role of enforcer. "Mo Qianxiao, think before you speak." Upon hearing that the strongest individual among them was about to depart, Xianyuan Shui panicked, her voice laced with evident threat. Mo Qianxiao glanced at Xianyuan Shui, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Threatening me? It seems the princess is not quite up to the task." Meng Qianning sat leisurely to the side, relishing the unfolding drama. It was quite entertaining to witness the proud princess rendered speechless. Yet, she was also curious about what these individuals had done to incur such disdain from Mo Qianxiao. What heinous acts could have provoked such universal outrage? Meng Qianning inquired with genuine interest. Mo Qianxiao, feeling favorably inclined towards Meng Qianning, did not hesitate to elaborate. Some individuals, lacking self-awareness, attempted to steal the cubs of the moonshadow wolf and nearly met their demise at the claws of the creature. They subsequently sought out the man-eating flower bee, and wherever she goes, disaster surely follows. Xianyuan Shui had committed so many foolish acts that it was difficult to enumerate them all, so Mo Qianxiao selected a couple of examples to share with Meng Qianning. How has she managed to survive until now? Meng Qianning pondered aloud. She had heard of both the moonshadow wolf and the man-eating flower bee, both of which were notoriously challenging adversaries. It was astounding that after provoking these two entities, Xianyuan Shui had somehow emerged unscathed. She must truly have a charmed existence. The sarcasm on Mo Qianxiao's face grew even more pronounced. How did she survive? Naturally, by sacrificing the lives of others. Throughout their journey, whenever Xianyuan Shui stirred up trouble, she would push those around her forward as shields. Otherwise, with her meager skills, how could she have lasted this long? "Ah, so that is how it is. I believe your decision to distance yourself from them was indeed wise. Had you not, you would have been relegated to the role of a mere enforcer, perhaps even a scapegoat." Mo Qianxiao nodded with a smile. "That is imperative. Had it not been for the requests of my instructors, I would never have brought these individuals along. Such a disgrace, these people cannot even contend with beasts of the 5th or 6th rank. In times of crisis they either scream or panic. I've truly had enough. So, the academy is about to commence." Meng Qianning inquired with curiosity. She had lost track of how long she had been in the beast forest, and if she did not leave soon, there would be trouble. Mo Qianxiao looked at Meng Qianning with intrigue. "You intend to attend the academy?" "Indeed, I am a new student and Mo Qianxiao's instructor requested that you bring us for training." "How can you think of leaving when our tasks remain unfinished?" "That's inconceivable." Upon hearing that Mo Qianxiao intended to depart, a palpable unease swept over those present. Their achievements thus far were largely attributable to his guidance. Should he truly leave, the consequences would be dire. Observing the flustered expressions on their faces with a sardonic smile, Mo Qianxiao remained silent, while Meng Qianning found amusement in the situation, remarking, "Tsk, it seems you've all come to view him as your omnipotent caretaker." The acerbic nature of her comment caused their faces to shift from pale to flushed with embarrassment, as they were acutely aware of the implication behind her words. Is this sufficient, Miss? Qianlong inquired. Setting down her belongings. Please tidy up, Qingyuan, ignite the fire, Meng Qianning instructed, watching as her companions began their tasks. As Xian Yuanxue and her entourage noted the distribution of duties, their expressions soured. Meng Qianning, you worthless wretch. Get out of here at once, she spat, recalling the time she had been denied roasted meat in the beast forest. Meng Qianning met Xian Yuanxue's gaze with icy detachment. I am unaware of who the true worthless one is. And what right do you have to command me in this beast forest? Clearly, she had grown accustomed to her royal title. Forgetting the context of their surroundings, Mo Chanshao cast a derisive glance at Meng Qianning, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Do you not mind her? Some individuals possess an inflated sense of self-worth. Indeed, it seemed that Meng Qianning remained unbothered, and as long as that was the case, she proceeded to gather firewood. However, just as the flames flickered to life, Xian Yuanxue, in a fit of madness, approached the fire and extinguished it, squinting at the extinguished flames and Xian Yuanxue's triumphant demeanor. Meng Qianning stood and walked over, seizing the hand that had doused the fire and twisting it forcefully. My tolerance does not equate to fear. If you seek trouble, I shall oblige, but I fear you may not withstand the consequences. As the sound of Xian Yuanxue's pained cries reached her ears, a chilling smile graced Meng Qianning's lips. I will kill you, you wretched girl. Brother, eliminate her. With her hand twisted painfully, it was indeed a strange occurrence for Xian Yuanxue to find joy in this situation. Leaning closer to Xian Yuanxue's ear, Meng Qianning whispered, kill me? Are you certain your brother can achieve that? While Xian Haoyan was form-eyed, Meng Qianning cast a disdainful glance at Xian Yuanhao and remarked, when have I ever opposed you? And as for the third prince, do you perhaps overestimate your own importance? Such a person exuded an excessive sense of superiority, clearly implying that no one should dare to contradict them. Meng Qianning held no desire to engage with someone of his ilk. Yo, you truly believe I am afraid to act against you? He endured her provocations time and again, as his heart harbored feelings for her, and she was of significant value to him. Yet now, in front of so many onlookers, she showed him no respect, which felt like a profound humiliation to him. Meng Qianning, with a leisurely glance towards Xian Yuanhao, calmly stated, if you wish to make a move, feel free to try. Let us see who will find themselves in trouble, you or I. After all, we are in the beast forest, and a few casualties should hardly raise an eyebrow. Should they? She raised an eyebrow. Xian Yuanhao clenched his fists tightly, acutely aware of her subtle hint. Should he choose to strike, she would hold nothing back. As she had said, in such a place, the loss of a few lives would hardly warrant discussion. If he wished to avoid conflict, he ought to find a more pleasant place to linger. Meng Qianning was determined not to let this individual spoil her appetite. Her eyes flickering with displeasure, Xian Yuanhao took a deep breath, suppressing the anger boiling within him, and regarded Meng Qianning with a cold, calculating gaze. As the third prince, perhaps coveting my brother's wife? I will never allow that. She is my sister-in-law, the one my Mo Chanshao has claimed. Mo Chanshao, noticing Xian Yuanhao's unappealing glare directed at Meng Qianning, remarked with a grim expression, enough, let us eat. Meng Qianning looked at him helplessly, as if he were about to explode. Accepting the roasted meat that Meng Qianning offered, Mo Chanshao snorted and began to eat, the delicious flavor completely overshadowing his previous grievances, his thoughts consumed by the meal. As they feasted on the roasted meat, a rustling sound emanated from Meng Qianning's side. Turning to investigate, she spotted a small silver-white wolf, its eyes glistening with hunger, drooling as it fixated on the meat in her hand. With a slight raise of her brow, Meng Qianning reached out and brought the little wolf closer, asking, do you wish to eat? The little wolf nodded vigorously, clearly eager for a taste. Amused by its adorable demeanor, the Moonshadow wolf, upon hearing the sound, turned to gaze at Meng Qianning, observing the small wolf, unscathed and perched contentedly upon her lap. A distinct relaxation flickered in his eyes. It seemed that the small wolf's repeated disappearances had rendered these Moonshadow wolves somewhat neurotic, oblivious to his father's growing ire. The little creature bounded over to him, leaping onto his head while yapping incessantly, as if imparting some crucial message to the Moonshadow Wolf King. Chapter 56. The beast-tied. The Moonshadow Wolf King remained silent, making no move, occasionally glancing at Meng Qianning with evident perplexity, as though doubting whether he was truly conversing with his own offspring. After hearing his son's words and catching a whiff of the delightful scent emanating from him, he finally accepted the truth and, with the small wolf atop his head, approached Meng Qianning, articulating human speech. Thank you, human, for caring for my child. Meng Qianning smiled gently, reaching out to stroke the small wolf's head. It is utterly charming. I am quite fond of it. A clear mirth sparkled in the Moonshadow Wolf King's eyes, and his gaze towards Meng Qianning warmed, leaving the anxious Mo Qianxiao dumbfounded. His sister was truly remarkable. Even the Moonshadow Wolf King treated her with such courtesy, yet, considering the earlier treatment of the small wolf, he found no cause for surprise. The little one must refrain from straying too far from its father. It would be exceedingly perilous. The previous capture by Xian Yuanshui was likely a similar circumstance, as the little creature had probably dug its way out stealthily. Observing the demeanor of the Silver Wolf King and his kin, it was clear they had grown accustomed to such antics, indicating that the small one frequently engaged in these escapades. The little wolf gazed innocently at Meng Qianning, howling softly, its words indecipherable. Yet Meng Qianning merely smiled in response. After bidding farewell to the Moonshadow Wolf King, they gradually vanished from sight. Meng Qianning watched their retreating figures, smiling slightly. Beasts were far simpler and more amiable than humans. The Moonshadow Wolves were so, and the Scorpion Kings were too. They were certainly preferable to those hypocritical charlatans. Upon seeing the Moonshadow Wolves depart, Xian Yuanshui immediately approached Meng Qianning, pointing an accusatory finger. Meng Qianning, you foolish girl, how could you let the Moonshadow Wolf King's child go? Xian Yuanshui's words drew frowns from those present, including Xian Yuan. How had it not been for Meng Qianning's presence, they would likely have faced far greater difficulty. Now that the crisis had passed, she dared to speak thus. Qing Luan's expression darkened. Disregarding Xian Yuanshui's status, she approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps. Seeing this unfold only fueled the disdain of others. Princess, how can you behave this way? Simply surviving is a blessing, and yet you covet that little wolf. Are you not satisfied with the number of lives already lost? The speaker was one of the entourage that had been trailing behind them. They had managed to endure previously, but now their patience wore thin. Such a princess incited their profound disgust, selfish and ruthless. She cared not for the lives of others, willing to sacrifice countless for her own desires. Xian Yuanshui, already incensed by being struck by a maid, now found herself further enraged by the rebuke from someone who had previously cowered before her. You lowly commoner, do you know what you are saying? It is their honor to die for this princess. Xian Yuanshui retorted haughtily, glaring at the crowd. Xian Yuanhao glared at his sister. Even at this juncture, she spoke so recklessly that if she truly angered these people, they would be in dire straits. Princess, you are merely fortunate to have been born into privilege. Without your title, you are no better than us. We shall take our leave. Xian Yuanshui's behavior ignited the ire of others, and seeing Xian Yuanhao's silence, they instinctively assumed he shared her sentiments. Shui, have you had enough of your antics? Apologize. Xian Yuanhao's expression turned cold as he noted their intent to depart. Their mission remained incomplete, and without these people, their difficulties would multiply. Meng Qianning scoffed softly. Ah, the princess certainly wields significant influence. Brother, are you siding with outsiders and not with me? I shall inform mother. Xian Yuanshui, likely unaccustomed to such treatment, grew displeased at Xian Yuanhao's words. He regretted bringing her along. If you wish to remain here, continue your petulance. Xian Yuanshui opened her mouth to protest, but upon seeing Xian Yuanhao's fierce expression, she merely pouted, falling silent. This incident is indeed Shui's fault. I hope you will not take offense. She has been spoiled. After addressing Xian Yuanshui, Xian Yuanhao turned to the others to apologize. The group exchanged glances, reluctant to disregard Xian Yuanhao's face yet unwilling to let the matter rest. They could only force smiles and respond, Your Highness is too gracious. We are but commoners, we shall not accompany you further. The implication was clear. Since they were so noble, they would rather not linger and become an eyesore. This statement nearly infuriated Xian Yuanhao. He shot a fierce glare at his sister, cursing her under his breath for being more trouble than she was worth. If that is the case, I shall not compel you. Though anger simmered within, Xian Yuanhao understood he must not display it. What would others say of him? Mo Qianxiao, who had witnessed the entire scene, smirked disdainfully. Hypocrites. Meng Qianning's lips curled slightly. She too wished to voice her thoughts on their hypocrisy. Suddenly, her expression turned grave as she gazed into the distance, murmuring, Prepare for battle. A large horde of beasts approaches this way. Mo Qianxiao sprang to his feet, eyes wide with alarm. Sister-in-law, are you certain? Indeed, I can recognize that sound without fail, Meng Qianning affirmed with a nod. Based on what she heard, this surge of beasts was likely substantial. While Meng Qianning's group exhibited excitement, others were filled with dread, some lamenting, We must flee. Casting a disdainful glance at them, Qing Luan interjected. There is no time. True to her words, mere moments later, a cloud of dust rose in the distance. Swiftly approaching them. Upon sighting the horde of beasts, everyone paled. These creatures were all above level 7. and their fate seemed sealed. In stark contrast to the rest, Meng Qianning turned to Qianlan, instructing, "Stay safe and do remember to gather more crystal cores. We need to sell them for provisions." Her finances were scarce, insufficient to sustain so many. Upon hearing her words, Qianlan wished he could simply faint. Was there truly such a miserly master? However, upon reflecting on her apparent lack of wealth, the trio of disciples nodded in unison. Chapter 57. A knife in the back. Xian Yuanshue's face had turned ashen upon seeing the beasts. Her body trembled uncontrollably, as if fearing the creatures would notice her. This display drew contempt from Meng Qianning and the others, with Qingluan unable to restrain herself. "Oh, noble princess, you are indeed a grand fighter. Yet you tremble in fear?" How utterly Qingluan's words need not be elaborated. They were sufficient for everyone to perceive. All eyes turned towards Xian Yuanshue. Observing her terror-stricken visage, they could not help but frown. Yet Meng Qianning had no time to spare for her. Leading the charge into the throng of beasts, she brandished 2 daggers, effortlessly slicing through level 6 and 7 creatures as if they were mere tofu. Everyone stood in astonishment. However, Xian Yuanshue was not so easily impressed. She had hidden herself away in a distant corner, clearly unwilling to engage with the beasts. Since entering the beast forest, Meng Qianning had experienced countless bloodshed. Yet none had been as exhilarating as this. "Miss, you are incredible," Qingluan exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration for Meng Qianning. Though her own strength far exceeded that of her companion, she had slain far fewer beasts. The thoughts of Qianlan and the others echoed Qingluan's sentiments. In their eyes, Meng Qianning was undeniably formidable. Under her leadership, everyone transformed. The once insurmountable level 7 beasts now appeared vulnerable, easily dispatched as thousands of beasts fell under their collective assault. Just then, Xian Yuanshue, who had been lurking at the edges, unleashed a fierce wave of fighting spirit, her expression malevolent as she hissed, "Meng Qianning, you shall die." As Meng Qianning sensed the murderous intent behind her, she instinctively turned and delivered a kick. Xian Yuanshue barely approached before being sent sprawling, her humiliation evident and causing Xian Yuanhao to furrow his brow in dismay. Meng Qianning dismissed the incident, focusing instead on her goal of vanquishing the remaining beasts and then resting. With everyone working together, they soon cleared the area of beasts, each person collecting a considerable number of crystal cores. "Wow, I can truly slay level 7 beasts." After all the magical beasts had been slain, a young girl suddenly sprang to her feet. Previously, the sight of these creatures would instill fear in her, preventing her from unleashing her true potential. Yet now, she had astonishingly vanquished so many 7th-tier magical beasts. "Indeed, I too have achieved this, and I have acquired numerous crystal cores, although each person bore wounds. Their rewards were undeniably substantial." Meng Qianning gazed down at the corpses of the magical beasts scattered around, having removed several beautiful pelts from them. "Miss, what do you intend to do with this?" Qingluan inquired, her curiosity piqued as she looked at her mistress. "Obtaining some pelts is not detrimental. They will serve as carpets when we return to the academy," Meng Qianning replied as she continued to skin the beasts. The girl who had initially spoken approached Meng Qianning and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, suggested, "Shall we also procure some? Laying these down in our rooms during winter would be most fitting." Her words resonated with everyone present. Except for Xian Yuanhao, all began to strip the pelts. Once they had gathered enough, Meng Qianning turned to the others, urging, "We should depart quickly. The stench of blood here will soon attract other magical beasts." "Thank you, Miss Meng," they chorused, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "You have taught us the essence of striving." With one voice, they thanked her, acknowledging that their capabilities were not inferior to others, yet they had previously faltered in slaying the magical beasts. They had lacked the ferocity and leadership that Meng Qianning exemplified. Witnessing her courageous actions had illuminated their past foolishness. If she could succeed, why could they not? Even if they could not achieve it as swiftly, surely they could manage to kill at least one. This realization emboldened them, prompting decisive action, and their results filled them with immense joy as they too had slain 7th, 8th, and even 9th-tier magical beasts. Meng Qianning stared at them in astonishment, her expression one of bewilderment. Had she truly done something remarkable? Seeing her reaction, Qingluan and the others could not contain their laughter, yet they felt fortunate to serve such a master. Indeed, their mistress was unparalleled. However, they had not forgotten certain matters. "Miss, we cannot simply overlook Xian Yuanshue's treachery in ambushing you from behind. Had it not been for Meng Qianning's impressive strength, she might have already perished at Xian Yuanshue's hands or sustained severe injuries. Is this truly the behavior of a princess? Such cowardice! Not only did she refuse to assist, but she also stabbed us in the back." Every one of them was filled with indignation. In a place like the magical beast forest, betrayal among companions was the gravest sin. Xian Yuanshue stood bewildered, Facing the seething crowd, even her own brother gazing at her with disappointment, was this truly her fate? No, she would not accept it. Brother, please help me. Swear you have truly disappointed me. Disappointment indeed. If she was too afraid to confront the magical beasts and chose to hide, that would be one thing, but why resort to harming others from the shadows? Such an act was an utter disgrace. Meng Qianning regarded Xianyuan Shui with cold eyes, a sardonic smile curling her lips. Your Highness? Humph, you are nothing remarkable. Chan Shao, let us depart. Remaining in this place any longer. She feared she might act out of anger. Miss, will you simply let Xianyuan Shui go like that? Qianlan voiced her discontent. Indeed, sister-in-law, Xianyuan Shui deserves to suffer 100 deaths. Why spare her? Emo Chan Shao added. Visibly displeased, Meng Qianning's lips curled into a faint smile. Spare her? I never suggested such a thing. Today's events were witnessed by many. Their disdain for Xianyuan Shui is evident if word of this spreads. Just imagine what will become of her once she arrives at the academy. The group exchanged knowing glances, instantly grasping Meng Qianning's intent. This was a calculated maneuver, a subtle form of retribution. Chapter 58. Finally departing sister-in-law. You are truly remarkable. Emo Chan Shao could not help but give her a thumbs up. A glimmer of amusement danced in Meng Qianning's eyes as she regarded him, her expression turning slightly frosty. As long as she does not provoke me, I may show her some leniency. However, if she continues to speak so harshly, I see no reason to hold back. This serves as her lesson, though she was unaware of the connection between her grandfather and the royal family. She knew he held it in high regard. Thus, for his sake, she would grant that woman one chance. That was true. Understanding Xianyuan Shui required some contemplation. However, sister-in-law, we must leave this place now, Emo Chan Shao said. Nodding in agreement with Meng Qianning acknowledged, fully aware that it was time to depart. Indeed, we must leave. I wonder what the academy will be like. The thought filled her with anticipation. Seeing her excitement, Emo Chan Shao smiled slightly. Sister-in-law, rest assured, the academy will exceed your expectations. Is that so? Now I am genuinely intrigued, she replied. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qianlan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The Fighting Spirit Academy is the finest in the entire continent. You will undoubtedly have no regrets about attending. You know? Meng Qianning asked, her surprise evident. Qianlan's expression briefly flickered with sadness before swiftly vanishing. I once had the opportunity to attend, but circumstances prevented it. And by the time I sought to go again, the chance had vanished. Recalling her past, Qianlan's eyes grew cold with resentment. Meng Qianning, taken aback by the unexpected expression, inquired, what troubles you? Shaking her head gently, Qianlan replied, Miss, I am fine, merely reflecting on some unpleasant memories. Let us proceed. Yes, I hope we do not encounter those individuals again, Qingyuan murmured discontentedly. She held no fondness for any of them, especially the Xianyuan siblings, whom she detested, irrespective of their noble status. Fortunately, with Emo Chan Shao leading the way, they encountered no further dangers. Instead, they uncovered a wealth of medicinal herbs, causing Meng Qianning's eyes to sparkle with delight. She would no longer suffer from a lack of materials to practice with. Emo Chan Shao, noticing her fervent herb collection, asked curiously, Sister-in-law, do you also practice alchemy? Yes, why do you ask? Meng Qianning replied, puzzled. Emo Chan Shao's eyes gleamed with excitement. That's wonderful. Brother has truly found a treasure this time. You are incredible. His sudden enthusiasm bewildered Meng Qianning. What had caused this transformation? He seemed almost manic, feeling the astonished gazes of the others upon him. Emo Chan Shao sheepishly scratched his nose. I was just excited. Meng Qianning shot him a skeptical glance. You expect me to believe that? Do you doubt me, sister-in-law? I speak the truth. You have no idea how much brother needs an alchemist. Emo Chan Shao replied earnestly. Surprised, Meng Qianning asked, what does he need an alchemist for? Has brother mentioned Freedom City to you? Emo Chan Shao queried, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Meng Qianning nodded. He had mentioned it before leaving, but she could not see its relevance upon realizing she was familiar with the city. Emo Chan Shao relaxed slightly but soon furrowed his brow again. Something has occurred in Freedom City. The alchemists are suddenly unwilling to assist with refining pills and are demanding exorbitant prices. There are many alchemists in Freedom City, but few are of high quality. Those skilled ones refuse to refine pills, and the lesser ones follow suit. Consequently, the people of Freedom City find it challenging to procure elixirs, leading to some chaos. Thus, Emo Juntian hurriedly set off. Meng Qianning's expression turned cold. Was this the reason Emo Juntian had left? He had no time to accompany her? The thought furrowed her brow deeply, a frown she could not shake. Seeing her distress, Emo Chan Shao grew concerned. Sister-in-law, are you all right? I am perfectly fine. It's just some elixirs. Do they really think themselves so important? Meng Qianning scoffed disdainfully. Had anyone else spoken such words, Qing Luan and the others would surely have doubted them. However, knowing Meng Qianning's alchemical prowess, they held no skepticism. Let us depart quickly. I have gathered ample herbs during my time in the magical beast forest. We need to find a suitable place to refine pills. After which you shall deliver them to your brother. Also, inform him that I have found the dragon lian grass. Meng Qianning instructed Mo Chanxiao earnestly. Upon hearing the name dragon lian grass, Mo Chanxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this true? After searching for so many years, brother has finally found it? If so, he must be overjoyed. Sister-in-law, is the dragon lian grass truly found? It was not that Mo Chanxiao doubted her, but rather that he was overwhelmed with astonishment. Meng Qianning nodded affirmatively. Indeed, look. Meng Qianning took the longyuan grass from her spatial ring to show Mo Chanxiao. Upon seeing the plant, Mo Chanxiao was even more exhilarated. Its quality far surpassed what they had anticipated. And this surely meant salvation was at hand. At sister-in-law, let us depart swiftly, he urged, his excitement palpable as he yearned to share this news with his elder brother. And no longer content with walking, Mo Chanxiao summoned his flying magical beast to carry everyone away from the magical beast forest. Upon reaching a quaint town on the outskirts of the forest, Mo Chanxiao conveyed the news to Mo Juntian and found a secluded spot for Meng Qianning, allowing her the tranquility needed for alchemy. With the luxury of space at her disposal, Meng Qianning entered the room, closed the door, and stepped into the realm she had acquired within the magical beast forest. Previously, she had accidentally discovered that the time ratio in this space differed from the outside world. 1 day outside equated to 10 days within. Though not an exceptionally long duration, it was ample for her purposes. Chapter 59. Entrance examination. Seated in the valley, Meng Qianning fervently commenced her alchemical endeavors with the cauldron. By the time she paused, a considerable number of pills had accumulated around her. Taking a deep breath, she ingested a few pills to regain her composure before meticulously gathering all the pills into a modestly sized spatial ring. When Meng Qianning emerged from the room, Mo Chanxiao felt as though his neck might cramp from waiting. 7 days had elapsed since she had entered, and she had yet to reappear. Had it not been for Qinghuan and the others assuring him that all was well, he would have rushed in to retrieve her, convinced that even the most diligent alchemist would not take such a long time. Unbeknownst to Meng Qianning, Mo Chanxiao's thoughts were racing upon witnessing his gaze, which resembled that of a long-lost relative. Her lips twitched slightly. Although I have been refining pills for several days, surely my absence does not warrant such fervent enthusiasm. Rolling his eyes dramatically, Mo Chanxiao retorted. Sister-in-law, do you have any idea how many days have passed? If you do not come out soon, I might think you have ascended. 7 entire days without sustenance. Who could achieve such a feat? Indeed, his sister-in-law was remarkable. Meng Qianning chose to ignore his antics and produced a spatial ring. All the pills are contained within. Please take them to Juntian. Mo Chanxiao accepted the ring, intent on inspecting its contents. But when he beheld the sheer quantity of pills, he was rendered speechless. Had he truly not miscalculated? So many? Sister-in-law, this is akin to cheating, he exclaimed. No, this surpasses even that. Seeing Mo Chanxiao's astonishment, Qinghuan and the others exchanged puzzled glances and inquired, Miss, is he all right? Meng Qianning shook her head, taking a sip from the water Qinghuan had offered. He is fine. He may just be experiencing a temporary lapse in sanity. As Mo Chanxiao regained his composure, his expression twisted with indignation. Sister-in-law, do you truly perceive me as someone so endearing that I might lose my wits? Meng Qianning regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before responding earnestly. Indeed, nodding, she added, you should hurry along. That if you require more, do not hesitate to ask, as I can concoct additional pills. However, I would appreciate it if you could procure more medicinal materials. My current stock is dwindling. Despite having amassed a considerable supply in the magical beast forest, her recent extensive alchemical work had depleted her resources. It seemed she would need to seek out more ingredients soon. With a smile, Meng Qianning watched as Mo Chanxiao departed, her thoughts drifting to Mo Juntian and wondering when he would arrive. Miss, what shall we do now? Qinghuan inquired after Mo Chanxiao had left. You all are still of an age suitable for entering the academy. You should accompany me. Meng Qianning had a plan. If they could all gain admission, they would undoubtedly acquire valuable knowledge. The 4 of them brightened at her words, eagerly looking at her. Miss, can we truly do that? But we do not have admission letters. Meng Qianning smiled and nodded. There is no cause for concern. Although you lack admission letters, there is an alternative route, the entrance examination. Of course. How could we have overlooked that? We are certain to gain entry into the academy, Qinghuan exclaimed, brimming with joy. The same delight was mirrored in Qianlan and the others, who had long harbored dreams of studying at the Duki Academy. Now that the opportunity had arisen, how could they possibly contain their excitement? "Thank you, miss," they chorused gratefully. Meng Qianning chuckled and shook her head, leading the four of them toward the Duki Academy upon their arrival. Even the seasoned Meng Qianning could not suppress her astonishment. "Is this truly the Duki Academy? It is splendid indeed." Her heart brimmed with optimism. She sensed that this place would yield unexpected rewards. Let us proceed to the examination. Although Meng Qianning possessed an admission letter, she wished to undergo the examination to facilitate class placement as the five of them arrived at the testing area. Meng Qianning presented her admission letter. The instructor glanced at it, nodded, and permitted her to test first, with the results revealing her to be a high-level dueling deity 15. Such a level was regarded as commendable. "Well done, young lady. Here is your academy badge," the instructor said, handing her a token. Although the others lacked admission letters, their test results astonished the instructor, 3 Dohuang and 1 Dohuang, while their ages were slightly advanced. They still exhibited rare talent for the academy. Upon receiving their badges, Qingwan expressed immense joy. "Miss, this is truly wonderful. I am now a student of Duki Academy." Qianlan gazed at her badge, excitement bubbling within her. How could they have entered the academy without following Meng Qianning? Is accommodation allocated randomly at Duki Academy? Meng Qianning pondered, as she was not particularly fond of sharing living quarters, especially with strangers. Qianlan and the others regarded her as if she were an enigma. Why was their miss seemingly oblivious to such matters? "Miss, do you not know that there is an entrance assessment after the test?" Qianlan ventured timidly. The four exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting the absurdity of their situation. Indeed, their miss appeared as untouchable as a celestial being. "While they were merely ordinary mortals, let us go. The assessment will likely occur in 3 days. We should check within the academy for further announcements." Each examination is typically posted within the academy's main building. Though it was likely crowded at present, Meng Qianning regarded them curiously before nodding. "Very well, let us proceed." Upon their arrival, they noted a considerable gathering within the building. Meng Qianning and her companions could not help but grimace at the sight. With so many individuals present, how long would they have to wait? Chapter 60. Love at First Sight. Standing outside the building, they waited until the crowd had sufficiently thinned before entering. Checking the time, they confirmed that the examination would indeed take place in 3 days, during which they would need to find accommodations. The thought of this made Meng Qianning's head throb. What a predicament! "Miss, what troubles you?" Qingwan inquired, noticing her distressed expression. "Our room has already been vacated. Have you all forgotten? Where are we to stay for the next 3 days?" Meng Qianning lamented. Upon hearing her words, Qingwan and the others suddenly recalled that they had indeed relinquished their accommodation. If that were the case, they exchanged glances, their expressions filled with despair. Was it even possible to secure a room at this late hour? "What expressions are those?" Meng Qianning remarked, her lips twitching. "Miss, what shall we do? You cannot possibly expect us to sleep on the streets." Qingwan pleaded, gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes. Clearly distressed, Meng Qianning sighed. Exasperated by their lack of awareness regarding the academy's rules, she could hardly fathom how they could make such a fundamental mistake. However, there was little to be done. They would simply have to endure the next 3 days. Indeed, the days passed swiftly, and Meng Qianning and her companions did not remain idle, diligently collecting medicinal herbs whenever they encountered them, particularly those of common use. On the day of the academy assessment, Meng Qianning and her companions arrived early. Upon spotting them, Xinyuan Shui shot them a glare that could have pierced through steel. The intensity was almost terrifying. Meng Qianning turned to Xinyuan Shui and inquired, "Your Highness, is there something amiss?" "You vile wretch, Meng Qianning. How is it that you have not perished in the magical beast forest?" Xinyuan Shui spat, her words dripping with venom. As a result of the events that transpired in the magical beast forest, Xinyuan Shui had become the subject of ridicule among many, with some daring to cast pointed remarks in her direction. "Ah, Xinyuan Shui, you truly are a formidable presence," a mocking voice interjected from the side, drawing the attention of all present. The source was a woman clad in red, possessing an alluring figure and exquisite beauty that far surpassed Xinyuan Shui's. "What does it matter to you, Beichen Lu?" Xinyuan Shui's expression soured immediately. If anyone was to be her greatest rival, it was Beichen Lu, a fellow princess from the same kingdom who garnered far more admiration from the populace than Xinyuan Shui ever could. In addition to that, whether in terms of appearance or talent, she cannot compare to Beichen Lu. Now, upon hearing Beichen Li's words, her expression turned sour, causing her to forget even Meng Qianning. Nodding towards Meng Qianning, Beichen Lu approached Xinyuan Shui with a smile that held a hint of mockery and said, "Those who can participate in today's test are all exceptionally gifted. Xianyuan Shui, is it truly wise for you to insult someone who possesses the strength of a battle spirit? If high-tier battle spirits are considered worthless, then what does that make you? A mere great battle master. Beichen Lu, possessing considerable talent and being the princess of Beichen Kingdom, had enjoyed many luxuries and was now a mid-tier battle king. Her words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Xianyuan Shui, who glared at Beichen Lu with a face full of malice and spat. Beichen Lu, you wretched girl, shut your mouth. Having struggled to break through to the battle spirit level. Hearing such words from her own rival felt like a reminder that she was even inferior to a so-called worthless individual. Oh dear, are you embarrassed now? This princess is merely speaking the truth. Before berating others as worthless, perhaps you should first assess your own abilities, Beichen Lu scoffed, unable to tolerate Xianyuan Shui's pretentious demeanor. If high-tier battle spirits were deemed worthless in her eyes, then among them, very few would be considered worthy. Upon seeing Beichen Lu, Xianyuan Hao sensed that things were about to escalate. Xianyuan Shui had been insulted, yet Xianyuan Hao remained silent, which infuriated Xianyuan Shui further. Brother, how can you not support me? I despise you. This remark caused Beichen Lu, who had already distanced herself, to chuckle at Xianyuan Shui. Are you still a 3-year-old child? Being bullied and yet still wanting to seek support from your brother? Beichen Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. With her laughter, many others joined in, as her words implied that she was still dependent on others. Meng Qianning observed Beichen Lu with keen interest. She found the princess intriguing as Meng Qianning assessed Beichen Lu. The latter also scrutinized her. It was unclear who initiated it first, but both moved toward each other simultaneously, each delivering a light fist bump to the other's hand. I am Beichen Lu, Meng Qianning. The corners of Meng Qianning's lips curled slightly. It seemed her assumptions were correct, as she would indeed gain much from being here. Beichen Lu raised an eyebrow at Meng Qianning and remarked, "This princess quite likes you." Meng Qianning's lips twitched as she rolled her eyes. My preferences are entirely normal, and I already have a fiancé, so you might as well find somewhere cooler to stay. Is that what I meant? Beichen Li's lips twitched. When had she ever implied such a thing? Looking at Beichen Lu in confusion, Meng Qianning asked, Did you not say you liked me? The like I referred to is quite different from yours. What makes it different? It's simply different. The like I mean is the desire to be friends. Isn't that the same? Meng Qianning replied, exasperated. The onlookers observed the two beautiful young women embroiled in this argument, unable to resist the urge to smirk. They really wanted to ask if such incessant bickering was truly necessary. Despite their ongoing squabble, the mirth in their eyes was unmistakable, never fading, which brought joy to Qingyuan, for their lady had no friends. Chapter 61. The Forest of the Setting Sun. As the two continued their playful banter, an elderly man with white eyebrows approached them, emanating a palpable aura of authority. Instantly, all conversation ceased, and the crowd regarded the elder with trepidation. The test is about to commence. Are you all prepared? The elder scanned the crowd, his brows knitting slightly. We are ready, came a resounding voice filled with vigor, yet the elder's gaze upon them was somewhat peculiar. He raised an eyebrow, observing them. Your confidence is commendable, but I wonder if it will last until the end? A blatant provocation, a stark disdain. Meng Qianning regarded the elder with surprise. She sensed that this test would be anything but ordinary. Indeed, as Meng Qianning had suspected, their task was anything but simple. They were to form small groups, each consisting of 6 individuals, with the option to either team up freely or draw lots for group assignments. Once a group was formed, they would elect a leader to select a task. They already had 5 individuals in their group, so they merely needed one more. Beichen Lu glanced at them and said, Just right, I'll join you. All right, who will be the group leader? Meng Qianning nodded. Having intended to invite her into the group, it was better to team up with someone familiar than to seek out a stranger. Excluding Xianyuan Hao and his companions, of course. You, Beichen Lu, she pointed at Meng Qianning. Qingyuan and the others shared this sentiment, majority rules, and thus Meng Qianning became the group's leader. With a resigned sigh, Meng Qianning approached the elder to receive their task. They were the quickest to form a group, thus had many options. After drawing a task, Meng Qianning opened it and was taken aback, her body twitching in disbelief. Was this academy truly trying to dupe them? What task had she drawn? Upon seeing Meng Qianning's ghostly expression, Beichen Lu curiously inquired, It can't be that difficult, can it? When Beichen Lu saw what Meng Qianning was holding, she froze, and soon her own expletives were on the tip of her tongue. She looked at the elder and asked, somewhat speechless, Are you certain this task is meant for newly enrolled students? The elder glanced at the task information in Meng Qianning's hand and with a beaming smile, replied, Congratulations, you have drawn the best task. Meng Qianning and Beichen Lu nearly fainted from indignation. How could this possibly be the best task? Was he here to amuse them? Qingyuan and the others were puzzled. Wondering what task could provoke such a reaction from their lady, however, when they saw the contents of the note, they were utterly dumbfounded. It read, 2 high-level holy-grade magical beast cores. Initially, Qingluan and the others were quite incensed. But upon hearing the tasks assigned to others, their expressions shifted slightly. In comparison, their task indeed seemed somewhat easier. Once everyone had drawn their lots, the elder led them to a room. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a dense forest. Meng Qianning and Qingluan were utterly speechless. They had just exited a forest only to enter another. However, from the aura of this forest, it appeared to be far richer in spiritual energy than the previous one. Let us go, Meng Qianning said, glancing at the elder before leading the group forward. Xianyuan Shui looked on with jealousy, aware that their combined strength was at the high-tier battle king level, making their task seem effortlessly achievable. Observing Xianyuan Shui's demeanor, Xianyuan Hao furrowed his brows. Shuer, if you intend to behave as you did previously during this test, do not blame me for being unyielding. She should know what time it was. If her antics caused them to fail, he would not hesitate to disregard their sibling bond. Xianyuan Shui shivered slightly and nodded reluctantly, realizing that if she acted irrationally this time, her brother would certainly not spare her. Considering how crucial this opportunity was for him, the outskirts of the forest of the setting sun lacked high-level magical beasts, but there were plenty of herbs with a mindset not to waste anything. Meng Qianning collected a substantial amount. Bai Qianlu, noticing this, curiously asked, Qianning, what are you gathering these herbs for? Rolling her eyes at Bai Qianlu, Meng Qianning replied, of course I'm gathering herbs to refine pills. She was in dire need of medicinal materials. For who knew when Mo Juntian would demand a large batch of elixirs again? You can refine pills? Bai Qianlu looked at Meng Qianning as if she had seen a ghost. As if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Is it wrong for me to know how to refine pills? Of course not. This ensures that this princess will have a steady supply of elixirs in the future. Bai Qianlu blinked, feeling warm inside. She hadn't mentioned this during registration, as she didn't want others to know, but now she had shared it with her. The feeling of being trusted was delightful. Meng Qianning shot her a cool glance. Want elixirs? No problem, just bring money. Are you that materialistic? Bai Qianlu was left speechless. I never said I wasn't. If you want them without paying, then help me gather more herbs while you're at it. Meng Qianning stated earnestly. This place was indeed peculiar. Perhaps due to the spiritual energy, the quality of the herbs here was significantly better than those in the magical beast forest, making this opportunity rare. No problem, Bai Qianlu quickly assured, finding herb gathering to be quite simple. This little girl was rather impressive, having already uncovered this secret. And the control room, a voice with a magnetic quality chuckled softly. Those seated around him exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what he meant. Tianchan, what do you mean by that? The headmaster of the Battle Chi Academy queried, looking curiously at the man beside him. Tianchan, with a playful smile, Tianchan responded, what do you mean? Did you not see that girl collecting herbs? And so many of them at that, not even overlooking the ordinary ones. This indicates that she has discovered the uniqueness of the herbs in the forest of the setting sun compared to elsewhere. She possesses great potential. I will definitely take her as my disciple, Tianchan declared decisively, leaving those around him speechless, yet they had no intention of competing with him. After all, the potential of their own students was equally remarkable, and finding a disciple would not pose a challenge. In the midst of her excavation, Meng Qianning abruptly turned her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. She could not discern whether it was merely her imagination, but it seemed as though someone was plotting against her. How astute this little girl is, Tianchan couldn't help but chuckle softly, his demeanor exquisitely graceful. As he gathered herbs, he made his way towards the heart of the forest. To his surprise, he encountered Xianyuan Hao and his group halfway through, yet this time Xianyuan Shui had nothing to say, though her gaze spoke volumes. Meng Qianning and her companions were not taken aback. After all, the eyes belonged to them, and who were they to prevent others from looking? A mere glance would not cost them a piece of flesh. If they wished to gaze, then so be it. Chapter 62. The core delivered to their doorstep. Bai Qianlu let out a cold snort, ignoring Xianyuan Shui and her entourage, and instead, he pitifully followed behind Meng Qianning, lamenting, Qianning, I am so hungry. They had been inside for at least half a day with nothing to eat. It would be strange if they weren't hungry. Miss, I am hungry too. Qingluan gazed at her mistress with pleading eyes. With a twitch of her lips, Meng Qianning turned to Tianlan and the others, commanding, go catch some magical beasts. Tianlan and the others promptly obeyed and swiftly vanished from the sight of the three. After their departure, Qingluan went off to gather firewood. Observing their actions, Bai Qianlu asked in confusion, what are they going to do? Of course they are going to prepare food, Meng Qianning replied matter-of-factly. Yet her words left Bei Qianling perplexed. Are you going to roast meat? He asked uncertainly. What else would we eat? You can't possibly mean dry rations, can you? We certainly won't settle for that. Though dry rations could be quite palatable, she had no inclination to indulge in them. Why should she compromise her palate when she could enjoy something hot and fresh? Hearing her speak thus, Bei Qianling grew curious. She had never roasted meat during her excursions, always bringing along ample supplies. Before long, Bei Qianling found herself savoring delicious roasted meat, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, Qianning, tell me, what is it that you cannot do? She was utterly impressed. The roasted meat was simply delectable. Meng Qianning blinked, pondering, what is it that I cannot do? It seems perhaps that I do not know either. Maybe one day you'll discover what I cannot accomplish. After a considerable time of contemplation, Meng Qianning spoke earnestly. Looking at Meng Qianning with exasperation, Bei Qianling wondered if the girl had come solely to show off. Nevertheless, she decided to let it slide for the sake of the delicious roasted meat. After their meal and extinguishing the fire, Meng Qianning and her companions moved deeper into the forest. But soon she sensed something amiss. What is it? Our target has arrived, she replied. The commotion indicated a saint-level magical beast. It truly came without any effort. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, but when they beheld the creature, their expressions twitched. Bei Qianling stared at her, stiffening. Qianning, are we really going to deal with that serpent? Although slaying the serpent would fulfill their mission, it was undeniably terrifying. After all, it was a hydra. So what? It is merely a low-tier divine beast, and its entire body is a treasure. Meng Qianning could not help but salivate at the thought of the riches upon the hydra's form. The others, witnessing her reaction, could only shake their heads in silence. What else could they do but act? No matter how much Bei Qianling despised it, she had no choice but to engage. They were a team after all. Upon discovering the hydra, it too noticed them. Seeing that these humans were not only unafraid but also intent on killing it, it felt insulted. Pitiful humans. Die! Roared the central head. That I will handle the main head. The rest of you take care of the others. The serpent's weakness is its 7-inch mark. Be cautious, Meng Qianning commanded, brandishing 2 daggers and leaping onto the hydra's head. Feeling a human standing on its head, the hydra see that, damn human, I shall kill you. Meng Qianning rolled her eyes, unimpressed. Was this serpent all bark and no bite? As Qing Luan and the others exchanged glances, they sprang into action, distracting the other heads. Do you think these children can slay a divine-tier magical beast? The academy head voiced his concerns, hoping to find a disciple among them. That as soon as his words left his lips, he witnessed the unfolding battle. His mouth twitching incessantly. What was happening? These girls had concealed their true strength. That little girl was already a battle emperor. The other 3 youths were also high-tier battle emperors. Was this not a blow to his aspirations? Upon seeing Qing Luan and the others' capabilities, Bei Qianling was momentarily taken aback, a mixture of laughter and tears. She had initially worried, but now it seemed utterly unnecessary. Qing Luan and Tianlan each took on 2 heads, while Sun Qian and another dealt with 3. That left 1 for Bei Qianling, which was the optimal distribution. Upon realizing she was to face a single head, Bei Qianling pouted and prepared to give it her all, unwittingly neglecting the danger lurking behind her. Noticing this, Tianlan dashed to Bei Qianling's side, rapping, and Meng Qianning was truly infuriated. She had regarded Bei Qianling as a friend, and now, witnessing her commit such a blunder, it would be disingenuous to say she wasn't upset. Bei Qianling covered her face, not feeling anger towards Meng Qianning's actions, for the fault lay solely with her, with no relation to Meng Qianning whatsoever. Is that not Bei Qianling? Why is it that you've been struck and yet show no reaction? It appears you've indeed devolved into a worthless being. A sharp voice emerged from the side, and Meng Qianning turned to look, discovering a different group of individuals. It was a team composed of several squads, and the speaker was a girl, quite beautiful but with a sharp and acerbic demeanor. Who is she? Just a shameless woman who can't tear herself away from a man. Bei Qianling lifted her gaze to Meng Qianning, her voice cold, yet her words incited a furious flush in the girl across from them. Luo Yuling, with tears of grievance streaming down her face, looked at Bei Qianling. How can you say that, Bei Qianling? It's Yan Gij who rejected you. What does that have to do with me? Yan Gij? Where did that come from? Si-Tu Yan was once my fiancé, but that is no longer the case. As if sensing the confusion in Meng Qianning's eyes, Bei Qianling spoke nonchalantly, as though it had no bearing on her. Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow at Luo Yuling, a sardonic smile curling her lips. So that's how it is. Merely a pair of shameless lovers. If Lele were to lose focus and perish beneath the claws of a beast because of them. Do not dare call yourself my friend. Must you be so cruel? Bei Qianling puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction. waiting for Meng Qianning's response. Yes, you shameless woman, who are you calling a shameless lover? Luo Yuling was driven to madness. Meng Qianning responded coolly, rolling her eyes, whoever it concerns. Unable to control a stallion, you wish to offer him up. Beichen boldly declared, her words prompting Meng Qianning to glance at her in surprise. Feeling a bit awkward, Beichen touched her nose and chuckled. How did we end up here so quickly? Should we not focus on our tasks? Indeed, we mustn't emulate certain individuals who drag others down with their incompetence. Alas, tasks are best undertaken alone, Meng Qianning sighed. What you say is true, without hired hands we must rely on ourselves. Miss, we are indeed quite pitiable, Qingyuan blinked. Echoing with a sigh, Meng Qianning was rendered speechless by Qingyuan's words. Were they truly that pitiable? No matter how dim-witted Luo Yuling was, she understood the insinuations. These individuals were indirectly labeling them as worthless. 6 people in a group were fine, yet they had managed to gather dozens. Was this not a disgrace? You all be silent. Even Luo Yuling, no matter how magnanimous, could not tolerate being called worthless. Meng Qianning cast a cold glance at Luo Yuling. This is the Sunset Forest, not your home. Who gives you the right to demand our silence? Luo Yuling's face darkened ominously, yet Beichen chuckled. Qianning, let us leave. The more we converse with such individuals, the more foolish we may become. You speak wisely, we should depart. Those with ample bosoms but lacking intellect will only lead to our own downfall if we linger too long. Meng Qianning nodded seriously. Chapter 64. The trials of experience. Meng Qianning's words elicited laughter from Beichen and the others. With Qianlan earnestly agreeing to Beichen, you wretched girl, I shall not let this slide. Having always been the cherished jewel in others' palms, when had she ever been subjected to such humiliation? When had she been so ridiculed? All of this was instigated by this woman, and it was her fault. As this thought crossed her mind, Luo Yuling's expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. This woman, she would never let her off the hook. Those around Luo Yuling observed her demeanor and could not help but frown. This young lady was indeed difficult to please. Having failed to find trouble with others, she now sought to blame it on someone else. Which was truly disgusting. We should leave and attend to our own tasks. Yes, let us go. With the first voice speaking up, the second naturally followed, and before long, only Luo Yuling's group of 6 remained. The 6 within the group shared their discontent towards Luo Yuling, yet dared not voice it due to her status. Damn it, I will make them regret this. With everyone gone, it signified that they would encounter different challenges within the Sunset Forest. As for what those challenges entailed, she truly had no idea how to handle it. Had she known, she would have heeded her father's advice and not participated. Meng Qianning observed Beichen Li's silent demeanor and raised an eyebrow. You aren't still thinking about that stallion, are you? Beichen Li glanced at Meng Qianning and gently shook her head. No, I just can't figure it out. I can't comprehend why, given my identity and beauty surpassing Luo Yuling's, he would choose her. Beichen Lu had been preoccupied with this thought, still unable to grasp it. Meng Qianning looked at Beichen Lu in exasperation and poked her forehead. I truly do not understand what you are thinking. Luo Yuling is obviously a pretender. Can you mimic her? Can you be delicate and coy? Women like Luo Yuling are common, and for certain men they are the most captivating. Beichen Lu paused, recalling Luo Yuling's demeanor in front of Si-Tu Yan, and suddenly understood. All right, I suppose I have been overthinking it. For me to adopt such a demeanor to please a man would be worse than death. Now that she had let it go, it was time to focus on their training. Should she leave without meeting the standards of practical ability I require, she would be left to her own devices. Meng Qianning scoffed. To lose focus in battle for such reasons warranted a lesson. Upon hearing Meng Qianning's words, Beichen Li's expression fell. Must it be so severe? She was aware that Meng Qianning's requirements were stringent, and she might very well be doomed. Meng Qianning smiled at Beichen Lu, wholeheartedly agreeing with her statement. You are not mistaken. Should you fail to achieve the results I desire, you will indeed face dire consequences. Must I go then? Beichen Lu lamented, on the verge of tears. Having such a friend was a double-edged sword, yet it warmed her heart and brought her comfort. And the days that followed, Beichen Lu experienced a blend of suffering and joy. Each day, Meng Qianning would find her numerous training partners, and during their evening breaks she would personally engage in sparring. Despite her superior strength, Beichen Lu had never emerged victorious against Meng Qianning. The thought of this made her feel utterly defeated. Was it necessary for her to be so relentless? What frustrated her further was that Qingyuan and the others were equally merciless, as though they shared a deep-seated grudge against her. I can't take it anymore. I need a break. Beichen Lu lay on the ground, refusing to rise, exhausted to the point where she no longer cared about her surroundings. All she desired was rest. Meng Qianning looked at her and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Beichen Lu, Remember, this is your punishment for losing focus in battle. Should there be a next time, I shall toss you into the heart of the beast forest. They were still on the outskirts of the sunset forest, which posed a challenge in itself. The heart of the beast forest would be far more formidable. Beichen shot a trembling finger at Meng Qianning. Do you still consider me a friend? A friend? What is that? I have never heard of such a thing. Get up immediately. Having just engaged in vigorous activity, you must not lie down. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Meng Qianning, seeing her reluctance to rise, could not resist giving her a kick. Beichen glared at Meng Qianning. If she could, she would truly love to retaliate, yet how could she, when she was no match for her? However, Meng Qianning's words were always to be taken seriously. Following her advice was never a mistake. Thus, she slowly got to her feet and looked at Meng Qianning. Is that better? Much improved as a reward. I shall prepare something delicious for you. Meng Qianning nodded in satisfaction, a humorous glint in her eyes as she regarded Beichen. Now that's more like it. Beichen muttered inwardly that if she were to toil without reward, she would certainly protest. Meng Qianning casually produced 3 high-grade beast cores and presented them to the elder. The elder glanced at the group with a smile. Little girl, you have been hiding your treasures. Meng Qianning was momentarily taken aback, then understood his implication. Yet what of it? Chapter 65. New students. Once everyone had gathered, some submitted their acquired items while others did not. For those who did, the elder diligently recorded each, and upon completion, he led everyone away. Once outside, the elder addressed them. From today onward, those who have registered are students of the Battle Chi Academy. What did you say? Are you implying that despite our current state, we are not students of the Battle Chi Academy? A piercing sound echoed, and it was none other than Luo Yuling. Their small team had failed to complete the task, thus marking them as the eliminated ones. The elder squinted at Luo Yuling, his expression darkening. Are you questioning my words? This was not the first time the elder had encountered such audacity. The mere fact that someone dared to challenge him soured his demeanor instantly. The members of Luo Yuling's group wore grim expressions, for had it not been for her words, they would not have been deprived of the task's rewards. What should have been within their grasp was ultimately hindered by Luo Yuling's shortcomings. Luo Yuling, enough is enough. We have refrained from speaking, so what right do you have to voice your opinions? One of her teammates exclaimed, his eyes reddened with anger, his voice choked with emotion. Luo Yuling trembled as she pointed a finger at the speaker. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you even know who my father is? Besides relying on your family's connections, what else do you know? You refuse to acknowledge your own incompetence. Others around echoed their disdain, harboring resentment towards Luo Yuling for their elimination. You may be foolish, but ignorance of one's own limitations is inexcusable, and that is exactly Luo Yuling's plight. Naturally, Luo Yuling overheard the voices of Meng Qianning and her companions. She shot them a fierce glare. Silence. You should be the one to silence yourself, the elder retorted angrily. He echoed the sentiments of the young girl, lamenting that had it not been for her dragging her companions down, these children would have been selected. But alas, they would have to wait for another opportunity. Meng Qianning observed the 5 individuals. Noting their disheartened expressions after a brief silence, she addressed the elder. Sir, surely you have a means to evaluate their performance? If they performed well but were unfairly hindered, might they be given another chance? The elder cast a glance at Meng Qianning, a flicker of amusement crossing his features before vanishing. I cannot decide that. It is up to the dean. Please wait, for there may yet be hope. The 5 initially eliminated individuals, upon hearing this news, wore expressions of elation that if this were true, it would be splendid indeed. Thank you, they said as they approached Meng Qianning to express their gratitude. Meng Qianning shook her head. She was not a soft-hearted person, but seeing their unwavering spirit and their dissatisfaction compelled her to speak up. Individuals with such determination typically possess resilient characters, destined for greatness. Observing her sly grin, Meng Qianning could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. What are you laughing at? Oh, nothing, just thinking how wonderful you are. You truly are remarkable. Coincidentally, the elder held the list of those who had been eliminated yet had performed admirably. All 5 from Luo Yuling's group had been accepted under special consideration, alongside several others who had excelled in this assessment. The previously discarded individuals were taken aback by their unexpected acceptance, their eyes shining with astonishment. Are we truly students of the Combat Academy now? The elder, addressing Meng Qianning, remarked, Child, you have enlightened us old fellows. Admission should not solely rely on outward appearances. They truly possess exceptional abilities. It was through Meng Qianling's words that they recognized the shortcomings in their admission process over the years. 6 individuals with inconsistent abilities. where the deserving were often penalized by the inadequacies of others. This served as a reminder that in the future, they must assess based on comprehensive performance rather than superficial evaluations. Oh, this is simply splendid. The accepted individuals exclaimed, their gratitude towards Meng Qianning evident. Had it not been for her, they might have faced elimination. The others who were ultimately cast aside felt no resentment, as they were all too aware of their own limitations. Yet, one among them remained unsatisfied. That individual was of course Luo Yuling. If they can be accepted, why can't I? We are all part of the same group, yet I alone have been rejected. What a ludicrous joke. The elder regarded Luo Yuling with a dispassionate tone. The one who pushes their companions aside in battle has no right to be accepted. The one who only hinders others has any qualification for acceptance? Now do you understand, Lady Luo? After enumerating her numerous transgressions, the elder fixed her with a blank expression, while those around her whispered derisively, appalled that she could still cause a ruckus despite her many unforgivable mistakes. It was no wonder her team could not be accepted. Their failure was a direct consequence of her actions. Beichen cast a lazy glance at Luo Yuling. You do well to spare us from further embarrassment with your presence. Your behavior is truly mortifying. Indeed, others chimed in. We would prefer not to associate with someone who resorts to underhanded tactics. It was well known that students of the Combat Academy often embarked on missions in teams, frequently formed at random should she become their classmate. What would happen if she were to betray them at a critical moment? They had no desire for such a student. One who weeps at the slightest provocation would only bring them disgrace. It was fortunate she had not been accepted. Chapter 66. Child, I missed you. The conversation had reached such a point that should Luo Yuling continue to make a scene, it would indeed be a source of embarrassment. With no other recourse, she could only seethe in silence and depart in indignation. Beichen truly believed she was formidable. No matter what, Yengu would never favor her. What man would be drawn to a woman devoid of understanding of gentleness? With that thought, Luo Yuling left haughtily, unwilling to linger where she was unwelcome. What do you think she is thinking? Beichen queried, observing Luo Yuling's proud demeanor. It was perplexing how she could maintain such arrogance even after elimination. It was truly baffling. Meng Qianning shot Beichen a glance, then turned to Luo Yuling. What could possibly instill such pride in her? Besides your former fiancé, could there be anyone else? Very well. You are now official students of the Combat Academy. You may choose your accommodations, whether a shared dormitory for 6 or a private villa. The choice is yours. However, the private villa requires payment. With that, the elder departed. Meng Qianning blinked twice, ultimately deciding that they would opt for the villa. Let us go and select a villa together. I was thinking the same. I have decided to cling to you. Beichen chuckled. Meng Qianning rolled her eyes at her, sometimes truly wishing to ignore her. As they made their way towards the dormitory building, the villas were all quite appealing, and ultimately, Meng Qianning selected a charming 2-story villa with 3 rooms on each floor, complete with study rooms and a kitchen, making it exceedingly convenient. This is quite nice. We shall choose this one. After surveying the villa, Beichen could not help but express her approval. Naturally. Now let us go and make the payment. Such a lovely place and perfectly suited for us. We must not let this opportunity slip away. On their way back, they happened to encounter Xianyuan Shui and her companions, who were also inspecting the same villa. My apologies, but this villa is ours now, Meng Qianning stated, presenting the keys without hesitation. Upon seeing the keys, Xianyuan Hao understood that they would not be able to reside there. Let us look elsewhere, he said coolly. No. I want this one. It is so nice. I refuse to go anywhere else. Xianyuan Hao, now exasperated, retorted. I said let us go. His low, frigid voice sent a shiver down Xianyuan Shui's spine. What did he mean by that? The reason for Xianyuan Hao's demeanor stemmed from his disappointment in Xianyuan Shui's performance during the assessment. Having such a sister was a source of shame for him. Meng Qianning observed the siblings, unable to suppress a smirk. It appeared she had encountered another fool. If you have no business here, I kindly request that you leave. We wish to rest. Meng Qianning was indifferent to their intentions. Issuing a clear dismissal, Xianyuan Hao said nothing and simply departed, while Xianyuan Shui, though dissatisfied, dared not protest and followed suit. Once they had all left, Beichen inquired with curiosity, why do I sense something strange between you two? What is strange about it? Meng Qianning shot her a glare. Baffled by her thoughts, Beichen furrowed her brow, pondering what could possibly be peculiar. But after a lengthy contemplation, she could not deduce anything and surrendered the thought. Well then, let us take a break. After so many exhausting days, it's time for a proper rest. Beichen nodded. If she did not rest well now, she genuinely risked exhausting herself. Their room assignments placed the 3 girls upstairs, while Qianlan and his 2 male companions resided downstairs. After a good rest, Meng Qianning sat in the living room downstairs, organizing the herbs she had collected as she immersed herself in her task. A gentle knock echoed from the door. Glancing around and noting she was alone, Meng Qianning reluctantly rose to open the door. Upon seeing the figure at the threshold, she froze in place. "Child, I missed you." Without waiting for Meng Qianning to say anything, the person at the door reached out and embraced her, whispering softly while inhaling her delicate fragrance. Only then did Meng Qianning react. "What brings you here?" "I came because I missed you," Mo Juntian replied quietly. "Thank you, Ninger." The elixirs she sent were indeed of great significance to them. Giving Mo Juntian a fierce glare, Meng Qianning said unhappily, "There's no need to say thank you." "All right, I won't say thank you," Mo Juntian replied with a smile, following Meng Qianning into the house. They sat together on the soft couch, sharing stories about recent events. After listening to Mo Juntian, Meng Qianning felt a twinge of concern. "Have you finished your tasks over there?" "Almost. Those people wanted us to buy elixirs at exorbitant prices, but with the ones you provided we can sell them ourselves at the same price, and their efficacy is countless times better than theirs. So naturally, they are struggling to find business, and no one pays them any mind because of this. The alchemists in Freedom City are now too afraid to act recklessly, as they are uncertain whether continuing to stir trouble might lead to their expulsion from the city." "Qingning Dada, who is he?" Bei Chanlu, coming downstairs, asked in a daze upon seeing Mo Juntian beside Meng Qianning. "This is my fiancé, Mo Juntian," Meng Qianning introduced directly, without any hint of discomfort. Bei Chanli's mouth twitched slightly. "A fiancé? This girl already has a fiancé? Mo Juntian? The king of Nanyue?" Bei Chanlu thought of someone and couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Meng Qianning nodded. "That's him." Upon hearing this, Bei Chanlu gazed at Mo Juntian with starry eyes, looking like a love-struck fool. Mo Juntian. I actually saw the real deal today. Chapter 67. Excessive enthusiasm can be overwhelming. Clearing her throat, Meng Qianning looked seriously at Bei Chanlu. "I say, Lulu, are you really that excited to see Juntian?" Turning to Mo Juntian, she scrutinized him from left to right. No matter how she looked, he was still the same, showing no signs of change. Yet, it was precisely this unchanged demeanor that made her friend so ecstatic. Was it her approach that was amiss, or was there something more to it? Bei Chanlu shot Meng Qianning a fierce glare and excitedly recounted numerous tales of Mo Juntian's exploits. After listening for a while, Meng Qianning turned to the man beside her in confusion. "Juntian, is everything she said about you true?" "It should be," Mo Juntian replied nonchalantly. These stories were from years ago. Hearing them mentioned now made him feel as though he were merely seeking attention, a notion he did not particularly enjoy. Rubbing his tired temples, he turned to the petite woman beside him. "Ninger, I think I'll rest for a bit. I'm quite exhausted after traveling for so many days." It would be strange if he weren't tired. Noting the evident dark circles under his eyes, Meng Qianning recognized he hadn't been sleeping well, so she didn't press further. "All right, go rest." After leading him to her room to ensure he rested well, she went downstairs to check on the ecstatic Bei Chanlu, who had transformed completely upon encountering her idol. "I say, is it really necessary for you to act like this?" Seeing Bei Chanlu still in a daze, Meng Qianning couldn't help but rub her forehead in exasperation. Bei Chanlu shot Meng Qianning a glare and said dreamily, "That's Mo Juntian, my idol. How could you possibly understand? Just stay there and think about it. Now that I think of it, whoever marries him is bound to be exceptionally happy." Meng Qianning's lips twitched in annoyance as she stared at her friend. "Lulu, I just told you he is my man." Bei Chanlu was momentarily stunned, then turned to Meng Qianning shrieking, "I doubt what you said is true. He really is your fiancé." Bei Chanli's big, sparkling eyes made Meng Qianning feel a bit bashful. Feeling exasperated at Bei Chanli's sudden transformation, Meng Qianning realized that sometimes, being too famous could lead to unforeseen complications. "What do you want?" Seeing her friend in such a state, Meng Qianning thought. Could it be that she wanted her to give up Juntian? That would be utterly impossible. "What are you thinking? I genuinely believe you and he are quite compatible, so rest assured I won't compete with you." Bei Chanlu, sensing Meng Qianning's slight unease, spoke candidly. Meng Qianning sighed, feeling helpless. "Even if you wanted to compete, you couldn't take him away. Mo Juntian is already mine, and if anyone were to compete, it would depend on whether he is willing. Can't you let me have a sliver of hope?" Bei Chanlu pouted, feeling quite dissatisfied. "Of course not. If you weren't my friend, do you think I'd let you say such things without consequence?" Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow at Bei Chanlu, unwavering in her stance, which made Bei Chanlu withdraw slightly. She fully believed Meng Qianning's words. This girl was indeed fierce, and if she said it, she would undoubtedly act on it. Got it, just stop looking at me like that, alright? Bai Chunlu, feeling a bit dejected, wondered what she had done to deserve such a menacing gaze from Meng Qianning. Do you really like Jun Tian? Like? What did you say? I didn't catch that, Meng Qianning said, looking at her with utmost seriousness. Bai Chunlu, tears streaming down her face, capitulated under Meng Qianning's intimidating aura. No. I said I don't like him. Really don't like? Really don't like, Bai Chunlu affirmed with utmost certainty. Though idols are important, one's own life is even more so. She would never do something foolish like jeopardizing her safety just to admire her idol. Meng Qianning finally felt satisfied, smiling as she regarded Bai Chunlu. Good, it's wise to have such awareness. I'll head upstairs now. You can entertain yourself with that. She turned and left without a hint of reluctance. Embodying the classic trope of prioritizing romance over friendship. If Meng Qianning could hear her thoughts, she would undoubtedly respond that love is indeed more important than friendship. Why aren't you asleep yet? Aren't you tired? Meng Qianning asked curiously as she approached the bed. I just took a shower and was about to rest a bit before sleeping, Jun Tian replied, holding Meng Qianning's hand with a smile. Glancing at him, particularly at his still damp hair, she released his hand, walked into the bathroom, and retrieved a dry towel to sit beside him, gently drying his hair. Perhaps the comfort of her actions lulled him. As at some point, he leaned against her leg, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep slumber, watching him sleep peacefully. A smile graced her lips as she reached out to caress the dark circles under his eyes. Feeling a pang of sympathy after drying his hair to a point of semi-dryness, she carefully laid him down on the bed and quietly slipped out. When she went downstairs, Bai Chunlu had already left. She peeked into the kitchen and found it well stocked, selecting some ingredients to start preparing a meal, intending to reward Mo Juntian properly. When Qing Luan and the others came downstairs, they found Meng Qianning already hard at work. Qing Luan instinctively moved to assist, while Chen Lan and the others, having nothing else to do, stood by watching, hoping to learn a thing or two. Shooting Bai Chunlu a glare, Meng Qianning coolly remarked, since you know that, keep your precious mouth shut. Bai Chunlu felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Ever since Mo Juntian arrived, Meng Qianning seemed to have become a bit proud. I say, Qianning, does your man know you're this proud? Bai Chunlu teased at, am I proud? Qing Luan, do you think I'm proud? Meng Qianning asked Qing Luan earnestly. No, both Qing Luan and Chen Lan replied simultaneously, almost causing Bai Chunlu to spit blood in frustration. Trembling with rage, Bai Chunlu pointed at the two. Is it normal for you two to be like this? It is, they both nodded seriously. Bai Chunli's lips twitched, deciding it was best not to argue with them. Chapter 68. Showcasing affection is shameful. Mo Juntian did not sleep for long. When he came downstairs, Meng Qianning was just placing the dishes on the table to call for him. Awake? Go wash up first. Then we can eat, she said while preparing. Mo Juntian nodded, turning to head to the washroom downstairs. Bai Chunlu, gazing at the recently awakened Mo Juntian, nearly drooled. Such a man was simply exquisite, especially right after waking up, exuding an allure that was unparalleled. If you keep staring, I won't hesitate to deal with you, Meng Qianning warned Bai Chunlu, ominously startled. Bai Chunlu watched Meng Qianning walk away, genuinely wanting to tell her. Do you really need to be so petty? It was just a glance. However, she thought to herself that when the day came that she had a man, she would understand how it felt to have other women look at him like that. Not long after Mo Juntian emerged, observing the two engaged in a playful banter, he inquired in confusion, what are you two talking about? Nothing, just sit and eat. Meng Qianning shook her head, not wishing to disclose her threat to Bai Chunlu. However, not revealing it didn't mean Bai Chunlu would remain silent. Looking glum, Bai Chunlu addressed Mo Juntian. Your woman is really quite petty, isn't she? Mo Juntian gazed at Bai Chunlu with a look of confusion. Struggling to comprehend her intentions, rolling her eyes dramatically, Bai Chunlu retorted angrily, I merely glanced at you. She bullies and threatens me. But I do mind, so do refrain from staring at me, Mo Juntian casually replied. His words amusing Meng Qianning. She was well aware that, aside from herself, no one else could gain any favor in Mo Juntian's presence, especially if that someone happened to be a woman. Bai Chunli's lips twitched violently as she regarded the man before her. You two truly are a perfect match. Flattery, came the nonchalant response, which instantly silenced Bai Chunlu. Was that really what she intended to convey? Certainly not. Qing Luan cleared her throat and looked at Bai Chunlu with sympathy. Your Highness, you ought to see such antics. Allow me to inform you, our Lord behaves similarly towards all but the young lady. Therefore, it would be wise for you to temper your expectations. Are you also here to mock me? Bai Chunlu retorted, feeling exasperated at always being the one bullied. Was there no justice in the world? It was utterly unfair. She shot a glare at Qing Luan, believing her to be utterly perplexed. Unable to outwit these two, she could at least indulge in a meal, right? Previously, she had only tasted the meat grilled by Meng Qianning, which was undeniably exquisite. Now, with so many delectable dishes prepared, it would be foolish not to savor them. Not long after their meal, Bei Chanle found herself displeased once more. Why? It was entirely due to the two individuals across from her, who were being excessively affectionate in front of this solitary soul. Could they not simply coexist peacefully? I say, could you two take a break? Bei Chanle could no longer contain her irritation. Not possible, Meng Qianning blinked innocently. Bei Chanle's lips twitched. Believing in Meng Qianning's innocence was akin to asking for her own demise. She shot a fierce glare at Meng Qianning, muttering, is it really necessary to make such a fuss over just having eaten the meal you prepared for your man? Meng Qianning yawned leisurely, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at the discontented Bei Chanle. Lulu, I must share a secret with you that if I truly wished to prevent you from eating, would you believe you would find yourself lying down rather than sitting? Do not doubt my lady's words. Her skills with poison surpass mine, Qing Luan added, causing Bei Chanle to fall silent in disbelief. Trembling, she pointed at Meng Qianning, finally managing to articulate a coherent thought. Are you even human anymore? Of course, I am human. Meng Qianning tossed her head with an air of pride. Mo Juntian observed the verbal sparring with an amused smile, and upon witnessing Meng Qianning's endearing demeanor, he could not resist playfully tapping her on the head. Qing do not bully others. Very well, I shall refrain from bullying her. Meng Qianning nodded earnestly. Bei Chanle's lips quirked in annoyance as she regarded the woman who resembled a petulant child. Must you be so obedient? I have always been obedient, Meng Qianning replied directly, casting a glance at Bei Chanle in silence. Bei Chanle pondered how she might curb this woman's arrogance. Was it merely because she had found a good man? Though she felt a twinge of envy, a single display of pride should suffice. It seemed Meng Qianning had become addicted to it. Meng Qianning, I have decided that when your man is present, I shall sever ties with you. All right, I shall await your decision. Meng Qianning nodded in agreement, utterly unfazed. Little did she know, Bei Chanle's declaration of severing ties would barely last until the next meal. True to her thoughts, by afternoon, Bei Chanle could no longer resist speaking to Meng Qianning. Weren't you going to cut ties? As Bei Chanle expressed her delight, Meng Qianning's words swiftly silenced her. After their playful banter, Meng Qianning finally decided to treat Bei Chanle with kindness, willing to coexist peacefully. How long do you wish for me to stay? Mo Juntian raised an eyebrow at Meng Qianning. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Qianning earnestly replied, could you stay until our holiday? Is that true? Meng Qianning's eyes sparkled as she excitedly inquired, I will not deceive you regarding my promises. Mo Juntian assured, leaning down to kiss her eyes gently. Chapter 69. Lord Tianchan. Meng Qianning giggled, exhibiting a hint of girlish charm in his presence. That is wonderful. Mo Juntian smiled and patted her head. All right, now rest. Lying in Mo Juntian's embrace, Meng Qianning suddenly looked up at him. Oh, I have something for you. She retrieved a jade box from her ring, containing dragon lian grass. Take this. I currently lack someone capable of refining soul pills. Mo Juntian remained silent, but Meng Qianning understood his meaning. He hoped she would assist him in refining later. She stored the item away, recalling the cold jade essence she had obtained, and produced a small white vial. This is the cold jade essence I found alongside the dragon lian grass. It is yours. The mention of cold jade essence would ignite a competitive spirit in anyone who heard it. Yet this small woman casually offered him so much. What could he do to repay such kindness? It is truly wonderful to have you, Qing. He refrained from expressing gratitude, entrusting his life to her instead. Meng Qianning beamed, I have already used it. You should try it too. To be by the way, I also acquired a treasure. Do you wish to see? Her eyes sparkled with mischief at the thought of her herb garden. Seeing her resemble a child eager to showcase a new toy, Mo Juntian could not help but smiled at Oh. What is it? Come, I shall take you to see it. It is a truly splendid place. Meng Qianning grasped Mo Juntian's hand, and together they ventured into the herb garden. Upon entering, Mo Juntian immediately felt the surrounding spiritual energy was exponentially stronger than outside. Juntian, you should consume the cold jade essence here and cultivate. The effects are remarkable. This is how I previously did it. Meng Qianning, Mo Juntian was her other half, and thus he ought to be aware of such treasures. Looking down at her nonchalant demeanor, Mo Juntian sighed in resignation, gazing at her as though she were blissfully ignorant. Qing, do you realize what kind of place this is? Of course. Then are you not afraid of me committing heinous acts? Mo Juntian could not help but inquire, with a dismissive glance. Meng Qianning tugged him along as they strolled through the herb garden. What is mine is yours. Why would you need to resort to theft? I am not foolish. Mo Juntian found her logic satisfying. Indeed, what was hers was his, and there was no need for such exhausting endeavors. Very well, let us exit for now and rest for the night. Tomorrow I shall return, but this place is off limits to anyone other than grandfather and yourself, including Bei Qianlu. Mere afternoon, Mo Juntian understood that Meng Qianning had already considered Bei Qianlu a close friend. He had no objections to her teaching friends, but he could not allow all of his secrets to be exposed. Meng Qianning nodded, responding matter-of-factly, you and grandfather are family. Bei Qianlu is merely a friend. She clearly distinguished between family and friends, and presently, she did not trust Bei Qianlu to that extent. Trusting Mo Juntian felt akin to trusting herself, so she harbored no concerns about him acting against her interests. Reaching out to gently pat Meng Qianning's head, he remarked, it is good that you understand. As they exited the herb garden, Meng Qianning recounted the tale of how she acquired it. Mentioning her discovery of a wonderful firestone at it was only upon mentioning the firestone that Meng Qianning recalled this matter. Leave it to me. Do you wish to forge it into the previous style? The previous style? How do you know? Meng Qianning looked at Mo Juntian with suspicion, as if he were privy to her affairs. After a brief pause, Meng Qianning finally processed his words. Is that true? Then have him assist me. I need 10, though I am uncertain if that will suffice. She produced the firestone. Her brow furrowed with a hint of melancholy, seeing such a large piece of firestone suddenly appear in the room. Mo Juntian could not help but chuckle. Do not worry. Such a large piece will be more than sufficient. I see. Then I shall rest easy. Meng Qianning nodded. You encountered quite a few treasures during this outing. Mo Juntian teased playfully. Touching her nose, Meng Qianning chuckled, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes. The two conversed late into the night until Meng Qianning succumbed to sleep. Leaning against Mo Juntian's shoulder, looking down at the slumbering woman, Mo Juntian shook his head helplessly. This girl truly left him at a loss for words. The next day, Meng Qianning escorted Mo Juntian to the herb garden before heading to the classroom with Bei Qianlu and the others. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, they encountered a teacher. Excuse me, do you need something, teacher? You must be Meng Qianning, correct? The teacher inquired politely. Meng Qianning regarded the teacher quizzically. She did not believe she had become so renowned. Yes, that is me. Is there something you require? She asked, puzzled. Someone wishes to see you. Please follow me. Although she harbored some doubts, Meng Qianning still chose to follow the teacher, instructing Bei Qianlu and the others to head to the classroom first. Trailing behind the teacher, Meng Qianning remained vigilant about the path she traversed, oblivious to the fact that they eventually arrived at an exceedingly secluded courtyard. The place exuded an air of tranquility, and upon entering, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped her senses. All right, you may enter now. Lord Tianchen is awaiting you, the teacher remarked before turning to leave. Left behind, Meng Qianning felt as though she had been struck senseless by a heavenly pastry that had plummeted from the sky. Prior to her arrival at the Academy of Combat Qi, she had wished to take Lord Tianchen as her master. Now, before she could even devise a means to approach him, he had sought her out himself. Could this be considered an extraordinary stroke of luck? Since you are here, do come in. A gentle and melodious voice emanated from within. Meng Qianning touched her nose and stepped inside as she entered. She beheld a man clad in deep azure robes seated at a table, gazing at the adjacent medicinal field. I have met Lord Tianchen. Lord Tianchen was an unparalleled powerhouse, and it was only natural for Meng Qianning to pay her respects. No need for formalities. That I have summoned you here today to take you as my disciple. I wonder if you would be willing? Lord Tianchen looked at Meng Qianning with a beaming smile, lacking any hint of coercion. This was, without a doubt, a monumental occasion for Meng Qianning. Previously, her alchemical skills had stemmed solely from books. Now, with the guidance of a renowned master, the benefits were boundless. Disciple pays respects to master. Kneeling on the ground, Meng Qianning performed the traditional bow of apprenticeship in Huaxia culture to Lord Tianchen. Chapter 70. Guidance in alchemy. Lord Tianchen sat there, seemingly unfazed, yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction for this disciple. All right, rise. I possess no material gifts for you, but I shall bestow upon you my years of alchemical experience. He assisted her to her feet. Smiling, Meng Qianning gazed at the tome in her hands, feeling a surge of emotion. For those adept in alchemy, such knowledge was akin to a lifetime of experience, a rare treasure indeed. Thank you, master. This is already exceedingly precious, Meng Qianning stated earnestly, devoid of greed. For she understood that this was the utmost gift for her to express her gratitude. Meng Qianning retrieved a small half-bottle of cold jade essence and a large piece of ancient cold jade from her spatial ring. Master, I do not possess much of value. This was merely a fortuitous find on my way to the academy. Ancient cold jade? Cold jade essence? Lord Tianqian observed the cold jade before him, opening the bottle to inspect its contents. Discovering that both items were indeed legendary, keeping ancient cold jade nearby only brought benefits to one's health, and the worth of cold jade essence surpassed even that of ancient cold jade. Ninger, these items are exceedingly precious. Are you truly resolved to gift them to me? Lord Tianqian inquired earnestly. I have plenty of these. Master is not an outsider. Meng Qianning understood Lord Tianqian's implication, yet she believed in reciprocating kindness. When he summarized his years of alchemical knowledge for her, she had unequivocally recognized him as her sole master. With a resigned glance, it was evident to Lord Tianqian that this disciple was utterly endearing. You possess a considerable amount of medicinal materials here, Meng Qianning remarked as she surveyed the surroundings, noticing the abundance of herbs, and seamlessly shifted the topic. Lord Tianqian, fully aware she was changing the subject, nodded in agreement. If you wish to gather some yourself, feel free. Really? Then I must thank you, master. Although her own stock of materials was substantial, there were indeed a few items here that she lacked. With a resigned shake of his head, Lord Tianqian thought, did this girl truly believe he was oblivious to her ample collection of medicinal herbs? After all, she had undoubtedly acquired a significant amount from her escapades in the Twilight Forest. Yet here she was, feigning interest in his modest assortment. After some casual conversation, Lord Tianqian commenced instructing Meng Qianning on the intricacies of alchemy. By the end of the day, Meng Qianning felt an insatiable desire for more. Master, you truly are remarkable. Through Lord Tianqian's teachings, she realized she had been making numerous oversights. There were indeed more efficient methods for concocting medicinal pills, yet she had been expending excessive time, achieving the same results but at a greater cost. Your ability to learn from reading to this extent already attests to your impressive talent. However, do not become complacent, continue to strive forward. Lord Tianqian, having observed Meng Qianning's alchemical endeavors, was convinced that had she not mentioned learning solely from books, he might have believed she had received prior instruction. Fear not, master. I shall never become arrogant, Meng Qianning replied earnestly. Lord Tianqian chuckled and shook his head, feeling utterly at a loss regarding this disciple. Her capabilities had already reached the advanced combat spirit level, and it was apparent her combat energy was quite abundant. With just a nudge, she could ascend further. Thus, acquiring knowledge about combat energy was crucial for her at this stage. Understood, then I shall take my leave, master. Meng Qianning waved at Lord Tianqian before turning to depart. Her greatest gain from attending the Combat Chi Academy was undoubtedly having recognized such an extraordinary master. What on earth have you been up to all day? Beichen questioned. Clearly dissatisfied, Meng Qianning shrugged, feeling comfortable enough to share a bit of information with her companions. I was learning alchemy with my master. What? Don't tell me you've been accepted as Lord Tianqian's disciple, Beichen exclaimed, her thoughts immediately leaping to Lord Tianqian, the esteemed alchemist. Meng Qianning had not anticipated Beichen Li's sensitivity. Just one mention of her master had triggered such a reaction. Indeed, how about you all? Did you have a good day? Good. It was absolutely delightful. Beichen gritted her teeth, her expression betraying her true feelings. Meng Qianning shot her a confused glance, curiosity piquing as she inquired. What's wrong with Qingyuan? Did someone bully her? Qingyuan stifled a laugh behind her hand. Miss Lele was not bullied. Rather, someone has been persistently pestering her to take him as her master. The mere thought of the elderly man haranguing Beichen sent both Qianlong and the others into fits of laughter. It was simply too ludicrous. Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Is that all? Yes, we also took a master today, but Lele is adamantly refusing to accept the one who wishes to guide her. Qingyuan chuckled. Her master was indeed an exceptionally good person. Meng Qianning was taken aback. Those who were capable of taking on disciples in this academy were typically of high status. Why then was she so averse? Miss, you know that Lele can be quite infatuated. She has a penchant for handsome men, yet the one vying to be her master is a disheveled old man. Thus, Beichen Li's reluctance became clear. In her eyes, one could be unattractive, but one must always present themselves well. One could be elderly, yet must maintain a semblance of grooming. Regrettably, the elderly gentleman had sadly been dismissed by Beichen Lu. You heartless lot, laughing at my expense. Just wait until I deal with you. Beichen Lu, feeling aggrieved, glared at them, her hand reaching to tickle Qingyuan. Lur, I was wrong. Please spare me. Qingyuan squirmed, unable to escape Beichen Li's playful grasp. Her laughter turning into a feigned cry for mercy. Once Beichen Lu released her, Qingyuan huffed indignantly. Why do you only pick on me? The others were also laughing. Qingyuan pointed an accusing finger at Qianlong and the rest. Feeling quite wronged, with a playful eye roll, Beichen Lu revealed a gleaming smile. Haven't you heard of the saying about inappropriate relationships between men and women? Chapter 71. The alchemist fairy Meng Qianning was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Collapsing onto the table, Qianling glared at her exaggerated reaction, teeth clenched as she asked, "Is it really that amusing?" "Indeed. I never imagined that Lele would also comprehend the concept of inappropriate relationships." Meng Qianning exclaimed, laughter erupting once more, indicating that she was far from finished. Qianling seethed with frustration. "Why is it that you think I don't understand such things?" Meng Qianning, still giggling, warned, "I advise you to cease your laughter, or else I may become quite unkind." Feeling embarrassed by Meng Qianning's laughter, Qianling retorted, "You better stop before I lose my patience." Blinking innocently, Meng Qianning noticed the genuine irritation in Qianling's eyes and cleared her throat. Finally managing to compose herself, however, the mirth lingering in her gaze revealed that she was merely fearful of Qianling's wrath, which was why she had halted. "All right, I shall refrain from laughing tomorrow. I'll accompany you to class." Meng Qianning coughed several times, gazing seriously at Qianling. Qianling frowned deeply, clearly displeased. Observing her demeanor, Meng Qianning inquired curiously, "What's the matter? Who has upset you?" "A self-important individual with no friends," Qianling replied calmly. Yet the flames of fury in her eyes indicated an unresolved conflict. This matter should be clarified by Qingyuan, as she is in the same class as Qianling. The situation is as follows. An elderly man has been pursuing Lele, insisting that she become his apprentice, which has displeased someone in the class. It is said that this individual hails from Longyuan Pavilion. Qingyuan furrowed her brows as she spoke. Most individuals emerging from Longyuan Pavilion are rather self-important. Of course, Qilan and her companions are exceptions. However, judging by that woman's demeanor, she must hold a high status within Longyuan Pavilion, otherwise, she wouldn't dare behave in such a manner at the Duki Academy. After all, Qilan and her peers are also from Longyuan Pavilion. Indeed, people from Longyuan Pavilion seldom come to the academy to study, but it is not entirely absent. Typically, those who do attend possess a significantly high status and exceptional talent, as they feel that the teachings of Longyuan Pavilion no longer suffice for their learning. Here, many subjects are unavailable in Longyuan Pavilion, such as rare tomes, Qilan explained with a frown, though they had yet to encounter this person. He had already formed some calculations in his mind. It was quite possible that this individual was one of the apprentices of the elders. I find Longyuan Pavilion to be rather mediocre. It pales in comparison to the Duki Academy. Qianling scoffed dismissively. While others viewed Longyuan Pavilion as formidable, she understood that it was merely a minor power that would crumble before true giants. Their ambition to claim what does not belong to them was laughable. Lele, it's acceptable to voice such thoughts in our presence, but refrain from doing so before others. Understand? Meng Qianning held similar sentiments in her heart but chose not to voice them. Mishandling this situation could unravel far too many complications. Qianling rolled her eyes, exuding disdain. "Am I that foolish?" A cold smile crept into her heart. "Qianning, you are the apprentice of Lord Tianxin. I advise you to exercise caution." "What do you mean by that?" Meng Qianning raised an eyebrow, looking at Qianling with curiosity. With a slight sigh, Qianling elaborated, "You probably are unaware that this woman bears a certain title within Longyuan Pavilion, right?" She is referred to as the Saint Dan Fairy, for her alchemical talent is said to rival that of Lord Tianxin in his youth, and her purpose for coming to the academy is precisely for Lord Tianxin. Qianling stated nonchalantly, as a princess of the realm, she had not overlooked any pertinent details. Meng Qianning raised her brow. "She's coming for master. And she's said to be comparable to master in his youth? The Saint Dan Fairy? That strikes me as amusing, does it not? Lele, you ought to know that I generally do not seek trouble, but should it find me, I will not play the fool that if she dares provoke me, I shall ensure she is unrecognizable even to her own grandmother." Meng Qianning spoke casually, yet her words elicited an involuntary twitch from Qianling's lips. Would she truly resort to violence, to the extent of rendering someone unrecognizable? Could this girl not temper her fierceness? However, she found it rather endearing. Qilan's brow furrowed deeply, her expression darkening. "So it is that woman, You know her?" Meng Qianning inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Qilan nodded, letting out a heavy sigh. "That woman is known as one of the twin immortals of Longyuan Pavilion. Alongside Poison Fairy. One excels in poison crafting, while the other specializes in alchemy, yet her understanding of poisons is not inferior to that of Poison Fairy." Qingyuan shot Qilan a disapproving glance, thinking her a fool. "Have you lost your mind? Before the young lady, no matter how formidable she is, she must yield." Qingyuan prided herself on her mastery of toxins. Yet before Meng Qianning, she felt like a mere child learning to speak. Oftentimes, the poisons Meng Qianning casually concocted would take her tenfold or even 100-fold of effort to decipher their components. Revealing just how formidable Meng Qianning truly was, momentarily stunned by Qingyuan's reprimand, Qilan quickly regained her composure. Indeed, how could she forget their lady? The prowess of her poisons was beyond reproach. Both of you should refrain from further discussion. We shall ascertain what sort of person that woman is by tomorrow, however. It is wise to remain cautious despite Meng Qianning's lack of fear toward this so-called Saint Dan fairy. She certainly despised unnecessary trouble. The two exchanged glances and nodded, allowing their conversation to be silenced by the mention of that fairy. Nonetheless, curiosity towards this individual stirred within Meng Qianning. That night, after closing her door, Meng Qianning entered the medicinal garden, where she found Mo Juntian still immersed in his training. She curled her lip in discontent, sat beside him for a moment, plucked some herbs from the garden, and then departed the following morning. Meng Qianning was roused from her slumber by the uproar below. Whose residence is this? Get out at once. I have taken a liking to this place. A boisterous voice echoed throughout the small building, causing Meng Qianning, disturbed from her sleep, to wear a rather grim expression upon descending the stairs. She spotted a woman clad in red arguing with Bai Chen-Lu and the others, recklessly smashing items within the house. Leaving chaos in her wake with a thunderous expression, she approached the crowd. Who caused this mess? Seeing Meng Qianning's face dark as ink, everyone instinctively shrank back, while Bai Chen-Lu and the others felt utterly useless. Having allowed themselves to be bullied, Qilan and the others exchanged guilty glances with Meng Qianning. Apologizing, miss, it is entirely our fault, Meng Qianning snorted coldly. You are indeed useless. It seems everything I taught you in the Sunset Forest has been forgotten. I never instructed you to stand idly by while others encroach upon you. Now not only Qilan but even Bai Chen-Lu felt embarrassed, glancing at the disarrayed living room, their pride faltering. Haha, Qilan, I have often said you are worthless. The red-clad woman laughed haughtily, her laughter dripping with arrogance. Meng Qianning shot her a glance before raising her hand and delivering several slaps, disdainfully commenting, annoying. The companions of the red-clad woman were evidently caught off guard by Meng Qianning's sudden aggression, their faces shifting in color as if they were a painter's palette. You vile creature! How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? Mei Hongying cried out, clutching her face and trembling as she pointed an accusing finger at Meng Qianning. Meng Qianning narrowed her eyes, finding her words utterly repugnant. She delivered several more slaps, stating, if you don't know how to speak, allow me to teach you that it seems Longyuan Pavilion is merely this. Filled with idiots who don't even know their own identities. Similar words had been uttered by Poison Fairy before, but the outcome had been her demise at Meng Qianning's hands. Now someone else dared to utter such foolishness. This person would either meet a grim end or suffer greatly. Meng Qianning's fierce demeanor made Bai Chen-Lu and the others instinctively retract their necks. The unawakened Meng Qianning was truly terrifying. They vowed never to disturb her slumber again. Mei Hongying glared at Meng Qianning with venomous eyes, her expression more ghastly than before. You are that useless piece of trash. Meng Qianning? I shall tell you that I have taken a liking to your residence. Those who are sensible should vacate at once. Meng Qianning's temples throbbed with irritation. Though she had always been protected by Meng San, this body suffered from low blood sugar. If she didn't sleep well, she would awaken with headaches and dizziness. Now, with her foul mood exacerbated by the incessant prattle of these intruders, her expression darkened considerably. Whoever you are, leave this instant and take the door with you. Did you not return for any reason? Meng Qianning's voice was laced with irritation. Her gaze toward Mei Hongying clouded with impending fury. Unaware of Meng Qianning's current state, Mei Hongying scoffed. Meng Qianning, it is a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in your property. Those who are wise should leave at once. While they had encountered the insensible before, never had they seen someone so utterly oblivious. Bai Chen-Lu and the others could feel Meng Qianning's anger boiling. They dared not utter a word. This so-called Longyuan Pavilion individual still had the audacity to chatter on. They sensed that these intruders were surely doomed. Who would dare disregard our little junior sister's words? Those sycophants surrounding Mei Hongying chimed in eagerly, desperate to curry favor with her. Meng Qianning felt that if she continued to endure this, she would truly become a patient tortoise. She had no desire to continue tolerating it. She approached the group, raising her foot to kick them out. In mere moments, only Mei Hongying remained with a smile that was neither here nor there. Meng Qianning inquired, will you leave on your own, or do you wish for me to assist you in departing? Her tone was disturbingly calm, as if she were merely commenting on the pleasant weather. Bai Chen-Lu, witnessing this side of Meng Qianning, could not help but swallow hard, turning to Qingyuan. Qingyuan, your young lady is quite terrifying. Mei Hongying eyed Meng Qianning warily. What are you planning to do? I am a little princess of Longyuan Pavilion. You cannot treat me this way. A little princess? I shall transform you into a grand princess. Meng Qianning had no regard for titles. Disturbing her slumber meant one must be prepared to be thrown out. These intruders had already overstepped their bounds, and to continue prattling on was an affront. After kicking Mei Hongying out, Meng Qianning dusted off her hands and turned to find Bai Qianlu and the others staring at her in horror. As if she bore something frightful, Meng Qianning approached them step by step, while they retreated in fear until there was no space left to withdraw. With a forced smile, Bai Qianlu finally spoke up. Qianning, if you have something to say, just say it. Please, we're frightened. Casting a sarcastic glance at Bai Qianlu, she retorted, frightened? If you believe, then surely there are ghosts. Clean this place up, and these items are for you. Wear them on your wrists, and after running 50 laps around the training field, come back and tell me where you went wrong. Upon finishing her words, Meng Qianning offered them no further glance and turned to ascend the stairs. Once she departed, the others exhaled deeply in relief. However, upon seeing the items laid out on the table, Qing Wan's expression soured, morphing into one of distress. What troubles you? Do you have any idea how much these weigh? One weighs 50 jin. Judging by appearances, each of us must wear 4, which totals 200 jin. Wearing such a heavy burden and then running 50 laps around a training field spanning several kilometers is tantamount to a death sentence. Clearly, Miss is extremely displeased this time. Bai Qianlu was rendered speechless, gazing at Qing Wan with a hint of hope. Can we use our fighting spirit? You have high hopes indeed. Do you think Miss would allow you to use your fighting spirit? I can assure you if you do, your suffering will only intensify. Qing Wan shot Bai Qianlu a glare. Since Miss wanted them to learn a lesson, she would never permit them to resort to their fighting spirit. If they did, could they truly learn anything? Certainly not. Bai Qianlu's little scheme crumbled instantly, leaving her filled with regret. Why didn't you mention earlier that Qianning is so extreme? Had I known sooner, we wouldn't have made such a foolish mistake. Chapter 73. One comes, another follows. Qing Luan glanced at Bai Qianlu, deciding it best not to converse with such a fool, lest she become tainted by their foolishness. Taking it upon herself to tidy the chaos on the ground, Qing Luan donned the items from the table and stepped outside. Upon seeing her, the 3 disciples of Brother Qianlan followed suit. Yet they felt nearly unable to walk under the weight of 200 jin. After much effort, they arrived at the training field, where a crowd congregated. They ran unceremoniously to the side, attracting many onlookers, particularly due to their painfully slow pace, akin to that of a tortoise. As Qing Luan and the others departed, Bai Qianlu remained in the small building, frowning at the items on the table. Feeling quite discontented should she join them or retreat to her room for a nap. After much deliberation, she failed to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, ultimately sitting in a chair while fixating on the items. Suddenly, an involuntary shiver coursed through her, as though she was being watched. Glancing around and finding nothing amiss, she breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest, then seized the items from the table and fled outside. Although she felt this was Mei Hongying's own doing, considering she too was from Longyuan Pavilion, it irked her that others were showing such disrespect towards them. As Qing Luan and her companions approached, Mu Rongxian elegantly stepped forward to intercept them. Given their already excruciating run, being stopped now only deepened their discontent. Good dogs don't block the way. If you have nothing to do, just leave. Qing Luan recognized her as the so-called senior sister Dan Shengxianzi of Mei Hongying. Now it seemed she was nothing remarkable, lacking in discernment. Mu Rongxian's expression hardened as she addressed Qing Luan and the others. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you. Must you treat me this way? Her demeanor feigned a sense of grievance, resembling a willow swaying in the wind, which utterly disgusted Qing Luan. Rolling her eyes at Mu Rongxian, she stated, I am not a man. No matter how you feign fragility, it will not endear you to me. After uttering these words, Qing Luan gradually distanced herself from Mu Rongxian. Brother Qianlan and the others similarly showed no inclination to linger, departing hastily. This was the first time Mu Rongxian experienced such blatant disregard. These individuals were indeed audacious, leaving her at a loss for words. Sister, will you allow them to be so arrogant? A companion beside her glared at Qing Luan and her group. Mu Rongxian smiled, choosing not to hold a grudge. In the eyes of others, she had garnered a favorable impression, while Qing Luan and her companions were subjected to disdainful whispers and pointed fingers. What sort of people are they, devoid of any decency? Someone muttered under their breath. Though their voice was soft, it was loud enough for Qing Luan and her companions to hear. Qing Luan approached the individual. What did you just say? Repeat it. Are you suggesting that you can act freely yet not allow others to comment? The person, intimidated by Qing Luan's presence, felt a twinge of fear, but still attempted to maintain a brave front before the goddess. Qing Luan regarded him with a smile that was not quite a smile before turning to Qian Lan. Some individuals are perpetually self-righteous, clueless yet eager to stand out. They are just as foolish as those who think that playing the part of the delicate flower makes them goddesses. Unaware that it only serves to disgust others, this was true. Those ignorant of the truth bore no right to speak recklessly here to avoid having their tongues severed. It was wise to remain silent. Qian Lan cast a threatening glance at the individual, who quickly slunk away, his face betraying embarrassment. The remarks against Qing Luan and her group were met with derision from the two, particularly from Mu Rongxian, who felt that these two were directly challenging her. Do you know the consequences of provoking me? Mu Rongxian narrowed her eyes at the pair. Speaking coldly, Bei Chanlu had yet to arrive. Although Meng Qianning felt a tinge of disappointment, she refrained from voicing it. Whether she came or not was her own prerogative, and it was of no concern to Meng Qianning. Observing Qing Luan and the others from the edge of the training field, she noted their breathing had become somewhat erratic and instructed. Regulate your breathing. Do not let it falter. Upon hearing Meng Qianning's words, Qing Luan and the others began to adjust their breaths, alleviating their discomfort slightly. Mu Rongxian watched Meng Qianning, a flicker of jealousy flashing in her eyes. This woman stood there effortlessly, exuding an elegance that Mu Rongxian could never hope to emulate. Though she had yet to see Meng Qianning's face, Mu Rongxian was certain this woman was far more beautiful than she. You are Meng Qianning? Mu Rongxian inquired softly, curiosity lacing her tone. Meng Qianning, without even a glance at Mu Rongxian, maintained her focus on Qing Luan and the others, utterly ignoring the question posed to her. Did you not hear me when I spoke to you? Mu Rongxian felt a surge of irritation at being disregarded once again in Longyuan Pavilion. Everyone had treated her with utmost respect. Who could have foreseen that upon arriving here, she would be met with such treatment, leaving her quite displeased? Must I respond simply because you speak to me? Casting a scornful glance at Mu Rongxian, Meng Qianning retrieved several weighted items from her space, adorning her wrists, and began to run alongside Qing Luan and the others as they approached. Noticing Meng Qianning's arrival, Qing Luan curiously inquired, Miss, is Lulu not coming? Whether she comes or not is her choice. It is of no concern to us, Meng Qianning replied coolly. Initially, she had intended to impart some knowledge to them today. But since Bei Chanlu was unwilling to come, she would not force anyone. Unbeknownst to Bei Chanlu, who had hidden away, she had forsaken something significant. Qing Luan frowned, her fondness for Bei Chanlu gradually dissipating. In her eyes, Mrs. Actions were always justified. Since she refused to listen, Qing Luan found herself disliking her. We need not concern ourselves with others. Our focus should be on ourselves. Noticing Qing Luan's furrowed brow, Meng Qianning suddenly spoke. Qing Luan paused, nodding in agreement. Indeed, why should they care about others? Chapter 74. A firm stance with Meng Qianning's company, the tedious 50 laps seemed less daunting, upon completion. As they prepared to remove the items from their wrists, Meng Qianning frowned. Keep them on. Only remove them when your bodies feel as light as if unburdened. Understood. Mississippi. The four exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. What exactly did you have them wear? Mu Rongxian inquired. Curiosity piqued as she approached Meng Qianning and her group, sensing that these items were not ordinary. Casting a glance at Mu Rongxian, Meng Qianning replied coolly, Are we on familiar terms? Mu Rongxian was adept at masking her true self. Before others, she always appeared beautiful and kind, while matters of substance were dealt with behind the scenes. Coldly regarding Mei Hongying, she added, Next time, think before you act. She truly could not comprehend why her master had brought this simpleton along. She had reached her limit. Mei Hongying looked at Mu Rongxian with a pout. Sister, why do you say such things about me? In Mei Hongying's eyes, her senior sister was the epitome of excellence, and to hear her speak thus was deeply hurtful. With disdain, Mu Rongxian shot a glance at Mei Hongying before retreating to her room. As she surveyed the cramped quarters, Mu Rongxian's expression darkened further, accompanied by clear disdain for the two-story small building, which she was determined to claim for herself. Her gaze fell upon the discarded fruit cores and the scattered nut shells on the coffee table. Her countenance reflecting her displeasure. Meng Qianning's gaze remained fixated on the litter strewn across the floor and the coffee table. Bei Chanli's face flushed with embarrassment. I'll tidy up right away, she stammered, bowing her head to begin cleaning. Meng Qianning turned to Qing Luan and the others, saying, You should start preparing the meal. After eating, take a good rest. Understood, Mississippi. Once Meng Qianning departed, Bei Chanlu let out a deep sigh of relief. Pausing her efforts to clean, she glanced at Qing Luan, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Qing Luan, could you lend me a hand? Bei Chanli's tone was almost pitiful. She had never engaged in such tasks before and lacked the willingness to do so. Qing Luan still has to cook, and there's no time to help you clean. You should tidy up after yourself. Qing Wuan did not even need to voice her thoughts, as Qianlong interjected with evident discontent. Previously, she had held Bei Chanlu in high regard, but a single incident had unveiled her true character. In hindsight, it seemed a wise decision to have recognized this sooner rather than later. Bei Chanli's complexion paled, her brows knitting in displeasure. However, upon noticing that Qing Wuan had ignored her, she retreated into the kitchen, muttering under her breath, "If you don't want to help, then find that it's not that significant." Indeed, it was hardly significant. Thus, she could clean up herself. That if she did not wish to tidy up, she ought not to leave the space littered with rubbish. Qianlan's words left no room for rebuttal. And Sun Qian and the others also felt that Bei Chanlu had overstepped. Wasn't she a princess? How could she behave in such a manner? Reflecting on the chaos they had encountered upon entering, their fondness for this princess had diminished considerably. Is it such a crime to have thrown a few things on the floor? Must you be so incessantly critical? Bei Chanlu hurled the item she had gathered back to the ground, angrily pointing at Qianlong and the others. It was true that she enjoyed the company of these individuals, but that was solely because they provided her with assistance, allowing her to avoid responsibilities. And their meals were quite delectable. Otherwise, her pride would never permit her to befriend those of humble origins. Qianlong, enough. Upon descending after freshening up, Meng Qianning overheard Bei Chanli's outburst and immediately addressed Qianlong. Qianlong cast a scornful glance at Bei Chanlu before turning to assist Qing Wuan in the kitchen. Upon hearing Meng Qianning's voice, Bei Chanlu stiffened, a flicker of fear passing through her. What do you intend to do? Facing Meng Qianning's impassive gaze, she felt a wave of trepidation. I am doing nothing. You may either clean this mess immediately or leave this place at once. Meng Qianning directed her finger at the litter on the floor and then at the already closed door. Bei Chanli's expression darkened considerably, her face a portrait of discontent as she regarded Meng Qianning's unyielding demeanor. I merely tossed a few items on the floor. Must you react in such a manner? I haven't committed murder or arson. Isn't Qing Luan a servant? You can instruct her to clean it up. With such words, the chasm between Bei Chanlu and Meng Qianning had widened irreparably. She is my maid, not yours. You have no right to command her. Taking without giving in return does not work here. You must either contribute or leave. Meng Qianning had always found Bei Chanli's behavior peculiar, but she had dismissed it as mere quirks of a princess. Now, however, it was evident that it was not just a triviality but rather a matter of upbringing and character. Chapter 75. Corrupted Friendship. Bei Chanlu stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom that Meng Qianning would expel her over such a trivial matter. Observing Bei Chanli's incredulous expression, Meng Qianning's demeanor remained frosty. We regarded you as a friend, yet you have never reciprocated that sentiment. Yu. Our companionship is merely a means to avoid responsibilities. Since encountering them, Bei Chanlu had rarely lifted a finger. Whether for meals or other chores, she had grown accustomed to a life of ease. Are you certain you wish to cast me out? Bei Chanlu inquired, her voice trembling. Meng Qianning remained silent, a lack of response that spoke volumes of disappointment to Bei Chanlu. You will regret this, Meng Qianning. When has a princess of Bei Chan ever been subjected to such treatment? I shall not let this slide. Casting one last glance at Meng Qianning and her companions, Bei Chanlu resolved that there was no need to cling desperately to her presence here. Sooner or later, she would ensure they regretted their actions, making them aware that serving her was indeed a privilege. Watching Bei Chanlu depart with an air of arrogance, Meng Qianning knitted her brows tightly. It seemed they had misjudged her character. They had not anticipated that Bei Chanlu was such a person. Miss, what shall we do? Are we to simply allow her to leave like this? Qing Luan had witnessed the venomous glare Bei Chanlu cast as she exited, her concern growing about what Bei Chanlu might resort to. Meng Qianning shook her head. It's fine. She cannot do anything, but we should remain cautious. Understood. Is it possible? The esteemed princess of Bei Chan is actually being cast out. How amusing! Murongxian remarked with a sly smile, as if a brilliant idea had sparked in her mind. Mei Hongying, glancing at Murongxian, shrank her neck in uncertainty. Senior sister, what are you planning? Murongxian regarded Mei Hongying with cool detachment. You need not concern yourself with my intentions. It was best to keep her own affairs distant from such a fool. Lest she attract trouble. Mei Hongying, having noticed the disdain in Murongxian's eyes, pouted but chose silence, for she still required Murongxian's support. In the following days, Meng Qianning and her companions observed Bei Chanlu keeping to herself. However, on the fourth day, she unexpectedly grew close to Murongxian, prompting Meng Qianning to frown. Miss, what troubles you? Do you recall our earlier conversation? Murongxian has been eager to become her master's disciple. I wonder if Bei Chanlu has divulged this to her. Meng Qianning mused, her frown deepening as she felt a twinge of regret for her earlier trust in Bei Chanlu. Qing Luan and Qian Lan exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces. Miss, this may be difficult to conceal. Yes, I understand. Let us not dwell on it too much. We shall confront whatever comes our way. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Qianning resolved to set aside her worries, casually voicing her thoughts. Qing Luan and the others nodded, moving aside to engage in hushed conversation. Standing beside Murongxian, Bei Chanlu observed the camaraderie among the group. A flicker of malice crossing her eyes, Murongxian, noticing Bei Chanli's demeanor, smiled gently, following her gaze. Their bond is truly remarkable. Such a simple statement ignited Bei Chanli's ire. She shot Murongxian a cold glance. Retorting, "Be silent," Murongxian remained unfazed, her tone softening. "Have I struck a nerve? It must be difficult for a princess of your stature to endure such treatment. If it were me, I would likely eliminate those who dared to insult me." Bei Chanlu regarded Murongxian with a nonchalant expression, betraying no emotion. "That may be true, but you haven't even faced a challenge yet, and you've already lost." Bei Chanlu was no fool. She recognized Murongxian's intent to sow discord, inciting her to act against Meng Qianning and her companions while Murongxian reaped the benefits. That, however, depended on whether she possessed the capability to orchestrate such a scheme. Murongxian narrowed her eyes at Bei Chanlu. "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? Surely you are aware that Meng Qianning is the disciple of Lord Tianshan. It was he who insisted she become his pupil," Bei Chanlu stated, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. This woman had been so boastful, yet it was evident that Lord Tianshan had no interest in her. Instead, seeking out Meng Qianning as a disciple, the disparity was stark, and Bei Chanlu relished the thought of Murongxian's reaction. Before long, Bei Chanlu witnessed Murongxian's expression shift from warmth to a brooding shadow as she glared in the direction of Meng Qianning and her companions. Turning to face Bei Chanlu, she demanded, "Is what you say true? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? I have no interest in such trivialities. It is only a fool like you who would harbor such suspicions." Bei Chanlu scoffed at it. Was no wonder Lord Tianshan had little regard for her. Murongxian's gaze narrowed as she scrutinized Meng Qianning, perplexed as to what made her so special that Lord Tianshan would take her as a disciple. "Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention, she is also the fiancée of the monarch, Emojuntian. If you plan to confront her, you might want to weigh your options carefully as if to emphasize her point." Bei Chanlu continued, her expression gleeful. "Before you act, consider whether the monarch would spare you." Another renowned figure from the continent, whose relationship with Meng Qianning is profoundly significant, has left Murongxian deeply dissatisfied. This person is none other than Emojuntian. Murongxian is acutely aware of who Emojuntian is. The sect leader once remarked that no genius in Longyuan Pavilion could compare to him. Initially, she dismissed these words, but later came to recognize their truth. Emojuntian is indeed an unparalleled prodigy. "Ah, it seems you have your eyes on the monarch?" This expression, however, is futile. Although reluctant to admit it, one cannot overlook the exceptionally close bond between Emojuntian and Meng Qianning. A connection so profound it incites envy. Murongxian cast a cold glance at Bei Chanlu, suspecting this woman of deliberate provocation. Indeed, Bei Chanlu was acting with intent. Murongxian wished to witness the turmoil between Meng Qianning and her peers. And now she was eager to see how long she could endure this situation. Regardless of Bei Chanli's intentions, her words undoubtedly served as a potent stimulus for Murongxian. Especially the revelation that Lord Tianshan is Meng Qianning's mentor, a fact she finds utterly unacceptable. Not far away, Meng Qianning sensed the hostility in Murongxian's gaze and realized that Bei Chanlu had divulged Lord Tianshan's identity to her. Yet, what of it? It bore no relevance to her that as she observed Meng Qianning training according to her master's instructions, Murongxian's expression darkened, interpreting the scene as a blatant provocation. "I hear Lord Tianshan is your mentor?" Murongxian approached Meng Qianning, her voice icy. Meng Qianning merely glanced at her, continuing her practice, entirely dismissing Murongxian's inquiry. It was Qing Luan who spoke with disdain. "Isn't this just a waste of breath? If you already know, why ask, my lady? This is akin to pulling down your pants to fart. Utterly superfluous." Sun Qian chimed in. "Indeed, that's precisely the sentiment." Qing Luan nodded earnestly, her gaze toward Murongxian filled with contempt. Murongxian's expression darkened as she glared at Qing Luan and the others, but now was not the time for disputes. She merely sought confirmation from Meng Qianning. "Meng Qianning, did you not hear me speaking to you?" "Whether I heard or not is irrelevant," Meng Qianning replied coolly, her demeanor as indifferent as though she were addressing a corpse, a gaze that sent a shiver down Murongxian's spine. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising fear, Murongxian fixed her gaze on Meng Qianning, her eyes chilling. "I shall ask you one last time. Is Lord Tianshan your mentor?" "Yes, and what of it?" Meng Qianning retorted. You may go tell him that you refuse to be his disciple. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Mu Rongxian's words dripped with arrogance and entitlement, provoking furrowed brows among the onlookers, who noted how vastly different she appeared now. Like a spoiled young lady, Meng Qianning cast a sardonic glance at Mu Rongxian, her eyes gleaming with clear mockery. Spare you a death? Are you certain you possess the capability to do so? The derision in Meng Qianning's gaze mirrored the disdain Mu Rongxian often directed at others, and now that she found herself on the receiving end, she could hardly tolerate it. In that case, why not simply perish? As she spoke, Mu Rongxian produced a powder from her hand and hurled it at Meng Qianning. Meng Qianning regarded Bai Chanlu with a half-smile, her expression tinged with mockery as she spoke. You claim this is yours? Pray, enlighten me on the cost of acquiring this building and the monthly expenses that accompany it. Do you possess the usage rights contract for this small building? You were absent when the fees were settled, thus you remain oblivious to the total expenditure and the subsequent costs. To assert that it is yours now seems rather self-deprecating, does it not? What point is there in conversing with someone as ungrateful as you, Ning Heir? It is nothing but a waste of time. Mo Juntian approached Meng Qianning's side, visibly displeased, turning to her. Meng Qianning remarked helplessly, I am powerless. They are always scheming to lay claim to our small building. As you can see, Mo Juntian cast a cold glance at the group, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. Before addressing Meng Qianning, come, allow me to take you to the small building where I once resided. This place, sullied as it is hardly worth staying in. The term sullied was an implicit insult directed at Bai Chanlu. With a face clouded by dismay, Bai Chanlu retorted, what do you mean by that? Mo Juntian did not spare her a glance, instead instructing Qing Luan and the others to gather some essential items before departing. He had no intention of allowing Meng Qianning to take anything else, treating it as refuse. Gently squeezing Meng Qianning's cheek, Mo Juntian whispered, I have my privileges. This was not entirely unearned. As their group had consistently performed admirably, coupled with a significant financial contribution, securing their small building indefinitely, the location was vastly superior to their current one. Nodding in understanding, Meng Qianning found herself increasingly curious about Mo Juntian's former abode, her disdain for the present one growing. Once Qing Luan and the others had finished tidying up, she followed Mo Juntian out, carelessly tossing the keys aside at the entrance. Consider it a gift for you to reside in. The tone of her condescension reddened the faces of Bai Chanlu and her companions, while Mu Rongxian gazed at Mo Juntian's retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of infatuation. This man was indeed far more remarkable than the rumors suggested. Falling for a king, are we? I advise you to temper your enthusiasm, Bai Chanlu scoffed, casually taking the keys and ascending to find a room for herself. Standing downstairs, Mu Rongxian watched Bai Chanlu depart, her expression darkening. What was there to boast about? The princess of Baichen nation. Hardly impressive. Meng Qianning stood before Mo Juntian's previous small building, her eyes alight with wonder. This place was undeniably superior to the previous one. Following Mo Juntian inside, her fondness for it only grew, perhaps due to its intended long-term occupancy. The place was adorned with a grand yet elegant decor. Upon reaching the room where Mo Juntian had once stayed, Meng Qianning's admiration deepened. She leaped onto the large bed and rolled about, grinning at Mo Juntian. Juntian, I adore this place. That's splendid. You shall reside here. I will be leaving in a few days, and you will soon embark on your training journey, which promises to be quite challenging. Be cautious, do you understand? Mo Juntian stated seriously. Recalling matters on his end, Meng Qianning nodded. Though still surprised, she inquired, is the training commencing so soon? Indeed. The Combat Academy operates differently. It organizes training sessions monthly, ensuring that its students do not become sheltered flowers. The Academy's unique teaching methodology, combined with its proximity to the Sunset Forest, renders training rather straightforward. That sounds delightful, but we will likely form our own teams, correct? Meng Qianning asked, her brow furrowing. Mo Juntian shook his head. This time, it differs from the entrance examination. Teams will be determined by drawing lots, with each group consisting of only 4 members, thereby increasing the difficulty significantly. Chapter 78. The drawing of lots for training. Meng Qianning's brow furrowed deeply. She was currently in the same class as Bai Chanlu and Mu Rongxian, and if they ended up in the same group, the outcome was not one she desired. Do not fret. They would not dare to harm you during training. As if perceiving her thoughts, Mo Juntian reached out and ruffled her hair. Speaking earnestly, surprised, Meng Qianning asked, how do you know? After a month, all newcomers will be reassigned based on their training performance as long as they do not wish to remain in a subpar class. They will be unable to act otherwise. A better class signifies greater future benefits, which money cannot procure. Upon hearing Mo Juntian's words, Meng Qianning felt a wave of relief wash over her. Ah, so that is how it is that I feel reassured. Ning Er, the combat academy is not as simple as you think. Successfully completing tasks during training leads to unexpected benefits upon reassignment. Though Mo Juntian wished to say no more to prevent Meng Qianning from developing a sense of dependency, he could not help but continue. Meng Qianning's eyes brightened with curiosity, her gaze filled with intrigue regarding these benefits. Juntian, what exactly are they? Mo Juntian pondered for a moment before explaining. It is a training facility established by the Combat Academy, replete with spiritual energy exceeding that of the outside world by several magnitudes. Mo Juntian nodded. No one knows how that place was constructed. Only the elite have the opportunity to access it. Others may, but only at the periphery. Even then, the outskirts offer a far superior experience compared to the outside. I will strive diligently, Meng Qianning declared earnestly, determined to secure a place in the innermost circle. She was resolute in her ambition to grow stronger, capable of standing alongside him without eliciting his constant concern. Mo Juntian leaned down to kiss her forehead gently. I believe in you. The warmth of his touch momentarily stunned Meng Qianning, and upon meeting his gaze, she found a softness within his eyes that made her cheeks flush with bashfulness, playfully pinching her rosy cheek. Mo Juntian's eyes sparkled with mirth. Ning Er, you look enchanting like this. As he spoke, he lightly nibbled her cheek. It was a gentle gesture, yet it sent a ticklish sensation through her. Wide-eyed, Meng Qianning stared at him. Was he truly audacious enough to push his luck? Why do you gaze at me so? She quipped, eliciting laughter from Mo Juntian with a playful eye roll. Meng Qianning swiftly bit his cheek, leaving a distinct mark as proof of her retaliation. Consider it a reciprocal gesture. Observing the glint of triumph in Meng Qianning's eyes, Mo Juntian's expression softened, filled with affectionate indulgence. You indeed, with a giggle. Meng Qianning shared tales of recent happenings with Mo Juntian. Upon hearing her recount Bai Qianli's departure, she frowned slightly. It is better not to befriend someone like her. In Mo Juntian's view, Meng Qianning deserved only the best. Such a woman was unworthy of being her friend. Meng Qianning nodded in agreement, fully aligning with Mo Juntian's sentiments. Bai Qianlu was certainly not her type. After spending 3 days at the Combat Academy, Mo Juntian departed. Upon waking up to find him gone for quite some time, Meng Qianning felt a twinge of disappointment. Though the prospect of their imminent reunion lifted her spirits, when they arrived at the classroom that day, they indeed heard the instructor announce plans for training. Upon learning they would be heading to the Sunset Forest once more. Most students appeared anxious, while a select few exhibited excitement, seemingly eager for the upcoming journey. Now, let us proceed to the drawing of lots. For members per group, the instructor announced, retrieving a box with a single opening large enough for one hand. Students took turns drawing lots, and when it was Meng Qianning's turn, she randomly selected a slip and stepped back. Now you may seek your teammates, the instructor declared earnestly after all had drawn. Meng Qianning glanced at the slip in her hand. Group 1. Her voice was soft, yet someone heard her. Shortly thereafter, a girl and 2 boys approached. The girl, somewhat bashful, introduced herself. Hello, I am Yan Qing. Also in Group 1. Meng Qianning. Ming. After exchanging introductions, Meng Qianning noted that her group consisted of individuals with amicable dispositions, although their true characters would only reveal themselves through time. Would you be our team leader? Yan Qing tilted her head, looking earnestly at Meng Qianning. Yes, you shall be the captain, the other 2 concurred before Meng Qianning could protest. Resignedly, Meng Qianning regarded the 3. With no option but to nod in agreement, the 4 moved aside to converse, sharing their respective strengths and combat levels. After listening, Meng Qianning appeared contemplative, strategizing on how to maximize their collective combat prowess. Before long, Qingwan arrived, accompanied by her teammates, who appeared to be quite commendable. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Qianning spoke. If they are indeed capable, we could impart some knowledge to them. Meng Qianning's intentions were clear to Qingwan, though the others remained somewhat perplexed. Qingwan then turned to her teammates and said, You will understand in due course. The 3 nodded in agreement, quickly becoming familiar with Meng Qianning and her group. Engaging in lively conversation, Bai Qianlu, on the other hand, found himself in a rather unfortunate situation. Having drawn the weakest member of the class to be on the same team, I refused to be on the same team as him. Bai Qianlu declared, pointing at the timid-looking individual, his displeasure evident. The teacher frowned at Bai Qianlu, clearly irritated. You drew the lots yourself. Do you expect to simply refuse to team up with someone? I don't care. I won't be on the same team with him. This only leaves one person out. Let him join our team, and I want that person out, Bai Qianlu said, looking at the cowering figure with disdain. His expression growing increasingly sour, Meng Qianning glanced at Bai Qianlu, her gaze tinged with danger. While that individual may not have seemed particularly strong, she sensed there was more to him than met the eye. Chapter 79. Adjustment. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Lin Chen's eyes as he anticipated this outcome. The teacher was testing him. You should join us, Meng Qianning suddenly interjected just as Lin Chan was about to speak. Her words caught everyone's attention, their expressions akin to those preparing to puncture a balloon. Have you made your decision, Meng Qianning? Yes, do you all agree? The teacher turned to Yan Qingqing and the others. After exchanging glances, Yan Qingqing and her companions nodded in agreement. Although they were unsure of Meng Qianning's motives, they felt there must be a reason behind her decision and were willing to trust her. Lin Chan was taken aback that someone would accept him, stammering, I will only hold you back. No one is a burden as long as you possess the determination to grow stronger, Meng Qianning replied coolly. After a prolonged silence, Lin Chen finally nodded, I understand that I will strive to improve. When no one else was willing to accept him, Meng Qianning and her team were, and for their sake, he was determined not to let them down. The teacher nodded approvingly, stating, there are 5 days until the training begins. During this time, each group should work on their cohesion. We will gather in the schoolyard on the morning of the 5th day. As for what you do during these 5 days, that is entirely up to you. Meng Qianning stroked her chin thoughtfully. 5 days might be brief, but it was better than nothing. After the teacher departed, Bai Qianlu approached Meng Qianning, offering a sarcastic remark. You really think you're something special, daring to take in all sorts. You'll be the one crying soon enough. With a casual glance at Bai Qianlu, Meng Qianning responded, crying is our concern, not yours. Let us go. Please make yourselves comfortable. No need to be so formal, Meng Qianning said. Noticing their awkwardness, Yan Qingqing chuckled, plopping down on the sofa and surveying her surroundings. This place is truly beautiful. After some thought, Meng Qianning suggested, why not stay here? Besides your own rooms, there are several others that feel rather empty. If you were to move in, it would certainly liven things up. Yan Qingqing's eyes sparkled at the idea, while Zhuxia and the others frowned. Maybe later. After all, we just it wasn't that they harbored any reservations, but rather that Zhuxia and the others felt Meng Qianning's invitation was well-intentioned. And they didn't want to appear ungrateful. Understanding their perspective, Meng Qianning nodded in agreement. That works. Since we have 5 free days, let us head to the monster forest to foster some synergy. Meng Qianning proposed this as the 4 considered the suggestion and ultimately agreed that they indeed needed to establish a rapport. Lin Chan, listening to their discussion from the side, felt a warm sensation in his heart. Being with them felt wonderful. Though they had just met, they showed no signs of discrimination against him to avoid being bullied. Lin Chan realized he must become stronger and vowed to shed his timidity, which only invited others to see him as an easy target. Meng Qianning looked at Lin Chan earnestly, expressing her concern. She didn't wish for her companions to ever be bullied. Lin Chan pondered her words seriously before finally nodding. I understand. Naturally, Yan Qingqing and the others had no objections as they awaited Qinghuan's arrival. Meng Qianning produced some weighted rings, each weighing around 20 pounds. What are these? They look so nice. Wow, they are heavy, Yan Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the bracelet-like items, only to widen in shock at their weight. Meng Qianning handed each of them 2. These are weighted rings I had made. Each weighs about 20 pounds. You wear them on your wrists. What are they for? Yiming asked curiously. They are for strength training. We wear them too, Meng Qianning replied, removing her own. Yiming reached out to take it, realizing Meng Qianning's was significantly heavier than the ones given to them. How much does yours weigh? Yiming couldn't help but ask. 50 pounds. How many do you wear? At this revelation, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Meng Qianning appeared completely normal while bearing a total weight of 200 pounds. They began to grasp her intent. If she could effortlessly move after removing the 200 pounds, how light would she feel? It was a thought that left them in awe. Yet, excitement bubbled within them as they were eager to try it out. Satisfied with their enthusiasm, Meng Qianning noted they were much more appreciative than Bai Qianlu. We want to join too. Let us all go together, she said, a hint of a smile flickering in her eyes, realizing they shared the same sentiment. Qinghuan blinked in surprise but then nodded with a smile. Yan Qingqing and the others had already noticed Qinghuan was also wearing a weighted ring, piquing their curiosity about how long she had been wearing it. As they stepped outside, Qianlan and her companions were there as well. Split into 2 teams, thus there were now 4 groups totaling 17 individuals together. Meng Qianning contemplated not giving them weighted rings. Considering they were not part of their group, it was better to keep things clear. Yan Qingqing stared at Qingluan, momentarily dazed before snapping back to reality. Her eyes filled with admiration to reach such a level in such a short time was truly impressive. As they walked, the four groups engaged in discussion, deliberating whether to train together or separately. They ultimately decided to split up, as their primary objective was to develop synergy between the groups rather than merely boosting their individual strengths. Chapter 80. Genuine feelings upon reaching the outskirts of the monster forest. Meng Qianning handed Qingluan and her team some healing potions. Be cautious. Do not rush for quick results. Rest assured, we know what to do, Qingluan replied, leading her group into the forest. Following them were Qianlan and Sun Qian. Once they had all departed, Meng Qianning finally entered with her four companions. Over the course of 5 days, Meng Qianning imparted a wealth of knowledge to Yan Qingqing and the others, teaching them how to leverage their strengths for optimal effectiveness in combat. By the end of this period, while there may not have been significant changes in their overall strength, their practical combat abilities had vastly improved. Moreover, they felt their physical conditioning had significantly enhanced, to the point where the weights they wore seemed almost non-existent. We should be on our way, Meng Qianning stated after dispatching the monster before them, observing the minor injuries on the four. She felt quite satisfied with their progress over the past 5 days, particularly with Lin Chan, who had proven to be diligent and humble. Unlike Beichen Lu, who seemed to take his talents for granted, Lin Chan absorbed everything she taught with dedication. We can finally leave, Yan Qingqing exclaimed, plopping down onto the ground with a loud declaration. The past 5 days had felt like an eternity in hell. Despite their combat prowess being at the spirit fighter level, Meng Qianning had pitted them against high-ranking saint-level monsters. Even with their combined efforts, it had been quite taxing, especially when they occasionally faced two at once, which left them on the brink of tears. However, having persevered through the ordeal, they realized they had learned a great deal. Zuoxia and Yiming exchanged exasperated glances with Meng Qianning, who, despite possessing the same strength as them, effortlessly dispatched high-ranking saint-level monsters as if they were mere vegetables. That feeling was truly infuriating. Did I say, Qianning, are you here just to crush our spirits? Zuoxia complained, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. Meng Qianning shyly blinked her eyes and remarked, only through setbacks can we find motivation. Zuoxia's lips twitched. However, she had to admit that with Qianning setting an example before them, it was only natural for them to strive harder. Otherwise, if they fell too far behind, it would be quite embarrassing. After gathering their spoils, the four of them made their way towards the outskirts, where they coincidentally encountered Qingluan and her group. The appearance of the three teams was no better. Their attire was tattered, yet their eyes reflected satisfaction with the recent experiences. You all should wash up at our place since you're staying there anyway. After this ordeal, Meng Qianning felt reassured that these individuals could join them, their character passing the test. Let us go, we should freshen up as well. Once everyone had left, only they remained. Meng Qianning shrugged her shoulders in resignation and casually spoke. When Yan Qingqing and her companions arrived, Meng Qianning had already prepared everything. The 16 of them were seated at 3 tables, the modern barbecue type. Meng Qianning instructed them on how to use it, placing the meat and vegetables on the adjacent benches. Alright, grill whatever you want. Eat it once it's cooked. If it's undercooked, then you'll have to eat it raw, she said with a resigned expression. Initially, Qingluan's team members were somewhat reserved, but upon hearing Meng Qianning's words, they couldn't help but laugh. It was hard not to feel fondness for someone like her. Before long, a rich aroma wafted from the small building. This is so delicious. Indeed, Qianning, you truly are remarkable, Yan Qingqing remarked as she added more beast meat to the grill. You little rascals, how could you enjoy such delicacies without inviting us? Amidst the lively feasting, a furious voice erupted. Everyone paused in surprise, turning to the doorway where several elders stood. Qianlan and the others twitched their lips, rendered speechless. Master, we are merely rewarding ourselves for the grueling days we've endured. Why are you here to stir up trouble? Qianlan said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Xia Mingyuan became displeased, walking over to Qianlan and slapping the back of his head. Are you implying that you look down on your master? Qianlan wanted to retort affirmatively but yielded under Xia Mingyuan's intimidating glare. With the addition of Xia Mingyuan and the others, the atmosphere became a tad awkward, yet soon their attention was diverted to the delectable food on the table, leading to a playful competition for food among the directors and teachers. You old man, I haven't even had a bite yet, and you're already trying to snatch my share. Is that how you treat your students? Xia Mingyuan fumed, waiting for his students to express their dissatisfaction. The ones being glared at looked innocently back at Xia Mingyuan. Director, we've been in the beast forest for 5 days, starving to death. Please have some compassion. They continued to devour their food. Xia Mingyuan's lips twitched. but seeing the abundance of food, he chose to let it go. Originally, Meng Qianning had considered inviting Tian Chan, but thought better of it. Deciding to postpone for another time that it might cause an uproar, especially since some already knew she was Tian Chen's disciple due to Bei Chenle's promotion. The gathering continued late into the night, and as the elders departed, they couldn't help but reminisce, next time if such an opportunity arises, remember to invite us. Don't make us seek out the flavor ourselves. Be careful, or we might just get angry. Qianlan and the others exchanged glances, wondering if they could claim ignorance of such embarrassments. Chapter 81. A fork in the road. Bei Chenle observed Meng Qianning and Yan Qingqing sharing laughter. His expression darkening. Meng Qianning, noticing his demeanor, approached him and whispered, "No matter how much you resent or feel dissatisfied, they currently can't even be bothered to glance your way. Anyone can sow discord. It depends on who does it better." Although Bei Chenle's expression remained largely unchanged, Meng Qianning recognized that her words had made an impact, curious to see how Bei Chenle would respond, hoping he wouldn't disappoint her. Upon returning to her group, Meng Qianning ceased speaking, instead casting a knowing smile at Bei Chenle. Walking with such a group, one couldn't help but wonder if he was merely unlucky or truly unfortunate. "Alright, this training session will last for half a month. Follow me now." The teacher spoke once everyone had gathered. Meng Qianning and the others trailed slowly behind the teacher, while Bei Chenle lingered at a distance. Following them leisurely, this time the teacher led them into the sunset forest, which filled Meng Qianning with unparalleled curiosity. This place seemed extraordinarily mysterious, and she was determined to investigate thoroughly when the opportunity arose. As the others departed quickly, Meng Qianning and her group ambled along at a notably slow pace. "Miss, please take care. We'll head off first." Since their objectives differed, they reluctantly parted ways, though Qing Luan and the others remained concerned for Meng Qianning. She nodded reassuringly, "Don't worry, I can take care of myself. You all be cautious too." With Qing Luan and Qian Lan's group leaving, only Meng Qianning and Bei Chenle's teams remained. Bei Chenle continued to tail Meng Qianning's group. Unhurried, before Meng Qianning could voice any thoughts, Yan Qingqing expressed her displeasure. "Why are they following us? If they want to come, let them." Meng Qianning, unfazed, responded nonchalantly. Glancing at the sky, she noted it was still early. The weather was perfect for a nap. She stifled a yawn, contemplating whether to sleep or stay awake. Bei Chenle, having overheard Yan Qingqing, showed no signs of anger, trailing behind as if oblivious to everything. The longer they walked, the more irritated Meng Qianning's team became. "Why are we following them?" One of them grumbled that if you're unhappy, you're free to leave. Bei Chenle replied without even glancing at the complainer. Having trained with Meng Qianning, he understood her prowess. Following her would ensure greater safety and could serve as a useful shield if necessary. Though Bei Chenle's words displeased the others, they realized they had no choice but to accompany him, as tasks had to be completed in groups. Approaching noon, Meng Qianning casually found a spot to rest, suggesting, "Let us take a break." Yan Qingqing exchanged knowing glances with her companions, all understanding the unspoken agreement. They settled near Meng Qianning, unwilling to leave. Observing this, Bei Chenle also remained, choosing a spot to sit. Yan Qingqing, noticing this, sarcastically remarked, "Some people are just so shameless. There are plenty of paths, yet they insist on following us. Keep your voice down. If someone hears, it won't be good." Yiming responded earnestly, though disdain lingered in his eyes. "You two should refrain from talking too much." Xia frowned, quietly admonishing them. Lin Chan observed the group, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. Joining them was indeed an entertaining choice. Bei Chenle's expression darkened at Yan Qingqing's words. "You wretch, who are you referring to?" "One can only speak of those who deserve it." Yan Qingqing replied calmly, meeting Bei Chenle's gaze. "You seeking death?" Bei Chenle's eyes glinted with malice as he lunged towards Yan Qingqing. Just as he was about to reach her, Meng Qianning intervened, intercepting his attack. Facing Meng Qianning, Bei Chenle's expression turned ominous. "Are you truly willing to oppose me for this wretch?" Meng Qianning regarded him coldly. "You know full well who stands against whom." She found it bewildering how someone could change so drastically. One moment they were fine and the next they transformed completely, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Bei Chenle's eyes were filled with shadows as he regarded Meng Qianning. "You will come to regret this." "That I doubt it." She retorted. Did she really need to fear someone simply because of her status as a princess? If she wished to strike at him, he should consider whether he truly had the capability. A farcical scene concluded with Bei Chenle's fury, and Meng Qianning lost her desire to rest. Rising, she addressed her companions. "Let us move." With that, they departed, and Bei Chenle had no choice but to follow. Noticing this, Meng Qianning smirked coldly. "Be careful later." "What do you intend to do?" "You'll find out soon enough." While not overly concerned, The constant following irked her, especially with the gaze directed at her, which felt quite uncomfortable. Yan Qingqing and the others glanced at Meng Qianning, realizing she had no intention of elaborating clearly. She intended to teach them a lesson, which was fine. The sooner they left their sight, the better to avoid annoyance. After exchanging a few simple words, Meng Qianning quickened her pace. Though Beichenle's group found it odd, they kept up, only to soon regret their decision as Meng Qianning led them into the territory of divine-tier magical beasts. Roar. Hearing the roar of the divine-tier beast, Beichenle deeply regretted following them. Let us go. Beichenlu, unwilling to concede, cast a glance at Meng Qianning and her companions before turning away. Should they linger here any longer, it would be they who would suffer the consequences, for their collective strength paled in comparison to that of Meng Qianning and her group. Moreover, it is well known that magical beasts do not possess the same sense of compassion as humans. Finally departing, yet the price paid seemed rather steep, did it not? Yan Qingqing gazed at the now enraged magical beast in the distance, casting a fierce glare at Meng Qianning, pondering why this girl had chosen such an unwise path. Although they had evaded their pursuers, it was at the cost of their safety. Meng Qianning surveyed her companions with utmost seriousness. During our time in the magical beast forest, you all gained experience in dealing with divine-level magical beasts. This one is merely a lower-tier divine beast, thus we can face it together without issue. Her intention in bringing them here was not solely to evade Beichenlu, but also because this type of beast was one of the objectives in their mission. Chapter 82. The stubbornness of Taffy. Upon hearing Meng Qianning's words, Yan Qingqing felt a twinge of embarrassment for her earlier anxiety. They had indeed faced divine-level magical beasts before, and it was nothing extraordinary. With that thought, the group armed themselves and charged at the magical beast. Unlike her approach in the magical beast forest, Meng Qianning did not merely observe from the sidelines. This place was fraught with unforeseen dangers, and a swift resolution was preferable. After 5 days of collaboration, the five had developed a remarkable synergy, making their assault on the beast efficient, just as they were about to strike the final blow. Lin Chan suddenly shouted, "Lin Chan, get out of the way." Meng Qianning intercepted the beast's descending paw, turning to Lin Chan urgently. "Move aside." Lin Chan promptly dodged, and together with Yan Qingqing and the others, they vanquished the divine beast, skinning it and extracting its crystal core. Once they had completed their tasks, the four approached Meng Qianning, concern etched on their faces. "Qianning, are you all right? It's all my fault for being careless." Lin Chan felt a wave of guilt, realizing that had it not been for his words, Meng Qianning would not have been injured. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of belonging to this team. Meng Qianning shook her head dismissively. "It's nothing, don't dwell on it. Such occurrences are quite normal in places like this." As she spoke, she retrieved a healing pill and placed it in her mouth. Soon her wounds healed remarkably well, leaving Yan Qingqing and the others astonished. "Wow, Qianning, this medicine is incredibly effective." Meng Qianning paused, then handed them several vials. "I brewed these myself, make do with them." Yan Qingqing and the others stood in stunned silence, holding the pills. "Qianning, this that I concocted them myself, so just use them as needed," Meng Qianning stated casually with a shrug. Yan Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. "Is there anything you cannot do?" Meng Qianning tilted her head, pondering for a moment before replying. "I suppose there are." The group fell silent, gazing at Meng Qianning, unsure of how to respond. Was she flaunting her talents? "Are you sure you're not showing off?" Yan Qingqing accused, her tone laced with irritation. Meng Qianning feigned innocence, asserting that she had never boasted, finding the accusation rather outrageous. "Let us move on." "Wait a moment." Meng Qianning approached the spot where the beast had been, plucking a humble-looking herb. The others gathered around her, intrigued by the small plant. "What is this herb for?" "This is part of our mission," Meng Qianning explained earnestly as she carefully stored the herb. The group exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that such a simple item could be found so easily. It became clear why she had led them this way. So where shall we head next? Left Xia and the others now regarded Meng Qianning with unwavering trust, especially after witnessing her selfless act of saving Lin Chan, which had deeply touched their hearts. After gathering the herbs, as they prepared to leave, a piercing voice interrupted. "How can you all be unscathed?" Upon hearing Beichenli's voice, a chill flickered in Meng Qianning's eyes. These individuals had not left yet, proving to be a persistent nuisance. "What do you mean by that? Are you truly so relentless?" Meng Qianning remained silent, but Yan Qingqing and the others glared at Beichenlu, their expressions dark and forbidding. Beichenlu chuckled lightly, a smirk playing on her lips. "I mean no harm. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Worried you might fall prey to divine-level magical beasts." With a mocking tone, Yan Qingqing retorted. "Some people are nothing but cowards. fleeing from magical beasts faster than anyone else. This implied that Bai Qianlu and her companions had fled at the sight of the beast. Lacking the courage to confront it, a display of utter embarrassment, Bai Qianlu was momentarily speechless, for Yan Qingqing's words rang true. Qingqing, let us go. There's no point in conversing with her. Meng Qianning's demeanor remained calm and composed. Devoid of any excessive emotion, with a scornful glance at Bai Qianlu, Yan Qingqing chuckled and followed Meng Qianning as they turned to leave. As they departed, she added with a smirk, do not follow us. For we cannot guarantee we won't inadvertently stumble into a nest of magical beasts. I find her insufferable. I know you were once friends, but whatever the reason for her departure, her behavior is utterly disgraceful. In Yan Qingqing's view, relationships should be mutual, whether in love or friendship. If one cannot maintain a friendship, it is better to sever ties than to bring trouble upon one another. It was clear that Bai Qianlu was such a person. Shamelessly trailing them, after a moment's contemplation, Yan Qingqing turned to Meng Qianning with utmost seriousness. Qianning, rest assured, we will not be like Bai Qianlu. They are not so fragile, Meng Qianning replied with a bemused smile. Finding Yan Qingqing's concern unnecessary, let us move on to our next objective. With a playful grin, Yan Qingqing linked arms with Meng Qianning, both of them forging ahead. However, not long after, they noticed Bai Qianlu and her group still trailing them, seemingly with no intention of departing. This sight caused Meng Qianning to frown, her bewilderment toward Bai Qianlu growing ever more profound. Why are they still following us? They are like a persistent shadow. Yan Qingqing remarked with a scowl. This area is vast. Let them follow if they wish, Meng Qianning scoffed, eager to see how long they would persist in their pursuit. Chapter 83. The trouble provoked by Bai Qianlu. Yan Qingqing puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. I dislike them tailing us. Don't worry, they will leave eventually. Even if they choose to follow, they cannot do so indefinitely. Meng Qianning reassured her. I doubt it's that simple, Ming interjected, his brows furrowing. It's not about underestimating them. It's just that Bai Qianlu's demeanor is quite perplexing. Meng Qianning paused, turning to Ming with a frown. What do you mean? Their strength is considerable, and Bai Qianlu is a mid-tier combat king. Following us offers them no advantage. Moreover, the way Bai Qianlu looks at us is filled with calculation. She may be plotting to gain something through us, Ming speculated. His expression serious. It's possible she wants us to serve as scapegoats. Ming's words hung in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia chimed in. Meng Qianning pondered this, acknowledging the plausibility of such a scenario. However, a cold smile soon graced her lips. If they wish to make us scapegoats, they must be prepared to face dire consequences, Meng Qianning scoffed, ready to confront anyone who dared to provoke them. Ming and the others were momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. Let us go and see what they plan to do next. Bai Qianlu intends for Qianning to perish in the Sunset Forest, then seeks to find the king. Lin Chan's sudden proclamation caught everyone off guard, and they turned to him with curious eyes. Embarrassed, Lin Chan scratched his head and stammered. I have the ability to hear others' thoughts, but it's not very reliable. I could only discern Bai Qianlu's thoughts just now because her intentions were overwhelmingly strong. If she were to temper her thoughts, I truly wouldn't be able to hear anything. Lin Chan, you are impressive. Yan Qingqing remarked with awe. Meng Qianning chuckled coldly. Wants my life? And covets Jun Tian? It then dawned on her why Bai Qianlu had exhibited such a strange expression upon seeing Mo Jun Tian, especially when he treated her so kindly. It was evident now that it stemmed from a twisted sense of jealousy. And your relationship with the king? He is my fiancé, Meng Qianning replied coolly, as this was not a secret she was unwilling to share. The group fell silent, their expressions indicating that Bai Qianlu was indeed doomed, daring to covet another S-man in plain sight. All right, let us not dwell on this. We should hurry along, Meng Qianning suggested, eager to change the subject. The others nodded in agreement, their pace quickening, leaving Bai Qianlu and her companions struggling to keep up. How long do you intend to follow us, Bai Qianlu? The members of the Bai Qianlu group, unable to endure the situation any longer, inquired. Since entering the Sunset Forest, they had been trailing behind Meng Qianning. With only half a month at their disposal, they could not afford to squander it alongside her. Bai Qianlu cast a fleeting glance at them, her demeanor nonchalant. It won't be long. She had already sensed that once they reached that place, she would undoubtedly claim Meng Qianning's life, and then that man would be hers. Meng Qianning and her companions feigned ignorance of Bai Qianlu's intentions, patiently awaiting her next move. Initially, they had anticipated a longer wait, but soon Meng Qianning realized she had fallen into a trap. She could feel numerous formidable presences approaching their location. From a distance, Bai Qianlu stood, holding a white vial that emitted an enticing fragrance. Upon inhaling this scent, those near Bai Qianlu turned pale with dread. What are you planning, Bai Qianlu? If you wish for death, do not drag us down with you. This substance is no ordinary potion. It is capable of attracting magical beasts. Bei Qianlu scoffed. Why fear when this princess is still present? A bunch of useless fools. The individuals chastised felt their expressions darken as they exchanged glances with Meng Qianning's group. Realizing that Bei Qianlu had been trailing them all along, biding her time for this very opportunity, how terrifying this woman was, capable of such treachery. It was truly a heart of a serpent. The unfolding events had little to do with Meng Qianning and her companions, who were preoccupied with fending off the magical beasts surrounding them. It was indeed Bei Qianlu. Despite the distance separating them, Meng Qianning spotted the porcelain vial in Bei Qianli's hand, and without a doubt, she knew its contents. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingqing's expression turned grim. That woman again. Meng Qianning's lips curled into a cold smile. Did she truly believe this would cost them their lives? She was eager to witness who would ultimately meet their demise. Glancing down at the stones beneath her feet, Meng Qianning casually kicked a small pebble toward Bei Qianlu. Aiming for the vial in her grasp, as the vial shattered unexpectedly, Bei Qianli's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? With the vial broken, her hands became stained with the potion meant to attract magical beasts. And as she grasped the potion's potency, her complexion turned ashen. In the aftermath, the magical beasts surrounding Meng Qianning diminished in number, redirecting their attention toward Bei Qianlu, for the scent emanating from her was far more potent. As the number of magical beasts swelled, Bei Qianlu, left with no choice, sprinted toward Meng Qianning's group in an attempt to lure the beasts toward them. Bei Qianlu was clever, but Meng Qianning was no fool. Upon witnessing Bei Qianli's actions, she understood her intentions. We should leave. Meng Qianning had no desire to clean up Bei Qianli's mess. The consequences of her actions were hers alone to bear. And they would not assist her in any way. Bei Qianlu watched helplessly as Meng Qianning and her group departed, her expression darkening with a foreboding threat. Meng Qianning, I will not let you go. Meng Qianning coldly chuckled. She was eager to see how Bei Qianlu would carry out her threats. Chapter 84. A self-inflicted wound. After Meng Qianning and her companions left, Bei Qianli's eyes turned red with frustration. With so many magical beasts, how could she possibly escape from this place? Glancing at the few individuals beside her, a flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes as if she were devising a plan. Those focused on battling the magical beasts suddenly felt a chill creep down their spines. One individual turned and caught sight of the calculating glint in Bei Qianli's eyes. What was she plotting? Before he could ponder further, Bei Qianlu retrieved an item from her spatial ring and scattered it over the three individuals. Swiftly retreating upon witnessing her actions, the three realized something was amiss. Bei Qianlu intended to sacrifice them to save herself. Bei Qianlu let out a cold snort, mocking them. Come back and speak to me once you've managed to survive with that. She hastily fled. Meng Qianning and her companions had not strayed far. Despite their grievances with Bei Qianlu, the other three were innocent, and she had initially intended to assist them if they were in peril. Little did she anticipate Bei Qianli's heartless betrayal. Should we help them? Yan Qingqing asked, swallowing hard, her disbelief evident. The sheer number of magical beasts was overwhelming, and if they intervened, their own survival was uncertain. Meng Qianning nodded. We must save those three, but we needn't confront the magical beasts directly. The four exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what their course of action should be. Meng Qianning produced a handful of herbs, infusing them with her energy to create a liquid, which she then tossed toward the location of the three. With this, the scent of the potion Bei Qianlu had released would be diluted, though many beasts still lingered. All right, no more magical beasts should approach. Consider this another task for our training, Meng Qianning declared. Brandishing her dagger as she plunged into the fray of magical beasts, where she passed, corpses littered the ground, and upon witnessing Meng Qianning's fierce resolve, Yan Qingqing and the others recognized there was no reason to stand idly by. As comrades, they would face whatever came together. With that thought, Yan Qingqing and her companions charged into the horde of magical beasts. The three who initially thought they were doomed were taken aback to see Meng Qianning and her group daringly engaging the magical beasts. If you wish to die, then continue to dawdle, Meng Qianning admonished, her displeasure evident as she furrowed her brow at the trio's inaction. When they finally regained their senses, they expressed their gratitude. Thank you. After offering their thanks, they joined the battle. Dozens of magical beasts fell swiftly under the combined efforts of the eight. Though they all bore varying degrees of injuries, Meng Qianning observed the scene. A slight smile gracing her lips. The outcome surpassed her expectations. I can't believe I actually accomplished this, Yan Qingqing marveled. Given her past self, she would have deemed such feats impossible, especially in the presence of numerous high-level magical beasts. Yet, here she stood, having achieved it. Indeed, I too did not foresee such an outcome. Even Zhuxia and the others were astonished. their admiration for Meng Qianning more pronounced than ever. "Thank you for saving our lives," the three said earnestly, gazing at Meng Qianning. "This is not solely our doing," Meng Qianning replied, shaking her head with a hint of exasperation. The trio chuckled. "We understand. Had we been in your position, we might have committed even more unforgivable acts. What you've done is more than sufficient." Meng Qianning found herself bemused, astonished that she had become their source of comfort. "Let us quickly gather the spoils of battle and depart. The scent of blood will attract more magical beasts." "Agreed. Let's work together." The three nodded in agreement as they began collecting their bounty. The trio humorously remarked, "Who would have thought this unexpected turn of events would yield the items we needed?" They presented the sharp horns and crystal cores they had acquired, their expressions a blend of amusement and resignation. "That is well and good, but what are your plans now?" Meng Qianning inquired, concern etching her features. With only 3 of them, continuing forward seemed daunting. The 3 exchanged glances and fell silent for a moment, before one spoke up. "I wish to join you." "Yes, we share the same intention." The other 2 nodded in agreement. This woman evoked a strange sensation within them, compelling them to stay by her side. Meng Qianning looked at them incredulously before turning to Yan Qingqing and the others. "Do you agree?" "Agreed. The more, the merrier. Besides, these 3 aren't entirely unpleasant," they replied with smiles. The 3 introduced themselves. Li Wei Quan, Lin Shi. After exchanging names, Meng Qianning and her group did likewise, forming a united front as they ventured toward the center. Upon hearing Beichen Li's comments, the faces of the others flushed with anger. How could such a student exist within the combat academy? Their outrage only served to please Beichen Lu, who wore a smug smile. Thinking to herself, "Meng Qianning, let's see if you survive this." Unbeknownst to Meng Qianning, she remained preoccupied with slaying magical beasts and foraging for herbs. "Qianning, I suddenly realized that our decision to follow you was indeed the wisest choice," Li Wei remarked earnestly. Since aligning with Meng Qianning, they had acquired numerous precious herbs and crystal cores, along with various elixirs she provided. "Of course, our Qianning can do it all," Yan Qingqing chimed in boastfully. Gu Quan shot Yan Qingqing an exasperated look, retorting, "What are you bragging about? No matter how impressive, it isn't you who is exceptional. All you do is create trouble for us." Yan Qingqing bristled at Gu Quan's words. Perceiving it as a direct challenge, "Are you looking for a fight, Gu Quan?" she spat, her teeth clenched in irritation, her eyes wide with fury. Gu Quan met her glare with defiance, flipping his hair dismissively. "Who's afraid of whom?" Observing the 2 individuals, Meng Qianning felt utterly powerless to comment. Since day 1, the pair had been incessantly bickering, seemingly oblivious to their own exhaustion. Chapter 85. Fierce Qianning weary, she rubbed her forehead and remarked with a hint of exasperation. "How can you 2 possibly not tire of arguing all day?" "Qianning, please don't misunderstand. I'm not arguing with him." Yan Qingqing quickly turned to Meng Qianning, speaking earnestly. "Yes, I'm not arguing with you," Gu Quan interjected as the 2 appeared ready to clash once more. The onlookers were left speechless. "All right, while your quarrels may provide us with ample entertainment during quieter moments, could you please be mindful of your surroundings? Do you not realize we are encircled by a pack of wolves?" Meng Qianning felt utterly drained. She could hardly fathom how these 2 had survived until now. The group paused for a moment, then finally registered that numerous unfamiliar presences were indeed closing in around them. Upon realizing the nature of the beasts, their expressions grew grim. A pack of wolves, what were they to do now? "Are wolves really that terrifying?" Meng Qianning questioned, perplexed. "No matter how formidable they are, aren't they essentially just wolves? Why does this cause such alarm?" Casting a glance at Meng Qianning, someone retorted, "Only someone as oblivious as you would ask such a question. A single wolf may not be frightening, but a pack of wolves is a different matter altogether. Do you comprehend what I mean?" Yiming furrowed his brow, his expression serious. Meng Qianning's words plunged the others into silence. Perhaps she was right. What they currently lacked was a fighting spirit. Stripped of their fervor, fear of the wolves naturally took hold, yet now they seemed to be feeling a surge of adrenaline. "Whatever comes our way, we shall face it together," Meng Qianning stated earnestly. Gazing at her companions, agreed. The group formed a protective circle, their backs pressed together, awaiting the arrival of the encroaching wolves. Before long, the pack appeared, gray wolves, far inferior to the moonshadow wolves and emanating an unpleasant odor that displeased Meng Qianning greatly. Neither side made a move, maintaining a tense standoff, until it was unclear who struck first. Regardless, the wolves engaged in a fierce battle with Meng Qianning and her group. Though the pack was numerous, their ranks were not particularly high in level, making it relatively easy for Meng Qianning and her companions to dispatch them. However, just as the last of the gray wolves was about to be slain, a pure black wolf emerged from the rear. Upon sighting this creature, Meng Qianning's brow furrowed deeply. This wolf exuded a sense of dread far surpassing that of the Moonshadow Wolf King. Be cautious. This is likely the Wolf King that I will handle it, Meng Qianning declared, her gaze fixed on the black wolf. Be careful, her companions urged, as the remaining gray wolves were too preoccupied to assist her. Leaving her to face the beast alone, Meng Qianning nodded and advanced toward the black wolf. The black wolf's eyes narrowed in apparent displeasure as it regarded the approaching human, its expression incredulous at her audacity to provoke it. Humans must perish, either die or submit, it growled. Meng Qianning regarded the black wolf with intrigue, admiring its regal demeanor. Yet she was undeterred. You will soon discover whether I possess that capability, she retorted coolly. As the black wolf seemed taken aback by her boldness, Meng Qianning seized the moment to charge forward. Though the wolf attempted to evade her strike, she proved swift in her assault, quite fast. I must admit, Meng Qianning murmured, hearing her words. The black wolf rolled its eyes. Had it not been quick, it would have found itself on the receiving end of her dagger. The two faced each other. Ignoring the surrounding chaos, lost in their own thoughts, the black wolf was infuriated to hear this insolent human refer to it as Little Black, and with a fierce growl, it lunged at her. Claws extended, Meng Qianning met its advance with a scoff. Little Black, I intend to make you willingly my magical beast today. With that, she sheathed her dagger, opting instead to clench her delicate fists. What is she planning? Li Wei and the others exchanged worried glances, astonished by Meng Qianning's unexpected choice to forego her weapon in favor of hand-to-hand combat with the black wolf. Meng Qianning disregarded their apprehensions. Her gaze steely. Come at me, Little Black. The black wolf's eyes flashed with rage. This woman was utterly unaware of her precarious situation. It resolved to teach her a lesson as it charged at Meng Qianning. The spectators braced themselves for the moment they anticipated would leave her wounded. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Meng Qianning seized the wolf's paw and with a powerful shout, hurled the several hundred-pound beast aside. As if that were not enough, Meng Qianning vanished from her previous position, reappearing just as the others spotted her delivering a powerful kick to the black wolf. Is that really Qianning? Yan Qingqing stared. Astonished by Meng Qianning's fierce display, her throat dry as she sensed something extraordinary unfolding. Zuoxia and the others exchanged incredulous looks, contemplating, if we are not mistaken, that truly is Qianning. Yan Qingqing, on the verge of tears, lamented, how can I possibly survive with her being so fierce? And I genuinely wonder if her rather brutish lord knows about this. The relationship between Meng Qianning and her lord had ceased to be a secret. Making light-hearted jests about it harmless. Chapter 86. Do you submit? The black wolf stared incredulously at the advancing Meng Qianning, its massive jaws twitching. Could this truly be a human? It felt as though this magical beast was more infuriating than fearsome. I told you being my magical beast would be beneficial, Meng Qianning declared with a huff. I would rather die than form a pact with you, the black wolf retorted, prideful as a high-tier magical beast. Even if this girl possessed the capabilities, it remained resolute in its refusal. Meng Qianning's eyes narrowed as she assessed the wolf, abruptly shifting her approach. You refuse? Then I shall make you concede without delay. She appeared beside the black wolf, unleashing a flurry of punches that struck its side with such force that the beast feared it might have broken a bone with each blow. The onlookers were left utterly astounded. The once mighty magical beast was reduced to the status of a mere kitten in Meng Qianning's capable hands. I've come to the conclusion that from now on, I must avoid provoking Qianning. Li Wei noted seriously, prompting suppressed laughter from Yan Qingqing and the others. Yet, the sentiment was not unfounded. Who could withstand the relentless onslaught of Meng Qianning's fists? They were not magical beasts, after all, and lacked such resilience. The black wolf, now thoroughly infuriated, unleashed a formidable aura, black flames, erupting from its body. Meng Qianning swiftly retreated, flexing her somewhat stiff fists. Now this is more like it, she mused, recognizing that the black wolf had yet to unleash its full potential. Foolish woman, you seek death, you'll soon discover whether I do, Meng Qianning replied, casually discarding the weighted straps from her wrists, the impact creating small craters in the ground. She proceeded to remove the weights from her ankles, feeling a sense of liberation as she stretched her limbs. This is much more comfortable. Li Wei and the others stared in disbelief at Yan Qingqing, incredulous. Please tell me she was just fighting a divine-tier magical beast while wearing weights. Yan Qingqing shot Li Wei a pointed look, exasperated. Since we entered the Sunset Forest, or rather, even before that, she has always worn weights on her wrists and ankles, each weighing 50 pounds. Initially, Yan Qingqing had found this notion incredible, believing no one could possibly achieve such a feat. However, witnessing Meng Qianning's effortless handling of each battle, she realized she had underestimated her. Consequently, they had begun to increase their own weights, albeit to only half of Meng Qianning's load. My goodness, that amounts to 200 pounds for the four of you. Is she even human? Gu Quan and the others gazed at Meng Qianning in disbelief, their expressions resembling that of onlookers confronted by an extraordinary creature rather than a mere human being. Yan Qingqing admired Meng Qianning, who was entangled in a fierce battle with the Black Wolf. Qianning possesses an extensive knowledge of various matters. Often, her teachings yield unexpectedly fruitful results with just a single session. Li Wei and the others were no longer able to hear Yan Qingqing's words. Their focus was solely on the formidable demeanor of Meng Qianning. They had considered themselves prodigies within their family. Yet now they recognized their own limitations, akin to frogs confined to a well. Prodigies. The woman before them was the epitome of true genius, her brilliance stemming not only from innate talent but also from relentless effort. This time Li Wei and the others gained a profound understanding. With diligence, anyone could reach the pinnacle of their potential, and with effort, they could illuminate their own paths. When Meng Qianning seized the Black Panther by its legs and flung it aside, all present fell silent. This extraordinary battle saw Meng Qianning relying predominantly on external martial arts, seldom employing her fighting spirit, yet she emerged victorious. As she approached the Black Wolf, she regarded it with utmost seriousness. Are you still unwilling to consent? She wished to point at the Black Wolf, but she did not wish to impose her will upon it. She sought not to coerce any creature into submission. She inquired once more, and if it remained obstinate, she would allow the magical beast to depart unscathed. The Black Wolf cast a penetrating glance at Qianning and replied earnestly, I refuse. Meng Qianning then turned to leave alongside the others. While the Black Wolf remained behind, its expression a complex mix of emotions. Its wounds had healed, yet it could not fathom why this woman had so readily chosen to relinquish her pursuit and depart. Were humans not inherently selfish? Why then was this individual so remarkably different? This left the Black Wolf perplexed and contemplative. Qianning, why did you let that Black Wolf go? Yan Qingqing queried. Baffled, having achieved victory, why would she allow the wolf to escape? A fruit that is forcibly plucked is not sweet. If it is unwilling, I shall not compel it, Meng Qianning replied impatiently. Though her heart ached, her wolf was lost. After uttering these words, Meng Qianning remained silent, prompting those around her to assume her displeasure stemmed from not acquiring the Black Wolf. They chose not to disturb her. Even Li Wei and his companions refrained from speaking. Yan Qingqing shook her head in mild astonishment, gazing at Meng Qianning. Are you truly all right? Yes, I'm fine. You need not worry, Meng Qianning affirmed with a nod. How could she be troubled? It was merely a Black Wolf. She cared little. Given the chance, she would seek the Moonshadow Wolf King to procure a Moonshadow Wolf for herself. What was so special about the Black Wolf? Observing Meng Qianning's demeanor, the others felt increasingly uneasy rather than reassured. Her state was indeed disconcerting. Not knowing how to address their concerns, Meng Qianning finally said, All right, let us proceed, dismissing the unpleasantness brought by the Black Wolf. She sighed lightly while gazing at them. Very well, let us continue. Yes, let us go. With Yan Qingqing and the others engaging in light-hearted banter, Meng Qianning swiftly forgot her troubles concerning the Black Wolf. After all, she still had a little mouse and a golden retriever. Solitude was no longer a fear. Chapter 87. An encounter. Meng Qianning and her companions left without a backward glance, while the Black Wolf trailed them at a distance, neither approaching nor lagging behind. What is it following us for? Yan Qingqing turned to glance at the Black Wolf, her brows knitting slightly. Having a wolf shadowing them felt unnerving, as she could not predict when it might strike. Meng Qianning remained silent, not bothering to look back, and casually remarked, regardless of its intentions, if it poses a threat, I shall not spare it. No matter the purpose behind the Black Wolf's following, she would not allow it to harm her companions. With Meng Qianning's assertion, Yan Qingqing merely rolled her eyes and continued walking beside her. Suddenly Meng Qianning halted, her eyes narrowing at a distance. There are people fighting ahead. The others were momentarily taken aback before turning to her. Shall we go take a look? Let us go check it out. Meng Qianning replied after a brief pause. No matter the circumstances, they were all from the same academy and possibly the same class. It would be prudent to investigate in case of danger. Following Meng Qianning, Yan Qingqing and the others approached the commotion, and upon witnessing the struggle between humans and magical beasts, Li Wei's group felt a chill run down their spines. It turned out that the individuals battling the magical beasts were Bei Chanlu and the group she had encountered earlier, surrounded by an overwhelming number of beasts. Realizing the dire situation, Meng Qianning and her companions understood they were ensnared by the magical beasts due to Bei Chanli's theft of their offspring. They certainly deserved their plight. Qianning, are you going to save them? Li Wei and the others frowned deeply, clearly displeased. Bei Chanlu had nearly brought them to ruin, and they had no desire to rescue someone like her. Meng Qianning was well aware of their sentiments and cast them a glance. Bei Chanlu may have endangered you. But the others did not. We must rescue them. We cannot stand idly by as they perish. These individuals had not wronged her, and thus she could not turn a blind eye to their demise. Upon hearing this, Li Wei and the others conceded, nodding in agreement. In an instant, Meng Qianning vanished from sight, and when Li Wei and the others regained their bearings, she had already appeared amidst the throng of magical beasts. Seizing two individuals and hurling them out of the fray, the outside observers quickly caught them, and the other members of the group were similarly thrown to safety. The magical beasts, however, were now furious. Human. Are you allied with them? Not at all. She took your offspring. Seek her out. Not the innocent, Meng Qianning replied without casting a glance at Bei Chanlu, instead addressing the foremost beast earnestly. Recognizing the intelligence of the magical beast, it comprehended Meng Qianning's words. After all, those individuals had previously attempted to dissuade the vile woman and had never intended to claim her young. The beast nodded in agreement. Very well, Meng Qianning smiled, gracefully retreating from the throng of beasts, leaving Bei Chanlu to confront the multitude alone. When she witnessed Meng Qianning rescuing others, Bei Chanlu assumed she would be safe, only to be left behind in the midst of the magical beasts. Should one of them strike her with a claw, her life would be forfeit. How could she possibly escape alive? Hearing Bei Chanli's frantic cries, Meng Qianning smirked slightly. If you wish to survive, return their child. Magical beasts possess a deeper emotional bond than humans. They hold their young in high regard. If one lacks the strength, they should not covet what does not belong to them. Through her experiences with Jinglan and the deceased golden retriever, Meng Qianning had come to appreciate the invaluable familial ties among magical beasts, bonds that humans could scarcely fathom. Bei Chanlu glared fiercely at Meng Qianning, then glanced down at the small creature in her arms. Resolute, she understood that if she continued to hold on to the infant, her life would be forfeit. With a decisive motion, she cast the frail offspring aside. Newly born, the young creature was inherently delicate and could not withstand such treatment. Having already been injured by Bei Chanlu, its life was now in jeopardy. Taken aback, Meng Qianning had not anticipated Bei Chanli's desperate actions, while Yan Qingqing and the others seethed with indignation. They saw Meng Qianning flicker away, only to reappear, catching the tiny creature and examining it for injuries. The group approached, gazing at the barely breathing infant with furrowed brows. Qianning, is it all right? How could such a darling little thing be in trouble? Meng Qianning frowned, her expression serious. The situation is dire. As she rummaged through her spatial pouch for herbs to save the infant, she lamented the absence of a crucial ingredient. She turned to the infant's mother. I will find a way to save its life. You all stay here and watch over it while I search for the necessary herbs. Initially, the mother had despaired upon seeing her child in such a feeble state, fearing it would not survive. However, upon hearing Meng Qianning's words, she felt a glimmer of hope. Thank you, human. No need for thanks. Qingqing, keep an eye on it here. I will fetch the herbs and be wary of Bei Chanlu, Meng Qianning whispered to Yan Qingqing before she nodded and departed. Bei Chanlu believed that by discarding the infant, she would secure her own survival, yet she was unprepared for the furious gazes of the magical beasts, which only intensified her fear. Regardless of her trepidation, it bore no relevance to Yan Qingqing and the others, who remained focused on the still unconscious infant. She is incredibly capable. She will be fine, Li Wei reassured, though it was unclear whether he was comforting Yan Qingqing or himself, observing Meng Qianning's unwavering determination. Even the magical beasts, who were typically distrustful of humans, could not help but be moved. This human was indeed extraordinary. Qianning, are you all right? I'm fine. I will administer the herbs to it first, then we shall see. Meng Qianning murmured softly as she produced the alchemy furnace and commenced her potion making. In a short while, she had conjured approximately 10 pills. She fed one to the small cub, closely observing its reactions. And only when she sensed the cub's vitality gradually strengthening did she feel a sense of relief. Chapter 88. The punishment of Bei Chanlu. The mother of the cub gazed at Meng Qianning with a complex expression, eventually kneeling down and stating, I am willing to recognize you as our master along with my kin. What? I did not intend for this, Meng Qianning exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. She had no desire for such an arrangement. The leader of the Dark Panther clan regarded Meng Qianning with a glimmer of amusement and seriousness in his eyes, saying, We are all aware, yet your sincerity and kindness lead us to believe you would make an excellent master. Yan Qingqing and her companions looked at Meng Qianning in disbelief, rendered speechless by her extraordinary fortune. While they had to invest considerable time to acquire just one beast, here she was, with an entire group presented to her. Their feelings were more of envy than jealousy, however. Their lack of jealousy did not imply that others shared the same sentiment. Upon hearing that the sacred-ranked Dark Panther wished to make Meng Qianning its master, Bai Qianlu's eyes turned green with envy, questioning why this woman was so fortunate. Truly, you need not feel this way. Meng Qianning understood their intentions, but she recognized that such a place was indeed most suitable for their survival. And she did not wish to confine their freedom. The Dark Panther leader shook his head, stating, "We do not mind." Having reached this point in the conversation, Meng Qianning could not refuse, however. She regarded the Dark Panther leader and, after a moment of silence, proposed, "Could you select a few of your stronger kin to form contracts with them?" She was aware that she could not bond with so many beasts alone, and she also knew that Yan Qingqing and her companions had yet to form any contracts. Thus she wished to provide them with one. Yan Qingqing and her companions stared wide-eyed at Meng Qianning. Unable to believe their ears, was she truly offering them a beast? The Dark Panther leader glanced at those beside Meng Qianning, noting their pure gazes and their friendship with her, and nodded in agreement. Very well. Subsequently, Yan Qingqing and her companions each formed a contract with a magical beast, while the remainder were sent to the medicinal garden. After forming a contract with the Dark Panther leader, she named it Embodying and communicated telepathically, instructing it to lead its kin to find a place to settle within the garden. The medicinal garden was exceedingly spacious. She had not examined it in detail, but she believed there must be suitable areas for Embodying and its companions to thrive. Once Embodying arrived at the designated location, it excitedly reported back to her that the area was indeed more suitable for their existence. Hearing Embodying's words, Meng Qianning felt utterly at ease. Meanwhile, Bai Qianlu approached Meng Qianning after all the Dark Panthers had vanished, extending his hand. "Return my little panther to me." She had amassed so many already and yet took away his little panther. It was utterly shameless. Meng Qianning had thought Bai Qianlu would have learned a lesson, but it appeared otherwise. She cast a glance at him and stated, "It seems I should let Embodying come out and have a chat with you." Embodying was, after all, the mother of that little panther. The mere thought of that panther sent a shiver down Bai Qianlu's spine. It was indeed formidable. "Are you Meng Qianning?" suddenly inquired those whom Meng Qianning had rescued. "Yes." "Did you set up Bai Qianlu and her companions, leading to the demise of 3 members of her group?" Although Meng Qianning had saved them, they felt it prudent to clarify the matter. Li Wei and the others immediately understood the implications of this inquiry. They had never anticipated that Bai Qianlu would make such allegations against someone else if something had indeed happened to them. What kind of injustice would Meng Qianning suffer? The mere thought of this grim possibility darkened their expressions. "Bai Qianlu, how dare you speak such words? Do you truly believe that we are intimidated by your status as a princess?" Li Wei and his companions gritted their teeth in response. Upon hearing Li Wei's voice, Bai Qianlu finally noticed their presence, her countenance darkening with disbelief as she asked, "How could you still be alive?" The moment those words were spoken, even the simplest of minds could decipher their meaning. The individuals who had previously been with Bai Qianlu looked bewildered, glancing at Li Wei, the one who spoke. "You were part of Bai Qianlu's group?" Indeed, all her words are fabrications born from her jealousy of Qianning's ability to lure magical beasts using elixirs, which led her to attempt to eliminate Qianning, and in the end, she reaped what she sowed. She refused to repent and, in a desperate bid for survival, poured an entire vial of potion over us. Had it not been for Qianning's timely rescue, we would likely be dead by now. Li Wei proclaimed angrily, revealing an unbelievable truth to the others. Bai Qianlu glared at Li Wei, threateningly stating, "Li Wei, do you know what you are saying? Threatening me? Bai Qianlu, who do you think you are? We have made it clear before that as long as we remain alive, you shall pay the price for your actions," Li Wei retorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Bai Qianlu. Meng Qianning felt a flicker of concern, yet was reassured to see that they had not succumbed to rage. The others were rendered speechless upon hearing this. After spending such a long time with them, they had been led by a woman with a heart as venomous as a snake. Reflecting on this now filled them with dread, realizing she could easily use her teammates as shields. If they were to encounter a powerful magical beast, would she not also cast them aside? This thought led them to recall the Dark Panther. When those beasts had attacked them, Bai Qianlu had not intervened, instead clutching that little panther and retreating. When the truth was laid bare before everyone, they discovered that sometimes the truth could be painfully harsh. Meng Qianning cast a cold glance at Bai Qianlu, stating, "Those who live by deception must one day pay the price. Bai Qianlu, there will not always be someone to bear the consequences of your recklessness." Turning away, she entrusted everything to Li Wei and his companions, knowing they needed to avenge this grudge. If it festered, it could lead to dire consequences. Li Wei and the others understood Meng Qianning's intentions. The 3 approached Bai Qianlu, who, feeling a surge of fear, stammered, "What are you doing? My father will not spare you. Just as those words escaped her lips, she let out a scream, likely not expecting Li Wei and his companions to act so decisively. Fortunately, they remembered to leave Beichen Lu with a breath of life, ensuring she was not killed. Li Wei crouched down to look at the gravely injured Beichen Lu. If you are unconvinced, come seek revenge. Do not think we fear you. Beichen Lu stared at Li Wei, her eyes filled with hatred. Yet the person she despised most was not the three before her, but Meng Qianning, who had failed to come to her aid. Meng Qianning, I will have you dead. Chapter 89. High-level divine beasts. Li Wei and his companions looked incredulously at the woman before them, wondering if she had lost her senses. Why would she seek trouble with Meng Qianning after being beaten? Unable to comprehend, they concluded that the woman must have been struck senseless. Meng Qianning regarded Beichen Lu coolly, stating, to wish for my demise, you must first ensure your own survival. With that, she ignored Beichen Lu and departed with her companions. The individual she had rescued exchanged glances, ultimately deciding not to follow her. Are we truly just going to let Beichen Lu go? Yan Qingqing furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. I have a feeling this will lead to significant trouble. Meng Qianning smiled gently at Yan Qingqing's worries. I am aware of that, but our immediate focus should be on securing a place for training. That is of utmost importance at present, do you understand? Understood, but you must be cautious. Rest assured. Beichen Lu glared furiously at the woman before her. Murongxian, how did you end up here? She spat through clenched teeth, bewildered by the woman's presence. Murongxian gazed at the disheveled Beichen Lu and remarked, I never imagined that a princess would find herself in such a wretched state. It seems your reputation as a princess is rather overrated. What do you mean by that? Beichen Lu seethed. Her anger towards Meng Qianning intensifying. I save you, but you must cooperate with me. Murongxian stated plainly. Beichen Lu scrutinized Murongxian, furrowing her brow. What kind of cooperation do you have in mind? Naturally, it involves Meng Qianning's demise. You know my purpose for coming to the fighting academy is to target Lord Tianchen, yet now it turns out he is that woman's mentor. How can I accept this? No matter how she looked at it, Murongxian was far superior to Meng Qianning, so why did Lord Tianchen fail to recognize her merits and instead take in someone with a reputation for incompetence? Since Beichen Lu also sought to eliminate Meng Qianning, she readily agreed to Murongxian's proposal. No problem, but after we leave we should find another person. Who? Xian Yuanxue. She has a grudge against Meng Qianning, and being from Nanyue, she would find it more convenient to act against her. Beichen Lu replied decisively. Once, she harbored an intense disdain for Xian Yuanxue, but now that sentiment has dissipated, for she has encountered someone even more detestable. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, only by uniting can they vanquish Meng Qianning. Murongxian raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly unaware of the situation. Excellent, this is a top-tier healing elixir. Consume it, and we shall proceed with our mission. Her purpose for coming here, aside from seeking Lord Tianchen, was to access the cultivation grounds of the Fighting Spirit Academy. She was determined to reach the very center. For there, her strength would undoubtedly undergo a significant enhancement. Naturally, Beichen Lu would not refuse after consuming the healing potion. Her injuries healed swiftly, and she followed closely behind Murongxian, the two officially becoming allies. Unbeknownst to Meng Qianning, furrowing her brows tightly, Meng Qianning whispered to her companions, be cautious. There must be high-level magical beasts nearby. Her instincts had always been remarkably accurate, thus Yan Qingqing and the others harbored no doubts. Treading with heightened vigilance, soon they discerned the source of Meng Qianning's apprehension. Two high-level magical beasts were engaged in combat. Damn it, these two beasts are far too powerful. We must find a place to hide. Meng Qianning, suppressing her discomfort, urgently advised her companions, though she was deeply perplexed. What level of beasts were these? Could they possibly be high-tier divine beasts? Shaking her head in disbelief, she reassured herself that such creatures could not possibly exist. They were at most mid-tier divine beasts. Despite her self-soothing thoughts, when her gaze fell upon the herb situated between the two beasts, she was rendered speechless. It was, astonishingly, a ginseng herb, one that had sprouted a ginseng doll. Qianning, what's wrong? Yan Qingqing inquired softly, noticing Meng Qianning's conflicted expression. Meng Qianning was indeed torn. She had spotted a treasure, yet it was fiercely guarded by formidable beasts. Should she attempt to steal the herb? Initially, she had no intention of coveting the ginseng herb, but upon seeing the ginseng doll atop it, her desire surged. She truly yearned for it. Conceal your presence. I will attempt to pluck that ginseng herb. Meng Qianning whispered to her companions. Li Wei and the others exchanged incredulous glances, questioning her sanity. How could she even contemplate snatching an herb from the clutches of two such powerful beasts? Regardless of whether Meng Qianning had indeed lost her wits, they were left speechless, fully aware of the significance a top-tier herb held for an alchemist. Disregarding their thoughts, Meng Qianning cautiously masked her aura and stealthily approached the ginseng herb while the two beasts were preoccupied with their brawl. As she grasped the herb, the beasts sensed something amiss and ceased their fighting, turning their ire towards her as they witnessed the ginseng herb being snatched away. "Damn human!" they roared. The overwhelming pressure exerted by the two high-level beasts left Meng Qianning grievously injured, causing her to spit blood. Yet, she cared not for her injuries. Clutching the ginseng herb, she fled in the opposite direction of where Yan Qingqing and the others were hiding. Yan Qingqing and her companions stared in disbelief as Meng Qianning hastily retreated. Leaving them behind, a sense of unease filled their hearts. They understood Meng Qianning's intent to protect them from harm, yet the sensation was profoundly discomforting. Meng Qianning dared not linger, for she was uncertain whether stopping would provoke the wrath of the two beasts, compelling her to continue her flight. The inferno lion and the humanoid behemoth relentlessly pursued her, bellowing, "Damn human, return the ginseng herb." The thunderous roars intensified her internal injuries, causing her to cough up more blood. Yet she pressed on, aware that being caught by the two beasts was merely a matter of time. What was she to do? Chapter 90. The frustrating breakthrough. Setting aside the question of whether the two beasts could catch up with her, Meng Qianning deemed it prudent to focus on healing first. As she sprinted forward, she frantically consumed the healing elixirs. Though their efficacy was insufficient to fully mend her wounds, the pain coursing through her body only spurred her to run faster. Leaving the inferno lion and the behemoth utterly astonished, they could not fathom how a high-level combat spirit human could elude them for so long and remain so sprightly under their oppressive might. Regardless of what the beasts were contemplating, Meng Qianning continued her desperate escape, yet her speed could not match theirs. Before long, she found herself cornered between the two formidable beasts, gazing at her adversaries. Meng Qianning felt a headache coming on. The inferno lion roared, "Human, surrender the ginseng herb, and we may spare your life." Had it been any ordinary ginseng herb, the beasts would not have pursued her so tenaciously. But this particular one had birthed a ginseng dolt. "If you wish to fight, then let us not waste words," Meng Qianning retorted coolly, her demeanor unwavering. Upon hearing her words, the beasts recognized her resolve. Their eyes blazing with fury. "You seek death," they snarled in unison, charging at her. Meng Qianning seized the opportunity to evade their attacks, causing their strikes to collide with each other, resulting in only minor collateral damage to herself. Although she had not received direct hits, Meng Qianning's brows knitted tightly. These beasts were indeed formidable, instilling a sense of helplessness within her. "Damn it, what now?" she lamented, regretting her greed for the ginseng herb. However, there was no turning back. She had to confront them head-on. Calming herself, she steeled her gaze, knowing that maintaining composure was vital to her survival. With her hands gripping a dark iron dagger, imbued with a fiery glow from her combat energy, she resolved not to wait passively for the beasts to attack but to take the initiative. The beasts, swift in their movements, were met with her own enhanced speed as she launched her assault, employing tactics that would inflict greater harm on them than herself. Though Meng Qianning endured her own trials, the inferno lion and the behemoth fared even worse, their bodies marred with wounds, their fur singed and tattered from her fiery dagger. They had never anticipated that such a diminutive human could inflict such damage. "You shall pay for this," the behemoth roared, its colossal fist enveloped in white energy, aimed squarely at Meng Qianning. At that moment, Meng Qianning's body was already pushed to its limits. As she attempted to dodge, her body failed to respond to her thoughts. When the behemoth's fist struck, she was unable to evade, sent hurtling backward from the impact. As she lay injured, a connection formed with Embody, whose expression darkened ominously. "Damn it!" Regardless of the reactions of those below, Embody vanished from the room, reappearing in an instant, fury etched across his face. What did he see? The sight of the small woman lying motionless on the ground, bloodied, with two high-level divine beasts looming nearby. "Beasts, how dare you!" The inferno lion and the behemoth had initially believed the human to be doomed, but to their astonishment, she had not perished. Rather, Embody was well aware that Meng Qianning was not a delicate flower confined to a greenhouse. She was an eagle capable of soaring through the skies. He would not confine her to his side but would allow her the freedom to grow, though he would ensure that his own life remained unthreatened. A warmth spread through Meng Qianning's heart, for she understood Embodyn's intentions. She nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I understand. I will not act this way again." "That is good to hear." He could hardly believe Meng Qianning's words. Fearing that this little creature might be merely placating him, "Juntian, let me show you a treasure." The thought of the ginseng plant she had acquired filled Meng Qianning with elation, causing her to completely forget the pain it had previously brought her. Upon seeing the ginseng in her hand, Mo Juntian immediately comprehended how she had attracted the attention of two high-level magical beasts. Chapter 91. Spirit Mouse. The ginseng plant, which bore ginseng babies, was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for those two magical beasts, and it was no wonder Meng Qianning had chosen to seize it. By the way, what about that lion and the giant beast? Now that her strength had increased and her injuries had healed, she was confident she could defeat those two beasts. Mo Juntian looked at the oblivious Meng Qianning with exasperation. Gesturing towards the two beasts not far away, following his, Meng Qianning beheld the two trembling magical beasts, confusion evident in her eyes. What has happened to them? Why have they suddenly changed like this? Gently ruffling Meng Qianning's hair, Mo Juntian suggested, "You should tame these two magical beasts. Their strength is decent, and having them by your side will provide me with some peace of mind when I'm not around." The reason he did not eliminate the two beasts outright was precisely this. He sought to provide Meng Qianning with some means of protection. Meng Qianning stared at Mo Juntian in astonishment. Did he consider high-level divine beasts to be merely decent? What then did he deem unacceptable? Although her own power had grown significantly, she realized that Mo Juntian was exponentially more formidable than she. Don't overthink it. Noticing the conflicted expression on Meng Qianning's face, Mo Juntian remained silent for a moment before speaking again. She shot him a glance, rolling her eyes inwardly. With his level of power, it was quite challenging for her not to overthink things. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought. After all, this man was hers, and his prowess only added to her pride. And no matter how powerful you are still mine. With that declaration, Meng Qianning approached the two beasts. Initially, the two beasts felt a twinge of relief, but as they witnessed Meng Qianning's terrifying advancement, they fell silent. Their resistance to acknowledging her as their master seemed to dissipate. "We are willing to recognize you as our master." Before Meng Qianning could utter a word, the two beasts readily accepted her command, forming a rather domineering master-servant contract, leaving her speechless, rolling her eyes inwardly. Meng Qianning addressed the two beasts. "From now on, you shall be named Ran and Qi Jin. Thank you, master, for bestowing names upon us." Meng Qianning had intended to say more, but the benefits of forming a contract with the two high-level magical beasts propelled her to another advancement. Reaching the rank of intermediate battle emperor, with a hint of breaking through to advanced battle emperor. Opening her eyes to see Mo Juntian standing guard beside her, she exclaimed, "Juntian, my strength has increased." "My woman, is there even a need to say so?" Seeing Meng Qianning's joyful expression, Mo Juntian couldn't help but respond. Meng Qianning gazed at him in muted surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. However, her thoughts were soon interrupted by the awakening of the little mouse that had saved her and Qingluan earlier in the magical beast forest, which seemed to have grown a bit. Releasing the little mouse, she couldn't resist touching the tuft of fur on its head and turned to proudly present it to Mo Juntian. "Look! This is the little mouse I was telling you about." Mo Juntian was aware that Meng Qianning had a little mouse as her guardian beast from the medicinal garden. Initially, he had paid it little mind, but now it was evident that her luck was truly extraordinary. "Qing your luck. What's wrong?" Meng Qianning looked at Mo Juntian. Her expression one of confusion. Mo Juntian led her aside to sit down, explaining, "This type of mouse is known as a spirit mouse." "Spirit mouse? Is it powerful? Powerful?" "The spirit mouse is not just powerful. It is currently in its juvenile stage, so many of its abilities are not yet manifested, which is why it appears to be an ordinary little mouse. Of course, one of its abilities is treasure hunting. It can locate any herb, spiritual fruit, or other items as long as there is sufficient spiritual energy. However, this is merely a supportive skill. Its true strength lies in combat." Mo Juntian was familiar with the capabilities of the spirit mouse, knowing of them only through hearsay, but had never witnessed one firsthand, were it not for having seen an introduction to the spirit mouse before. He too might have dismissed it as an ordinary little mouse. Meng Qianning gazed at the little mouse with shining eyes, poking its little ears with her finger. "How impressive! But when will it grow up?" "Don't worry, the spirit mouse grows rapidly." Mo Juntian found himself amused by Meng Qianning's excitement and replied with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing his reassurance, Meng Qianning felt completely at ease. Petting the little mouse's head and declaring, "From now on you will be called Ling. "Thank you, sister." The recent advancement had allowed Ling to articulate human speech, enabling it to converse with Meng Qianning. Placing the little mouse on her shoulder, Meng Qianning was about to speak when she noticed Yan Qingqing and the others rushing toward her anxiously. "Qianning, are you all right?" Yan Qingqing hurried to Meng Qianning's side, scrutinizing her with concern as if fearing for her safety. The sight made Meng Qianning smile. She relished this feeling of being cared for. Mo Juntian glanced at the arriving group with satisfaction. These individuals were excellent, far surpassing that woman Beichan Luqing. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. That I will come to pick you up when your break begins. Mo Juntian was still managing some affairs. Had he not sensed her danger, he would not have come at all. A flicker of disappointment crossed Meng Qianning's eyes, but thinking of the upcoming reunion after this trial, her mood brightened. Approaching Mo Juntian, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him lightly on the cheek. I will take care of myself. You should too. The softness of her touch left Mo Juntian momentarily stunned, and he gently kissed her forehead in return. Yes, I know to be good. Yan Qingqing and the others watched wide-eyed at the warm exchange between the seemingly icy ruler and Meng Qianning. Was this truly the same Mo Juntian who could freeze anyone with his mere presence? Had they misjudged him? After Mo Juntian departed, Yan Qingqing could hardly believe her eyes as she turned to Meng Qianning. Was that really the ruler? Yes, why? Meng Qianning replied, puzzled by their astonished expressions. Yan Qingqing exchanged glances with her companions before stating, it seems the world has become fantastical, leading us to perceive illusions. Meng Qianning, both amused and exasperated, observed their incredulous reactions, while she understood that Mo Juntian behaved differently in her presence than in front of others. She felt it was an exaggeration to claim he was entirely unrecognizable. Qianning, do you know how the outside world perceives the ruler? Yan Qingqing elaborated. He is seen as cold and ruthless. The kind of person whose mere presence can freeze the air around him. To suddenly see him so gentle, so approachable, that is quite a bewildering sensation. Yan Qingqing's conflicting emotions were evident. Yet she could not deny that Meng Qianning and Mo Juntian were indeed a perfect match. One ruled over the world, the other equally formidable. There could hardly be a more fitting pair. Meng Qianning remained silent, recalling that she had heard similar sentiments before. Yet in her presence Mo Juntian had always been gentle as water. Reflecting on this, Meng Qianning felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Having a man who only revealed his warmth to her was an indescribably delightful feeling. Chapter 92. Unexpected changes in the trial. The brief reunion with Mo Juntian was a small reward bestowed upon Meng Qianning by this trial. Now that he had departed, it was time for them to leave as well. Shall we go? Meng Qianning addressed Yan Qingqing and the others. Meanwhile, Ran and Shijin shrank down in size. Yet Meng Qianning still collected them into the medicinal garden, cautioning them not to bully the shadow family within. Watching her secure the two magical beasts, Yan Qingqing and the others blinked in disbelief. Uncertain, are these not the two that were chasing you earlier? Indeed. How could you have tamed them? Yan Qingqing lamented, her envy palpable. Was her luck truly so extraordinary that she could contract such beasts? Faced with their envious gazes, Meng Qianning blushed and replied shyly, Juntian helped me catch them. Upon hearing Mo Juntian's name, Yan Qingqing and the others fell silent, realizing she was flaunting her fortune. Qianning, you really need not boast. We all know that His Highness treats you exceptionally well. Yan Qingqing regarded Meng Qianning with a serious expression, though inside she scoffed, recognizing that all women, regardless of their nature, seem to transform into such foolishness when in the presence of their beloved men. Meng Qianning looked at Yan Qingqing innocently, feeling somewhat exasperated that I am not boasting. I am simply stating the truth. This was clearly given to me by Mo Juntian. What is there to boast about? Yan Qingqing's lips twitched slightly as she incessantly admonished herself in her mind. Yet she could not resist and slapped Meng Qianning on the shoulder, exclaiming, Do you dare to claim you are not boasting? I am not, Meng Qianning replied with utmost sincerity, for she truly had not been boasting. Why could no one believe her? The commotion between the two women attracted the attention of Li Wei and his companions, who stood idly by, their lips curving into faint smiles. It had been ages since they had felt such relaxed amusement. At that moment they found themselves unexpectedly grateful to Beichan Ladat. If it were not for her, how would they have encountered Meng Qianning and her entourage? Amidst their playful bickering, Meng Qianning and the others had ventured deep into the sunset forest, a place that had grown even more opulent. This provided Yan Qingqing and her companions ample opportunity to spar, and they soon realized that Meng Qianning's current prowess had astonishingly reached the rank of intermediate combat emperor. Upon learning this, everyone regarded Meng Qianning with the eyes of one who gazes upon a monster, for if Iman's memory served her correctly, Meng Qianning had only recently been an advanced combat king. The leap she had made was remarkable. Was it even permissible for one to ascend so swiftly? You were born to be a source of frustration, Yan Qingqing seethed, glaring at Meng Qianning with palpable ire. To this Meng Qianning maintained an expression of utter innocence. Facing her innocent demeanor, Yan Qingqing and the others chose to disregard her. It was one thing for someone to possess remarkable cultivation talent, but it was infuriating that her luck was equally extraordinary. And as if that were not enough, she was also an alchemist. The most unacceptable aspect was that this girl possessed an intermediate trump card, the enigmatic prince. In response to Yan Qingqing's resentful expression, Meng Qianning merely stated, "Do not idolize me. I am but a legend." However, after uttering these words, she was met with a vigorous beating, rubbing her slightly sore cheek. Meng Qianning shot Yan Qingqing a glare and led them forward according to her instincts. Yet, before long, she sensed something amiss. Do you all feel that something is off? Meng Qianning furrowed her brows deeply. The number of individuals within the Sunset Forest seemed to have increased. Indeed, there are more people, and they do not belong to the academy, Yi Ming affirmed, nodding gravely. The group turned to look at Yi Ming. Their expressions laced with confusion, as if questioning how he knew this. Every member of the combat academy bore a distinctive insignia on their collars, easily identifiable at a glance, while these individuals wore nothing of the sort, indicating they belonged to no academy and were likely outsiders. Yi Ming spoke with great seriousness. A flicker of concern crossed Meng Qianning's eyes. If what Yi Ming suggested was accurate, then this trial had likely transformed drastically. But what could these individuals possibly seek in the Sunset Forest? Remove the insignias from your collars and exercise caution when encountering these individuals, Meng Qianning instructed after a moment of contemplation. Yi Ming and the others nodded in understanding of her apprehensions, promptly removing the insignias from their collars. Also shed all burdens from your person. At this juncture, vigilance and strength are paramount. Training can wait. The circumstances are extraordinary, and we need not concern ourselves with trivialities. Yan Qingqing and the others never contradicted Meng Qianning. They followed her directives without question, knowing that such compliance often yielded significant benefits. As they tidied themselves up and had not walked far, they soon encountered a group of formidable individuals, most boasting intermediate combat emperor levels, with some even being combat sovereigns and combat saints. Such overwhelming strength appearing in the Sunset Forest at this moment likely boded ill for them. The gathering of so many powerful beings could only mean one of two things. Either some extraordinary treasure had emerged in this locale, or there was something here that had captured the attention of these individuals. Hold it right there. One of the individuals called imperiously as Meng Qianning's group prepared to bypass them, his tone dripping with arrogance. As if he were exceptionally formidable, Meng Qianning furrowed her brows tightly, glancing at her companions and signaling them to be cautious. Then she addressed the man. "Might I inquire why you have summoned us to a halt?" The man leered at Meng Qianning with an unmistakably lascivious gaze, filled with lewd intent. "I do not wish for much. I merely desire you and that lovely young lady beside you to serve as my warm bed companions." As the man leered at Meng Qianning, her entire demeanor shifted, prompting the powerful individuals at his side to instinctively shield him. "Oh, you possess quite the strength," the man remarked with a sardonic smile. Yet his words bore no semblance of praise, rather they oozed with derision. This was Yan Qingqing's first encounter with such a person, and her countenance darkened. However, seeing Meng Qianning's silence, she chose to remain mute. "You think you can compel me to serve as your bed warmer? Do you truly believe you possess that privilege?" Meng Qianning scoffed, recognizing him as a spoiled brat who assumed himself invincible merely because he had stepped outside. With deliberate calmness, she summoned Ran and Qi Jin, casting a cool gaze at the man, whose expression had noticeably shifted. "Young master, the beasts accompanying this girl are not to be trifled with. It would be wise to refrain from antagonizing them." One of the experts shielding the man whispered discreetly. Though the voice was soft, it was nonetheless overheard by those present. Chapter 93. What if I fail? Zhang Hao glared intently at the person before him. Snorting coldly, "Elder Tu, my father sent you to protect me. If you cannot even manage this trivial matter, I shall truly question your capabilities." The individual addressed as Elder Tu cast a displeased glance at Zhang Hao. Fully aware that the latter was determined to possess both of these women, Meng Qianning regarded Elder Tu with a slight smile, her lips curving in a bemused expression. "A combat saint-level expert. Yet you are being berated by one who is not even a combat emperor. Tsk. Has this young lady been absent for so long that she is unaware the rules of this world have changed? In this realm, strength was revered above all else, and powerful individuals were welcomed wherever they roamed. Yet, to see Elder Tu endure such humiliation without retaliating was beyond her comprehension. Elder Tu, already feeling irked, grew even more displeased upon hearing Meng Qianning's words, casting a glare at Zhang Hao laced with profound dissatisfaction. "Shut your mouth, you wretched girl," Zhang Hao retorted, his tone dripping with condescension. "I advise you to obediently serve me. Otherwise you shall suffer the consequences." Zhang Hao laughed boisterously, his demeanor even more arrogant than before. Meng Qianning frowned slightly, pondering what leverage this man possessed. Li Wei observed Zhang Hao, a sense of familiarity washing over him. It did not take long for him to recall and whispered to Meng Qianning, "This man seems to be the eldest son of the Zhang family, the sole heir of the family head. And he is accompanied by numerous powerful experts. Due to Zhang Hao's lecherous nature, he often offended many, prompting the Zhang family head to assign several formidable guardians to ensure his safety. This was the primary reason Zhang Hao had managed to survive thus far. Ah, so he relies on others for his arrogance. He truly is no man, hiding behind the protection of others," Meng Qianning scoffed, her disdain evident. Zhang Hao loathed being likened to a coward hiding behind others. And with Meng Qianning's provocation, he stepped forth from Elder Mu's shadow. "You shall be held accountable for your words, woman," Zhang Hao declared darkly, aware that Meng Qianning's strength surpassed his own. "Seize her." As soon as Zhang Hao's command fell, Meng Qianning and her companions beheld several individuals clad entirely in black, all of whom were at least intermediate combat sovereign level, with the weakest being intermediate combat masters. This posed a considerable threat to Meng Qianning and her group. Yan Qingqing anxiously gripped Meng Qianning's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Qianning, what shall we do? What shall we do?" "We shall do what must be done," Meng Qianning replied with a cold huff. "So they are powerful. Are they? I shall see just how formidable they truly are." As Zhang Hao reveled in his moment of triumph, a large swarm of magical beasts suddenly materialized beside Meng Qianning, most being advanced saint-level creatures from the Dark Panther clan. Zhang Hao's triumphant laughter caught in his throat at the sight of so many dark panthers. "Shadow, Ran, Qijin and Linger, I entrust you with the task," Meng Qianning commanded without reservation. "Yes, master." As her magical beasts ensnared the majority of their adversaries, Meng Qianning turned to Yan Qingqing and the others. "You must also remain vigilant." They nodded in agreement, releasing their own magical beasts to pursue the isolated foes. Now left alone, Meng Qianning strode purposefully towards Zhang Hao. Her expression dark and foreboding. She regarded him with a chilling smile. "You wish for me to be your bed-warming slave?" Zhang Hao could never have anticipated that this woman possessed such a multitude of magical beasts. Now escaping was out of the question, and he could only hope for his guards to rescue him. "Do you not think of those people? How dare you covet me? Otherwise you shall learn why flowers bloom so brilliantly," Meng Qianning declared, discarding her cherished dagger and opting to use her fists, imbued with azure combat energy. The chilling, anguished cries instinctively drew Elder Mu and the others' gazes towards Zhang Hao upon witnessing Zhang Hao's pallid visage. Clutching his lower body, a shiver ran through all the men present. Meanwhile, Yan Qingqing marveled at Meng Qianning's audacity, as she dared to commit such acts, crouching before the writhing Zhang Hao, who was in agony. Meng Qianning let out a mocking laugh. "Today's events serve as a reminder that there are always greater powers beyond your own. Not everyone fears the Zhang family. I have incapacitated you to ensure you remember not to act like a frog in a well, lest you be caught unawares by your demise." Rising to her feet, she surveyed the remaining members of the Zhang family, and in a flash she vanished into the crowd, leaving a trail of crimson in her wake. Zhang Hao, consumed by regret for having disregarded Elder Mu's warning to avoid provoking this woman, realized that his regret was now futile, yet, alongside his remorse, his heart brimmed with hatred. He vowed not to let this woman escape unscathed. He desired her death. Unbeknownst to Meng Qianning, Zhang Hao had conjured a jade talisman in his hand, with a malevolent glare cast upon her. He shattered the talisman with fierce determination. If he were to perish, then he would ensure that these people would suffer alongside him. This woman should prepare to bear the brunt of his wrath. In the midst of the battle, a foreboding sensation suddenly washed over Meng Qianning. She glanced back at Zhang Hao, and upon seeing the peculiar expression on his face, she felt a strategy formulating in her mind. She had been too careless. Failing to eradicate the root of the problem would only allow it to resurface. Regardless of what lay ahead, she resolved to endure. "Qingqing, be cautious. This matter may not conclude swiftly," she whispered to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing nodded, fully grasping Meng Qianning's implication. "No matter what happens, we will stand by your side." Meng Qianning smiled faintly, warmth flooding her heart. "Agreed. Together in life and death." "Indeed, together in life and death," Yan Qingqing affirmed solemnly. "Let us strike." Since the outcome was uncertain, it was prudent to exact a toll from the Zhang family now, ensuring that they would not emerge unscathed. Was it not? Chapter 94. Who dares to offend my woman? Zhang Hao could hardly fathom the audacity of Meng Qianning and her companions, who sought to annihilate every member of the Zhang family present. "Meng Qianning, you seek death," Zhang Hao rasped, his voice hoarse from pain. Although Meng Qianning heard his words, her focus was singularly on ensuring the demise of all present. With Ruan's assistance, she felt capable of contending with even a low-level Saint Realm master. While Elder Mu was driven to madness by her formidable prowess. "Are you not afraid of the Zhang family's retribution?" he spat, barely evading Meng Qianning's assault. Casting a glance at Elder Mu, Meng Qianning's movements remained unimpeded. That will be a concern after I have dealt with you. The Jiang family's retaliation, should they dare approach, she would welcome it. Just as Meng Qianning was on the verge of defeating Elder Mu, an unforeseen surge of pressure enveloped the area, causing her brow to furrow deeply. She quickened her movements, seizing the moment of Elder Mu's momentary daze to strike him down, simultaneously dispatching the smug Zhang Hao. After accomplishing this, she swiftly ushered Yan Qingqing and the others into the medicinal garden. Standing resolutely alone as Ruan and the others safeguarded her from behind, upon sensing the shattered jade talisman, Zhang Chong hurriedly made his way over, only to realize he was too late. The lifeless forms surrounding his son, Elder Mu and all the Zhang family members lay strewn about, while a breathtaking woman stood amidst them, her white gown stained with conspicuous blood. "Damn it, you wretched girl, I will make you pay for this today," Zhang Chong seethed, the realization dawning upon him that his son had been slain by Meng Qianning. Currently Meng Qianning was sustaining herself solely through sheer willpower. Meeting Zhang Cheng's gaze, she smiled coldly. "You old fool, if you wish to strike, then do so. Spare me your nonsense. Your son deserved his fate. Zhang Hao has ruined countless girls. Killing him was merely avenging those wronged." Zhang Chong nearly spat blood in rage. "You will understand the consequences of opposing the Zhang family." Now a mid-level divine realm expert, Zhang Chong possessed considerable talent, while Meng Qianning was merely a mid-level battle emperor. The disparity in their strengths was stark, causing her to feel a flicker of concern. However, the thought of her medicinal garden provided her with some solace. Suddenly, his formidable aura erupted, pressuring Meng Qianning to the point where summoning her fighting spirit became a Herculean task. "Master, this man is formidable," Ruan remarked, her brow furrowing as she regarded Zhang Chong with caution. "I am aware," Meng Qianning replied, fully cognizant of Ruan's concerns. Currently, even the slightest movement felt like a luxury. Facing Zhang Chong, escape seemed impossible. Zhang Chong, casting a glance at Ruan and the others, sneered. "I didn't expect you to possess two high-level divine realm magical beasts. But soon they will belong to the Zhang family." Despite the Zhang family not having such a plethora of magical beasts, it was astonishing that a single woman could command so many, an undeniable blow to his pride. "Wretched girl, perish. Accompany my son and kin to the grave." With a cold snort, Zhang Chong enveloped his fist in fighting spirit and hurled it towards Meng Qianning. Once they were unharmed, Meng Qianning slowly closed her eyes. Her mind fixated solely on one thought. If she were to survive, she would ensure that the Zhang family paid in blood for their transgressions. "It seems you possess quite an array of treasures," Zhang Chong noted as Meng Qianning summoned her magical beasts, his brow furrowing deeply, yet his heart swelled with joy, for he believed they would soon belong to the Zhang family. Meng Qianning's icy smile, stained with blood, conveyed her sentiment. He was but a dreamer if he thought he could claim what was rightfully hers. The scornful grin she wore pierced Zhang Cheng's pride, inciting his fury. He cast aside all thoughts of treasures, consumed by an overwhelming desire to eliminate this woman before him. His fighting spirit coalesced and surged towards Meng Qianning. A dark figure interposed itself, gazing coldly at Zhang Chong. "Who dares to offend my woman?" Zhang Cheng's heart sank in terror. He was acutely aware of the energy he had expended in that strike, yet it had been effortlessly thwarted. The man's self-proclamation echoed ominously. Was he truly a prince? As the dust settled, Zhang Chong beheld the figure before him, none other than the king, Mo Juntian. "King, that have you decided how you wish to die?" Mo Juntian's gaze bore into Zhang Chong, an undeniable chill emanating from him. In that moment, Zhang Chong felt a tremor of fear. If there was one person he dared not provoke in the southern Yu kingdom, it was indeed the king. Had he known of this woman's connection to the king, even with 100 bold hearts, he would not have dared to act. "Your Majesty, I was unaware she was your woman," Zhang Chong stammered, desperately attempting to justify himself while plotting an escape from Mo Juntian's grasp. "I am not interested in your excuses," Mo Juntian coldly retorted. "Zhang Chong, prepare to meet your demise." Mo Juntian's aura surged, surpassing Zhang Cheng's. The latter felt certain of his impending doom. He realized that the external reputation of the king was not exaggerated. He was indeed formidable. Upon witnessing the dark energy enveloping Mo Juntian, Zhang Chong trembled uncontrollably. It was dark-type fighting spirit. "Die, Zhang Chong." With a single strike, the mid-level divine realm expert met his end. Mo Juntian glanced at the spot where Zhang Chong had vanished before turning to Meng Qianning. His brow furrowed deeply. This girl truly was a source of worry. It seemed having only 2 divine realm magical beasts by her side was insufficient. He needed to procure additional means for her survival. Mo Juntian fed Meng Qianning 2 healing pills, his hand gently caressing her pale, bloodless cheek. "Qing heir, What am I to do with you? Observing her repeated injuries, he longed to bind her to his side. Preventing her from venturing anywhere else yet, he refrained, knowing she would not appreciate such confinement. Meng Qianning had initially believed her fate was sealed, but upon feeling herself in a familiar embrace, she realized she had once again caused concern for the man. Slowly opening her eyes, she looked at him, her voice laced with remorse. Jun Tian, I apologize for worrying you when faced with the specter of death. Her thoughts had been of him, and she acknowledged her own inadequacies. Her strength was still too feeble to contend with those of greater power. Rest now, he urged gently, stroking her cheek. Chapter 95. The Secret Realm of Jinsi. With Mo Jun Tian's arrival, Meng Qianning seemed to relax significantly. Leaning against him as she quickly succumbed to slumber, Master, is the princess unharmed? A swift gust of wind approached, eyeing the woman in Mo Jun Tian's embrace with concern. She is merely resting, he reassured. Carrying Meng Qianning to sit beneath a tree, draping a blanket over her from his spatial ring, Meng Qianning slept soundly for 2 days and nights, during which Mo Jun Tian remained still. Cradling her when she finally awoke, he noticed that his body had become somewhat stiff. Awake? He inquired, his gaze softening as he looked down at the drowsy Meng Qianning. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. She was utterly adorable. Upon waking, Meng Qianning blinked, gazing at the man before her, and only then did she realize that he had truly come. It was not merely a figment of her dreams. Embracing Mo Jun Tian's waist, she nestled against his chest, murmuring contentedly, I slept so comfortably. At that moment, Meng Qianning truly understood that beside Mo Jun Tian, she could sleep with unparalleled peace. Mo Jun Tian observed the slight curve of her lips and helped her to her feet. Yet he frowned slightly, feeling a numbness in his body. Meng Qianning, noticing his expression, felt a twinge of embarrassment. How long have I slept? 2 days. Staring in disbelief at Mo Jun Tian, she understood why he felt numb. I didn't realize I had slept for so long. Let me massage your arm. Guiding him to sit down, she gently rubbed his now insensible arm. There, I'm fine now. Before long, Mo Jun Tian took her hand in his, thinking that if she continued to need his arm, things might escalate. Sitting beside him, Meng Qianning suddenly recalled the individuals she had sent to the medicinal garden and quickly released them. When Yan Qingqing and the others saw that Meng Qianning was safe, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. In that moment, they realized just how inadequate they were. When their friend encountered danger, they had been powerless to assist her. Mo Jun Tian cast a cold glance at the group before him, concluding that they were not as admirable as he had initially thought. In fact, he regarded them as a burden to Meng Qianning. Qianning, I am sorry. Yan Qingqing approached her, grasping her arm with an apologetic tone. During the time of peril, it was Meng Qianning who had protected them, yet they had been utterly helpless. This sense of powerlessness left her feeling deeply unsettled. The expressions of Zhuxia and the others mirrored Yan Qingqing's. Filled with self-loathing for their inability to help, Mo Jun Tian pulled Meng Qianning closer, leading her away without sparing a glance at the others. As he turned to leave, he uttered a chilling warning. If you continue to be a source of trouble for Qianning, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Yan Qingqing, who had been grasping Meng Qianning's arm, found her hand suspended in midair, her lips twisted in bitterness. They understood why Mo Jun Tian had spoken thus. Jun Tian, this has nothing to do with them, Meng Qianning said helplessly. Mo Jun Tian halted, bending down to meet her gaze, his expression serious and stern. Qian and I. Meng Qianning smirked sarcastically, observing the audacious demeanor of Bei Chanlu, and remarked, it seems the one who betrays their own companion lacks the qualifications to speak of me. Indeed, Bei Chanlu, do not assume that your current state of affairs signifies perpetual safety. Li Wei chimed in, his expression laden with malice. He still vividly recalled the grievances inflicted by Bei Chanlu. I truly cannot fathom why Murongxian would permit you to remain by her side. Is she not fearful that you might attract monsters that could claim their lives? One of Li Wei's companions sneered, their words causing the countenance of those nearby to darken, especially those in close proximity to Murongxian. What nonsense are you spouting? Bei Chunli's face paled, threateningly glancing at Li Wei and his associates. The overt display of unease only served to amuse Meng Qianning, who raised a sardonic smile. Nonsense? If it weren't for Qianning saving the three of us, we would have perished long ago due to your selfishness. Drawing the monster's attention towards us must have been rather satisfying for you. Wasn't it? How delightful it must have been to ensnare Qianning. The sinister tone left no doubt regarding their animosity towards Bei Chanlu, and it became apparent to those around them that their claims bore truth. Bei Chanlu was taken aback by the unwavering protection Li Wei and the others offered Meng Qianning. It genuinely infuriated her. Just as she was about to retort, a brilliant silver light erupted around them. The Jinsi secret realm had opened. Upon witnessing the entrance to the Jinxi secret realm, all present lost interest in their quarrels, their expressions invigorated as they gazed at the slowly unveiling portal. As the entrance fully opened, Mo Juntian stepped back. Pulling Meng Qianning with him in response to her puzzled look, he explained, when the entrance opens everyone is eager to rush in, which creates a bottleneck. We need not hurry. Let them go first. Many believe that entering first guarantees the best rewards. But the treasures within the Jinxi secret realm depend on one's luck and abilities. Meng Qianning nodded, somewhat understanding, but was about to inquire further when a scream echoed from the entrance. Turning to look, she saw that some had perished in the struggle to enter. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, was it really worth risking their lives just to be the first to enter? Once the crowd had dispersed into the realm, Meng Qianning and her companions slowly made their way inside. As they crossed the threshold, the entrance gradually faded away, and Meng Qianning found herself captivated by all that lay within the secret realm. Chapter 97. The desire to plunder the treasures within the Jinxi secret realm astounded her. It was not merely the plethora of rare herbs and treasures, but the sheer abundance of spiritual energy, surpassing even that of the medicinal garden. Meng Qianning glanced around, exclaiming, "No wonder so many are clamoring to get in. Who wouldn't covet such a place? Even if there are no treasures to be found. The cultivation conditions here are a tremendous boon." "This is merely the periphery," Mo Juntian said, affectionately ruffling Meng Qianning's hair, unable to suppress a smile at her adorableness, swatting his hand away. Meng Qianning shot him an annoyed glance, clearly displeased by his antics. "Which direction shall we head?" she inquired curiously. Shifting the conversation, Mo Juntian surveyed their surroundings, his brows knitting slightly. The Jinxi secret realm consists of 3 areas: the Yumming coast, the thorny desert, and the dark forest. We are on the outskirts, and no matter which path we take, we will inevitably arrive at one of those locations. Each of these areas is fraught with peril. "Are you prepared, Ninger?" Meng Qianning nodded earnestly. "I am ready. I need this experience." With her strength having increased, she found herself lacking in practical training. Making this an opportune moment, Mo Juntian was not at all surprised by her words. "Very well. If you wish to soar, I shall grant you wings." I know. Their exchange did not go unnoticed by those around them. Yan Qingqing and the others were somewhat perplexed. Why, with someone as formidable as Mo Juntian by her side, would Meng Qianning still strive so hard? Any woman would typically choose to hide behind such a powerful man rather than seek strength for herself. Do not compare Our Lady with other women. Our Lady is incomparable, they asserted fervently. The outskirts of the Jinxi secret realm posed no immediate danger, yet Meng Qianning still managed to find some excellent medicinal herbs. "Juntian, I need to concoct some healing elixirs," she said earnestly, looking at him. Since beginning her training, her supply of medicinal pills had dwindled rapidly, and she had not replenished her stock. Now she was running low. Though she sought to strengthen herself, she could not afford to be without life-saving provisions. Mo Juntian nodded and found a relatively quiet spot for her to refine her pills. Immersed in her alchemical process, Meng Qianning was oblivious to the world around her, leaving her unaware of the conversation between Mo Juntian and Yan Qingqing. The cold voice before Mo Juntian spoke indifferently. "After the secret realm concludes, if your strength does not exceed the current first tier, do not expect me to let you leave in such a place brimming with spiritual energy. If one could not reach the emperor level in a year, then they might as well take their leave." "We understand," Yan Qingqing and the others affirmed earnestly. Watching Meng Qianning refining pills, they realized she had rarely used medicinal pills while with them, instead giving them all her supplies whenever she was injured. She relied on her self-healing abilities rather than healing elixirs. Having made one mistake, they would not err again. Mo Juntian settled down a short distance away, observing Meng Qianning with a slight smile as she diligently refined her pills. Such a focused version of her was a rare sight, and she was undeniably captivating at this moment. When Meng Qianning finally finished, she found herself surrounded by numerous vials, showcasing her remarkable alchemical prowess and elucidating why Lord Tianchan had taken her as a disciple. Although Ji Feng had long known that his lady was an exceptional alchemist, witnessing it firsthand still caused him to twitch his mouth in disbelief. Was she even human? Meng Qianning closed her eyes to rest for a moment, then opened them to distribute the pills, ensuring that Yan Qingqing and the others each received a substantial share, with Mo Juntian receiving even more and of superior quality. "Let us take a break before we set off," Mo Juntian said softly, wiping the sweat from her brow. Meng Qianning giggled and nodded, leaning against him for a brief respite. Just as they prepared to continue their journey, they unexpectedly encountered Xian Yuanshui and her group. Upon seeing Mo Juntian, if looks could kill, Xian Yuanshui's gaze would have long since slain him. "If you don't want to lose your sight, you can continue waiting for Juntian," Meng Qianning said, her smile concealing a chilling undercurrent. What benefits has he bestowed upon you for you to protect him so fiercely? Xian Yuanhao, unable to accept that the woman who once admired him now stood resolutely by another man's side, was momentarily at a loss. Glancing at Xian Yuanhao as if he were a fool, Meng Qianning remarked, he is my man. Should I not protect him? Would you have me defend you instead? Raising an eyebrow, she let out a dismissive snort. Mo Juntian, observing her fierce protectiveness, felt quite pleased and leaned down to kiss her cheek. Ninger, do not stoop to their level under different circumstances. He would have surely dealt with these individuals. But his mood was exceptionally buoyant at the moment, and he chose not to engage with them. Ji Feng shot Mo Juntian a knowing glance, aware that his master was about to toy with their adversaries. Meng Qianning pinched Mo Juntian's face, huffing, and took his hand, leading him away. At times, one must grant their partner a semblance of respect. As they departed, Mo Juntian turned back to smile provocatively at Xian Yuanhao, a gesture that ignited a fierce determination within the latter. One day, both Meng Qianning and Mo Juntian would belong to him. Juntian, was that intentional? Meng Qianning inquired, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at him. Was it that obvious? Indeed. She nodded seriously. In response, Mo Juntian merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. He had noticed the calculating and predatory glint in Xian Yuanhao's eyes, yet he dismissed it. To him, Xian Yuanhao was merely a clown, unworthy of being considered his rival master. There are treasures ahead. Ling Er, who had been resting on Meng Qianning's shoulder, exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement, staring at Ling Er in astonishment. And once certain she was not speaking in jest, Meng Qianning followed her guidance, moving forward. Upon discovering the object of her search, her eyes lit up with joy. I can't believe it's moonlight grass, Meng Qianning exclaimed, carefully digging it up to store in her medicinal garden. She had been searching for this for quite some time and was elated to finally find it. Chapter 98. The Dark Forest. Seeing Meng Qianning so exhilarated, Mo Juntian inquired with curiosity, what is the significance of moonlight grass? It is a vital ingredient for concocting advanced divine-grade elixirs, Meng Qianning explained, brimming with joy at having finally found what she had long sought. Mo Juntian raised an eyebrow, as this particular herb seemed of little use to him. If you cherish it, then let us proceed. Now that we have collected the grass, it is time to move on. Throughout the journey, it remained uncertain whether it was intentional or unintentional, but Mo Juntian seldom allowed Meng Qianning to converse with Yan Qingqing and the others. Whenever there was time, he would take Meng Qianning to search for medicinal herbs that could be of use to them. Faced with such a situation, Meng Qianning, while feeling helpless, was also quite indulgent towards Mo Juntian. As long as it was something he wished to do, she would accompany him. After being ignored for quite some time, the group finally arrived at one of the three great forbidden zones, the Dark Forest. Upon seeing the Dark Forest, she was initially curious as to why it bore such a name, but now that she had witnessed it, the reason became painfully clear. This forest appeared devoid of life, with even the leaves of the trees shrouded in darkness. Before they even stepped inside, the atmosphere around them felt as though it had begun to dim. Now I understand why this place is called the Dark Forest, Meng Qianning remarked earnestly to Mo Juntian. Mo Juntian had only heard of this place and had never seen it firsthand. He was aware that it was perilous, and now it seemed that his previous understanding of danger was far too lenient. While Meng Qianning and the others might not sense it, he could distinctly feel a vague aura of death permeating the air. Regardless of the location, the presence of such a deathly aura is never a good sign. Ning Er, this place is not as simple as it appears. We must tread carefully once we enter. Yes, I understand, Meng Qianning replied solemnly, though she was unsure why Mo Juntian's demeanor was so grave. She sensed that this locale was not to be compared with the Beast Forest or the Sunset Forest. The moment she stepped into the Dark Forest, her complexion shifted dramatically. Damn it! What is it? Meng Qianning remained silent, but her expression was decidedly grim. This place was certainly not favorable for them. Secure your belongings and avoid touching anything here, she instructed the others darkly. This was perhaps the first directive she had given to Yan Qingqing and the others since entering the Jinxi secret realm, and it left them all visibly pale. What is wrong with Ning Er? Mo Juntian felt a deep discontent towards the current state of Meng Qianning. She emanated a palpable aura of malice and death, far more intense than what he had sensed in the forest. His voice gradually quieted her, prompting her to turn and meet his gaze. Juntian, I cannot explain it to you right now. I will tell you once we are outside. For now, what I can share is that this place is a dire threat to our lives. Coming here is akin to courting death in her past life. She had traversed the Amazon, yet the temperature and other conditions here were perhaps tenfold or even 100-fold more extreme. This suggested that the creatures within would undoubtedly be formidable, causing Meng Qianning to feel a deep sense of panic. As they were unsure if they could all survive this place, Ning Er need not dwell on these thoughts. If you wish to survive, you must devise your own means. Our deaths are of no consequence to us. Mo Juntian understood Meng Qianning's sentiment. She instinctively believed she had to protect everyone around her, yet she had not considered whether she possessed the ability to safeguard them all. If Yan Qingqing and the others continued to rely on Meng Qianning for everything, he would not hesitate to leave with her. Qianning, it's all right. This will only make us stronger. Throughout the journey they had been pondering this very question. Initially somewhat conflicted, they realized after witnessing Meng Qianning's earlier reaction that they had indeed been overly reliant on her. This was an undesirable situation. They not only needed to protect themselves but also her, ensuring she would not be harmed because of them, which was profoundly unfair. Meng Qianning was momentarily taken aback but nodded in agreement, feeling reassured since they had expressed their thoughts. Like Meng Qianning, they too found the creatures in this place to be truly terrifying. Upon entering, they encountered a 9th-tier poisonous scorpion, which was even more formidable than the holy-tier scorpion king she had encountered before. Beware of its tail, Meng Qianning cautioned, watching as Mo Juntian observed their struggle. Though they appeared somewhat strained, they were determined to fight, and she was at a loss for words. Ultimately, the poisonous scorpion was defeated. But Yan Qingqing and the others paid a hefty price, with several succumbing to its venom. Fortunately, Meng Qianning possessed detoxification pills. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in dire straits. This place is truly bizarre. Meng Qianning couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is quite strange. Ning Er, you must be cautious moving forward," Mo Juntian concurred, but he suddenly addressed Meng Qianning. She looked at him, perplexed, silently inquiring what was amiss. "You will confront the holy-tier beast," he stated flatly. Here, holy-tier beasts were equivalent to low-level divine beasts outside, which caused Meng Qianning to roll her eyes in despair. Nevertheless, she did not retreat. Instead, she faced the approaching beast with renewed determination. When she laid eyes on the creature, she was momentarily dumbfounded. A titan? Must it be so ruthless? Juntian, are you sure you want me to take it on? This titan was poisonous, and on top of that, its formidable defenses posed a significant challenge. Yes, Mo Juntian affirmed seriously. At that moment, he was no longer the gentleman she knew but rather a stern master. After casting a fierce glare at Mo Juntian, Meng Qianning gritted her teeth and declared, "Fine, I'll give it my all." Yan Qingqing and the others looked on with concern. "Your Majesty, do we really not assist?" Hearing Yan Qingqing's words, Mo Juntian shot her a cold glance, his voice frosty and laced with disdain. "Stay out of it." Having been publicly rebuked, Yan Qingqing's expression stiffened, yet she refrained from saying anything further. Obediently standing aside to watch, the roar of the titan was thunderous, but Meng Qianning quickly discerned a troubling detail. The air it exhaled was toxic, producing a vial of detoxification pills. She tossed one to Mo Juntian. "One for each of us. The titan's breath is poisonous." Having said that, she consumed one herself. Mo Juntian handed the pills to Ji Feng for distribution, while he kept his gaze fixed intently on Meng Qianning, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. Chapter 99. Battle with the poisonous titan. Meng Qianning distanced herself from the titan, channeling her energy into her dagger. As the titan charged toward her, she struck simultaneously. However, the outcome made her involuntarily grimace. Looking at the dagger, which could easily serve as a comb, Meng Qianning rolled her eyes in utter frustration. Was the titan's defensive capability truly that formidable? This dagger was crafted from profound iron, not an ordinary one. She gazed despondently at her dagger before ultimately discarding it. Mo Juntian, having noticed the discarded weapon, retrieved another dagger from his spatial ring and tossed it to Meng Qianning. "Ning Er, catch." Sensing the rush of air behind her, she caught the dagger without looking. A dagger made of firestone, quite aesthetically pleasing. Gripping the dagger, she swung it a few times, satisfaction blooming within her. Excellent. Soon, Meng Qianning discovered that this dagger was entirely different from the previous one. When her energy merged with it, a layer of ethereal blue flame enveloped the blade. Observing the peculiar appearance of the dagger, she chose not to dwell on it. For her, as long as it was usable, other details were inconsequential. Roar, human, perish. Humph, we shall see who meets their end first, Meng Qianning scoffed, advancing toward the titan. Its toxic presence was overwhelmingly potent, compelling her to exercise caution, even though she had consumed a detoxification pill. For Meng Qianning, the true threat was not the titan's poison but its impenetrable defense. After a strike, propelled by the titan's force, she was sent flying backward. Narrowing her eyes at the titan's massive form, She unleashed a flurry of blue energy that transformed into numerous sharp, needle-like blades with a swift motion. She sent the small swords hurtling toward the Titan while carefully observing its reactions. Most of the blades shattered upon contact with the Titan's body, and those that did not inflicted no damage whatsoever. Witnessing this, Meng Qianning's brow furrowed slightly. Was it truly the case that the Titan had no weaknesses? No, every person or beast must possess some vulnerability. If one calms their mind, they can certainly discover it. Closing her eyes momentarily, she opened them again, filled with resolve. Once more, she gathered her energy into blue blades, unleashing a torrent toward the Titan. Yan Qingqing and the others observed Meng Qianning's actions with confusion. Why is Qianning doing this when it seems futile? They had been watching for a while but had yet to discern her intentions. That she's searching for the Titan's weakness, Zuoxia remarked after careful observation. No way, with such strong defenses, can it truly have a weakness? Yan Qingqing asked incredulously. However, as soon as she voiced her doubts, Mo Juntian shot her a chilling glare, silencing her before she could utter another word. Zuoxia glanced at Yan Qingqing, frowning slightly. It seemed she still had not fully grasped what she needed to do in this situation. With a mighty roar, Meng Qianning unleashed a tremendous surge of fighting spirit, causing the gathering of blue energy blades to multiply, ultimately enveloping the Titan entirely. The resounding clash of strikes echoed, transforming into the sound of shattering, furrowing her brow in discontent at the scene before her. Meng Qianning pondered over the prolonged duration of their search. Could it be that this Titan was indeed so formidable, devoid of any weaknesses? Are you merely tickling me, human? The Titan exhaled toxic gas. Yanking the energy sword lodged in its arm free with a forceful pull, shattering it instantly. A colossal fist of the Titan came crashing toward Meng Qianning, who deftly evaded it amidst flying dust and debris. In that moment, she seemed to catch a glimpse of the Titan squinting its eyes. A spark ignited within Meng Qianning. Seizing the opportunity before the Titan could react, she thrust her dagger into its enormous eye, channeling her fighting spirit into the strike. With another fierce shout, she gripped the dagger tightly and thrust her body upward. A deafening howl of agony reverberated through the air, causing Meng Qianning to grimace. The sound was so thunderous it felt as if it would render her ears deaf. After extracting the dagger, she pushed off with her feet against the Titan's body, propelling herself backward before dashing toward the Titan's eye once more. Again her dagger pierced the Titan's eye, and with a surge of explosive force, Mo Juntian nodded with a smile, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Indeed, this place is inhospitable for human life. Prolonged exposure diminishes vitality. The oppressive aura here is profoundly severe, and the deeper we venture, the more pronounced it becomes. I genuinely worry about what will happen to these people when we reach the center. His words caused Meng Qianning to furrow her brows slightly. She turned to glance at the individuals trailing behind her, and just as she was about to speak, she noticed Mo Juntian shaking his head at her. Leaving her momentarily puzzled, he gently squeezed Meng Qianning's hand, and together they advanced. I will explain later. Though perplexed, Meng Qianning refrained from pressing for answers, simply following Mo Juntian's lead. As they approached the center, Yan Qingqing was the first to succumb to the oppressive atmosphere. Her complexion turned ashen, and she struggled to maintain her footing, relying heavily on Yiming for support. Yan Qingqing yearned to declare that she was fine, yet her condition contradicted her wishes. I feel so unwell. It's as if my fighting spirit is shackled. She gazed at Meng Qianning with pleading eyes, seemingly hoping for assistance. However, this was a situation Meng Qianning had never encountered before. How could she possibly help? Unbeknownst to Meng Qianning, Mo Juntian was acutely aware of the predicament. He turned to her, his gaze laced with uncertainty, clearly questioning what could be done. The oppressive aura was not yet overwhelmingly thick. Any Do Wang could traverse it unscathed. Nevertheless, Yan Qingqing's inability to break through was solely her own failing, and she had no one to blame but herself. Meng Qianning frowned and asked, "Is there truly no other way?" "There is not," he replied, setting aside the fact that there might be solutions. Mo Juntian had resolved not to disclose them to Meng Qianning. He wanted her to seize this opportunity to discern the nature of humanity. Not everyone deserved her unwavering devotion. Upon hearing there was no solution, Meng Qianning felt at a loss, ultimately telling Yan Qingqing, "This is something you must tackle on your own." Now a high-level Doling, she was capable of breaking through to Do Wang with diligent effort. So Meng Qianning offered encouragement. Initially, Yan Qingqing had believed that approaching Meng Qianning would alleviate her discomfort, as she perceived Meng Qianning to be omnipotent. Yet now, hearing that there was no remedy, panic set in. "Aren't you supposed to be capable of anything? How can you not handle such a trivial matter?" In her state of distress, Yan Qingqing blurted out her words, only to realize their implications afterward. She looked at the suddenly cold-faced Meng Qianning with a hint of panic. "Qianning, I didn't mean it. Please don't be angry, okay? I'm just so worried." She appears utterly helpless, and if Yiming were to ignore her, she would undoubtedly collapse, unable to rise again. This terrifies her. She despises feeling weaker than an ordinary person. Meng Qianning stood and walked to Emo Juntian's side. "Let us proceed throughout their journey." Meng Qianning had often shielded the group, only engaging in combat when faced with beasts of comparable or greater strength. Had all her efforts been met with Yan Qingqing's skepticism? Emo Juntian faced Meng Qianning. "Ninger, do not be upset." In his eyes, it was entirely unworthy for her to be angered over such individuals. Meng Qianning offered a faint smile. Her gaze towards Emo Juntian tinged with evident disappointment. "Juntian, do you think I am particularly foolish?" "Not foolish, but rather endearing," he replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. His earnest words elicited a smile from her. Was there truly such a comforting presence? Taking a deep breath, as long as this man and her grandfather remained by her side, she would not concern herself with anything else. As for the others, apart from Zhuxia and Lin Chan, those who departed would become mere strangers, and she had no need to dwell on them. Having come to terms with her thoughts, Meng Qianning's heart felt lighter, and she cheerfully pulled Emo Juntian along. Entirely disregarding Yan Qingqing, she was confident that Yan Qingqing had heard Emo Juntian's words. She could either persevere or find a way to enhance her strength. Meng Qianning was acutely aware that if they did not strive to elevate their abilities, they would ultimately be unable to progress. Initially, Yiming had been able to support Yan Qingqing, but eventually, she found herself entirely reliant on him, her body hanging limply against him, exerting no effort. Yiming grew frustrated. After one more rest, he ceased to assist her. Without his support, Yan Qingqing fell to the ground, unable to rise, and the others showed no intention of offering help. This place was ideal for training. They must focus on enhancing their strength to survive in this perilous realm. Ming, please help me. I beg you. Yan Qingqing pleaded with a desperate expression, her face flushed with embarrassment as she noticed Yiming's cold demeanor. She averted her gaze, knowing she had indeed taken advantage of his kindness. Leaning against him had seemed the best option, but she had never anticipated that it would provoke his ire. Ming glanced at Yan Qingqing without uttering a word. Remaining motionless, he had previously aided her solely because among the group, she was the only other girl besides Meng Qianning. However, if she took his assistance for granted, he would not indulge in such thankless tasks. Noticing Yiming's indifference, Yan Qingqing turned her gaze towards Wuxia, who spoke before she could. "Yan Qingqing, you must have heard the prince's words. If you value your life, I advise you against such actions. Understand that in this place, lacking sufficient strength makes survival impossible. Do you not expect us to protect you in times of danger? This realm is fraught with unforeseen perils, and we cannot even guarantee our own safety. How can we assist you?" Zhuxia's words echoed the sentiments of the others. If Yan Qingqing did not learn to be self-reliant and continued to depend on others, they would truly be of no assistance. "Qianning, please help me," Yan Qingqing implored, her gaze returning to Meng Qianning, who she viewed as the kindest among them. If Meng Qianning were to realize she was perceived as the most benevolent, she might very well collapse from laughter. Chapter 102. There is no obligation to protect you. Zhuxia regarded Yan Qingqing with discontent. In a place like this, do you not find it foolish to entrust your life to others? While others might be willing to assist you, they are not obligated to do so, for you truly are not one of us. Though Wuxia's words may have been harsh, Meng Qianning found them to be remarkably accurate. No one here owed her anything. Yan Qingqing, reflect on that. Meng Qianning cast a glance at Yan Qingqing before approaching Emo Juntian to discuss their forthcoming plans. The remarks from Zhuxia and Meng Qianning left Yan Qingqing feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet upon reflection, she began to grasp their intentions. "Qianning, I apologize. I understand what I need to do now," Yan Qingqing earnestly declared. Meng Qianning smiled but remained silent. Yan Qingqing paid no mind. Propping herself up to join Zhuxia and the others in their training, perhaps her newfound clarity prompted the group to accept her, as they offered assistance during her moments of peril. For several consecutive days, they dedicated their time to honing their skills, while Meng Qianning and Emo Juntian scoured for herbs. Despite the abundance of toxic plants in the area, they still held potential value, particularly for concocting antidotes. Finally, Yan Qingqing exclaimed, "I have successfully broken through to Do Wang." She collapsed onto the ground, disregarding her appearance, her body marred with injuries and her clothing soiled. Yet, she felt immense joy at achieving this breakthrough. Affirming Meng Qianning's assertion that adversity fosters growth, after resting for a while, Yan Qingqing rose and expressed her gratitude to Zhuxia and the others. "Thank you." Zhuxia shook her head. No need for such formality. Although they had chosen different paths, it did not hinder their camaraderie as teammates, however. Before they could revel in their success, calamity struck. Such is the nature of joy leading to sorrow. Just before reaching their encampment, they heard cries for help from behind. Turning around, they were taken aback to see Xian Yuanshui and her companions, pursued by a horde of beasts emanating black mist. Let us go. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xia and the others wasted no time, swiftly retreating. Xian Yuanshui spotted them, her eyes lighting up as she urged, "Brother, hurry and follow them. Meng Qianning must be there. Mo Juntian is exceptionally powerful. He can surely help us against these beasts." Xian Yuanshui believed her suggestion to be brilliant, yet Xian Yuanhao's expression darkened. He shot her a glance filled with icy disdain, questioning why he had ever brought such a burden along. "Enough! If you wish to survive, be silent." Along the journey, the troubles brought by Xian Yuanshui had already rendered him somewhat impatient. Now, hearing her point fingers at him only intensified his irritation and a fit of anger. He bellowed, "Brother, how dare you shout at me? I shall certainly inform Mother." Xian Yuanshui's eyes turned red at Xian Yuanhao's outburst, and with tears brimming she retorted, "You're so hateful." Casting a disdainful glance at Xian Yuanshui, Xian Yuanhao released her, muttering, "I have rescued nothing but an ingrate." The moment Xian Yuanshui was set down, sheer terror enveloped her. With so many beasts pursuing them from behind, she knew that if she lingered here, she would undoubtedly be left behind. She was acutely aware that her survival thus far was entirely due to Xian Yuanhao's presence. Without him, she would have perished countless times. "Brother, I realize my mistake. Please forgive me," she pleaded urgently while sprinting with all her might. However, Xian Yuanhao paid her no heed, his indifference leaving her utterly flustered. In the midst of their chase, they arrived at the temporary encampment of Meng Qianning and her companions. Strangely, the beasts trailing them came to a halt, pacing restlessly as if gripped by fear, their eyes betraying resentment and hatred. Upon spotting Meng Qianning, Xian Yuanshui's eyes lit up. "Princess Meng Qianning, I command you to drive these beasts away immediately." The onlookers regarded Xian Yuanshui as if she were a fool, while Meng Qianning looked at her with a bemused smile, asking, "Why should I? I am a princess. You must protect me," Xian Yuanshui insisted. Her urgency palpable. Although she did not understand why the beasts had suddenly ceased their pursuit, she sensed that it was somehow connected to them, prompting her to make such an appeal. Meng Qianning burst into laughter, her mirth laced with sarcasm. "I have no obligation to protect you. You Meng Qianning, do you believe I will ensure the destruction of your Meng family?" Xian Yuanshui's tone shifted to a threatening one upon hearing Meng Qianning's refusal. Meng Qianning, with a smirk, replied, "You think you can threaten the Meng family? In such a perilous place, do you think losing a person or two would matter?" Her words seemed directed at the others nearby, yet her gaze remained fixed on Xian Yuanshui, the murderous intent unmistakable. Xian Yuanshui took a step back, her eyes widening in fear, terrified of what Meng Qianning might do. Chapter 103. Blood of the Beast. King Mo Juntian cast a sardonic glance at Xian Yuanshui. Perceiving her as nothing more than a mere jester in his presence, "Qianning, there's no need to stoop to the level of such a person. Why bother to lift a finger against her?" His voice was calm yet frigid, laced with an unmistakable warning. Though Xian Yuanhao had completely lost faith in his sister, she remained his kin. "Mo Juntian, you would do well to consider the repercussions of your words." Mo Juntian lifted his gaze to Xian Yuanhao, dismissing him entirely, a look of utter contempt in his eyes. "Repercussions? In my realm, there are no repercussions, only the outcomes I desire. She is but a princess. The southern Yu kingdom is not without its share." Xian Yuanshui stiffened at this, suddenly recalling a vital piece of information. Mo Juntian's exalted status in the southern Yu kingdom. "No, you cannot harm me. My father will not let you go unpunished." Yet, even as she spoke, she lacked conviction. "The emperor will not spare me? Really?" Meng Qianning's eyes sparkled with excitement. The utility of the 7-leaf lotus seed was akin to that of the moonlight grass. She had not anticipated its presence in this place. Yan Qingqing and the others had pursued the two, expending considerable time, a result of Mo Juntian deliberately slowing his pace. Following Mo Juntian, they swiftly arrived at a small cave from the outside. It appeared to be an ordinary cavern, yet upon entering, they were irresistibly drawn to the lotus seeds within. The plant boasted 7 leaves, and within its pod were only 7 seeds, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy, unmistakably a treasure. Suddenly, Meng Qianning yearned to transplant it. "We should move it," she said eagerly, gazing at the 7-leaf lotus seed. "I recall a similar location within the medicinal gardens cave. It should be suitable for the growth of the 7-leaf lotus seed. Mo Juntian was determined to procure whatever Meng Qianning cherished, especially since it was merely a single plant, after carefully transplanting the 7-leaf lotus seed. A surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from the pond where it had been placed, momentarily overwhelming Meng Qianning and her companions, though Mo Juntian broke the silence, suggesting, "It's beneficial to soak in it." Meng Qianning nodded and stepped into the pond, finding a spot to sigh. Mo Juntian followed suit, and once she entered, she instinctively entered a meditative state. Mo Juntian glanced at Xia and the others, saying, "You should join us." His motivation was not sheer generosity, but rather the necessity for these individuals to enhance their strength. Otherwise, they would encounter significant troubles ahead. Upon hearing this, Xia's eyes brightened, and they settled down at a distance from Meng Qianning. Commencing their training, witnessing this, Mo Juntian felt quite satisfied. They were perceptive enough that as Mo Juntian sat idly, the spirit mouse Linger scurried out, leaping onto his shoulder. "There are treasures here." "What is it?" Mo Juntian raised an eyebrow, initially believing the 7-leaf lotus seed to be the prize, only to discover there was more. "This?" He accepted the lotus root, casting a puzzled glance at the spirit mouse. Curiosity evident in his eyes regarding its purpose. Linger, shaking off the water, exclaimed excitedly, "The rainbow lotus root is a marvelous treasure." With the dragon yen grass secured and the rainbow lotus root found, all that remained was for Meng Qianning to enhance her alchemy skills to assist him in concocting pills. "Why are you so happy?" Linger questioned, eyeing Mo Juntian skeptically, unable to comprehend his exuberance. Ruffling Linger's small head, he produced several pills as a reward. Initially, Linger was reluctant, having consumed plenty of pills while accompanying Meng Qianning, but upon catching a whiff of their aroma, her eyes lit up. "Ah!" she exclaimed, swallowing the pill whole. "Thank you." Mo Juntian smiled, remaining silent as he focused intently on Meng Qianning. The spiritual energy in the pond surged once more due to the harvesting of the rainbow lotus root. Greatly benefiting Meng Qianning and her companions, however, Yan Qingqing was less fortunate. The overwhelming energy was quite painful for her, yet she endured, believing she should not yield while others continued their cultivation. It was this unwavering determination that allowed her to persevere, significantly enhancing her strength as the spiritual energy in the pond gradually dissipated. Meng Qianning opened her eyes with satisfaction. "Wonderful, truly splendid. I'm so close to reaching the Dozong realm. This place is indeed remarkable." Mo Juntian took Meng Qianning's hand and produced a set of clothes for her to change into in a secluded corner. Soon, the others awakened, each having gained unique benefits, and they felt quite content. "Where to next?" Meng Qianning gazed at Mo Juntian with sparkling eyes, perceiving him as the legendary treasure-seeking beast who could uncover such extraordinary artifacts. "We shall proceed further." Mo Juntian understood Meng Qianning's intent. Yet they had already lingered long enough, and it would be prudent to depart swiftly. Meng Qianning pouted, somewhat displeased, yet she acquiesced. Acquiring the 7-leaf lotus seed was already a significant achievement, and she felt a tinge of greed. "We still have the rainbow lotus root," Mo Juntian whispered in her ear, observing her disappointment. Meng Qianning's eyes brightened. "Really? Indeed, it was found by Linger. Wow, Linger is simply marvelous," Meng Qianning exclaimed joyfully. She recalled that the medicinal materials required to rescue Mo Juntian's companions included this very item, and finding it now was truly splendid. "Let's go." Ignoring Xian Yuanhao and the others, Meng Qianning spoke decisively. Mo Juntian nodded, wrapping his arm around Meng Qianning as they swiftly vanished from Xian Yuanxue and the others' view, with Yan Qingqing and the rest hurriedly following, fearful of being left behind. Chapter 105. "What comes is what is said, brother. Should we follow them?" Xian Yuanxue remarked somewhat reluctantly, as she watched Meng Qianning and the others vanish in haste. Xian Yuanhao glanced at her but said nothing, dashing in the direction they had departed. Observing this, Xian Yuanxue felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but refrained from voicing it. She had already sufficiently provoked Xian Yuanhao, and any further mischief would likely lead him to ignore her entirely. Thus, she deemed it wise to remain composed. As they ventured deeper, Meng Qianning sensed an unsettling shift. "This is truly peculiar. What do you mean?" Mo Juntian inquired, perplexed by her statement. Given the geography and climate of the area, there should be certain ancient presences. However, the eerie tranquility felt off. Although Meng Qianning was a formidable figure in the subtropical jungle, her knowledge seemed ineffectual here. Stirring her anxiety, he enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her shoulder in silent reassurance, which oddly calmed her heart. She looked at Mo Juntian earnestly and declared, "Juntian, I know what to do." The climate and changes in this place had instilled a sense of unease in her, causing her to temporarily lose her composure. Yet Mo Juntian's presence steadied her. It's all right, Ningart, in settings like this, you must maintain your composure. Remember, only with a clear mind can you accurately assess a situation, so, regardless of what challenges arise, stay calm, understood? He recognized her earlier anxiety and aimed to convey this lesson. Having traversed many such terrains, she understood Mo Juntian's intention. Juntian, rest assured, I know how to proceed. Mo Juntian smiled and nodded. This was the Meng Qianning he knew, calm and strong. As they walked ahead, Yan Qingqing and the others trailed behind, when suddenly Meng Qianning felt something amiss. Juntian, do you hear any sounds? Her face paled slightly as she anxiously turned to Mo Juntian. Mo Juntian furrowed his brow, straining to listen, and after a moment, he discerned, there are numerous magical beasts approaching. Damn it, we've really encountered the ancients. Meng Qianning cursed under her breath, for she not only heard the sound of rushing but also the anguished cries of magical beasts. A testament to the terror that had swept through the area. Ancients? Mo Juntian queried, perplexed by her sudden exclamation. Time was of the essence for Meng Qianning, and she urgently instructed him, run, following her command. Mo Juntian and the others swiftly retreated, moving with astonishing speed, while the pursuing entities matched their pace. Soon, Mo Juntian heard a distinct sound, the breaking of trees, and not just a few, but many. Unable to contain their curiosity, Yan Qingqing and the others turned to look, and upon seeing what was behind them, their expressions shifted to one of horror, surpassing Meng Qianning's earlier fear. Ants, so many ants. Ants? What is so terrifying about that? Mo Juntian questioned, puzzled, but as he turned to witness the swarm, his perspective changed. These ants were unlike any he had previously encountered. They possessed sharp, menacing mandibles, and wherever they traversed, only bones remained, indicating their carnivorous nature. Man-eating ants. Run should they provoke these creatures. It would be a relentless pursuit. Meng Qianning had just begun her journey and had no intention of meeting her end. Mo Juntian swiftly gathered Meng Qianning and dashed forward, their speed astonishing enough to leave Yan Qingqing and the others in awe. After a moment, they realized this was not the time for contemplation. They needed to escape quickly. In the minds of the man-eating ants, Meng Qianning and her companions were nothing more than prey, thus accelerating their pursuit. Leaning against Mo Juntian, as escape seemed impossible, Meng Qianning asked, do you have a way to conjure a fire instantly? These creatures are afraid of fire? They fear water even more. Upon hearing this, Mo Juntian had an idea. Before Meng Qianning could react, the temperature around them began to plummet, and the ground rapidly froze, encasing the swarm of man-eating ants within. Explode! With Mo Juntian's command, the bodies of the ants shattered, revealing numerous crystal cores within. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Qianning gazed skyward in silence, realizing that had she foreseen such an outcome, they would not have fled at all. If only Mo Juntian had encased everything in ice, they would have encountered no issues. The thought left Meng Qianning feeling exceedingly frustrated, and she resolved that should she ever venture to such a place again, she would undoubtedly bring Mo Juntian along. After all, he was essential for traversing the rainforest. After gathering the crystal cores, Mo Juntian used his fighting spirit to melt the ice, while Yan Qingqing and the others endured their disgust to collect every last one of the cores. In the end, they found themselves digging for crystal cores until their hands ached, and the haul was astonishing. Over 1,000 cores, each of commendable quality. Upon seeing the bag filled with these treasures, Meng Qianning's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly pleased with their fortune. Observing her reaction, Mo Juntian couldn't help but chuckle, asking if she was truly so elated by such a trivial amount. He mused that if he were to bestow his entire fortune upon her, would she then pledge herself to him? He thought there was indeed a possibility. So many crystal cores. The display of power Mo Juntian had shown evoked feelings of envy and admiration in Meng Qianning. Highlighting the gap between them during a moment of respite, she looked at him earnestly and declared, Juntian, I will surely catch up to you one day. I believe in you. My Qianning is undoubtedly the best. Mo Juntian replied with a smile, only to find her cheeks flushed at his words. The way he referred to her as my Qianning struck her as peculiar, yet it brought a hint of joy to her heart, a feeling that was both delightful and vexing. After their encounter with the carnivorous ants, Yan Qingqing and the others became increasingly vigilant, fearing the sudden appearance of more monstrous beasts. Chapter 106. Raising crocodiles. Noticing their heightened sense of danger, Meng Qianning felt reassured and led them forward. Not far from where they had encountered the carnivorous ants flowed a river with dark waters, its surface adorned with black lotus flowers, which were clearly highly toxic. As long as you like it, Meng Qianning said with a raised brow and a smile, just as she intended to pluck one of those black lotuses. Suddenly, the center of the river began to churn, and as she observed the emerging creatures, her mouth formed a Na shape, her eyes sparkling like gems, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. What is it? Mo Juntian asked, visibly disapproving of her fascination with those unsightly creatures. With a cunning smile, Meng Qianning replied, "These are called crocodiles. I want to raise crocodiles." She recalled having raised several in her secret villa, while others kept goldfish. She had chosen crocodiles, and it had been an exhilarating experience upon entering this place. She had wondered if she might find crocodiles, and here they were, looking formidable. Mo Juntian's lips twitched in response, as did Yan Qingqing and the others, their expressions reflecting their incredulity. Raising those toxic lotuses was one thing, but now she wanted to keep such dangerously intimidating beasts. How peculiar was her sense of aesthetics! As she beheld the crocodile, which was covered in warts, entirely black, with a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth, Yan Qingqing and the others could not help but find it utterly unappealing. Yet, Meng Qianning gazed at the crocodile gliding through the water with sheer delight, exclaiming, "It's a delightful decision." She then turned to Mo Juntian and suggested, "Juntian, you should also modify your royal palace to accommodate a few. Do you truly want them?" Mo Juntian asked. Feeling a headache coming on, he feared that such creatures might frighten the timid. Meng Qianning nodded vigorously. "I do. I adore them. They are my absolute favorite." "And what of my feelings?" Mo Juntian queried, feeling somewhat discontented at her affinity for such grotesque creatures. Meng Qianning blinked innocently and replied earnestly, "I do not fancy you. I love you most dearly." Initially displeased by her declaration of indifference, Mo Juntian felt satisfied by her subsequent admission. "In that case, let us proceed with raising them." Left with no choice, Luo Xia and Lin Chan exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the absurdity of their situation. It seemed their future abode would be shared with these creatures. "I will go and form a contract," Meng Qianning declared, rushing towards one of the crocodiles. Her demeanor serious and solemn. "Come with me." The crocodile was already a high-level sacred beast, on the brink of becoming a divine beast, but it had never managed to break through. "How dare you? Human, expect me to contract with you?" The crocodile seethed with rage. However, Meng Qianning paid its anger little mind and waved her hand, revealing a white spirit-infused elixir. Upon seeing the elixir, the crocodile's eyes widened even further, burning with desire as it inquired, "What is that?" "It is a potion that can elevate a beast to the divine tier. So, do you desire it?" Meng Qianning smiled enticingly. The crocodile hesitated, torn between its longing and apprehension. "Why hesitate? What benefits do you find here? Come with me and you will witness the outside world. Beyond this place, what can you see apart from your kin? With me you will not only gain freedom but also receive elixirs, of which I have plenty." Meng Qianning's demeanor resembled that of a wolf enticing a child. Witnessing her, Mo Juntian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Her behavior was hard to watch, while Ji Feng swallowed hard, contemplating whether they would truly allow the princess to keep such creatures within the royal palace as long as she is pleased. Mo Juntian nonchalantly nodded, though Ji Feng felt a chill in his heart. Imagining the lively chaos that would soon envelop the royal palace, after some serious contemplation, the crocodile finally spoke, "I wish to bring my kin with me." Meng Qianning's eyes sparkled. She would be displeased if they did not come along. "Very well, bring them all. I shall form a contract with you, and then I will gather some lotuses and water from this place to create a comfortable habitat for you." Her agreement surprised the crocodile, who had anticipated refusal. Before long, the river began to churn violently, and hundreds of crocodiles emerged, creating a spectacle that sent chills down the spines of those present. However, Meng Qianning's eyes shone with excitement. Hundreds of them. Truly marvelous. As the crocodiles crawled ashore, Yan Qingqing and the others instinctively recoiled, feeling utterly disheartened to discover that these creatures could indeed venture onto land, after forming contracts with the crocodiles. Meng Qianning provided each with an elixir. Those at the high sacred tier ascended to the divine level, while the others experienced significant advancements. This simultaneous elevation granted Meng Qianning substantial benefits, allowing her to seamlessly advance to the Dozong tier, with her beast companions following suit. "Master," the crocodile, now in human form, exclaimed joyfully, having risen 2 levels. "What an exhilarating experience!" Meng Qianning nodded, contemplating the newly transformed crocodile. "You shall be called Ziyao, for your eyes are purple." Ziyao nodded in delight, following Meng Qianning closely. Thinking of the lotuses she desired, he leaped back into the river, returning with seeds of the black lotuses in hand. "You all should head to my herbal garden and find a place to cultivate. Once I exit this realm, I will arrange a home for you." To Ziyao, "You shall remain outside for now. As we are still unfamiliar with this place, Meng Qianning instructed the other crocodiles, while she turned to Ziyao. Understood, master, he answered. Yan Qingqing and the others shook their heads in bewilderment.